Quick Transmigration Canon Fodder's Record of Counterattacks Chapter 1297 to Chapter 1384. Concubine Lu was standing at the entrance of the courtyard. When she saw Xianxia, her eyes lit up and she looked at Xianxia eagerly. Concubine Lu. Xianxia called. Concubine Lu was a pretty girl from a humble family. She wasn't very pretty, but she was very comfortable. Her father was a small official in a small place. To be able to become the concubine of a second-rank official of the Ministry of War was already out of her league. But because she came from a small place, she always had a petty feeling about her. "Third Miss, is it hard to learn from teacher?" Concubine Lu asked Xianxia. Xianxia said, "It's okay." Concubine Lu had the servant girl beside her bring out the food and then kept helping Xianxia with the food. "Third Miss, I heard that you were beaten by teacher today?" Concubine Lu looked worriedly at Xianxia. The news spread quickly. Concubine Lu said earnestly to Xianxia, "Third Miss, you must work hard. That teacher is a nanny from the palace. If you can get his praise, you can also marry into a good family in the future." Xianxia was speechless. "If your reputation is good, then people will come to propose marriage." Concubine Lu continued, "What do we women want? Isn't it to be able to marry a good husband? You crawled out of my stomach. You are a concubine's daughter. But if you marry well, your life will be good in the future." Concubine Lu said sadly. Xianxia ate. Life at home wasn't good, but would it be good if she married? Who knew what it would be like when she reached her husband's family? A husband had many wives and concubines. There were also parents-in-law. If the family was more complicated, there would be sisters-in-law. Life would be a mess. Xianxia wasn't in a hurry to get married at all. The original owner married a young master of the Marquis family. It wasn't bad. She had good food and a good place to live. Her husband didn't come to bother her. She ran to other men every day. But it was equivalent to being a living widow. The original owner was a virgin until her death. She didn't have a child. If she couldn't have a child, it was usually the woman's fault. It had nothing to do with the man, so she was under a lot of pressure. This was obviously a marriage scam. The original owner was a wife in ancient times. "Third Miss, do you remember everything I told you?" Concubine Lu looked at Xianxia eating with his head down and couldn't help but say, "If you continue like this, how can you get married?" Xianxia was speechless. How helpless. Xianxia nodded. "I'll remember it all. Learn needlework well, learn to compose poems and play the zither, and learn the precepts for women." "That's right." Concubine Lu laughed and picked up some food for Xianxia. "Also, don't get into a conflict with eldest Miss and second Mississippi I know." Xianxia nodded and didn't want to argue with Concubine Lu. It would only make her worry. Even if he was doing a mission, he had to do it secretly so that his hands wouldn't be stained. Concubine Lu chattered nonstop throughout the meal. She told her to work hard, to find a good man, and to marry into a good family. Xianxia readily agreed. After the meal, Xianxia quickly left. Her mind was filled with Concubine Lu's words. Sometimes, a woman's confinement came from a woman. A mother taught her daughter to be like a good wife, teaching her husband and children. Women themselves were the protectors of a male-dominated society. Xianxia returned to her room and saw the things in the embroidery basket on the table. She couldn't help but rub her eyebrows. "This thing really made people. You can leave first." "I'll take a nap," Xianxia said to Xianxia. "Miss, you should embroider the mission that Mr. Lu gave you first. Otherwise, Concubine Lu will be anxious again," Xianxia said worriedly. Her fate was closely related to Mrs. She would marry with Miss in the future. If Miss didn't marry well, her life would be bad. So Xianxia advised Xianxia, "Miss, you should hurry up and embroider the mission. Otherwise, you will be punished by Mr. Lu tomorrow." Xianxia was speechless. Xianxia smiled and said, "I'll just take a nap. I can definitely do this well." Xianxia looked a little suspicious, but she still left and closed the door. Xianxia sat cross-legged on the bed and began to cultivate. If she was really forced to take the blame, she would have a chance to escape. In this ancient era where etiquette was strict, a woman's innocence was greater than heaven. Without innocence, she would be abandoned by her family. Even without her family, Xianxia felt that she could survive. However, she was very unhappy to be pulled in for no reason. She also had to marry a homosexual. Therefore, it was important to have strength, very important. The air in ancient times was fresh and there was abundant spirit energy. After staying on planet Seldar, Xianxia felt that no matter where she was, it was a paradise with abundant spirit energy. There was only comparison when there was comparison. When her body cultivated a trace of strength, Xianxia stopped cultivating and began to embroider in a refreshed state. The embroidery that Mr. Liu had arranged was a begonia flower. The original owner hadn't finished it at all. When Xianxia came, Xianxia still hadn't finished it and was hit twice. The begonia flower was half done, and the stitches were a little rough. It was obvious that the original owner's needlework wasn't the best. Embroidery was also an art. Xianxia picked up the needle and began to embroider. But how should she insert the needle? Xianxia inhaled and exhaled and began to embroider slowly, searching for skills in the original owner's memory. There was a lot of theoretical knowledge, but she didn't know how to embroider. However, Xianxia did embroider in the end, but it wasn't very good. Forget it, I'll just report it like this. Xianxia finished the embroidery and put it in the basket. She rubbed her eyes and began to cultivate. Cultivation was the most important thing. She would only think about embroidery after cultivating. Xianxia also wanted to embroider well and strive to be a woman with a fierce tiger in her heart who sniffed the roses. Wahahaha, miss. Xianxia's voice sounded outside the door. Xianxia stopped and sat on the stool. Xianxia came in and saw the things in the basket. Miss, you're already done? Xianxia nodded. Xianxia picked up the embroidery and looked at it. Her expression became a little strange. She then said, Miss Embroidered. Xianxia knew what Xianxia wanted to say. Although the embroidery wasn't good, it was still done. She could take it slow in the future. She felt that embroidery was more difficult than cultivation. I want to go out of the house, Xianxia said. Xianxia was a little surprised and asked, why are you going out of the house? Madam might not agree. My body isn't feeling well. My period is probably coming. My stomach hurts. I need to get the doctor to prescribe some medicine, Xianxia said. She needed to get some medicine. In the battle between Lu Juning and Lu Mingxian, there were both overt and covert, and all sorts of underhanded things were flying everywhere. Aphrodisiacs, knockout drugs, poison, witchcraft dolls. She also needed to get something to defend herself. If these methods were used on a scumbag, he would have already ascended to heaven and become the Empress Dowager. When Xianxia heard that Xianxia was going to see a doctor, she didn't say anything and helped Xianxia do her makeup again. After everything was done, Xianxia went to the main courtyard to ask Concubine Yun for instructions. If Concubine Yun didn't allow it, she couldn't go out. In ancient times, the young ladies of noble families could not run outside for no reason. They could only go out if the mistress said they could. Their daily activities were in the back courtyard. Since they were so bored, they definitely had to find something to do. Then let's fight. The main courtyard was very imposing. Xianxia had to ask the servant girl at the door if she could see Concubine Yun. Third young miss, madam asked you to go in, the servant girl Xianxia said. Xianxia thanked her and walked into the main hall. Concubine Yun's posture was very big. There were several servant girls serving her. She had the air of a mistress. Concubine Yun did not have the title of official wife. Although everyone in the Fu called her madam, outside of the Lu family, no one acknowledged it. The room was magnificent and there were all kinds of exquisite decorations. Concubine Yun sat on a soft couch. She wore a brocade dress and her hair was covered in pearls. Her posture was very imposing. If people lacked something, they would work hard to show it off. The more Concubine Yun showed off her style, the more it showed that she wanted to be promoted. Xianxia bowed, greetings to madam. Concubine Yun put down the teacup and asked casually, what's the matter? Every time my period comes, my lower abdomen hurts unbearably. I want to go out of the Fu to get some medicine, Xianxia said honestly. She lowered her head and looked very humble. Concubine Yun grunted, do you have enough money? Enough. I have money. Ningxu said. Concubine Yun's brows relaxed a little, the family sedan bearer will be used by the master later. No need for a sedan. I can walk. Ningxu said. Concubine Yun nodded with satisfaction, go early and return early. Thank you madam. Ningxu bowed and left with Xianxia. Outside the door, Xianxia complained, how can you let the young miss walk? What if someone bumps into the young miss? Usually, the eldest and second young miss can use a sedan when going out. Xianxia was very dissatisfied. When the young misses of big families went out, they had to use a sedan. It was for transportation. Most of the girls had their feet tied. They could not walk fast and could not walk much. Secondly, it was to prevent lechers from molesting women. With the sedan bearers around, it would not be so easy. At the same time, it was also a symbol of status. Ningxu glanced at Xianxia. You can't say such things out loud. If madam hears you, you should know the consequences. If there were too many people around, it would be difficult for her to move around. Ningxu went to the pharmacy to let the doctor take his pulse and then grabbed the medicine. Ningxu shook off Xianxia and went to another pharmacy to grab some more medicine. After grabbing the medicine, Ningxu saw Xianxia looking for her everywhere. She was so anxious that her face was red. Ningxu walked over and patted her shoulder. Miss, how could you run around like that? You scared this servant to death. Xianxia said with red eyes. Ningxu gave Xianxia a candy figurine. I saw this. Miss, don't run around. Xianxia took the candy figurine. Seeing that it was getting late, Ningxu and Xianxia hurried back to the residence. At the gate, they met Lu Juning who had just gotten off the sedan. It seemed that she had just returned from somewhere. She should have gone to her maternal grandfather's house. In her previous life, she caused the death of her maternal grandfather's family. Was she going to make it up to her in this life? At the same time, she would also make use of her maternal grandfather's power. Lu Juning's expression was cold and her temperament was cold. After experiencing such a thing in her previous life, she could not be happy. Lu Juning came down from the sedan and glanced at the bag of medicine in Xianxia's hand. Then, she looked at Ningxu. Did he have to look at her with disdain every time he saw her? Why did he look at her with disdain? Was it because the original owner was wise and did not help her? Was it because the original owner married well in her previous life, but there was no need to count the original owner, Lu Yueyun, as an enemy. Helping you was a favor. Not helping you was my duty. Everyone had a hard time living. Hello, second older sister. Ningxu bowed to Lu Juning. There was a difference in seniority. Since she had seen her, she had to bow to Lu Juning. Lu Juning only coldly grunted in acknowledgement and entered through the door. Ningxu did not care about Lu Juning's attitude. You can do whatever you want. Lu Juning, who was walking in front, suddenly turned around and looked at Ningxu. She asked, third younger sister, what medicine did you buy? Ningxu said shyly, it's for abdominal pain. It hurts every time. So it's like that. Lu Juning nodded coldly and turned to leave. Ningxu felt a bit strange and returned to his room. No matter how Lu Juning and Lu Mingxian fought, as long as she did not get involved, she was too lazy to care. Strictly speaking, these two had both cheated the original owner and pushed him into a pit of fire. He could not even climb back up. Ningxu had Xianxia boil the medicine. Drinking the bitter medicine was really tempting. After eating dinner and waiting for Xianxia to fall asleep, Ningxu took out the medicine he bought during the day and began to make it. Ningxu made a knockout drug, poison, and a strong aphrodisiac. Not only you people would use these things. Because they knew the importance of reputation, everyone was trying to pour dirty water on each other. Really? Ningxu carried the medicine he made with him. If something unexpected happened, it would be easy to deal with it. The next day, Ningxu was still beaten. The reason was that the embroidery was too ugly. Although he finished embroidering a begonia flower, it did not look like a flower from afar. Mr. Lu found fault with Lu Juning, but Lu Juning did a good job. Mr. Lu could only find some flaws that sounded very forced. Among the 4 people, only Lu Mingxian received Mr. Lu's praise every time. Lu Mingxian did a good job. Mingshu felt that concubine Yan's ambition was very big. Lu Mingxian was also very ambitious and aimed for glory and wealth. The third Prince Xianhao was really awesome. He took the 2 sisters of the Lu family into his arms. After using one, he supported another to become the empress. He really knew how to play. Lu Juning saw that Mr. Lu was trying his best to praise Lu Mingxian, and her expression was very sarcastic. Mingshu supported his chin and looked at the 2 people. Under this kind of atmosphere, it was really tiring. He was beaten by the teacher every day, and he also had to face 2 people who were strange. In order to not be beaten again, Mingshu made up his mind to embroider the begonia flower. After school, Mingshu went straight to his courtyard. Third sister. A voice sounded from behind. Mingshu turned and saw 4th Miss Lu Yujing. When she came closer, he asked, 4th sister, what's the matter? Lu Yujing said softly, 3rd sister, you teach you needlework. You teach me how to memorize. Lu Yujing's voice was very soft. If Mingshu did not listen carefully, he would not have heard it clearly. Mingshu nodded, okay. She originally wanted to ask concubine Lu how to embroider, but since Lu Yujing came, it was convenient. However, Lu Yujing's embroidery was better than hers. Are we going to your courtyard or my courtyard? Mingshu asked. Let's go to your courtyard. Lu Yujing said. Her courtyard was too shabby. Mingshu nodded and brought Lu Yujing to his room. Lu Yujing looked at Mingshu's room and said enviously, your room is so beautiful. Mingshu didn't think it was beautiful. Lu Mingxian and Lu Juning's rooms were beautiful. Lu Yujing probably had never been allowed to enter their rooms. Mingshu and Lu Yujing sat around the table. Mingshu held embroidery in his hands and Lu Yujing held the woman's precepts. Lu Yujing couldn't memorize the woman's precepts every time because she didn't recognize some characters. Lu Yujing was only 10 years old and didn't recognize some difficult characters. Teacher Lu's progress was based on Lu Mingxuan's. They were here to accompany the crown prince and didn't know how to teach him word by word. Especially Lu Yujing, she didn't need to care. Mingshu told Lu Yujing how to read this character. Lu Yujing told her how to insert the needle and how to embroider. Mingshu said with surprise, how do you know so much? Lu Yujing's face was red and she said in a small voice, I learned from the wet nurse. Lu Yujing usually didn't have much to do and her presence was very low. She was quiet and introverted. She actually found sustenance in needlework. When she had nothing to do, she would embroider things. Sometimes, the embroidery she made could be sold for money. Mingshu nodded. See, that was why it was so important to have a skill that could support oneself. Lu Yujing could earn money at such a young age. Although the Lu family was a large family, not everyone could take care of them. The more this kind of place was, the stricter the hierarchy. Sometimes, Lu Yujing was completely ignored. This time, concubine Yun allowed Lu Yueyun and Lu Yujing to learn from teacher Lu probably because she wanted to be a green leaf to match the red flower. Third sister, you can't tell madam that I sell embroidery. Lu Yujing's face was pale. I won't. Under Lu Yujing's guidance, Mingshu grasped a bit of the technique. Although her embroidery wasn't very good, it was better than the mess from before. She really didn't want to be beaten. Giving a plum in return for a peach. What did Lu Yujing not understand? Mingshu told Lu Yujing with all her heart. When Lu Yujing left, Mingshu gave her a writing brush and an inkstone so that she could practice calligraphy. Lu Yujing looked at the brush and inkstone. Mingshu thanked her, thank you, third sister. After Lu Yujing left, Mingshu continued to embroider. When he found the pattern, he was not as clumsy as before. On the contrary, it was rather interesting. Mr. Lu would not teach them step by step. He would only assign tasks, and if they could not complete them, he would punish them with a plank. Mingshu was not in a hurry. Anyway, there were plenty of people to deal with this Mr. Lu. He kept finding fault with Lu Juning. Lu Juning, who was full of anger now, would not let him go. Mingshu hummed a tune while embroidering. In the future, even if she couldn't survive in the modern plane, she could still make a living by doing embroidery. Oh, he, With this thought in mind, Xianxia began to embroider seriously, striving to obtain such a skill. However, after coming to this world, she had yet to meet the father of this body. The original owner didn't have much time to see her father. When Lu Yuanfan entered the backyard, he would usually find a concubine or go to concubine Yun's place. At most, they would gather to eat together during festivals. At other times, they would not see each other. His daughter would be taught by the woman who took care of the backyard. When his daughter grew up and was about to get married, he would bring it out. In fact, family affection was still very indifferent. Towards Lu Yuanfan, this father, there was only reverence. However, in the end, Lu Yuanfan was miserably dealt with by the reborn Lu Juning. He lost his official position and his reputation. Because Lu Yuanfan was a scumbag father, the daughter of a concubine was born earlier than the daughter of the first wife. When Lu Juning's mother married Lu Yuanfan, concubine Yun was serving tea with a big belly. Her mother died early. Lu Juning was tortured by concubine Yun openly and secretly. In her previous life, her reputation was ruined. In this life, Lu Juning put her scumbag father on the list of revenge. Moreover, Lu Juning always suspected that her mother's death was caused by depression before she could understand anything. Regarding her mother's death, Lu Juning's heart resented her father. Moreover, her scumbag father and concubine Yun occupied her mother's dowry. Many of the decorations in concubine Yun's room were Lu Juning's mother's dowry. Lu Juning gritted her teeth. One day, she would make them all spit it out, with interest. Basically, the entire Lu family was Lu Juning's enemy. Lu Juning directly chiseled through the Lu family's ship. Everyone was finished. And Lu Juning herself had a man who was deeply in love with her. Why would she need to care about the Lu family? Xianxia did not care anyway. If something really happened to the Lu family, she would take concubine Lu out to live. She would be able to live. Perhaps it would be a bit more difficult. Xianxia put down the embroidery. She rubbed her eyes and began to cultivate. The stronger, the better. Lu Juning had strong hidden guards by her side. When the time came, the hidden guards would drag her to take the blame. That would be a grievance. In the middle of the night, Xianxia heard movement in the main courtyard. There were footsteps coming and going. What happened in the middle of the night? The next morning, Xianxia asked Yuan Xiang to find out what had happened. In the main courtyard, if it wasn't concubine Yun, then it was Lu Mingxian. Xianxia had a premonition that Lu Juning had made a move. Yuan Xiang left for a while. When she returned, Xianxia shook her head. Miss, this servant did not find out what happened. The people in the main courtyard were tight-lipped. This servant did not dare to be too obvious. Xianxia nodded. You did the right thing. Xianxia packed up and went to school. Lu Mingxuan's seat was empty. It seemed that the person who had the accident last night was Lu Mingxian. Xianxia reflexively looked at Lu Juning. Lu Juning's expression was indifferent. Seeing Xianxia looking at her, she said faintly, "Third sister, is there a flower on my face?" Xianxia only said, "Second sister, your hairpin is very beautiful." Younger sister is stunned. Lu Juning asked, "Do you want it?" Xianxia waved her hand. No need, no need." Even the hairpin on Lu Juning's head did not match any of the clothes in Xianxia's wardrobe. The difference between a legitimate daughter and a concubine's daughter was like heaven and earth. Because Lu Mingxian did not come, Teacher Lu only said a few things and left. He did not even check the homework. Xianxia was quite disappointed. He did not check the homework when he completed it seriously. When he did not do it well or did not do it, he checked it. After Teacher Lu left, Lu Juning also left. She was noble and cold. Only Xianxia and Lu Yujing were left in the room. Lu Yujing asked Xianxia in a small voice, "Third sister, what do you think happened to eldest sister?" Xianxia shook her head, "I don't know." There was no news from the main courtyard. They also did not know. It probably was not something good. Xianxia left the school and planned to return to her own courtyard. Yuan Xiang said to Xianxia, "Miss, I heard that something happened to eldest miss." Of course she knew that something happened to Lu Mingxian. "Do you know what happened?" Xianxia asked. He did not know what had happened for her to go to such great lengths to hide it. If he still did not know, Ningshu decided to secretly climb the wall at night to see what had happened. Xianxia looked around and whispered to Ningshu, "I heard that eldest miss was bleeding profusely yesterday." "Bleeding profusely, is she injured?" "Bleeding profusely, could it be a miscarriage?" Ningshu stopped this thought. How could she be pregnant? When he heard that she was bleeding profusely, this thought popped up in his mind. Last night, a basin of blood was brought out from the room. Xianxia said, "This servant heard it from Xiaochui." "What was this situation?" Xianxia whispered. "It was said that eldest miss had a problem with her period and a doctor was called in the middle of the night. Eldest miss was in so much pain that she was rolling on the bed." Period pain? Period pain could be so painful, blood was flowing profusely, and it was so painful. What was the problem? "Do you know what the doctor said?" Xianxia shook her head, "I don't know." Period was a big matter for women. In addition, a woman's body was weak, and it was easy for problems to occur if they were not careful. "Go ask around again, and pay attention to your own safety." Ningshu said to Xianxia and gave her some money. Xianxia nodded. Ningshu decided to go tonight to see what had happened. Xianxia went out for a while before returning. Ningshu first bowed and then said, "Young miss, this servant found out after much difficulty." "What happened?" Ningshu put down the embroidery in her hands and asked. Xianxia took a deep breath and said, "I heard that young miss ate something cold during her period, causing her stomach to hurt. A woman's body was at its weakest when she was on her period. She could not eat anything cold or spicy. How could a delicate flower like Lu Mingxian, who was carefully raised and accompanied by an old mama, not know about such things? And the doctor said that she took some extremely cold medicine, which caused her womb to be cold. Every time she had her period, it would be more painful. And if she doesn't take care of herself well, it would be difficult for her to get pregnant in the future." After Xianxia finished speaking, Ningshu said, "Miss, do you think this is true?" Ningshu narrowed his eyes and recalled that Lu Juning had asked him what medicine he had bought. Lu Juning must have given this to Lu Mingxian. "It's definitely fake, just listen to the rumors," Ningshu said to Xianxia without much care, "don't spread this around." "Yes." Ningshu picked up the embroidery and began to embroider. A woman's greatest value was her ability to give birth to children. If she couldn't even give birth to children, then this woman's value was not great. A cold uterus was the biggest taboo for infertility. It was not easy to conceive, and even if one was pregnant, it was easy to have a miscarriage. Moreover, the woman's body was not good. Lu Juning immediately attacked Lu Mingxuan's stomach. Just like the director of the family planning office. "Didn't you want to climb up? If you can't even give birth to children, let's see how you can climb up. Obey the father at home, obey the husband when married, obey the son when the husband dies. Children are what women rely on." Lu Mingxian was put in a difficult position by Lu Juning's move. The struggle was a bit scary. Ningshu was embroidering when concubine Yun's head servant, Lu Zhen, came over. Lu Zhen first bowed to Ningshu, then said somewhat arrogantly, "Third miss, madam has asked you to go over." "Is something the matter?" "Third miss will know when you go." Ningshu put down the embroidery and followed Lu Zhen to the main courtyard. Why did she ask her to go? What did she ask her to do? Could it be that she was dragged into this matter? Ningshu entered the main courtyard and saw concubine Yun sitting on the soft couch with a gloomy face. Her expression was very ugly. She was like a hedgehog with spikes all over her body, wanting to prick anyone she saw. At this moment, she was fiercely staring at Ningshu. Ningshu lowered his head and bowed. "What medicine did you buy last time? Where did you buy it?" Concubine Yun sternly asked Ningshu. Concubine Yun's expression was very anxious. Ningshu thought in his heart, Lu Mingxian really did have an accident, and it was a bit serious. Ningshu immediately said, "I bought medicine to treat lower abdomen pain, I got it from Jishur Hall." "You really just got this medicine?" Concubine Yun stared at Ningshu and had a servant go find someone from Jishur Hall. Ningshu let out a sigh of relief in his heart. Sure enough, she went to another place to get the medicine. Otherwise, he would not be able to explain himself. Sure enough, she was dragged into this matter. Soon, the servant found the doctor in charge of Jishur Hall. Concubine Yun asked the doctor some questions and even had the doctor smell the dregs of the medicine to confirm that there was no problem. Although Ningxu was no longer a suspect, Concubine Yun's expression was still very fierce and strict. Her gaze when looking at Ningxu was like a knife. Ningxu, this was clearly taking out her anger on him. Concubine Yun waved her hand to let Ningxu leave. Ningxu left the courtyard and bumped into Lu Juning. Ningxu stopped in his tracks. Jia also wants to go to Foreign's place? Lu Juning nodded. I heard that something happened to Jia, so I came to take a look. Ningxu's mouth twitched. She deliberately came to anger him. Why is Concubine Yun looking for you? Did you do something wrong and get punished? Lu Juning asked. The entire Lu Fu called Concubine Yun foreign. Only Lu Juning directly called Concubine Yun every time. Concubine Yun was so angry that she smashed things, but she did not make her the main wife. Lu Juning was not wrong to call her that. After all, Lu Juning was the daughter, a proper master. And a concubine could only be considered half a master. Ningxu felt that Lu Juning did not have good intentions. He said faintly, "It's nothing. Foreign just wants to talk to me." Lu Juning furrowed her brows. She looked at Ningxu and said, "In this Fu, the only one who can be called foreign is my mother. Concubine Yun has not been promoted to the position of head wife. You calling her this is improper." Ningxu, it was just a title. She would be stupid to go against Concubine Yun. Calling her foreign did not mean that she was the main wife. You want to defend your mother's rights and position. What does that have to do with me? Ningxu said faintly, everyone calls her that. Mimi can only call her that. She did not have the courage to go against Concubine Yun who was in charge of the rear courtyard. Lu Juning looked at Ningxu with a cold expression. Her eyes were filled with disdain. This kind of fence-sitter who did not have any stance at all was the most annoying person. Ningxu, this kind of gaze again. I hate it when you look like the whole world has wronged me and I am the most wronged person. We are the same. Only you are allowed to scheme against others. Others are not allowed to scheme against you. In her previous life, she fought for power for men. Who knew how many people she had schemed against? How could she not remember? Ningxu bowed in greeting. Mimi, I will leave first. Ningxu and Lu Juning brushed past each other. Miss, third miss is just a concubine's daughter. Why is she treating you like this? The servant girl beside Lu Juning said with dissatisfaction. Lu Juning said without much care, don't worry about her. Lu Juning entered the main courtyard and went to see Lu Mingxian. Lu Mingxian flipped out in the room, I don't need her to come see me. Tell her to scram. Hurry and scram. Lu Mingxian laid on the bed. Her face was incomparably pale. Even her lips had no color. After last night's torment, she was now like a broken doll. Lu Mingxuan's originally pale face was flushed because of excitement. Lu Mingxian clutched her stomach. She felt that her body was in so much pain that she didn't dare to be agitated anymore. Lu Juning heard Lu Mingxuan's words from outside the door. Her expression was calm. She curled her lips and faintly said, since Jia doesn't want to see me, then I'll come see her next time. Lu Juning turned and left. She didn't have any grievances of being rejected. Mother, it must be that bitch Lu Juning who harmed me. It must be her. Lu Mingxian cried and said to Concubine Yun. Concubine Yun gently touched Lu Mingxuan's back, Mother won't let you be harmed without knowing why. Jia, don't worry. I will avenge you. Lu Jinghui patted his chest. Lu Jinghui was only 7 or 8 years old. He looked strong. In addition, he was the only boy in the manor. He was doted on by Lu Yuanfan. Whether or not Concubine Yun could be promoted depended on whether or not her daughter could marry a man of noble status and her son Lu Jinghui. Lu Jinghui was the only son of Lu Manor. If he wanted to inherit the family business, for Lu Jinghui's future, he would definitely become the legitimate son. Lu Jinghui could get whatever he wanted in the manor. Seeing his sister being bullied, he immediately took out his slingshot and rushed out. Lu Jinghui ran to Lu Juning's courtyard. He took out his slingshot and directly shot at Lu Juning. If the round stone hit a person's body, it would definitely swell. The injury would definitely not be light. Lu Jingwei was immensely proud. He was prepared to see his second sister cry. The stone quickly flew towards Lu Juning. Lu Juning's expression was cold. Lu Juning's maidservant immediately blocked in front of her and closed her eyes. When the stone was about to hit the maidservant's face, a stone flew over and directly hit the bullet. It didn't hurt Lu Juning at all. Lu Jingwei was a bit stunned. He immediately took out another bullet and shot at Lu Juning. Lu Juning's expression hardened, causing her eyes to exude a vicious aura, incomparably sharp. The bullet still didn't hit Lu Juning. Lu Juning took a deep look at Lu Jingwei. As a male descendant of the Lu family, you really don't know how to behave properly. As a bastard, you don't even know how to greet your elder sister when you see the daughter of the first wife. Unable to do anything to the other party, Lu Jingwei was so angry that he wanted to die. He retorted, "Who do you think you are? How dare you bully my sister? I'll make you suffer. Now, kneel in front of me and bark like a dog, and I'll let you go." Lu Jingwei found a way to get off the stage. He had missed several times, and it was too embarrassing. Lu Juning smirked coldly. So arrogant and despotic. Lu Juning narrowed her eyes and stared at Lu Jingwei. If her child didn't die, he would grow up slowly. She would teach him well and give him the best. But he was killed by Lu Mingxian. Lu Jingwei was a little scared by Lu Juning's gaze. He said a few harsh words and turned to run. The manservant followed behind Lu Jingwei, afraid that something would happen to him. Lu Juning looked at Lu Jingwei's back. He was wearing a brocade robe, just like a little fairy. But he was a vicious, arrogant, and spoiled brat. "Miss, are you all right?" The servant girl asked in a trembling voice. "I'm fine. In the future, don't block me in this kind of thing." Lu Juning looked at the servant girl. "I know your loyalty." Lu Mingxian recuperated for about half a month before leaving the room. Ningxu saw Lu Mingxian sitting on the seat. Her face was a little pale, and her chin was sharp, as if she had just recovered from a serious illness. Lu Mingxian looked at Lu Juning with deep, unsuppressible disgust and hatred. Lu Juning looked indifferent. Sparks crackled between the two of them. Ningxu didn't care about the strange atmosphere between the two of them. Even if the two of them fought to the death, Ningxu wouldn't bat an eyelid. Anyway, between the two of them, if one of them died, it would stop. If there was her, then there was me. If there was me, then there was her. Mr. Lu didn't come to Lu Manor because recently, this Mr. Lu had been involved with men. Mr. Lu hadn't married. After leaving the palace, he became the teacher of the young misses of the wealthy families. Now that his morals were lacking, he naturally couldn't become a teacher. The wealthy families wouldn't let this kind of person teach their daughters. Concubine Yun had a headache. Her daughter was resting in bed, and Mr. Lu had a problem. Concubine Yun directly fired Mr. Lu and didn't even give him a monthly salary. She didn't even need to think to know who did it. She heard that Mr. Lu went to find a man. In any case, Mr. Lu fell into a cesspool and couldn't be washed clean. It didn't matter to Ningxu whether there was a teacher or not. Without a teacher, he could laze in bed a little longer every morning. Ningxu practiced embroidery in his small courtyard every day. His days were quite comfortable. Occasionally, he would discuss embroidery with Lu Yujing. Compared to Ningxu's calmness, Lu Yujing was very nervous. Ningxu said, "Third sister, I'm a bit nervous." "What are you nervous about?" "Anyway, even if the sky falls, there are tall people to hold it up. Don't be afraid." Ningxu acted as the middleman and said without raising his head. "Anyway, I'm just nervous." Lu Yujing said. The atmosphere in the house was a bit strange. This wasn't the atmosphere of a harmonious family. There was a low pressure that made people feel stuffy. Ningxu said, "As long as we don't do anything out of line, it will be fine." They were afraid that they wouldn't do anything and would be swept by the tail of the typhoon. However, being in the eye of the typhoon, even if they didn't do anything, they would still be unlucky. Lu Yujing sighed and continued to write. Concubine Lu had people send pastries over for Ningxu and Lu Yujing to eat. Lu Yujing said enviously, "Third sister, your concubine is so good to you." Lu Yujing's mother died in childbirth. Growing up, she didn't enjoy any maternal or paternal love. The child is the continuation of the mother's life. Of course, she loves the child. You have to live a better life for your concubine. Ningxu took the pastries and gave them to Lu Yujing. Lu Yujing thanked him in a low voice and took the pastries and ate them in small bites. Xianxia walked in. Ningxu and Lu Yujing bowed and greeted. Ningxu said, "Miss, Lu Zhen's sister from Madam's side is here." Lu Yujing quickly stood up, "Then I'll leave first." Ningxu nodded his head. Lu Yujing took her things and left the room. She met Lu Zhen in the courtyard. Lu Zhen was concubine Yun's head maid. Naturally, she had a bit of temper. When she saw Lu Yujing, she casually bowed. Newbie pays respect to fourth miss. Lu Zhen casually bent her knees and immediately stood up. Her movements were very perfunctory. Lu Yujing's face turned red. She waved her hand uneasily, "No need, no need." Pfft. Lu Zhen let out a slight sneer, making Lu Yujing's ears turn red. Lu Yujing took her things and hurriedly left. Lu Zhen's expression was contemptuous. She lifted her foot and stepped through the threshold. "Why is Madam looking for me?" Ningxu asked Lu Zhen. Concubine Yun looked for her a bit frequently. What was it this time? Ningxu tidied up a bit and followed Lu Zhen to see concubine Yun. "You are also 13 years old. It's time to go out and see the world. In 2 days, you will go to Tiantai Temple to worship Buddha. The temple's great master Ming Ran is going to talk about Buddha. You should also go." Concubine Yun said to Ningxu loftily. Tiantai Temple was the country's imperial temple. Incense was at its peak. It was a place loved by high officials and nobles. Great Master Ming Ran's Buddhist teachings were profound. He was a senior monk. How could she be allowed to go? As a concubine's daughter, she basically had no part in this kind of activity. Go back and prepare. Don't disgrace Lu Manor's prestige. When the time comes, many nobles will go. Every family's young ladies and gongzi must pay attention to their manners. Don't do anything that will embarrass Lu Manor. Concubine Yun said. Ningxu bowed, "I know. You can leave." Concubine Yun waved her hand. Outside the main courtyard, Xianxia immediately said, "Miss, that's great. This way, you can meet other noble ladies." So what if she met noble ladies? Even her own sisters fought with each other. Could outsiders help her? It was just a matter of looking at the person. For this kind of thing, there was another possibility. Blind dates were held in the temple. Concubine Lu heard that Ningxu was going to follow concubine Yun to Tiantai Temple to worship Buddha. She immediately took out her own money to prepare clothes and jewelry for Ningxu. She wanted to let Ningxu show his face in front of those madams and leave a good impression. In the future, someone would propose marriage. Concubine Lu was even more nervous than Ningxu. She kept telling Ningxu what he should do and not be rude. Concubine Lu was like an ant on a hot pan, pacing back and forth, making herself dizzy. Ningxu let concubine Lu do as she pleased. Concubine Lu wholeheartedly cared for her. "Third sister, are you going to worship Buddha?" Lu Yujing was very envious. She also looked a little embarrassed. She was also her father's daughter, but she had been completely forgotten. It was because she didn't have a biological mother to protect her. Ningxu said, "When you're my age, you'll be able to attend all kinds of banquets." When she was slightly older, they would bring her out to promote her so that people would know that their daughter had grown up and could propose marriage. Lu Yujing replied with an "oh" in disappointment before she turned around and left. The night before they went to Tiantai Temple, concubine Lu reminded Ningxu again and again, making Ningxu think that she was going to get married tomorrow. "This is your first time going out. Don't get into conflicts with others. Just bear with it. Don't talk too much. You have to ask the madam for instructions on everything." Concubine Lu repeatedly warned Ningxu. Ningxu listened carefully and nodded. "I know." The next morning, Ningxu put on the clothes and jewelry that concubine Lu had prepared for her. Ningxu carried the powder with her. When there were many people, it was easy for something to happen. She had to be prepared. In particular, those who went to Tiantai Temple were all people of noble status. If something happened to them, they would become the laughing stock of the upper class. They would never be able to turn over a new leaf. Ningxu had to be prepared. Ningxu took Xianxia to the gate. There were several sedan chairs at the gate. There were also some guards escorting the womenfolk to the temple. Concubine Yun looked at Ningxu from head to toe and nodded reluctantly. She was basically qualified. Ningxu had almost emptied Concubine Lu's family fortune, just so that her daughter could be a little bit more glamorous. Ningxu felt that Concubine Yun was very petty. According to the practice of the other madams, even if she was a concubine's daughter, she had to give her a little bit of good clothes. After all, if she could take out jewelry, it would give the family face. Concubine Yun only cared about stuffing money into her pocket. If she could save it, she would save it and put it in her small private treasury. Ningxu didn't care. She could do whatever she wanted. She didn't want to fight for these small profits. If the Lu family's ship was destroyed, she would take Concubine Lu and leave. Lu Mingxian was wearing brocade clothes. She was more beautiful than a flower. Lu Juning was wearing simple but elegant clothes. The fabric was made of moonlight gauze. As she walked, it reflected a luster, making Lu Juning look as cold as Chang'e in the moon. Even Lu Mingxuan's eyes turned red with jealousy when she saw Lu Juning's clothes. Ningxu took a glance and withdrew her gaze. She said to Concubine Lu, who was standing at the door, "Concubine Lu, you can go back. I'm leaving. Be careful on the road." Concubine Lu said to Ningxu eagerly. Ningxu saw fourth Miss Lu Yujing carefully poking her head out of the door. She looked at the row of palanquins with envy. Lu Yujing had never left the house since she was young. Ningxu got on the palanquin. The palanquin was lifted up shakily. Ningxu was jolted up and down in the sedan chair. She was a little sleepy. Ningxu walked to Xianxia, who was beside the palanquin, and said, "Don't call me if there's nothing." "Yes." Ningxu closed her eyes. She sat cross-legged and began to cultivate. After Ningxu's persistent cultivation, she could now carry stones and jump over walls. If there was anything, she should be able to deal with it. Tiantai Temple was very big. The long stairs extended from the foot of the mountain to the top of the mountain. The people who came to worship Buddha had to climb from the foot of the mountain to the top. The palanquin stopped at the foot of the mountain. There were many palanquins at the foot of the mountain. It seemed that many people came to worship Buddha. Ningxu got off the palanquin. She looked up at the stairs. There were many stairs. Climbing up would definitely tire her out. Especially for the young ladies who didn't exercise much. Many people were climbing the stairs. Concubine Yun walked in front with Lu Mingxian and Lu Juning. Ningxu walked at the back. The stairs were flat and smooth. The top was clean. Climbing the stairs was physical work. Halfway up, the three people in front were already out of breath. Ningxu lowered her head. She was neither panting nor sweating. From time to time, some young masters walked by. Ningxu lowered her head and walked with her head down. She didn't attract anyone's attention. With the appearance of some young masters, Ningxu was sure that this was a large blind date event. A large event to make friends. Tiantai Temple was decorated in gold and jade. The golden body of the Bodhisattva in the main hall was shining. Concubine Yun brought the three girls to burn incense. Ningxu put the incense in the incense burner and donated some money. Ningxu had just put some silver in the merit box when a pair of slender hands put some silver in first. Ningxu turned to look at the owner of the hands. It was a young man. This young man was dressed in a green robe with wide sleeves, a white jade pendant tied to his waist and a jade hairpin on his head. He had a graceful bearing and his face was smooth. He was a handsome man. And one look and you could tell he was a person of high status. Ningxu put the silver pieces into the merit box and turned to leave. Hee, what an ill-fated relationship. This man was that young marquis. He married the previous host's Liu. He was indeed gay, looking neither male nor female. Ningxu didn't discriminate against gays. After all, this kind of thing was innate. But the other party tricking him into marriage made Ningxu quite disgusted. The previous host's wish was not to marry Liu, so she didn't want to have anything to do with Liu. Ningxu left the main hall and went to find Concubine Yun. He saw Concubine Yun talking to a noble lady. Concubine Yun's attitude was very low, very humble, as if she was trying to please others. Usually, she was full of style at home. When she went out, Concubine Yun was just a concubine. How could the mistress of the house lower herself to talk to a concubine? Ning Shu, who was watching from the side, felt awkward. So why did he go over? He was asking to be humiliated. Ning Shu stood in the corner and looked at these madams and young misses, standing in twos and threes and talking. It was really a beautiful picture. These women, each one of them had a graceful bearing and were beautiful. Beauties. Ahem ahem. Ning Shu heard a slight cough in her ear. Ning Shu turned her head and saw Liu walking towards her. As soon as he came close, Ning Shu smelled a scent on his body. It was a bit fragrant but not pungent. The smell was quite good. Young miss, you're here alone? Liu opened his mouth, his voice was like a gurgling stream. Young miss, you're the young miss. She wasn't standing here alone. Was there anyone else? Were they blind? Ning Shu's mouth twitched. He lowered his head and didn't say anything. Young miss, why did you leave as soon as you saw me? Liu looked at Ning Shu. His eyes sparkled. Ning Shu, flirt my *SS, do you want to be a lesbian with me? Ning Shu only said, my eyes are not good. I didn't see you. She would never marry Liu again in this lifetime, so if Liu still wanted to use her as a shield, then she would not be polite. Liu rubbed her nose and chuckled. Ning Shu clearly saw Liu's impatient expression, but he still patiently dealt with her, showing off his charm. Could it be that Liu had long taken a fancy to the original owner's weak and uncompetitive personality? She was also a concubine's daughter, so even if the matter was exposed in the future, the original owner would endure it? Young master, this little girl is about to leave. Young master, please go ahead. Ning Shu said. Wait a minute. Before Liu could finish speaking, Ning Shu had already turned around and left. Liu frowned and stared at Ning Shu's back. This woman's temperament. Ning Shu walked to Concubine Yun's side to see if Liu dared to come over and take liberties with her. Concubine Yun introduced her daughter Lu Mingxian to everyone she met. Lu Mingxian was born bright and beautiful, very likable. However, even Concubine Yun was met with a nose full of dust. It was because Concubine Yun's identity was not likable. In the end, Lu Mingxuan's expression became ugly. She saw Lu Juning in the crowd, talking and laughing with others. Like a moon surrounded by stars, Lu Mingxuan's expression became even uglier. It felt like there were needles stabbing her heart. How was she worse than Lu Juning? It was because she was not the daughter of the first wife and did not have a prominent family. Her wide sleeves covered her tightly clenched fists. Even so, she was better than Lu Juning. Lu Juning saw that Lu Mingxuan's face was twisted in jealousy and smiled in disdain. Ning Shu sighed. When would he be able to rest? Ning Shu looked at the two girls fighting, his heart did not waver. He could not understand what was there to fight over such a small matter. Just because one person spoke to her and did not speak to him, a world war would break out. It was completely meaningless. This kind of fight was really meaningless. What was the point of fighting over these things? Competition was the root of all evil. Ning Shu, I want to rest. The third prince has arrived. A voice rang out. When the girls heard this, they all tidied up their clothes and welcomed the third prince in their best state. The world's biggest scumbag had appeared. Third Prince Shenhao. With the help of Lu Juning's family and Lu Juning's family, Shenhao ascended the throne. However, not long after he ascended the throne, he killed the donkey. He even killed his own son who had his own bloodline. Shenhao had the looks of a member of the royal family. He was handsome and had a noble aura around him. No matter where he went, he was the husband that all girls dreamed of. He was a member of the royal family and was handsome. Everyone bowed towards Shenhao. When Lu Juning saw Shenhao, her body stiffened. She could not help but tremble. She could barely suppress the hatred in her heart. Lu Mingxuan's eyes lit up as she looked at Shenhao. Ning Shu lowered his head. What was there to fight over? He would just chop off his penis and ensure that no one would fight over it. Lu Juning turned around and left. When she saw Shenhao, she couldn't help but think of her own child. The child that called her mother was killed by Xianxia. Xianxia looked at Lu Juning. He was talking to someone while paying attention to the noble ladies around him. A monk arranged a room for him. Ningxu heaved a sigh of relief. He could finally rest. Master Liao Ran was going to teach Buddhism tomorrow, so they had to stay at Tiantai Temple for one night. Even if it was just one night, it was easy to get into trouble. When it was time to eat, Lu Juning did not appear. She had seen her enemy from her previous life and had no appetite. Ningxu felt that the vegetarian food in Tiantai Temple was really good. It was meticulously made and tasted good. After all, it was a royal temple. After living in Selda, Ningxu cherished food very much. He was not picky about food anymore. Only after experiencing that did he know that having food to eat and living was a very happy thing. Ningxu chewed slowly, but she ate quite a lot. After eating the vegetarian food, Ningxu took a walk in front of his room. He did not plan to walk around the temple. With so many people, he could meet people wherever he went. The sky gradually darkened. Ningxu returned to his room to rest. Xianxia slept next to him. When Xianxia fell asleep, Ningxu sat cross-legged on the bed to cultivate. Occasionally, he could hear the sound of the roof tiles gently moving. Ningxu twitched the corner of his mouth. These people who knew martial arts came and went, stepping on the roof. How could they let him sleep? Ningxu got out of bed after cultivating until the sky was slightly bright. The monks were doing their morning classes. There were many monks in Tiantai Temple. With so many monks chanting together and the sound of knocking on the wooden fish, the sound could be heard very far. The entire temple was filled with grand Sanskrit sounds. Ningxu waited for the monks to finish their morning classes so that he could eat breakfast. The food in Tiantai Temple was delicious. Ningxu was impressed by the vegetarian food in Tiantai Temple. It was better than meat. The guests in the temple gradually woke up. When the monks finished their morning classes, Ningxu happily went to eat breakfast. The Lu family had donated so much incense money. It was not too much to eat vegetarian food. Concubine Yun, Lu Juning, Lu Mingxian, and Ningxu sat together. The three of them didn't have much of an appetite. Ningxu ate alone with his head down. Concubine Yun glanced at Ningxu, rolled her eyes, and looked away. Today is Master Ming Ran's lecture. I will think of a way to have Master Ming Ran read your fortune. Concubine Yun said to Lu Mingxian. Thank you, mother. Lu Mingxian said happily. If Master Ming Ran read her fortune, her life would be a golden path. But Master Ming Ran never read fortunes easily. It would be a bit difficult for Concubine Yun to get Master Ming Ran to read her fortune. Lu Juning's expression was indifferent, as if she wasn't interested in reading fortunes. Ningxu picked up some food. The atmosphere at the table was particularly stiff. After breakfast, a monk informed everyone to go to the Hall of Great Strength. Master Ming Ran was preparing to talk about Buddhism. The crowd went to the Hall of Great Strength. There were many praying mats in the hall. According to status, the person sitting in front had the highest status. Like this, the Lu family was ranked at the back. But Lu Juning sat in front, making Concubine Yun and Lu Mingxian so angry that their lungs were about to explode. Concubine Yun's status was really too low. Ningxu sat behind Concubine Yun and looked at Monk Ming Ran in front of him. Monk Ming Ran's snow-white eyebrows drooped to the corner of his mouth. There were many wrinkles on his face. He had a kind face and his eyes were neither arrogant nor impatient. He had the air of an eminent monk. During the lecture, people kept leaving, either to go to the toilet or to drink some water. But they were all careful to avoid disturbing Master Ming Ran. Ningxu listened to Monk Ming Ran's lecture while paying attention to the situation around him. Occasionally, he would meet Liyu's eyes. Liyu smiled at Ningxu, looking very handsome. Ningxu, why are you looking at me? You want to flirt with me again? Ningxu looked away expressionlessly. Seriously listen to Monk Ming Ran's lecture, he was already so old. Ningxu noticed that Lu Juning left the table. He didn't know what she was going to do. Lu Mingxuan's face had a happy smile. Ningxu looked at the two of them and felt very tired. Benefactor, there's someone outside who wants to see you, a novice monk whispered to Ningxu. Ningxu said in his heart, here it comes. Ningxu bent down and walked out of the grand hall. He saw the maid beside Lu Juning. Third miss, my young miss wants to ask you for a favor. The maid Ningxu said. Ningxu's heart turned cold as he asked, what happened to your miss? Third miss, please come with me, the maid said. The maidservant led Ningxu through many twists and turns before finally arriving at a room. Third miss, please go in. Ningxu put his hand on the sachet and asked, where is second sister now? It's in the room, the maid said. Ningxu stretched out his hand and knocked the maidservant unconscious. Then, he pulled her into the room. As soon as he entered, Ningxu smelled a smell. Smoke was rising from the incense burner. Ningxu sneered. Doing such a thing in such a place, did he really revere the Bodhisattva? Ningxu held his breath and took off the maid's clothes. He stuffed the maid under the bed and changed into the maid's clothes. Then, Ningxu covered his nose and went out of the room to guard at the door. After a while, he heard hurried footsteps. Ningxu saw that it was Lu Juning. How is it? Lu Juning asked Ningxu. Ningxu imitated the maid's voice. Inside. Lu Juning took out a handkerchief and went into the room. Ningxu followed. Ningxu covered his nose and sprinkled a handful of powder on Lu Juning. Then, he hit Lu Juning with his palm. Lu Juning fainted at once. Ningxu dragged Lu Juning to the bed in the room. He poured some things into the incense burner. Since you like to play with these things, I'll add some fun for you. Ningxu locked the door and was about to find a place to change his clothes. But he didn't expect to meet Lu Mingxian. Is it done? Lu Mingxian asked Ningxu. Lu Mingxuan's face was full of excitement. It was as if she could already see Lu Juning's reputation being ruined. Ningxu covered his face with a handkerchief, only revealing his eyes. Eldest miss, it's done. You can go and take a look. I'll go and find someone first. Lu Mingxian wanted to catch them in the act. Eldest miss, you should go and take a look first. Ningxu said. Lu Mingxian thought that it was right. It wouldn't be good if she made a mistake. She had prepared a good man for Lu Juning. Lu Mingxian stared at Ningxu. Why are you covering your mouth? That medicine is too strong. I'm a bit afraid of breathing it in. I still don't dare to put it down. Ningxu lowered his head and said. Lu Mingxian went to the room, but there was no sound at all. What's going on? Lu Mingxian couldn't help but open the door. She covered her nose and entered the room. There was no one on the bed. Ningxu was also a bit surprised. Lu Juning should be in this room. Sure enough, he had the halo of a main character. Ningxu knocked Lu Mingxian unconscious and placed her on the bed. A few cat meows came from outside the room. Ningxu went out and saw a man. This man was ugly and extremely wretched. This was the person Lu Mingxian found to defile Lu Juning. But he was ugly. Who was he trying to disgust? Can I go in now? The man rubbed his hands and asked Ningxu urgently. Ningxu rolled his eyes. What the hell was this? Ningxu could vaguely hear Lu Mingxian moaning inside. Clearly, the medicine was taking effect. Ningxu knocked out the wretched man with a palm and dragged him to a corner. After feeding him a pack of knockout powder, he would probably sleep for a while. No, it was this man who defiled Lu Yueyun in the previous life. Ningxu pulled out the hairpin on his head and turned the man over. He stabbed the hairpin into the man's waist. The man immediately groaned in pain. His face was covered with yellow sweat and he fainted. Ningxu changed his clothes and put the maid's clothes on her. He was ready to return to the Hall of Great Strength. Ningxu saw the swaying Liu and a thought came to his mind. Ningxu appeared behind Liu in a flash and knocked Liu unconscious. Ningxu shook his hand. His hand was really tired today. Ningxu carried Liu to the room and put Liu and Lu Mingxian to sleep together. Even if the two of them didn't do anything, lying together couldn't explain it. Lu Mingxian bestowed a marriage for Lu Yueyun to marry Liu. Now that she was with Liu, Lu Mingxian could only wait to marry Liu. Ningxu closed the door and returned to the Hall of Great Strength at the fastest speed. Concubine Yun glanced at Ningxu. Where did you go? Ningxu looked terrified. I went to the toilet. My stomach felt uncomfortable. You saw your eldest sister? Ningxu shook his head blankly. Ningxu listened to Monk Mingran's preaching while thinking where Lu Juning went. Could it be that her secret guard saved her? But that medicine was enough for Lu Juning. The medicine in the incense burner was strong. After burning, it wouldn't leave any traces. What happened was that Lu Mingxuan's body was ruined by Lu Juning. Lu Mingxian was so angry that she planned to find a man to ruin Lu Juning's chastity while all the officials and nobles were present. Lu Juning sensed the conspiracy and immediately thought of Ningxu, the Ningxu who was flirting with Liu in the main hall. In order to create hatred for Lu Mingxian, Lu Juning had a servant girl call Ningxu. Ningxu bluntly knocked Lu Juning unconscious and placed Lu Juning in the room. In the end, Lu Juning disappeared and Ningxu brought Lu Mingxian into the room. After that, Liu and Ningxu decided to let the two of them become a couple, which solved the problem of marrying Liu. However, Lu Juning's servant girl was a double agent. She took orders from both Lu Juning and Lu Mingxian. It was really interesting. There were so many bastards in the pond, but so many demons in the temple. Ningxu moved his wrist. His hand hurt. After Monk Mingran finished preaching, many noblewomen wanted Master Mingran to read their fortunes. Master Mingran asked these people to write down their birth characters. If they were fated, he would read their fortunes. What he meant was that it depended on his mood. He could also choose people with good fortunes. Concubine Yun gave Lu Mingxuan's birth characters to the monk. The monk gave a note with the birth characters to Monk Mingran. Master Mingran usually didn't read fortunes, so the quota was very precious. Concubine Yun only prepared Lu Mingxuan's birth characters. It would be good if she had the fortune of being rich and noble. It would be even better if she had the fate of the phoenix. The current emperor, when Master Mingran read the fate of the Son of Heaven, ascended to the throne. Concubine Yun looked forward to it and frowned. Where did Mingxian go? Go and find her. Ningxu was confused. This temple is so big. Where can I find her? Look everywhere. Concubine Yun said irritably. Go and find her. Don't talk back. Ningxu could only go and find her. At this moment, a woman's scream sounded from somewhere. When everyone heard the sound, they all went over and saw a man lying in the grass. The man was lying on the ground, and it was unknown if he was still alive. Ningxu looked at the man. It was the man she had crippled before. Who is he? Why did he come to Tiantai Temple? What's wrong with Tiantai Temple? Why did they let people in? Everyone was talking about it. Concubine Yun frowned. Where did Mingxian go? Why hasn't she returned yet? Concubine Yun was afraid that something would happen, so she didn't dare to make it public. She could only search everywhere. She also instructed Ningxu not to spread the matter when he found the person. Ningxu looked like a yes man and agreed to whatever Concubine Yun said. Concubine Yun discovered that not only had Lu Mingxian disappeared, even Lu Juning had disappeared. Concubine Yun's heart jumped. She felt that something had happened. She was afraid that Lu Juning would harm her daughter. Ningxu lowered his head and said to Concubine Yun, Foreign, I can't find eldest sister. Trash. Concubine Yun coldly shouted, making Ningxu's body tremble. Go and find her. What are you waiting for? Ningxu could only look for her with a bitter face. At this time, the marquise was also looking for her son. When she saw Ningxu, Ningxu asked, Third Miss Lu, do you know where my son Liu went? Ningxu looked flattered. Foreign, how do you know that I am ranked third? You just need to ask to know. Do you know where my son went? Foreign Li asked. Ningxu shook his head, I don't know. I am also looking for my eldest sister. And second sister. Foreign Li frowned. Ningxu lowered his head and didn't speak. He looked weak and petty. Foreign Li looked at Ningxu from head to toe and nodded with satisfaction. Ningxu was talking to Foreign Li. Foreign Li pulled Ningxu aside and asked him all kinds of questions. Ningxu lowered his head and answered in a low voice. Concubine Yun couldn't find her daughter, so she asked the monks of Tiantai Temple to help. Lu Mingxian and Lu Juning were missing. Concubine Yun was afraid that Lu Juning did something to her daughter. There is strength in numbers. Finally, they found Lu Mingxian. In the side room, the situation was beyond the monk's expectations. A man and a woman were together. It was simply a stain on the Buddhist's pure land. Liu grabbed Lu Mingxuan's waist and entered from the back. Their faces were flushed and their expressions were dreamy. Concubine Yun saw this charming scene. Her head was hit by something. It was as if an arrow had pierced her heart. She was stunned. They were found out. Both of them didn't stop their shameful exercise. Concubine Yun shouted. She suddenly rushed over and pulled Liu away. She covered her daughter's body with a quilt. The blood on the quilt stung Concubine Yun's eyes. Liu also woke up. Seeing that he was naked, he quickly covered the important parts with clothes. Liu's expression was strange. When he saw the woman on the bed, he looked like he wanted to vomit. It was as if he had stepped on shit. When Ningxu and Foreign Li arrived, they saw this scene. Ningxu saw Liu's naked body. His expression was inexplicable. Wasn't he walking on the road? How did he have sex with Lu Mingxian? This. Foreign Li couldn't speak for a long time. Mother, I was schemed against. Liu said with a pale face. He clearly came out to find third Miss Lu, but he suddenly fainted. Then, he inexplicably did that. What did you say? You defiled my daughter. You still dare to say that you schemed against her? Concubine Yun suddenly shouted. Foreign Li frowned. My son must have been schemed against. Foreign Li knew that her son had an unusual hobby. He wouldn't do this kind of thing with a woman. Lu Mingxian hid in the quilt. She didn't dare to come out. Her whole body was trembling. My daughter was the one who suffered. You mean that my daughter schemed against your son? Even if my daughter is stupid, she wouldn't do such a thing. Concubine Yun said hatefully. If you don't give me an explanation for this matter, my Lu family won't let it go. Your daughter is just a concubine's daughter. She wants to climb up the social ladder. My son is the heir of the Marquis Fu. He is also the eldest son. Wasn't it your daughter who schemed against my son? Lu Mingxian stuck her head out of the quilt. She cried and shook her head. I didn't. Mother, I didn't. She also didn't know how things became. Like this. Shouldn't it be Lu Juning who ended up like this? Why? You. Concubine Yun heard Foreign Li say this. She was so angry that she almost fainted. Even if it is the Marquis Fu, Lu family won't let it go. Concubine Yun gritted her teeth. Her daughter's reputation was ruined. Foreign Li looked at Lu Mingxian on the bed. Everyone saw that her daughter had sex with this woman. This woman was barely acceptable. Foreign Li said condescendingly, the Marquis Fu will take responsibility for this matter. Discuss a date and set it. Liu's mother, Madame Li, straightforwardly set the date, which meant that she agreed to Liu and Lu Mingxuan's marriage. She agreed so straightforwardly that Concubine Yun and Lu Mingxian didn't come back to their senses. They felt that there should be a fight before they agreed. Mother. Liu frowned and shouted. Since the two children have this kind of thing, then let the two children get married. If your Lu family isn't willing, then let's forget about it. Madame Liu said casually. Anyway, it wasn't her son who lost his chastity. It was just that it didn't sound good and it wouldn't affect Liu's future. How can we forget about it? We can't forget about it like this. Concubine Yun immediately said, I have to go back and discuss this matter with Master. Madame Li made a sound of agreement. She glanced at Lu Mingxian on the bed and turned to leave. Liu passed by Ningxu and paused for a moment before also leaving. Only Ningxu and Concubine Yun were left in the room. Lu Mingxian immediately shouted, Mother, my butt hurts. Women's first time is always like this. Concubine Yun comforted, but Liu is the young Marquis and will inherit the Marquis Fu in the future. It's not bad. And you'll be the main wife. The method wasn't important, the result was important. But Lu Mingxuan's expression was very unwilling. She still wanted to climb up. A Marquis's wife was a bit different from her goal. And, Lu Mingxian bit her lip and said, Mother, my butt hurts. Liu entered that place, not the front. Ning-shu, even when they were hungry, they still chose to walk the dry road. Lu Mingxuan's heart was very strange. Her lower body hurt as if it was being torn apart. There was blood flowing out. If it wasn't for the lubrication of the blood, who knew how painful it would be? Concubine Yun said with an uncertain expression, "It should be because Liu is young and doesn't have much experience." "Daughter, your reputation is ruined. You can only marry Liu. So, no matter what, you have to marry into the Marquis Fu." Concubine Yun said. Even if Lu Mingxian didn't want to marry, there was nothing she could do. "Mother, it must be Lu Juning. It must be her. She turned around to harm me. Bitao, that damned girl, betrayed me." Lu Mingxian gnashed her teeth and said with a ruthless expression. "I won't let her go." Lu Mingxian gritted her teeth so hard that it sounded like she wanted to chew Lu Juning alive. Ning-shu lowered his head and stood to the side, as if he didn't exist. Concubine Yun Ning-shu waved his hand, "Go out and guard." "Oh." Ning-shu turned around and left the room. When he went out, he heard Concubine Yun say that this time Lu Juning will not have an easy time. Ning-shu waited at the door, not knowing where Lu Juning went. She was clearly in the room. How did she disappear? Could it be that she was taken away by someone? Even if she was taken away, Lu Juning had absorbed a lot of spices. If he wanted to get rid of the drug's effects, the fastest way was to blend in. Lu Mingxian asked very unwillingly, "Mother, where is that bitch Lu Juning? Seeing me in such a sorry state, it's impossible for her not to appear. Where is that bitch? I want to kill her. Tell mother honestly. Did you do something? Otherwise, this wouldn't have happened." Concubine Yun asked. Lu Mingxian hid this matter from everyone. Her body was damaged by Lu Juning. How could she be willing to accept this, but how did things develop to this state? Lu Mingxuan's mind was still in a daze. Concubine Yun couldn't help but hit Lu Mingxian, "Before doing anything, can't you discuss it with me first? If the plan was meticulous, this kind of thing wouldn't have happened." "Mother, how would I know this would happen?" Lu Mingxian cried and shouted. She didn't regret arranging this matter. She only hated that Lu Juning didn't take the bait. "Where is Lu Juning?" Lu Mingxian asked. She was in such a sorry state now. How could Lu Juning not appear and laugh at her? That's right. Lu Juning also disappeared. Concubine Yun's expression was malicious. "Anyway, your reputation is already ruined. We can't let Lu Juning get away with it. Even if she died, she had to drag someone down with her." Concubine Yun left the room. She shouted and cried all the way. She said that the second miss was missing. She couldn't find her anywhere. She didn't know if something had happened. She had disappeared for so long. Something must have happened. Concubine Yun shouted in the temple that Lu Juning was missing. She had been missing for a long time. Something must have happened. In a short while, everyone in the temple knew that the second miss of the Lu family was missing. The monks in the temple also began to look for Lu Juning's whereabouts. Ning-shu felt that Lu Juning shouldn't be in Tiantai Temple. Otherwise, why couldn't so many people find her? Many people said that the Lu family was really unlucky. First, they did this kind of thing in a Buddhist place. Then, the daughter of the first wife went missing. She had been missing for so long. It was hard to say if she could still keep her innocence. "Come in and help me put on my clothes," Lu Mingxian said weakly from inside the room. The servant girls all went to find Lu Juning. Only Ning-shu stayed outside. When he heard the sound, he opened the door and went in. "Why are you here?" Lu Mingxian looked at the submissive Ning-shu and said with an ugly expression, "Are you laughing at me in your heart right now?" Ning-shu lowered his head and shook his head. "It was not a joke. It was just an eye for an eye. Help me put on my clothes," Lu Mingxian ordered. She didn't want to stay in this place at all. Ning-shu grunted and picked up the clothes on the ground. Lu Mingxian lifted the quilt. There were bruises all over her body. There were bloodstains on the bed sheet. Ning-shu put on the clothes for Lu Mingxian. After putting on the clothes, he covered her face with a veil. Lu Mingxuan's walking posture was very strange. It was probably because of the pain from her wound. With every step she took, her face turned paler. Ningxu couldn't help but shake his head. The wound had not healed. During this period of time, pooping would definitely make Lu Mingxian suffer a fate worse than death. Li Yu was really a beast. Lu Mingxian covered herself up tightly. After such a thing happened, Lu Mingxian had no face to see anyone. The only thing that supported her was seeing Lu Juning in the same miserable state as her. Lu Juning came back by herself. Her clothes were neat and tidy. Her hair was smooth and was still in the same bun as before. At first glance, it was obvious that nothing had happened. "Second miss, where did you go? Are you okay? Are you hurt?" Concubine Yun saw Lu Juning in perfect condition. Thinking that her daughter's innocence would be ruined, her eyes turned red. But in front of so many people, Concubine Yun had to pretend to care for her. Her face was distorted. When she spoke, she intentionally or unintentionally splashed dirty water on Lu Juning. "Concubine Yun, I'm fine. I just strolled around," Lu Juning said coldly. "You left for a long time. I was worried sick. Did someone kidnap you?" A strange man appeared in the temple. "I don't know if there are other people," Concubine Yun said without worry. Lu Juning heard Concubine Yun's words and saw the strange look in the eyes of the people around her. She couldn't help but frown. "How could something happen to me?" Lu Juning looked at Concubine Yun. "I am blessed with good fortune. My deceased mother will definitely bless me and let some evil people go to hell." Concubine Yun's face trembled. She let out a long sigh. "It's good that you are fine." Ahem. Third Prince Xianxia stood up. He looked at Lu Juning and said, "Actually, Miss Lu didn't go missing at all. I asked her for help, so she temporarily left Tiantai Temple." Third Prince Xianxia wanted to testify for Lu Juning so that she wouldn't be humiliated. At the same time, he wanted to leave a good impression in front of Lu Juning. But Lu Juning wasn't moved at all. Her eyes were full of disdain and hatred. Lu Juning couldn't control the urge to strangle this man. Lu Mingxian, who was wearing a veil, saw the third prince she admired testify for Lu Juning. She was angry and jealous. She couldn't help but say, "Third prince, why didn't you tell everyone before? Why did you let everyone search so hard for elder sister?" "I thought something happened to elder sister." As soon as Lu Mingxian spoke, she attracted everyone's attention to herself. The surrounding people discussed animatedly as they pointed at Lu Mingxian. Lu Mingxuan's face was pale. She turned and ran. But was really painful. As soon as she ran, she pulled on the wound. It was so painful that Lu Mingxian felt like she was going to die. Lu Mingxuan's running posture was very strange. Ningxu looked at Lu Juning. Her face was normal. He couldn't tell that she was a Chinese medicine person. He didn't know if she did it or if she did it in some other way. But so far, Lu Juning seemed to be fine. "Miss Lu has been with this prince." At this time, a man appeared. This man had an imposing figure and a handsome face. He was simply a peerless talent in his generation. Lu Juning saw this man and her face couldn't help but darken. Xianxia saw him and couldn't help but shout, "Imperial uncle." "Imperial uncle?" Ningxu looked at this man. Lu Juning's destined one in this life had appeared. The current emperor's younger brother, third prince's uncle, Chen. Ningxu couldn't help but rub his chin. It was Lu Juning's destined one who had saved her. She had been cheated so badly in her previous life, and now she had to find a member of the royal family. Was he really that lonely? Who knew what Lu Juning was thinking? Chen's status was noble, and he was able to suppress that scumbag. To be a firefighter, one had to be of high status. Otherwise, how could they save people? When third prince Xianxia saw Chen, his expression was quite bad. What did Imperial uncle mean when he said that he had been with second Miss Lu? "It's exactly what you think," Chen said. They drank tea and played chess. After Great Master Mingran finished preaching about Buddhism, he went to Great Master Mingran for fortune-telling. Great Master Mingran can testify to this. Ba, that is indeed the case." Master Mingran bowed and said. With the testimony of Prince Chen and Master Mingran, Lu Juning was naturally fine. Xianxia's expression was ugly. He felt that what he had done before was for a blind person to see. It was awkward and embarrassing, but he couldn't do anything to Xianxia. When he ascended the throne, he would definitely eradicate someone like Xianxia, who was a thorn in his side. Xianxia's existence was really annoying. Why would Xianxia, who had always been indifferent, stand up for Lu Juning? Did he take a fancy to Lu Juning's grandfather's military power and want to use it to rebel? Xianxia coveted the woman he had taken a fancy to. Third Prince Xianhao's imagination ran wild, and he was full of hostility towards Xianxia. Lu Juning didn't seem to like Xianxia. She ignored him, turned around, and left with a dark face, intending to leave Tiantai Temple. Xianxia looked at Lu Juning's back and said, "Second Miss Lu, I will go to the Lu mansion to propose marriage." When Lu Juning heard the word propose marriage, she staggered and almost tripped over her skirt. "Xianxia, if you dare to say the word propose marriage, I won't be polite to you." Lu Juning was like an angry cat. Ningxu was speechless. Hey, wasn't she incomparably cold? Why did she become so arrogant? Could it be that the two of them were having an affair? "Propose marriage," Xianxia said, with a straight face, and repeated seriously, "Propose marriage, propose marriage." The people around were a little stunned. Why did he suddenly jump to the matter of proposing marriage? Prince Chen liked the second miss of the Lu family, but it seemed that the second miss had not reached the age of 15 yet. Third Prince Xianhao's face was dark, and he was very aggrieved. This Prince Chen really wanted to steal the woman he liked. I won't marry you, Prince Chen. I'm not worthy of you." Lu Juning coldly refused, which made the eyes of the women around her turn red. She refused such a man's proposal. Concubine Yun, in particular, seemed to have been struck by lightning. Her daughter's chastity was ruined, and she could only marry the young duke, but Lu Juning was favored by a prince, and a prince with great power. How could people be appeased? Concubine Yun seemed to have pushed her daughter to Xianxia. Her daughter was better than Lu Juning. Not worthy of you? Xianxia glanced at the people present. If I say you're worthy of me, then you're worthy of me. Wait at home for me to propose marriage. It's up to you. Anyway, I won't marry you. Lu Juning turned and left. Ningxu, this was the plot. There was a sentence that he not only had to say, but also had to stick it on his forehead. As a result, these two people had a qualitative breakthrough. Concubine Yun was too ashamed to stay in Tiantai Temple anymore, so she could only leave in disgrace. Before leaving, Monk Mingran also blacklisted the people of the Lu family. He euphemistically said that the people of the Lu family tarnished Buddhism and should not come to worship Buddha. This was very direct. Tiantai Temple was a royal temple, and the Lu family was forbidden to enter. The Lu family would probably be a laughingstock for a long time. Concubine Yun looked terrified. If the master knew about this, he would definitely blame her, and might even deprive her of the housekeeper's authority. Sitting in the sedan, Concubine Yun couldn't help but rub her eyebrows. Too many things had happened on this trip, and everything was not going well. Tiantai Temple was against her. In the future, even if she begged her to come, she would not come. What Master Ming ran, what bullshit monk, helped Lu Juning make false testimony. The sedan swayed back to the Lu family. Before going to Tiantai Temple, it was still very grand. When they came back, the atmosphere couldn't be any lower. When Lu Mingxian returned home, she locked herself in her room and didn't come out. Her butt hurt, and the prince proposed marriage to Lu Juning. She was just a young duke, so Lu Mingxian was in a very bad mood. Envy, jealousy, resentment, and hatred were as deep as the sea. Ningxu returned to his courtyard and couldn't help but stretch. It was really tiring. This trip was worth it. He solved a problem. At least he didn't have to marry Li Yu, that homosexual. He had to marry Lu Mingxian. Lu Yuanfan was a second-rank minister of the Ministry of War. He was in charge of military affairs, provisions, and weapons. He had a lot of power. He had defiled the daughter of the minister of the Ministry of War. He couldn't say no. Even if he couldn't marry Lu Mingxian, he couldn't marry another woman from the Lu family. But the bad thing was that Lu Juning and Xianxia had joined forces. The two of them together could oppress others, and no one could withstand it. Phew, fortunately, Miss is fine. What happened at Tiantai Mountain was really frightening, Yuan Xiang said. Ningxu drank tea and said, so when there are many people, don't wander around. It's easy to get into trouble if you wander around. Third Mississippi, concubine Lu hurried over and looked at Ningxu. Did the Buddha worship go smoothly this time? Ningxu shook her head. Something happened, but I'm fine. Why are you here? I was going to take a break and see you. I heard from the people who went to Tiantai Temple that something happened, so I hurried to see you. Concubine Lu breathed a sigh of relief. The madam wants to smash everything in the house, Concubine Lu said. Ningxu took a sip of tea indifferently. It didn't matter. Anyway, it wasn't her things that were smashed. Concubine Lu asked Ningxu, did the madam who went to Tiantai Temple ask about you? Ningxu shook her head. I don't know. I'm still too early to be of marriageable age. I'll stay with you for a few more years. A concubine's daughter like her didn't have much of a sense of existence. Few madams were willing to marry a concubine's daughter to their son. Generally speaking, a concubine's daughter was usually married to a concubine's son. What do you mean it's too early? It's only 3 or 4 years. The sooner you get engaged, the sooner you can embroider the dowry at home, Concubine Lu said. Ningxu felt helpless, but she said, maybe someone will come to propose marriage. After confirming that Ningxu was fine, Concubine Lu returned to her courtyard. What happened to Lu Mingxian made Lu Yuanfan fly into a rage. He called everyone in the family together, including his children and concubines. Even Lu Yujing, who usually didn't have much presence, was called over. Everyone stood in the room, trembling with fear, looking at Lu Yuanfan who was sitting on the chair. Lu Yuanfan's face was calm as he sipped his tea. He was panting slightly, clearly trying his best to suppress the anger in his heart. Everyone lowered their heads, not daring to look at Lu Yuanfan. Lu Yuanfan had a stubble, and his aura was very strong. Lu Juning's expression was indifferent. Upon closer inspection, one could see a mocking expression on her face. Ningxu and Lu Yujing stood at the back with their heads bowed. Master. Concubine Yun cautiously called out. Bang! Lu Yuanfan smashed the teacup in his hand onto the ground. Pieces of the teacup flew everywhere, and smoke rose from the tea leaves and water. Ah! Concubine Yun was so scared that she screamed. Everyone else was so scared that their faces turned ashen. Lu Yujing, who was beside Ningxu, was so scared that her whole body spasmed. She almost fell to the ground. Ningxu reached out and grabbed her arm, stabilizing her body. Lu Yuanfan scanned everyone present and roared loudly, "Where is Lu Mingxian? Where the hell did she go?" Lu Yuanfan's voice was like thunder, exploding in everyone's ears. Master, Mingxian is not feeling well. She is resting. Concubine Yun said softly with a trembling expression. Li Yu was very violent. At that time, under the influence of the drug, her heart was only filled with lust. In addition, she entered from the back without any lubrication at all. Lu Mingxuan's body was severely injured. Since returning, she had been lying in bed and hadn't eaten much. She was afraid that she would excrete and hurt her wound. Rest? How can she still have the face to live? Send her to the family temple to rest. Master, you can't do this to Mingxian. She was framed. Moreover, the Marquis Fu has already agreed to marry her. Concubine Yun begged. Framed her? There are so many people who didn't frame her, but framed her alone. Immoral. Do you think the Marquis Fu is willing to marry a virtuous daughter-in-law? Lu Yuanfan roared. It's true. Madame Li said that she would agree on a date. Concubine Yun would never allow her precious daughter to be sent to a bitter cold family temple to live a life that was neither human nor ghost. Her life would be over like this. Lu Yuanfan took a deep breath. She was forbidden by Great Master Ming Ran from going to Tiantai Temple to worship Buddha. This is the daughter you taught to do such an immoral thing. The emperor goes to Tiantai Temple every year to worship. My family has been criticized by Great Master Ming Ran like this. Where do you want me to put my face? Where do you want me to put my face? When I go to court tomorrow, I don't know how the people in court will laugh at me. Master. Concubine Yun knelt on the ground. There were pieces of teacup on the ground, which pricked concubine Yun's leg. The Marquis Fu said that they will marry Ming Xian. Lu Yuanfan rubbed between his eyebrows, it's really worrisome. What's going on between you and Prince Chen? Lu Yuanfan looked at Lu Juning. Lu Juning's expression was cold, nothing. If not, why did you say that you want to propose marriage in front of so many people? Do you have something to do with Prince Chen? Lu Yuanfan was so angry that he didn't know what to say. When Lu Juning heard this, her expression immediately became very ugly. Father, please mind your words. Lu Juning called Lu Yuanfan father, not the more intimate father. Lu Yuanfan was stunned for a moment. Ningxu looked at Lu Juning. Lu Juning's face was livid. Did something happen between Lu Juning and Prince Chen? Was that why she was so angry? With the powder she made, it was not so easy to detoxify. They must have had physical contact. If the two of them had physical intimacy, then there would be nothing that could stop the raging flames of love. Ningxu breathed a sigh of relief in his heart, feeling very unwilling in his heart. Instead, he helped the two of them. The original owner's wish was not to marry Li Yu and not to be framed. Now she had avoided this round of framing, but there might be a next time. As long as Lu Mingxian and Li Yu didn't get married, this matter would not be over. Lu Juning said coldly, I have nothing to do with Prince Chen, so don't think about putting me together with Prince Chen. After saying that, Lu Juning turned around and left, her back cold and arrogant. Lu Yuanfan was a little stunned and didn't know what to say for a moment. His face darkened. Master. Concubine Yun called carefully. Manage the affairs of the family well. If there is a next time, you have to take care of the affairs of the family. Forget it. Lu Yuanfan waved his hand. And all of you, calm down. Recently, have you really blasphemed Buddhism? Lu Yuanfan wanted to hold a religious ceremony. Yes. Everyone hurriedly saluted. All right, all of you leave. Lu Yuanfan let out a long sigh, he looked very tired. Lu Yujing was so scared that she couldn't walk. Ningxu reached out to help her out of the courtyard. Lu Yujing said in fear, Third sister, it's so scary. It's okay. Ningxu said. How can it be okay? After something like this happened to eldest sister, what will we do when we talk about marriage in the future? Lu Yujing said worriedly. Lu family's reputation has been ruined by eldest sister, no one will come to our family to propose marriage. Ningxu didn't know what to say. In this ancient era where everything could be implicated, one person's actions would affect the entire family. Third sister, what should we do? Lu Yujing looked at Ningxu, and you're older than me. Ningxu, so ancient children matured early, a 10-year-old child could think of these things. When the boat reaches the bridge, it'll cross the bridge. Ningxu said casually. Lu Yujing, whose body was weak and full of worry, was helped back by the nanny. Concubine Lu Ningxu said, this time, madam. Ningxu knew what concubine Lu wanted to say, this time concubine Yun might lose her position as the housekeeper. Letting a concubine manage the backyard already caused rumors, this time going to Tiantai Temple was a mess. Her daughter even lost her chastity before marriage. Sure enough, not long after thinking about it, she still couldn't swallow the anger and didn't let concubine Yun manage the backyard. She still handed over the backyard to her legitimate daughter Lu Juning. Lu Juning took over the power that was delivered to her door. The first thing she did was to move away the luxurious decorations in concubine Yun's room. Because these decorations were beyond the standard of a concubine. At the same time, she also took away the things in Lu Mingxuan's room, many of them were her mother's dowry. They were taken over by this shameless mother and daughter. Lu Mingxian was lying on the bed, watching these people move away the things in the room, the exquisite double-sided embroidered screen, the white jade decorations, and the luxurious jewelry. Lu Juning, I will never live under the same sky as you in this life. Lu Mingxian glared hatefully at Lu Juning, who was standing in the room directing the servants to move things. Lu Juning looked at Lu Mingxian coldly. She raised her chin slightly and looked down at Lu Mingxian on the bed. Big sister, you still have to take good care of your body. Lu Juning said with a slight smile. Lu Mingxian was despised by such a gaze, as if she was a piece of trash, so lowly. Lu Mingxuan's heart was filled with hatred. It's you. You framed me. Lu Mingxian gripped the blanket so tightly that her knuckles turned white. Big sister, what are you talking about? I don't understand at all. Big sister needs to recuperate and then join the Marquis's mansion in a grand manner. Lu Juning said coldly. Lu Juning felt that this matter was very strange and suspicious. In her previous life, he was supposed to be Lu Yuan's husband, but now he was involved with Lu Mingxian. Things had changed. Well, she didn't have anything to do with that Prince Chen in her previous life, but in this life, Lu Juning didn't want to think about what happened that day. After being drugged with the aphrodisiac, she threw herself at a man, but she didn't know that it was Prince Chen. Many things had changed. Put the things down, put them down. Lu Jingwei held the slingshot and shot the hand that was moving the things. You bad woman, put down my mother's and sister's things. Lu Jingwei shouted at Lu Juning fiercely and pointed the slingshot at Lu Juning. Lu Juning looked indifferent. If I were you, I wouldn't shoot the marbles, because now I'm in charge of the backyard and can talk to Father. If you continue to be so naughty, I'll ask Father to find you more than 3 teachers to teach you. You are the only male heir of the Lu family and will inherit the Lu family in the future, so you must be very, very promising to make Father satisfied. You. Lu Jingwei was flustered and exasperated. He wanted to shoot the marbles, but he didn't dare to. More than 3 teachers. Lu Jingwei couldn't imagine more than 3 teachers. Jingwei, this is between big sister and her. Don't get involved. Lu Mingxian said to Lu Jingwei. Lu Mingxian understood that now she and her mother were at a disadvantage, and Lu Jingwei was her and her mother's support. A man shouldn't be involved in a backyard fight, even if Lu Jingwei was only a 7 or 8-year-old boy. Big sister. Lu Jingwei shouted indignantly. Get out. Under the pressure of the 3 teachers, Lu Jingwei could only leave. Lu Juning looked at Lu Jingwei's back and narrowed her eyes slightly, obviously thinking about something. Big sister, have a good rest. Lu Juning saw that most of the things in the house had been moved out, so she left after saying this. Lu Mingxian clenched her fists. Even if she had to risk her life, she would drag Lu Juning down to hell with her. She was already like this, so she wouldn't let Lu Juning have an easy time. Just because you're the daughter of the first wife, you're incomparably noble, so I'll trample your pride into the mud. Because you're too annoying. Lu Juning's power didn't change Ningxu much. There shouldn't be much change. What he didn't have was still nothing. Ningxu stayed in the yard embroidering and occasionally received the worried Lu Yujing. Lu Yujing looked as if the sky was falling down, so Ningxu didn't know what to say. It was useless to worry. Instead of worrying, it was better to calm down and make a few more embroidery pieces and sell them for more money. Instead of looking forward to the future in-laws, it was better to save money to survive. With money in hand, no matter what happened, they could deal with it. Ningxu didn't look forward to marriage, so he didn't have any scruples and didn't care. Ningxu looked at the embroidery in his hand. It was a lifelike begonia flower. During this time, Ningxu didn't embroider anything else, only the begonia flower. In this way, Ningxu's needlework skills became more and more proficient. Lu Yujing's learning speed became slower and slower. She was still young, so he didn't know what to worry about. Who knew what would happen in the future? Moreover, there were still many years before Lu Yujing's hairpin ceremony. It was too far-fetched to think about what would happen in a few years. Ningxu didn't want Lu Yujing to come to his yard. She always had a sad face, which made him feel uncomfortable. In addition to staying in Ningxu's yard, Lu Yujing also occasionally went to curry favor with Lu Juning. She looked quite sad. It wasn't easy for anyone to live. Lu Juning was the 3rd prince's wife in her previous life. She managed the matters of the mansion and became the empress. She managed the matters of the backyard in an orderly manner. Lu Yuanfan, who was in an extremely bad mood, planned to let his daughter manage the backyard if there was one thing that he liked. Concubine Yun and Lu Yujing didn't have any privileges anymore. Everything was like an ordinary concubine and concubine's daughter. It was easy to go from frugality to extravagance, but hard to go from extravagance to frugality. The two felt very uncomfortable with their current life. Lu Manor was very calm, but there was a kind of calm before the storm, which made people feel very depressed. Madame Li of the Hofu brought her son to propose marriage to Lu family's eldest Miss Lu Mingxian. She came with a lot of dowry and was quite arrogant. Lu Yuanfan didn't even think about it and agreed. After all, a daughter who had lost her chastity could marry Hofu, it was the greatest value, and it would save Lu family's face as much as possible. Both of them were in love and couldn't help but sound better. Concubine Yun was suppressed by Lu Juning during this period of time. She used to flaunt her power in the matter, but now that she was gone, everyone didn't put her in their eyes. Now that Hofu finally came to propose marriage to her daughter, Concubine Yun immediately ran to Lu Yuanfan and tactfully proposed that she wanted to manage the harem. As a result, she was scolded by Lu Yuanfan, and Concubine Yun was scolded to the point of crying. Concubine Yun was so angry that her whole body trembled, and she couldn't wait to tear Lu Juning apart. But now she had to prepare the dowry for her daughter. When preparing the dowry, there was nothing that could be taken out. The good things from before were all taken away by Lu Juning. Concubine Yun had to take out her private storehouse to make up the dowry for her daughter. Lu Mingxian rarely went out of the courtyard. If she wasn't taking care of her body, she was embroidering the dowry. Although she couldn't get back the housekeeper position, her daughter married the eldest son of the Hofu, which could be considered as venting her anger, and could block some unpleasant words in the matter. "Daughter, hurry up and embroider the dowry," Concubine Yun said to Lu Mingxian. "The date is set in a hurry, hurry up." Lu Mingxuan's whole person was listless, and there was no joy of getting married. "Mother, I feel that something is wrong, I don't want to marry Li Yu," Lu Mingxian said. "What are you saying? If you don't want to marry Li Yu, who do you want to marry?" "You can only marry Li Yu, don't be willful," Concubine Yun said angrily. "Li Yu is not bad, he looks good, his family background is good, and he doesn't have any bad habits, and he didn't make any trouble," Concubine Yun persuaded her daughter. "Since it's decided, don't think about it. Daughter, you have no way out, or you can only marry Li Yu." Lu Mingxian sighed. "It's all because of Bitao, that cheap girl, it's all because of Bitao, together with Lu Juning to harm me." "Oh right, where's Bitao?" Concubine Yun asked. Lu Mingxian shook her head. "I haven't seen her since I came back. I think Lu Juning has already dealt with her." "Alright, let's embroider the dowry. I have to keep an eye on Lu Juning. It wouldn't be good if she ruined your marriage," Concubine Yun said. Lu Mingxuan's expression was indifferent. Thinking of the handsome third prince, Lu Mingxuan's heart turned cold. She liked the third prince, not Li Yu. So now that she was going to marry Li Yu, it had nothing to do with the third prince. Lu Mingxian felt that it shouldn't be like this. It shouldn't be. She wanted to be with the third prince. Ningxu knew that the Marquis mansion had come to propose marriage to Lu Mingxian. Ningxu let out a sigh of relief in his heart. Now he just had to wait for the marriage. Usually, other than embroidery, Ningxu would also write some self-defense powder, such as knockout powder. The world was very dangerous. He had to have the power to protect himself. If Lu Yuyun came back, he would make these powder and have some power to protect himself. Third sister, third sister. Lu Yujing happily came to find Ningxu. Ningxu was embroidering roses. He didn't even raise his head and asked, "What made you so happy?" Lu Yujing walked over. Looking at the embroidery in Ningxu's hands, she asked, "What flower is this? How come I have never seen it before? Why does it look like it's about to bloom? It's even more beautiful when it's about to bloom. What made you so happy?" Ningxu asked. "Big sister is going to marry into the Marquis mansion." Lu Yujing sat down and said. Ningxu looked at her. Not long ago she looked like the sky was falling down. Now she was so happy. Ningxu thought of duckweed, rootless duckweed. When the lake was calm, the duckweed would grow steadily. If the lake was turbulent, the duckweed would shake. It would not be peaceful. And the water plants that took root could not only absorb the nutrients in the soil, they could also hold on tightly to the ground. Ningxu used a needle to pierce the cloth and said with a smile, "It's not like you are going to marry into the Marquis mansion. Why are you so happy?" "I am a concubine's daughter. How can I marry into the Marquis mansion? Third sister is joking." What I mean is that once big sister marries, it will not tarnish the Lu family's reputation. When the time comes, we will also have people to propose marriage. Ningxu sighed. That was someone else's life. No matter how good the Lu family's reputation was, it might not benefit you. The Lu family's reputation was bad. They would definitely be implicated. It was just that unfair. The hairpin on your head is not bad. Ningxu looked at the hairpin on Lu Yujing's hair. It was made of silver and had a dancing butterfly. The butterfly's wings were as thin as a cicada's. As it moved, the wings would tremble. It looked like it was about to spread its wings and fly. Silver was not very valuable, but the craftsmanship made this hairpin very valuable. With Lu Yujing's situation, she should not be able to own this hairpin. Lu Yujing touched the hairpin on her head and said with a smile, "Is it pretty?" Ningxu nodded, "It's pretty." "Where did it come from?" Ningxu asked. "Oh, it's something my mother left behind," Lu Yujing said. Ningxu made a sound of acknowledgement. Lu Yujing and Ningxu talked for a while before leaving. Ningxu continued to embroider. "Miss, something happened to Mississippi," Xianxia panted as she entered the room. She did not even have time to bow and stammered, "Miss, something big happened." "What happened?" Ningxu put down the embroidery and asked. "Something happened to fifth young master. Fifth young master is sick." Xianxia calmed down. Lu Jinghui was sick? He was usually lively. Everyone in the Marquis mansion would take a detour when they saw him. He was the devil incarnate. How could he be sick? What illness? Ningxu asked. It's smallpox. Fifth young master's courtyard has been quarantined. Xianxia said. Smallpox? In this era, smallpox was a disease with a slim chance of survival. If one survived, they would never get smallpox again. If they could not survive, they would die. Lu Jinghui had smallpox all of a sudden. Ningxu tidied up and went to Lu Jinghui's courtyard to take a look. Miss, that's smallpox. How can you go? Besides, the courtyard has been quarantined. I'll just go and take a look. Ningxu said. At the entrance of Lu Jinghui's courtyard, there were many people standing there. My son, Jinghui. Concubine Yin cried until her body went limp. She was supported by the servant girl beside her. Her expression was extremely sorrowful. Lu Mingxian, who was embroidering the dowry in the courtyard, also came out. She stood guard at the entrance of the courtyard, looking extremely worried. Basically, the whole family was guarding here. Ningxu lowered his head and walked over, standing there obediently. Lu Yuanfan kept looking into the courtyard with a worried expression. It was fine if they didn't have a legitimate son, but now their only male son was diagnosed with smallpox. Was the Lu family going to die out? If these daughters were replaced with sons, how good would that be? Lu Juning stood there coldly, her expression indifferent. Woof woof. There was the sound of a puppy whimpering at the foot of the wall. Ningxu turned his head and saw a small puppy at the foot of the wall. Ningxu was a bit puzzled. Where did this dog come from? Lu Juning said to the servant girl beside her, find someone to take that dog away. Yes. Ningxu asked Lu Juning, second sister, where did this dog come from? Lu Juning shook her head, fifth brother is naughty. He saw a dog vendor on the street and insisted on buying a dog. Oh, Ningxu replied. She watched as the servant carried the puppy away. Ningxu looked at the puppy. The puppy stuck out its tongue and breathed. Ningxu slightly narrowed his eyes and touched Yuanxiang's foot. Yuanxiang looked at Ningxu in confusion. Ningxu whispered in her ear, follow that servant and see how he deals with the dog. Don't touch the dog, okay? Yuanxiang nodded and chased after him without leaving a trace. Everyone's attention was on the courtyard. In addition, there were many people here. Naturally, no one noticed Yuanxiang. When the doctor came out of the courtyard, Lu Yuanfan immediately asked, is it really smallpox? The doctor nodded, it's really smallpox. Lu Yuanfan couldn't help but close his eyes, please try your best to save my son. The reward can be discussed. I'll try my best. The doctor said, the child cannot be taken care of without someone. Find someone who can take care of the child. Concubine Yun almost fainted from crying. Lu Mingxian turned her head and looked at Lu Juning. It's you. It must be you who harmed my brother. It must be you. Lu Juning, you are so cruel. Lu Mingxian threw herself at Lu Juning. Lu Juning avoided Lu Mingxian and coldly said, I don't know what you are talking about. Don't blame me if anything happens. It's you. Lu Mingxian stared at Lu Mingxian with bloodshot eyes. You want to take revenge on me? What does that have to do with my brother? Her younger brother was her and her mother's support. Even if she married into the Marquise estate, her younger brother would still be her support. In the future, when her younger brother inherits the Lu family, she can also straighten her back in the Marquise household, have the confidence, and have the support of her maternal family. Big sister, tell me, why should I take revenge on you? Lu Juning looked at her coldly. Enough. What are you doing? Scram. What are you doing here? Lu Yuanfan rubbed his forehead and roared at Lu Mingxian. Father, it must be Lu Juning who harmed little brother. It's really her. Lu Mingxian said bitterly. She knelt on the ground and grabbed Lu Yuanfan's clothes. Dad, please believe me. Your little brother is lying inside right now. What is more important than your little brother's life? Scram, don't crowd around here. Lu Yuanfan was so angry that he kicked Lu Mingxian away. Lu Mingxian was kicked in the chest and felt a piercing pain. Mingxian, Mingxian. Concubine Yun quickly helped Lu Mingxian up from the ground and stared at Lu Juning with hatred. Lu Juning didn't look at her and turned to leave. Ningshu also left and returned to his courtyard to wait for Xianxia to return. He didn't know if Lu Jingwei could hold on. Ningshu felt a bit uncertain. The smallpox incident this time was very sudden. Ningshu drank tea while waiting for Xianxia. After a while, Xianxia returned. Ningshu asked, how did you deal with it? Killed it and buried it. Xianxia said. Ningshu stood up and asked, where is it buried? Bring me to see it. Okay. Xianxia brought Ningshu to a remote courtyard near the backyard. Xianxia pointed at the grass. Miss, it's buried here. Ningshu used a wooden stick to push the soil away. Looking at the little puppy's corpse, he moved closer to smell it. The stick poked at the little puppy's corpse and poked at the little puppy's tongue. The puppy's tongue was red and some parts were bleeding. Miss, what are you doing? Xianxia saw Ningshu squatting and poking at the dog's corpse with a stick. No matter how she looked at it, she felt her hair stand on end. Ningshu buried the dog with soil. Let's go back. After returning to the room, Ningshu asked for medicinal powder to wipe his hands. He didn't want his shoes or anything else. He also asked Xianxia to wash her hands with boiling vinegar. Ningshu let out a long breath. The world was too dangerous. There was definitely something wrong with this dog. This was to cut off Concubine Yun and Lu Mingxuan's escape route. Lu Jingwei was Lu Mingxian and Concubine Yun's escape route. In the backyard, the child was the woman's support. Men put so many women in the backyard for two reasons. First, it was for sex. Second, it was for more children. But don't underestimate a woman's jealousy. Men probably didn't think that the more women there were, the fewer children there would be. Children were the victims and consumables of the backyard struggle. Even women themselves were prepared to consume their children. Lu Juning probably wanted Lu Mingxian and Concubine Yun to have a taste of losing their children. Ningshu wiped his hands. He didn't know how Lu Juning would deal with her. There was also the marriage between Lu Mingxian and Liu. Few people knew that Liu liked men. For outsiders, Liu was a man with good conditions. Would Lu Juning let Lu Mingxian marry Lu Juning? Ningshu rubbed his head. He didn't know how far Lu Juning would go. After the Marquis' mansion came to propose marriage, Prince Chen also came to propose marriage. The scale of the proposal was much larger than that of the Marquis' mansion. Boxes of things were carried into the Marquis' mansion. The courtyard was full. Prince Chen personally came to propose marriage, but was rejected by Lu Juning. As a result, Prince Chen directly stayed in Lu's mansion. If she didn't agree, he wouldn't leave. He also threatened Lu Juning that if she didn't agree, he would tell her about their relationship. Lu Juning was so angry that she was about to explode. But she couldn't do anything to Prince Chen. Her father even politely let him stay in Lu's mansion. Ningxu thought, haha, damn it. Anyway, since he had taken Lu Juning's body, he would only have Lu Juning in this life. No matter what Lu Juning did, she would follow her loyally like a loyal dog. In her previous life, she met a scumbag. In this life, she would reward a loyal and affectionate man. And it would be for a lifetime. During this period, Prince Chen didn't have any concubines. It was as if he was waiting for Lu Juning. To be honest, was there really something wrong with Prince Chen's body? He didn't even have a concubine. Miss, there have been a lot of good things in Lu's mansion recently. First Miss and Second Miss have both been proposed marriage, and each of them has a higher status than the other. Is it your turn next? Yuan Xiang poured tea for Ningxu, looking happy. Ningxu embroidered lilies this time. She said casually, it's still early. Things wouldn't end like this. Lu Juning wouldn't end like this. She had to protect herself and concubine Lu in this precarious time. First Miss and Second Miss both have families. Miss must be next. Yuan Xiang said. What you see is only a false prosperity. Ningxu muttered. No one knew how long this prosperity would last. Lu Juning wanted to destroy the Lu family. In her previous life, after the third prince ascended the throne, the Lu family flourished and had 2 empresses. However, Lu Juning's maternal grandfather's family was executed. Even the infant child was not spared. The evidence of treason was provided by Lu Yuanfan. Therefore, Lu Juning would not let the Lu family off. She wanted to destroy the Lu family bit by bit. Ningxu could understand the scum's actions. The emperor did not want to see the great general holding military power. If he allowed others to sleep peacefully beside him, he would have to constantly be on guard against rebellion. If that happened, the emperor's throne would be gone. Lu Yuanfan grasped the opportunity and understood what the emperor was thinking. This was politics. Marriage was unreliable. When the interests were aligned, everyone would hold hands and be good friends. However, when the interests were against each other, they would give up. Lu Yuanfan knew that the emperor was dissatisfied with his Yu family. The 2 families were in-laws. If something happened to the great general's residence, the Lu family would be implicated. Yuan Xiang did not understand what Ningxu was talking about. She poured Ningxu another cup of tea and stood at the side to watch Ningxu embroider. Mrs. Needlework is getting better and better. Yuan Xiang praised. Ningxu held the embroidery and looked left and right. She nodded. It's pretty good. I'm really good. Ha ha ha. Lu Yujing would visit Ningxu from time to time. Ningxu saw that she was always wearing exquisite jewelry. The fabric on her body was also better than before. Ningxu raised his eyebrows. Was this also her mother's dowry? Ningxu was too lazy to ask Lu Yujing where these things came from. Recently, Lu Yujing and Lu Juning were closer. What did Lu Juning want to do? Ningxu asked Lu Yujing. You. What's wrong? Lu Yujing asked. She was holding a brush and writing. The silver bracelet on her wrist was very exquisite. Ningxu wanted to tell Lu Yujing to be careful, but he did not know what to say. Should he just tell her to be careful of Lu Juning? Who knew if Lu Yujing would tell these words to Lu Juning or not? Ningxu felt that Lu Juning had been suspecting her since the incident at Tiantai Temple, but there was no evidence to prove that she had done it. Moreover, Ningxu looked at the silver bracelet on Lu Yujing's wrist. Lu Yujing was currying favor with Ning Juning and Lu Juning. It was hard to guarantee that she wouldn't say anything for the sake of benefits. It's nothing. You wrote it wrong, Ningxu said lightly. Am I wrong? That's right. Ningxu continued to embroider. Lu Yujing asked Ningxu, third sister, have you seen Prince Chen? Ningxu nodded. Sometimes when he went out for a stroll in the courtyard, he would meet Prince Chen, who was really a handsome man. He had a noble status and was loyal to Lu Juning. She fell in love with him after sleeping with him. Ningxu's heart didn't waver at all when he saw the 2 of them showing off their love. Damn it. Lu Juning was still cold to Chen Yichen, but Ningxu could see that the 2 of them were having an affair. A strong woman was afraid of a pestering man. Was it really good to let Chen, an outsider, live in Lu's mansion? Yes, Ningshu said lightly. To be honest, Ningshu felt that Chen was an innocent bystander. Just because he slept with Lu Juning, he wanted to dedicate his body and mind to Lu Juning. He got involved in Lu Juning's grievances, became Lu Juning's protection, cleaned up the mess for Lu Juning, and slapped the scum in the face together, so that Lu Juning could do things unscrupulously. He was like a puppet. Yes, Ningshu felt like a puppet. Because her husband was unfaithful in her previous life, she had a loyal man in this life. Prince Chen is so good to second sister, but second sister is still cold to Prince Chen, Lu Yujing said. The harder it is to get something, the more precious it is. The more chips you pay, the more reluctant you are to give it up, just like the chips on the gambling table. Ningshu said lightly, otherwise, how can it show that Prince Chen is good to second sister? If she was cheap, others would also be cheap to her. Lu Yujing nodded as if she didn't understand. I hope my future husband can be so good to me. Ningshu curled her lips. It's better to be good to yourself than to expect others to be good to you. Ningshu never wronged herself. If others were good to her, she would be good to them. If others wanted to kill her, she would definitely kill them. No one could guarantee that they would be good to a person for a lifetime, but they could guarantee that they would be good to themselves for a lifetime. It depended on how they lived. Third sister, what are you thinking in your head? Lu Yujing asked in bewilderment. You're different from what we're thinking. It's not the same. I always treat others with kindness and then expect them to repay me with kindness. If they don't repay me, I will be disappointed and desperate. If you treat yourself with half of this kindness, you won't be like this. She didn't love herself and expected others to love her. If she didn't expect to be rewarded, resentment would arise. To Ningshu, it was purely a case of mental illness. After staying in the hospital for more than 10 years, Ningshu thought about relieving her pain every day. No one could do it for her. No one could relieve the pain of chemotherapy for her. Neither the doctors nor her family could. Ningshu was most afraid of chemotherapy. The pain was like inserting a needle into the bone. It was so painful that she wanted to die. Ningshu didn't let herself think about chemotherapy. Every time she had chemotherapy, she would say in her heart that pain meant that she was alive and could see the world for one more day. She tried to make herself happy. Ningshu hadn't thought about the past for a long time. She had traveled through so many worlds and seen so much resentment. It made Ningshu feel that she had to love herself more. No one was good to her. She just had to be good to herself. She begged for others' love. That was a pet. If others treated her well, she would be grateful. If others didn't treat her well, she would make them feel even worse to please herself. Ningshu smiled as she embroidered. It's getting late. Third sister, I'm going back. Lu Yujing said. Ningshu nodded and looked at Lu Yujing's back. Xianxia said, Miss, why do I feel that fourth miss has changed? Yes, she has changed. She has become more confident and confident. The Lu Yujing of the past was submissive. Xianxia nodded. I have this feeling. How did fourth miss change like this? Ningshu didn't say anything. Lu Yujing's confidence came from her jewelry, clothes, and her close relationship with Lu Juning, who was now in charge of the backyard. Everyone had their own fate. Ningshu didn't want to say anything. By the way, how is fifth brother? Ningshu asked. Lu Jinghui's courtyard had always been closed. Almost no one dared to go near it. Xianxia shook her head. I heard that it's still not good. He has a recurring fever. I heard that when he has a fever, his whole body will convulse. Concubine Yun has always been taking care of fifth young master. Then the situation is not optimistic. Ningshu supported her chin and said. Ningshu couldn't intervene in this kind of thing. If he could survive the smallpox, then he could live. If he couldn't, young miss, it will be eldest miss wedding day soon. If fifth young master's illness doesn't get better, then eldest miss wedding will be difficult. Xianxia sighed like an old man. Yes, eldest sister's wedding is near. Ningshu pondered. If her brother was in this state, then it wouldn't be good for him to get married at this time. Ningshu, damn it. In the middle of the night, Ningxu went to Lu Jinghui's courtyard. He climbed over the wall and jumped onto the roof to see Lu Jinghui's condition. Opening the roof, Ningxu saw Lu Jinghui on the bed. His face was ashen and his breathing was rapid. His face was covered in chicken pox. Just by looking at his face, Ningxu felt that Lu Jinghui might not be able to endure. Dogs had so many bacteria and smallpox. Lu Jinghui was just a child and his immune system was weak. Concubine Yun stayed by the bed and kept wiping her tears. Ningxu left the courtyard and returned to his room. Ningxu opened his makeup box. There were some jewelry and silver inside. These were all his family assets. Ningxu covered the box and hid it. Then he sat cross-legged on the bed and cultivated. In the end, Lu Jinghui didn't endure and passed away a few days later. Because of his age, Lu Jinghui died young. He didn't even have a funeral. Lu Jinghui was buried in a coffin. Lu Yuanfan's broad back was bent. Concubine Yin fainted from crying. The Lu family didn't even have a male heir. Their eldest daughter was about to get married. The Lu family didn't even have a male heir. Lu Yuanfan's cheeks were tightly clenched. His face was trembling. Ningxu looked at Lu Juning. Lu Juning's expression was still cold. After Lu Jinghui was buried, Lu Yuanfan fell ill and didn't go to court for a few days. Anyway, the atmosphere in the Lu family was very strange. Concubine Yun's hair was white. Every time she looked at Lu Juning, her eyes were like they were dipped in poison. Ningxu felt that Concubine Yun wanted to perish together with Lu Juning. After Lu Jinghui's funeral, it was time for Lu Mingxuan's wedding. Red lanterns were gradually hung in the house. After the funeral, it was time to do something red to wash away the bad luck. However, they didn't do it on a grand scale. Lu Mingxian was escorted onto the bridal sedan. Seeing Li Yu riding a tall horse to marry Lu Mingxian, Ningxu heaved a sigh of relief. Amidst the sounds of firecrackers, Lu Mingxian boarded the bridal sedan chair and headed in the direction of the Marquis' estate. She finally didn't have to marry Li Yu. Ningxu stretched lazily. Living in this palm-sized place was really tiring, really tiring. With one less person, the Lu residence became much quieter. However, after Lu Mingxian married Li Yu, she was supposed to return home 3 days later, but she didn't. Lu Juning, I'm going to kill you. You'll die a horrible death. A roar came from Lu Mingxuan's courtyard. Immediately after, a woman rushed out. She was wearing a wedding dress, but it was very wrinkled and had some dust on it. Her hair was also messy and she was glaring fiercely at Lu Juning. Ningxu was stunned when he saw this woman, because this woman was Lu Mingxian. Shouldn't Lu Mingxian be in the Marquis' estate? Lu Mingxuan's sudden appearance stunned the Lu family. Mingxian, why are you here? Concubine Yun's face was pale. Mother, mother. Lu Mingxian sobbed and hugged Concubine Yun, unable to speak. What's going on? Lu Yuanfan flipped the table. Lu Yujing, that bitch, took my place. She pretended to be me. Lu Mingxuan's voice was bleeding. They tied me up and stuffed me under the bed. I watched that bitch Lu Yujing take my place. Lu Juning, I'm going to kill you. Lu Mingxian rushed towards Lu Juning, crying blood and looking painful and desperate. However, Lu Juning had a protector by her side. Prince Chen, Chenyi Chen, kicked Lu Mingxian away. Lu Mingxian spat out a mouthful of blood. Concubine Yun hugged Lu Mingxian and looked at Lu Juning calmly and crazily. Ningxu was shocked. What happened? Lu Yujing took Lu Mingxuan's place and married into the Lord Protector's manor. How could he do such an unimaginable thing? Lu Yujing was only 10 years old. She married a homosexual at the age of 10 and ended the rest of her life. Judging from Lu Mingxuan's words, Lu Yujing was willing. Ningxu couldn't help but close his eyes. He didn't know what to say. Lu Yujing married at such a young age in order to fight for glory and wealth. He didn't expect there to be such a twist. Ningxu couldn't help but look at Lu Juning. Her expression was indifferent. When she stood with Chenyi Chen, they looked like an immortal couple. He could not only prevent Lu Mingxian from marrying Li Yu, but also put the entire Lu family on the charcoal fire and poured oil on it. The Lord Protector's manor would definitely ask the Lu family for an explanation about the marriage. They might not be able to be in-laws, and they might even become enemies. Sure enough, when it came to scheming against others, she was not soft-hearted at all. Master, you have to make a decision for us. Mingxian, what should Mingxian do? Concubine Yun cried and begged Lu Yuanfan. Her daughter had been replaced. What should her daughter do? Her son was dead, and her daughter had been married off. Concubine Yun's face was ashen, and she kowtowed to Lu Yuanfan. Master, please save our daughter. Lu Yuanfan clutched his chest and panted heavily. He looked at Lu Juning. You have to give me an explanation for this matter. How do you want me to explain it to the Lord Protector's matter? Lu Juning calmly said, daughter didn't know about this matter, but as far as I know, eldest sister never wanted to marry Li Yu, so she directed and acted out this play. Not only could she get rid of marrying Li Yu, but she could also frame this matter on daughter. Lu Mingxian screamed crazily, you're talking nonsense. It was clearly you, it was you. Lu Juning looked down at Lu Mingxian and said, it's been 3 days since the wedding. You haven't eaten or drunk anything. How are you still alive? You still have the strength to shout at me? That's because someone sent me food. Lu Mingxian said. Someone sent you food? You clearly hid yourself. You clearly had many opportunities to call for help. Why did you only come out now? Lu Juning had a puzzled expression. Lu Mingxian tried hard to explain. That's because they didn't give me a chance. When I was eating, they stuffed food into my mouth and covered my mouth. Then how did you come out now? It was those servant girls who let me go. The more Lu Mingxian said, the more she made things worse. The more she said, the more mistakes she made. Ningxu felt that Lu Mingxian was telling the truth, because Lu Mingxian could only marry Li Yu. If even Li Yu was cut off, the rest of her life would be bleak. Father, did you hear that? It was clearly eldest sister who didn't want to marry Li Yu, so she thought of this. Lu Juning said to Lu Yuanfan. Lu Yuanfan's chest rose and fell. He walked in front of Lu Mingxian and stared at her maliciously. Lu Yuanfan felt that the Lu family had been very unlucky recently, and the source of the bad luck was this eldest daughter of his. First, her innocence was tarnished at Tiantai Temple, and then she married into the Marquis's household with great difficulty. Now, she actually married his 10-year-old daughter into the Marquis's household. Lu Yuanfan couldn't hold on any longer and almost fainted. His vision was blurry. Lu Mingxian was stared at by her father's fierce eyes, and her whole body trembled uncontrollably. Lu Mingxian grabbed her father's clothes. Father, you have to believe your daughter. I was really tied up. Lu Mingxian begged with a sorrowful expression. Lu Yuanfan kicked her away. You still have the nerve to say that? Look at how the Lu family's face has been ruined. Father. Lu Mingxian crawled back. I was really wronged. Really? Please believe your daughter. Lu Yuanfan slapped Lu Mingxuan's face. Lu Mingxuan's face was slapped to the side, and her face swelled up at a speed visible to the naked eye. This slap scared everyone in the room. Concubine Yun saw her daughter's swollen face and hurriedly begged, Master, even if you beat Mingxian to death, it's useless. You have to believe Mingxian. She was really wronged. I don't care if she was wronged or not. It has already happened. Useless thing, even if you were framed, you still have the nerve to come crying in front of me. Lu Yuanfan said coldly. Lu Mingxian covered her face, and her heart was as dead as ashes. She couldn't even cry. Lu Yuanfan rubbed his forehead, looking tired. In the future, stay in the courtyard. You are not allowed to run around. Otherwise, you can go to the family temple and stay there. Lu Yuanfan said coldly. From today onwards, you are no longer Lu Mingxian. Lu Yuanfan said. Lu Mingxian suddenly raised her head and looked at her father in shock. Then who am I? Fourth Miss Lu Yujing, bedridden all year round. Lu Mingxuan's face trembled, and a laugh came from her throat. It was incomparably sarcastic. Lu Yujing, I am Lu Yujing? Lu Mingxian got up from the ground, turned around, and walked out of the hall step by step. Lu Mingxuan's back was filled with despair. Every step seemed to use up all her strength. All of you, scram back to your own courtyards. You'll feel uncomfortable if you don't cause some trouble every day. Scram. Ningxu turned around and left the hall, crestfallen. He looked back and saw Lu Juning and Chen walking unhurriedly between the pavilions. They were a match made in heaven. Ningxu pursed his lips and followed concubine Lu to her courtyard. Back in the room, Ningxu whispered to concubine Lu, "Concubine Lu, put away all your assets. Hide them if you can." "What's going on?" Concubine Lu couldn't help but ask, "Why are you packing up?" Ningxu said, "I'm not asking you to pack up, but to put away all the valuable things. I have a bad feeling in my heart." According to the plot, the Lu family would probably fall. Concubine Lu's expression changed unpredictably. Once something happened, the ants under the tree would be the first to sense it. Concubine Lu also felt that the Lu family was running to the edge of the cliff. People's hearts were scattered, and things kept happening in the family. "Yueyun, if something really happens, what should we do?" Concubine Lu was panicking. Ningxu comforted concubine Lu. "It's okay. I will protect you. If something really happened to the Lu family, the women in the family might be demoted to slaves or prostitutes." Ningxu couldn't help but rub his forehead. "I know. I will put away the things." Concubine Lu couldn't help but grab Ningxu's hand. "It should be okay." Ningxu patted concubine Lu's hand. "This is just in case." Ningxu bit his lip. No one would be safe under the circumstances. Their bodies were engraved with the word Lu, and their fate in this life was closely related to the Lu family. Okay. Concubine Lu began to tidy up her more expensive jewelry. "Don't make it too obvious. Others will notice," Ningxu said. Concubine Lu's voice trembled as she nodded. Ningxu walked out of concubine Lu's courtyard and saw Lu Juning and Chen in the pavilion. The two of them sat opposite each other, talking about something. Chen turned his head and met Ningxu's eyes. Ningxu didn't dodge. He bowed and left. Chen retracted his gaze and said to Lu Juning, "That is also your sister." Lu Juning looked at Ningxu's back and nodded. "She is the third child and is concubine Lu's daughter. She is a concubine's daughter. You should be careful of her. After so many things have happened, she can't be underestimated. Be careful not to lose to her." Chen warned Lu Juning. Lu Juning picked up the teacup and took a sip, then slowly put it down. Her movements were light and elegant. She said lightly, "She is like this. She is afraid of getting into trouble. She will lean on whoever is in power." "Lu Juning, your life in the Lu family is so tiring. Why don't you marry into the Wang family? It will definitely be easier than now," Chen said. Lu Juning's slender eyelashes drooped slightly, covering her eyes. She said coldly, "No, I still have things to do in the Lu family." Chen wasn't disappointed. After all, he had been rejected by Lu Juning more than once. "If there is anything you can rely on me. I can solve your problems for you." Chen looked at Lu Juning with sincere eyes. Lu Juning was stunned. In her previous life, she had painstakingly planned for Shenhao. Shenhao had only said that it was good to have her, but he had never given her anything to rely on. Now, a man wanted her to rely on him wholeheartedly and protect him. But Lu Juning no longer believed him. Chen frowned. What had the woman in front of him experienced? She was so tired and like a hedgehog. The road to pursuing a wife was difficult. Ningxu passed by Lu Mingxuan's courtyard and heard the heart-wrenching screams inside. Her voice was hoarse and full of tears. Ningxu hammered his chest and couldn't help but look up at the sky. Locked in this small courtyard, his eyes could only linger on some superficial matters. All of the love and hatred fermented under the eaves, constantly fermenting, becoming more and more intense, more and more dirty. Ningxu returned to his own courtyard and sat down on a chair, propping up his forehead as he thought about things. Xianxia poured tea for Ningxu. Ningxu picked up the teacup and gulped down the water. Mississippi Xianxia called out to Ningxu. "What should we do about this?" Ningxu shook his head. "We can't do anything about it. I reckon that father will have to negotiate with the Marquis estate." Ningxu hadn't expected that Lu Yujing would marry into the Marquis estate. It really was a headache. The Lu family couldn't be destroyed by Lu Juning. Lu Juning didn't care. In any case, she had a man to protect her and leave. But she and concubine Lu would be demoted to slaves, and they might have to work for the rest of their lives. Her life in the Lu family wasn't good, but if she was banished by the imperial court, that would be hell on earth. Lu Juning, Ningxu clenched her fists. No matter what, she had to give it a shot. A woman without a family or clan to protect her would have a hard time in this era. Ningxu wanted to leave the Lu family directly, but what would that mean? Lu Mingxian was locked up tightly by Lu Yuanfan. She wasn't allowed to step out of the courtyard. If she didn't listen, she would be sent to the family temple. The current Lu Mingxian had no value at all. The daughter that was raised with care and treated as the daughter of the first wife had no value at all. Now, she had become a piece of trash. She even married off a 10-year-old daughter. From now on, the Lu family would be laughed at and become the joke of the world. No matter how concubine Yun pleaded, Lu Yuanfan wouldn't agree. He didn't even want to see concubine Yun. He had a lot of things to worry about. In the imperial court, there was also the competition between political opponents. How could he have time to care about a daughter who had lost her value? Concubine Yun could only kneel in front of the study again and again, begging Lu Yuanfan. In the end, Lu Yuanfan was so angry that he grounded her and told her to stay in the courtyard and not come out. Both mother and daughter were grounded. When Ningxu saw the fate of the mother and daughter, she felt sad. Maybe the next one would be her and concubine Lu. To be able to sully Lu Yuan's innocence, it meant that Lu Juning hated her. If she didn't deal with her now, she would probably deal with her in the future. Ningxu put down the embroidery. She wasn't in the mood to embroider now. Miss, fourth miss has returned. Yuan Xiang walked into the room and told Ningxu. What fourth miss? It's eldest miss. Ningxu said lightly. Yuan Xiang quickly patted her mouth. Newbie was wrong. It's eldest miss who has returned. It's already been a few days. Why would she return? Ningxu went to the front hall and saw Li Yu bringing Lu Yujing, who was only as tall as his armpit, to meet his father-in-law. Li Yu's expression wasn't good. Lu Yujing, on the other hand, appeared to be very happy. She was wearing colorful clothes and her hair was combed into a woman's bun. Her head was full of pearls and jade. She was clearly a child, but she was dressed so maturely. Lu Yujing happily bowed to Lu Juning. Greetings to big sister. Lu Juning smiled and nodded. Li Yu and Lu Yuanfan went to the study to talk. Since you're back, let's take a good look around. I'll get someone to prepare some food, Lu Juning said. Thank you, big sister. Lu Yujing said gratefully. Lu Yujing turned around, the pearl hairpin in her hair making a crisp sound. Ningxu felt that Lu Yujing was like a jewelry showcase. She was full of good stuff. Third sister. Lu Yujing called out to Ningxu. If Lu Yujing's status was different, Ningxu would have to greet Lu Yujing. Greetings to young Madam Li, third sister is laughing at me. Lu Yujing covered her mouth and laughed, but she didn't let Ningxu get up. No, Ningxu said indifferently. Third sister, quickly get up, Lu Yujing said. Ningxu stood up straight, looked at Lu Yujing and asked, why are you the one marrying Li Yu? Third sister, can't I marry Li Yu? Lu Yujing asked back. Ningxu said, that's not what I mean. What I mean is that you're so young. How can you get married? And she was replacing her own sister. Did she take everyone else for fools? Third sister, my husband is very good to me. He said that I'm young and doesn't sleep with me. Ningxu, that was because Li Yu didn't sleep with women at all. For a lifetime of happiness, I have to take a risk, Lu Yujing said. Ningxu, but he's your sister's husband? Ningxu said in disbelief. Big sister and Li Yu aren't married. So he's not her husband. Lu Yujing bit her lip. Does third sister think that I'm not worthy of marrying Li Yu just because I'm a concubine's daughter? Just because my mother died in childbirth and I didn't have a mother to protect me? Ningxu frowned. Who said she wasn't worthy? Lu Yujing was too sensitive. I don't think so. Lu Yujing took 2 steps closer to Ningxu. Ning. Xu smelled the scent of perfume on Lu Yujing. It seemed that her clothes had been perfumed with perfume, which was why they smelled so good. I know that third sister has always looked down on me. We're both concubines' daughters, both of us are father's daughters. But you have more things than me because your mother is still alive. We're both concubines' daughters. Why do you have more than me? Ningshu, what are you comparing with me for? Then why don't you compare with Lu Mingxian? Why don't you compare with Lu Juning? The difference is too great. If you can't compare, then compare with me. Lu Yujing, I haven't done anything wrong to you. Ningshu was baffled. Lu Yujing's expression was a bit ugly. Yes, I can't compare with big sister and second sister. But why? You and I are both concubines' daughters. I don't have anything you have. My monthly allowance is stolen by that evil servant, but third sister, you can get your monthly allowance on time every month. Ningshu became even colder. It's not like I'm the one who stole your monthly allowance. F*ck, these people were all abnormal. How could she be blamed for this kind of thing, what the hell? Third sister, you don't know how important a monthly allowance is to me. And you have pastries and ink to write with. We're both concubines' daughters, so why do I have to live so pitifully? Lu Yujing seemed to want to vent the anger in her heart. With this kind of opportunity, I definitely won't give it up. I don't want to live like this in the Lu estate anymore. Ningshu said lightly, I wish you happiness. Ningshu turned and left. Without pastries, she wouldn't starve to death. Without the pearl hairpin, she could live. If she wanted to climb up, she would climb up at night. What was the point of finding so many excuses? Lu Yujing stood in front of Ningshu and raised her head to look at Ningshu. Her face was covered with makeup. She was young and looked a bit strange. Lu Yujing took out a silver ingot and said, this silver is to thank third sister for taking care of me during this time. It also gave me the ink, brush, paper, and inkstone. Ningshu looked at the silver ingot in Lu Yujing's hand. Lu Yujing's eyes were nervous and happy. It seemed like she had never done such a thing before. Her actions were a bit stiff. Ningshu found it extremely funny. So she had struck it rich and was throwing money around. She wanted to use this method to fill the cowardice in her heart. Third sister, take it. Lu Yujing stretched out her hand. In her palm was the silver ingot. The weight of this silver ingot was not light. Ningshu couldn't help but smile. You don't need to give me the silver ingot. You're already married. It's best if you have some silver on you. Fourth sister, I wish you happiness. Haha, Ningshu walked around Lu Yujing and left. So Lu Yujing had always thought this way. Perhaps in the process of interacting with her, her heart was different from what she showed. She was timid, sensitive, and pitiful. If she behaved inappropriately, Lu Yujing would probably resent her in her heart and say that she looked down on her. She wouldn't say anything and just keep it in her heart. Lu Yujing fawned over Lu Juning just to get this chance to change her fate. Li Yu was a person who liked men and had no interest in women at all. Marrying a wife was just to make himself look like a normal person, and at the same time, to cover up some of his hobbies. Everyone thought that Li Yu was a good man. Ningshu didn't intend to say anything. Did she want her to say that her husband was gay? Lu Yujing wouldn't believe her even if she said it. Instead, she would resent her and think that she was jealous. Ningshu didn't take Lu Yujing's money, which made Lu Yujing's expression a little ugly. In the past, Lu Yueyun gave her things as if they were beggars. Now, she could give Lu Yueyun things. It seemed that this could turn the tables. Lu Yujing took back the money with some resentment. The more she thought about it, the more sullen she felt. She stared at Ningshu's back. Mississippi Xianxia and Ningshu called in a low voice. Ningshu stopped and asked, "What's wrong?" "Miss, don't be too sad." Now, the fourth. Eldest miss is different from the past, Xianxia said. "I'm not sad." Who knew what Lu Yujing's life would be like in the future? A lifetime was very long, and it was enough to torture people's hearts. Besides, this was human nature. Adoration from afar, envy from near, adoration from out of reach, envy from within reach. Adoration without conflict of interest, envy with conflict of interest. Ningshu didn't know that Lu Yujing had always been jealous of her. Lu Yujing wasn't jealous of Lu Mingxian and Lu Juning because the gap between them was too big. They were both illegitimate daughters, but Lu Yujing compared herself to her. Therefore, people should go out and walk around more. Being locked in this small space all the time, people would become perverted. Li Yu stayed for lunch. Ningxu also attended, but she was an illegitimate daughter, so her seat was a little further back. Lu Mingxian and concubine Yun were still grounded and didn't come to eat. Lu Yujing and Li Yu sat together. They didn't look like husband and wife, but like siblings with a big age gap. Chen Yichen shamelessly sat with Lu Juning. Sitting at the head of the table, Lu Yuanfan's expression was not very good. No one knew what he was talking about with Li Yu. However, the Lu family was in the wrong in this matter, so they had to make some compensations and sacrifices to suppress this matter. At the dinner table, Chen Yichen picked up food for Lu Juning from time to time, which made Lu Yujing very envious. She said, "Prince Chen, you are so kind to my second sister. Am I not good to you?" Li Yu placed some food on Lu Yujing's plate. Lu Yujing immediately blushed and charmingly said, "Thank you, husband." Ningxu, who was single, was speechless. Ningxu almost choked. They were showing off their love in public. Ningxu looked at Li Yu. This man had hidden himself very well. Almost no one knew of his eccentricities. As the successor of the Marquis's residence, he was outstanding and was a man worth entrusting. Ha ha ha, while they were eating, Lu Mingxian knew that Lu Yujing had come back, so she secretly ran out of the yard and went to the front hall. Seeing Lu Yujing sitting next to Li Yu in a luxurious dress, Lu Mingxian hated her to death. This bitch had stolen her husband. Lu Mingxian rushed into the room, rushed to Lu Yujing's side, and reached out to strangle Lu Yujing. "You bitch, I'm going to kill you." Lu Mingxian strangled Lu Yujing tightly. Lu Yujing's face turned red and she looked frightened. She was pressed on the table, with soup under her and the bowl and chopsticks on her back. Lu Yujing's eyes were full of Lu Mingxuan's ferocious face and poisonous eyes, staring at her gloomily and terrifyingly. She couldn't even cry for help. "What are you doing? Are you turning the world upside down?" Lu Yuanfan's face darkened when he saw Lu Mingxian come out. Everyone went to pull Lu Mingxian away, fearing that she would really die. But even if Lu Mingxian was pulled away, she would still strangle Lu Yujing's neck with all her might, refusing to let go. Lu Yujing's face started to turn green. Li Yu didn't want to marry another wife. One more wife meant one more risk of exposing his fetishes. Li Yu grabbed Lu Mingxuan's arm and pulled with all his strength. With a crack, Lu Mingxuan's arm was dislocated. Cough, cough, cough. Lu Yujing fell to the ground, gasping for breath with a painful expression. "Li Yu, how can you do this to me?" Lu Mingxuan's arm hung limply, looking at Li Yu angrily. Li Yu helped Lu Yujing up and said coldly, "I don't know you." Lu Mingxian was stunned, as if struck by lightning. "Don't know me? What did you say?" Lu Mingxian asked with a trembling voice. Although she was unwilling to marry Li Yu, she had no choice but to marry him. She didn't expect Li Yu to treat her like this. "Xianxia, this is the family's fourth child. She has been sick and her mind is a bit unclear," Lu Yuanfan said to Li Yu. He waved his hand and hurriedly had the servants drag Lu Mingxian away. "I won't let you off even if I become a ghost." Lu Mingxian was dragged away by the servants. She gloomily stared at everyone present. Especially Lu Juning and Lu Yujing. "Lu Yujing, you damned woman. Don't think that you can marry Li Yu just because you defecated Lu Juning's servant girl. You even ate Lu Juning's shit, you disgusting woman. I'll open my eyes and see how happy you can be." Lu Mingxuan's voice echoed mournfully. It was filled with madness and hatred, causing people's hair to stand on end. Li Yu frowned. He felt that Lu Mingxuan's words were disgusting. Defecating servant girl and eating shit, he was speechless. Even his impression of Lu Yujing was not very good. Li Yu didn't care who his wife was. He just needed a wife. Ningxu saw the disdain between Li Yu's eyebrows and immediately curled his lips. He was already a troublemaker, yet he still despised others. With Lu Mingxuan's disturbance, the previously pretended harmonious atmosphere was broken. Li Yu said goodbye to Lu Yuanfan and left the Lu mansion with Lu Yujing. When they left, Ningxu saw that Lu Yujing's face was filled with happiness. Obviously, Li Yu's protection just now made her feel very happy. Ningxu couldn't help but shake his head. Some things were illusory. The things that she obtained through scheming weren't so beautiful. Naturally, the meal couldn't be eaten. Lu Yuanfan's face darkened as he flung his sleeves and left. Lu Juning and Chen Yichen's expressions were calm, as if nothing had happened. This couple, Ningxu bowed and left, wondering what price Lu Yuanfan had paid to keep the Marquis' mansion from causing trouble. She didn't have much of a presence in the Lu family, so she wasn't qualified to know these things. But even if she thought with her toes, the Marquis' mansion must have received some benefits. Lu Yuanfan had gotten a shield for nothing, and he had also received some benefits. How much did Lu Juning hate the Lu family? He was thinking of ways to deal with them. What Lu Juning was doing was harming others without benefiting herself. No, as long as the Lu family suffered losses, it would be beneficial to Lu Juning. Lu Juning did not need her maiden family at all. She relied on the great general's residence. Thus, the Lu family could go to hell. Lu Juning wanted to destroy the Lu family. She had to hold on to the Lu family. Ningxu drank the tea to dispel grease. In order to resolve the crisis, he had to throw away the explosives. "Miss, why does eldest young master say that he doesn't know eldest young miss?" Xianxia asked puzzledly. They were engaged and there was even skin-to-skin contact. How could he say that he didn't know her? Ningxu said indifferently, "He's blind." Even if he's blind, he can still feel it. Ningxu stared at Xianxia with a strange expression. He can even feel it? Xianxia was somewhat baffled. Eldest young miss and fourth young miss are very different in height. How can he not tell? Fourth young miss was still a child. Blind, deaf, and blind. It doesn't matter who is who. Ningxu shrugged. In any case, fourth young miss has married into the Marquis' residence. What's done is done. It's just that eldest young miss. Xianxia's eyes revealed sympathy. I don't know what kind of family eldest young miss will marry into. Ningxu rolled her eyes when she saw the longing expression on Xianxia's face. Ningxu felt that it was a pity. Lu Mingxian was too impulsive. If she had been more prepared, she would have taken a knife and chopped Li Yu directly. You're not trying to snatch my man, but I'm going to kill him. What are you trying to snatch from me for? If the man accidentally dies, you'll be a widow for the rest of your life. If you accidentally paralyze the man, you'll be a cripple for the rest of your life. If you accidentally disfigure the man, you'll be an ugly woman for the rest of your life. What was the use of strangling a woman to death? Strangling her to death would not affect Li Yu at all. Li Yu could always remarry. Killing a man would definitely cause a woman great pain. Ningxu felt that if he were Lu Mingxian, he would definitely drag Li Yu to the Yellow Springs when he was sad and desperate. How nice would it be to have a scapegoat? He could even let the living die in pain. In the middle of the night, the surroundings were quiet. Ningxu sat cross-legged on the bed. He got off the bed, opened the wardrobe, and took out his night clothes. Ningxu put on his night suit and covered his face. Even his head was covered, leaving only his eyes exposed. He even wrapped his shoes with a cloth. This way, he wouldn't leave any footprints, and the sound of his footsteps would be quieter. Ningxu's clothes had been secretly sewn by himself. Once he became proficient in needlework, clothes were a piece of cake. No matter how difficult it was not as difficult as embroidery. After putting on his night suit, Ningxu left the room and headed for Lu Yuanfan's study. The sky was very dark, and there was only a half-hidden moon in the sky. Not a single ray of moonlight shone down. Ningxu shuttled through the Lu clan and arrived at Lu Yuanfan's study. He gently opened the door and heard a soft creak. Ningxu tiptoed into the study and began to look for something. Every official's but was not clean. As the Minister of War, Lu Yuanfan held great power in the military. All the military provisions had to go through his hands. It would be strange if his but was clean. Lu Juning found evidence that Lu Yuanfan was buying and selling official titles, embezzling military provisions, and secretly hiding weapons. He suspected that he was going to rebel. Lu Yuanfan had placed these account books in his home, and Lu Juning found out. Lu Juning presented this evidence to the emperor. As the emperor, he could tolerate the greed of his subordinates. When the water was too clear, there would be no fish. But rebellion was absolutely intolerable. Lu Yuanfan's actions made it seem like he was going to rebel. He would rather kill the wrong person than let him go. So Lu Yuanfan was beheaded, and the Lu clan dispersed. At this point, the Lu clan had completely collapsed. Ningxu wanted to find that book now. He felt that there was something wrong with it. Accepting bribes was one thing, but it also had to be written down. It was purposely to let people have something against him. Even if he wanted to write it down, he had to remember it in his heart. Who could dig out the things in his heart? Ningxu turned the antique vase on the shelf. There was no mechanism. Ningxu also searched the bookshelf. She took out a lighter, but she did not dare to light it. She was afraid that someone would find it. The book should not be placed on the bookshelf so casually. Ningxu touched Lu Yuanfan's desk and chair to see if there was any mechanism. She touched the chair and the table. She only knew that these account books were found in Lu Yuanfan's study. But Ningxu did not know where in the study it was. She must find the book before Lu Juning. She could not let the Lu clan collapse like this. She could not benefit much from the Lu clan's good fortune. But if the Lu clan collapsed, she would be a very unlucky person. As Lu Yuanfan's daughter, she did not know what would happen to her. She did not find any mechanism on the chair or the desk. Ningxu had no choice but to lie on the ground. She used her fingers to knock on the floor tiles one by one to see if there was any mechanism on the ground. Finally, in a corner behind the door, there was a floor tile. It was hollow. When she knocked on it, there was a rustling sound. Ningxu's heart skipped a beat. This should be some kind of mechanism. Ningxu took out a knife and cut along the cracks in the floor tile. Finally, she lifted the floor tile up. Ningxu reached out and touched the hole. She found the book. Ningxu stuffed the book into her arms and then put the floor tile back in place. After doing all this, Ningxu was about to leave. Just as she stood up, the door creaked. Ningxu, who was standing behind the door, was speechless. Another person, who was also wearing night clothes, came in. Ningxu held her breath. She did not make a move. Like Ningxu, this person entered the study and touched everywhere. Ningxu slipped out of the study like a gust of wind. She took out a fire starter and threw it into the room. The fire starter landed on the curtain. Then, Ningxu quickly closed the door to the study and used a wooden stick to string the two door knockers together. It would not be easy to open from the inside. Father Lu, I'll teach you a lesson. Look at how you put all the important things in the study. It's safer to put them in the toilet than in the study. Ningxu clutched the book in her chest and quickly ran back to her room. When she returned to her room, Ningxu quickly took off her night clothes and hid them. She lay on the bed in her underwear. It's on fire. It's on fire. A panicked voice rang out in the silent night. Then, the entire Lu residence became restless. Yuan Xiang, who had just put on her clothes, ran into Ningxu's room and shook Ningxu. "Miss, wake up. It's on fire." Ningxu opened her eyes and asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" "It's on fire." "Where is it on fire?" Ningxu quickly lifted the blanket. Yuan Xiang put on the clothes for Ningxu. Just as Ningxu was putting on her clothes, Lu Juning burst in. "Second sister?" Ningxu stared at Lu Juning in shock. Ningxu was really puzzled. Did Lu Juning know that the book was in her hands? When Lu Juning came in, her expression was solemn. She looked around the room and her gaze stopped on Ningxu's face. Ningxu was confused and asked, "Second sister, there's a fire. Why did he come here instead of putting out the fire? Was there something wrong with him?" Lu Juning flicked her sleeves. Her wide sleeves swung gently, looking elegant and beautiful. "The arsonist is coming this way. Someone broke into the Lu residence. I brought people to take a look." Lu Juning's gaze was fixed on Ningxu. "Did you see anyone?" "Wearing night clothes." Ningxu quickly shook his head. "I didn't see anyone." "Did you see anyone?" Ningxu Yuanxiang asked. Yuanxiang looked scared. "No." Ningxu looked around and quickly walked to Lu Juning's side. "Second sister, is there really an assassin? Lu Juning looked at Ningxu. That's why we need to search your room to see if the assassin is hiding here. Ningxu nodded. Second sister, quickly search. Ningxu's face was full of fear and apprehension. Lu Juning let the servants search, under the bed, under the bedding, everything was searched. The room was turned into a mess. Lu Juning saw that nothing was found and frowned. Ningxu carefully said, eldest sister, the assassin isn't here, right? You stay in the room. Father's study is on fire. Lu Juning's expression was puzzled. She looked at Ningxu with suspicion and turned to leave the room. Ningxu bowed to Lu Juning and watched her leave until Lu Juning left the courtyard. How did Lu Juning know that someone was coming in this direction? Did someone see her? Ningxu Yuanxiang said, tidy up the room. I'll go out and take a look. Yes. The study was ablaze and thick smoke billowed. The servants were carrying buckets of water and the maids were splashing water. They looked very hurried. Hurry up, hurry up. Lu Yuanfan said anxiously. He wanted to rush in several times, but the fire was too big. Lu Yuanfan shouted irritably, hurry up, what are you doing? Ningxu watched from afar and didn't approach Lu Yuanfan. If he went over now, he might become a punching bag for Lu Yuanfan. The study was on fire. Lu Yuanfan should have realized that his things were not safe. Lu Juning and Chen stood together, and the firelight reflected on their faces. The two of them seemed to be talking about something. Ningxu felt that they were looking at him. Chen asked, did you find anything? Lu Juning shook his head. No, we didn't find the man in black, nor did we find anything. Chen glanced at Ningxu. I didn't search her. She might be the assassin. At that time, I vaguely saw that the assassin was short and very different from a man's build. It shouldn't be her. Lu Yueyun shouldn't be a martial artist, and she wouldn't have the guts to set a fire. Lu Juning shook his head. Make bold guesses and be careful to verify them. Maybe what you think is impossible is possible, Chen said. Among your father's children, you and she are the only ones who haven't had an accident. Also, the incident at Tiantai Temple last time might have been her doing. You and Lu Mingxian both had an accident, but she was fine, Chen said. Lu Juning looked at Ningxu standing there with some doubts in his heart. Could it be that Lu Mingxian was also reborn? Since she was reborn, why was she indifferent when her husband married someone else? When Liu wanted to marry Lu Mingxian, Lu Yueyun didn't feel anything. When Liu married Lu Yujing, she still didn't feel anything. If she was reborn, it shouldn't be like this. Whether it was love or hate, there should be a lot of emotional fluctuations. Just like when she saw the third prince, Shen Hao, she couldn't control her inner resentment. When she saw Shen Hao's face, she wanted to kill him. She wanted to cut him into pieces and let him have a taste of the pain she had suffered. But Lu Yueyun didn't seem to have any feelings for Liu. She was cold and distant. Lu Juning shook his head. Lu Yueyun shouldn't have been reborn. Chen looked at Lu Juning and shook his head. He asked, what are you thinking about? Nothing. I'm just wondering why the other party set the fire. Lu Juning looked at the anxious Lu Yuanfan. It's probably to divert attention. After almost an hour of fighting the fire was controlled and slowly extinguished. Lu Yuanfan's study was already black, and the wood was smoking. Lu Yuanfan rushed in and pushed open the dark wooden door. He moved the floor tiles behind the door and found that the thing was gone. Lu Yuanfan suddenly froze, and his face turned pale. The thing was yours, but where did it go? Lu Yuanfan shivered. If that thing fell into the hands of outsiders, the dozens of people in the Lu family would be in trouble. The Lu family would really be ruined. Find out who set the fire for me. Lu Yuanfan came out of the study, covered in black ash, and roared loudly. His face was extremely pale. Ningxu lowered his head and didn't speak, letting Lu Yuanfan go crazy. Third sister, if you see anyone strange, remember to tell me and father, Lu Juning said to Ningxu. Ningxu nodded. I know, second sister. I'm going back to my room. Lu Juning nodded. If there's anything, remember to tell me. Ningxu bowed and turned to leave. I will send someone to keep an eye on her. If the thing is really on her, we will definitely be able to get it, Chen said. Lu Juning turned to look at Chen. You don't have to do these things for me. This is my business, and it has nothing to do with you. Don't think that I will be grateful if you do these things for me. Chen frowned. What I am willing to do for you is my own business, and it has nothing to do with you. I am willing to do it for you, and whether you accept it or not is your business. Lu Juning didn't know what to say, so she simply left. Ningxu returned to his room. Xianxia had already tidied up the room. Xianxia and Ningxu asked, "Miss, how is it?" Ningxu sat down and drank tea. The fire has been put out, but the study was burned beyond recognition. Master will be angry now. Lu Yuanfan had a bad temper, and he might hit someone when he was angry. Ningxu said, "You should also go and rest. It will be a while before dawn. I'd better stay with you, Mississippi. I heard that there were assassins in the mansion. I am afraid that something will happen to Miss," Xianxia said. You are the one who is afraid. Mississippi. Ningxu asked Xianxia to stay with him. The things on her must be destroyed. If she kept them on her, she might be exposed at any time. Ningxu felt that he had little chance of winning against Lu Juning, so he could only secretly calculate. Behind Lu Juning stood the general's mansion, and now there was Prince Chen, who was a member of the royal family. Damn it. Ningxu lay on the bed and stared at the top of the bed. So now she still had to confront Lu Juning. Lu Juning wanted to destroy the Lu family. She had to protect the Lu family just to have a place to settle down. If Lu Yuanfan's rebellion was successful, he would probably face the execution of the whole family. This body was Lu Yuanfan's daughter, a direct relative, and she would probably be beheaded. If she couldn't even survive, how could she talk about a counterattack? Ningxu turned over and stared at Xianxia, who was drooling while sleeping on the recliner. She had to find an ally. It was too difficult to be alone. The power gap was too big. But who should she cooperate with? Lu Yuanfan, Lu Mingxian. Ningxu covered her head with her hands. She felt that Lu Juning suspected her. Ningxu couldn't think of a way. She was thinking of a way to confront Lu Juning. The task of the original Lu Yueyun was to not marry Li Yu and not be defiled. But there were no eggs left intact. She went to the family temple early and spent the rest of her life in the family temple. The Lu family also collapsed. Even if she escaped the fate of being defiled, the Lu family faced the fate of collapse, and it didn't end well. Ningxu wanted to poison Lu Juning directly. She might as well poison Lu Juning to death. It was a little difficult to implement. There were secret guards around her and Chen. Chen would probably send someone to monitor her. She suspected that something was on her. Ningxu's daily life was still embroidery. It was very normal. But Ningxu felt that someone was watching her. More than one pair of eyes were staring at her. Sure enough, someone was watching her. Ningxu pretended not to know anything. Ningxu threw the booklet directly into the basin, and the pages were gradually soaked by the water. The handwriting on the page was also blurred. The clear handwriting was a mess, and it was impossible to see what it was. Ningxu was very bored and tore the paper into pieces, and then tore it into small pieces one by one. It became a pot of paste. Even if Lu Juning had great ability, there was no way to restore it. If that was the case, Ningxu would immediately kneel down in front of her. "Miss, what are you doing?" Xianxia entered the room and saw that the basin was filled with piles of paper paste. She was somewhat speechless as she asked. "It's just too boring." Ningxu wiped the water off his hands, picked up the copper basin, and poured the water into the wash basin. Xianxia shrugged her shoulders. Miss was really too bored. After dealing with the booklet, Ningxu felt relieved. After all, the Lu family's crisis was temporarily gone. He just didn't know if Lu Juning would think of other ways to deal with the Lu family. At the very least, the matter of Lu Yuanfan rebelling had been resolved. After all, they couldn't accuse Lu Yuanfan of rebelling without any evidence. Lu Yuanfan was a second-rank official after all. Ningxu didn't want to tell Lu Yuanfan about the book. He wanted him to go there in a hurry and be on tenterhooks. When his life was in danger, Lu Yuanfan would suspect everyone around him. Ningxu hoped that Lu Yuanfan would suspect Lu Juning. Ningxu stretched lazily and said to Xiang, "Today's weather is really good. Let's go out for a walk." Ningxu left the courtyard and walked around the garden. If not, he would feed the fishes. Ningxu felt that someone was following him, but he didn't care and continued to stroll around. He walked to the outside of Lu Mingxuan's courtyard. Lu Mingxuan's courtyard was now deserted. Not a single person came to visit the previously glorious Mississippi, Ningxu said. They're all outside Big Sister's courtyard. Let's go in and take a look. Xiang hurriedly said, "Miss, it's better not to go. Big Miss is too scary." When the fourth Miss returned home and strangled Lu Yujing, her crazy and vicious look made people shudder with fear. Ningxu pushed open the courtyard door. "It's fine." Lu Yujing's courtyard was overgrown with weeds. Fallen leaves were scattered all over the ground. It looked a little desolate. "Miss, let's go back," Xiang said cautiously. The door was open. Ningxu walked into the room and saw Lu Mingxian embroidering. "Big sister," Ningxu called out to her. Lu Mingxian raised her head and glanced at Ningxu. Then she lowered her head and continued to embroider. "It's hard for people to come to my courtyard," Lu Mingxian said sarcastically. Ningxu sat down across from Lu Mingxian. Lu Mingxian had lost a lot of weight. Her chin was sharp and her expression was haggard. She looked so thin that she was out of shape. "Why are you looking for me? Are you here to laugh at me?" Lu Mingxian said without raising her head. Ningxu sighed and said, "I'm not here to laugh at Big Sister. Big Sister just needs to apologize to Father and admit your mistakes. Then you can leave." "Why are you so stubborn?" Lu Mingxian slammed the embroidery in her hands on the table. "I didn't do anything wrong. I was wrongly accused." Ningxu spread out her hands. "But things have already happened. You can't go back in time. If you insist on an explanation, you will only make Father even more disappointed in you. Apologize to Father properly." She had indeed lost her chastity. She had indeed been married off. These things had already happened. It wasn't something that could be redeemed with an explanation. "What do you know? These things didn't happen to you. Of course you can speak without feeling any pain," Lu Mingxian said hatefully. Ningxu stood up. "I was meddlesome. Little sister, I'll take my leave now." Ningxu left the courtyard. She didn't care about Lu Mingxian. If Lu Mingxian could really pull herself together, it would be good if she could annoy Lu Juning. Someone who could become empress in her previous life definitely had some tricks up her sleeves. It was just that she was still young and hadn't turned around yet. Ningxu continued to stroll around. She saw that Lu Yuanfan's study was being renovated. A fire had burned almost everything in the study. Lu Yuanfan's old face was gloomy the entire time. He wanted to stab everyone he saw. His gaze was malicious. Anyone who stared at him would feel as though they had taken something of his. Ningxu braced himself and bowed to Lu Yuanfan. "Father. What are you doing? Stay in your room." Lu Yuanfan's expression was unpleasant. Ningxu's expression was timid. He said repeatedly, "Father, don't be angry. Has the assassin been caught yet?" "Caught what?" "He's long gone," Lu Yuanfan said through clenched teeth. His tone was irritable, and his face was filled with worry. The whereabouts of the assassin were unknown. Ningxu comforted him. "Father, it's fine. Second sister is searching for the assassin. If there's any news, second sister will definitely tell you." "Father, did you lose something? Second sister is also looking for something?" Ningxu asked. "Something? What something? What is your second sister looking for?" Lu Yuanfan's expression changed. "What did your second sister say?" Ningxu's expression was a bit blank. "I'm asking you, what is your second sister looking for?" Lu Yuanfan asked anxiously. Ningxu shook his head. "I don't know." Lu Yuanfan waved his hand. Ningxu said, "Scram back to your own courtyard. Don't run around if there's nothing important." "Oh." Ningxu's expression was very aggrieved. He called out, "Father. Lu Yuanfan wasn't a qualified father and didn't have much care for his daughter in the backyard. As the head of the family and a man, he didn't want to waste time on his daughter. Ningxu stared at Lu Yuanfan pitifully. Lu Yuanfan was annoyed, and when he saw Ningxu's half-dead appearance, he felt even worse. I told you to go back. Now is an eventful time, so don't bother me. Lu Yuanfan rubbed his eyebrows. Ningxu bowed and left. She was gloating in her heart. You'll be anxious to death. After walking around outside, Ningxu returned to her courtyard and continued to embroider. In any case, the book was destroyed, so she could breathe a sigh of relief for the time being. Miss, it's already the end of the month. After this incident, I don't know if Master will call you over for dinner. Yuan Xiang said as she poured tea for Ningxu. The Lu family would have a gathering at the end of every month, where the whole family would gather to have a meal together. They couldn't not eat together all year round. After all, they were a family. Generally speaking, if there wasn't anything special, there was only one chance to talk to Lu Yuanfan every month. Ningxu didn't care about the meal at all. However, when it was time for lunch, a maidservant came to inform Ningxu to have lunch in the front hall. Lu Yuanfan was still in the mood to let the family gather together. Wouldn't he be so irritable that he would flip the table? Since father told her to go, then she would go. When it was time to eat, Ningxu tidied up and went to the front hall. When she walked into the room, she froze for a moment because Lu Mingxian and concubine Yun had both come. Ningxu called out, "Big sister." Lu Mingxian nodded and ignored Ningxu. Lu Mingxian came out. It seemed that she had thought it through. Ningxu sat next to concubine Lu, silently drinking tea and not speaking. Then Lu Juning and Chen Yichen also came. To be honest, the two of them were like husband and wife, living under the same roof. Apart from a status, the two of them had done everything they could. She just didn't know if Chen Yichen would break into Lu Juning's boudoir at night and share a bed with her. Ningxu felt that this was completely possible. After all, they had already had sex. What was the big deal about sleeping? When Lu Juning saw Lu Mingxian, she was also stunned. She immediately said, "Big sister, you came out?" Lu Mingxian actually smiled at Lu Juning. "That's right. I was bored at home, so I came out for a walk." Lu Juning nodded. "It's good to go out for a walk. It's not good to stay indoors all the time." Ningxu looked at the two of them and felt that it was quite inconceivable. They were talking so calmly, like sisters who loved each other. Ningxu held his teacup and sipped his tea, not interrupting their conversation. A maidservant brought up the dishes. Lu Yuanfan walked into the house, scanned the people in the house, and sat down. "Let's eat." Everyone sat around the table. Lu Mingxian was the first to speak. "Father, I was wrong." "I know I was wrong." Lu Yuanfan nodded. "It's good that you know you were wrong. Don't make trouble in the future." "Okay." Lu Mingxuan's voice was choked with sobs, and tears fell down her face. "Thank you, father." Lu Mingxian sat down and kept wiping her tears. Concubine Yun also began to wipe her tears. She thanked him repeatedly. "Thank you, master." A subtle expression flashed across Lu Juning's face, and her face became colder and colder. Ningxu swallowed the food in his mouth. Looking at the scene of a father and a filial son, he felt strange no matter how he looked at it. Lu Yuanfan looked at Lu Juning and said, "Don't worry about the family affairs." Lu Juning frowned and asked, "Father, why? Did I do anything wrong?" Lu Juning couldn't figure out why Lu Yuanfan would remove her from the position of housekeeper. Lu Yuanfan put down his chopsticks and said lightly, "You have to prepare your dowry. I've decided to marry you to Prince Chen." Chen Yichen suddenly laughed. "Thank you." Lu Juning's expression changed, and she put her chopsticks on the table heavily. "I won't marry him." As soon as Lu Juning said this, Chen Yichen's face became a little gloomy and cold. Seeing Chen Yichen's expression, Lu Yuanfan hurriedly said, "If you don't marry him, who are you going to marry? Prince Chen has been in the Lu mansion for so long, and you go in and out together every day. If you don't marry him, who are you going to marry? Set a date." Lu Juning pursed her lips tightly and stiffened her neck, unwilling to marry. Lu Yuanfan said unquestionably, that's it. You should also prepare your dowry. Sit down. Father, do you want to use me as a tool to consolidate your power? If you want to use Prince Chen, you have to see if I'm willing to marry him or not, Lu Juning said coldly. It's your parents' order and the matchmaker's words. It's not up to you whether you're willing or not, Lu Yuanfan said with a sullen face, his eyes rolling over Lu Juning's face. He was a little shocked that his daughter was so rebellious. I'm the one getting married. No one can force me to get married, Lu Juning said firmly. It's up to you. Anyway, the date has been set, Lu Yuanfan said with a livid face. The father and daughter quarreled, and Chen next to them was a little embarrassed. In front of so many people, Lu Juning said that she didn't want to marry him. Concubine Lu, you take care of the family matters for the time being. Lu Yuanfan was too lazy to argue with Lu Juning. Concubine Lu lowered her head and didn't have much sense of existence. Hearing this, she raised her head in amazement and said in disbelief, Master, what did you say? You take care of the family matters for the time being. Concubine Lu was almost stunned by the sudden pie that fell from the sky. Being stared at by so many people, she was very frightened. Concubine Lu was both excited and scared. She couldn't help but look at Ningxu. Ningxu shook his head without a trace. The housekeeper was not so easy to manage. If the subordinates were disobedient, there was nothing he could do. Seeing Ningxu shake his head, Concubine Lu was a little disappointed. Seeing that Concubine Yun and Lu Juning were staring at her with very unfriendly eyes, she gave up this idea in her heart. Concubine Lu waved her hand and said to Lu Yuanfan, Master, Bai Chia can't do it. Bai Chia has never taken care of the family and doesn't know anything about it. Just take your time, Lu Yuanfan said. The more Lu Yuanfan said this, the more Concubine Lu felt that something was wrong. Master, Bai Chia is stupid. Bai Chia really can't manage such a big family. Lu Yuanfan glanced at Concubine Lu and then looked at Concubine Yun. It's up to you. Thank you, Master. Bai Chia will definitely take care of this family. Concubine Yun immediately said happily. Her face was flushed with joy, and her eyes were full of tenderness as she looked at Lu Yuanfan. Lu Yuanfan didn't meet Concubine Yun's eyes at all. The meal ended on a bad note. Lu Juning turned and left, which made Lu Yuanfan's face ugly. He said to Chen, Prince, you must be joking. This child's mother passed away early and is a little willful. I hope Prince can forgive her. Chen didn't know how many times he had been rejected. Chen didn't know what was bothering Lu Juning. Hearing Lu Yuanfan's words, Chen nodded indifferently, stood up, and chased after Lu Juning. Lu Mingxian looked at Chen back with flickering eyes. Ningxu and Concubine Lu also planned to leave, but Lu Mingxian stopped Ningxu. Third sister. Lu Mingxian came over, took Ningxu's arm, and said to Concubine Lu with a smile, Concubine Lu, can I talk to third sister? Ningxu said, Concubine Lu, you can go back first. I'll find you later. Concubine Lu was a little worried, but she had to leave. Big sister, what do you want to say to me? Ningxu asked. Lu Mingxian said with a smile, I just want to thank you. We can get along well in the future. Ningxu nodded. Okay. Ningxu looked at Lu Mingxian, who was smiling sweetly. After so many things had happened, she could still smile like this. She no longer exploded in silence, but became perverted in silence. Lu Mingxian now gave Ningxu the feeling that Lu Mingxian was a pervert. Prince Chen is so good to second sister, but second sister doesn't seem to be satisfied. Lu Mingxian led the topic to Lu Juning. Speaking of Lu Juning's name, Lu Mingxian was not crazy and hysterical like before, but this kind of calmness was even more unsettling. Ningxu nodded in agreement. Yes, it seems that Prince Chen insists on second sister. Lu Mingxian raised the corner of her mouth. Insists on her? Lu Mingxian chatted with Ningxu for a while and then left. Ningxu stared at Lu Mingxuan's back. This was the purpose of Lu Mingxian. How could she only oppose Lu Juning? The more muddy the water, the better. Lu Yuanfan should have some doubts about Lu Juning. The things in the study were a thorn in Lu Yuanfan's heart. Lu Yuanfan probably suspected everyone in the family, and the most suspicious one was Lu Juning. That was why he took away her position as the housekeeper and married her to Chen. In Lu Yuanfan's heart, power was the most important thing. If someone wanted to touch his roots, he would definitely retaliate. Ningxu went to find concubine Lu. Concubine Lu said to Ningxu unhappily, "Why didn't you let me take over the family's authority?" Concubine mother, concubine Yun has been in charge for the longest time. Most of the people in the manor are her people. After that, it was second sister who was in charge. She was bold and decisive. No one dared to make trouble. But mother, you have to accept that most of the people are concubine Yun and second sister's people. The manor can't move at all. It's an arduous and thankless task. Father will blame you. If he wanted to fill his own pockets, he had to have the ability. Wasn't he just trying to get some money from the steward? Concubine Lu sighed and touched Ningxu's face. My daughter has grown up. I don't need to worry about her in the future. I'm relieved that you're married. Ningxu, don't worry. Ningxu wanted to see a tripartite situation. In fact, several forces were besieging Lu Juning. Lu Yuanfan, Lu Mingxian, concubine Yun, and Ningxu. Lu Juning's advantage was that she had Prince Chen, who was in a high position. Ningxu was a little speechless. Instead of going to court to plead for the people, he was trapped in a woman's harem. Was he worthy of the burden on his shoulders? He was in a high position and had good food, sleep, and play. Even if he was lucky and reincarnated, he shouldn't be like this. No matter what class, ability, and status were proportional. Ningxu supported his chin. He had to find a way to deal with Lu Juning. Lu Juning relied on the general's mansion and the loyal Chen. She couldn't deal with the general's mansion or Chen. Chen guarded here every day and didn't leave. It made her speechless. She was surrounded by people sent by him. How long would he keep monitoring her? It made it difficult for her to do anything. He used these forces to bully a woman in his harem. How could he not be ashamed? Ningxu could only suppress the impatience in his heart. He should do what he should do. You want the booklet? Haha, the booklet is gone. Ningxu hummed a tune while embroidering. Miss, something happened again. Ningxu was speechless. She didn't like to listen to Xianxia now. She always said, Miss, something happened. Ningxu put down the embroidery, picked up the teacup, and asked slowly, what is it this time? Mississippi. Xianxia whispered in Ningxu's ear, First Miss and Prince Chen had intimate contact. They are in the hall now. Ningxu picked her ear. What did you say? I mean. Xianxia said loudly, First Miss and Prince Chen. Pfft. Ningxu almost choked on her saliva. What's going on? I don't know the details. It seems that Prince Chen and First Miss were in the wing room and were found by Master. Ningxu felt helpless. Why couldn't she keep up with the pace? Lu Mingxian had sex with Chen again. Ningxu hurried to the hall and saw Lu Mingxian kneeling on the ground and Chen standing aside with a livid face. Lu Juning also had a look of disbelief on her face, as if she had been betrayed. Lu Yuanfan's expression was indescribable. Ningxu couldn't help but sympathize with him. Ningxu quietly walked in and stood at the foot of the wall, so as not to be swept. Master, you have to uphold justice for Mingxian. Mingxuan's chastity is gone, concubine Yun cried. Chastity? She has been chastity for a long time. How did I give birth to such a shameless daughter? Lu Yuanfan was so weak that he couldn't even vent his anger. Lu Mingxian kowtowed and said, Father, it was really my first time with Prince Chen. First time? Lu Yuanfan was so angry that he didn't know what to say. Where is Liu? Liu? That time with Liu walked on the dry road, Lu Mingxian said with a coaxing face. As soon as she said this, everyone present didn't know what to say. Prince Chen, there is still my virgin blood on the bed. You can find someone to verify it. Lu Mingxian threw caution to the wind. Chen had already been schemed against, and now this woman was saying such shameless words. The veins on Chen's forehead were about to explode. Lu Juning looked absent-minded and out of sorts. Lu Yuanfan rubbed his forehead desperately. Ningxu didn't expect Lu Mingxian to cause such a big scene as soon as she came out. She was completely going for broke. Anyway, it was already like this, so she had to make Lu Juning suffer and sleep with Lu Juning's man. She might even get rid of the current situation and marry into the prince's mansion. Concubine Yun probably used her connections in the mansion to scheme against Chen. Fortunately, Concubine Lu didn't take over the backyard. Otherwise, Concubine Lu would be roasted on the fire. So don't underestimate women. Many men fell into the hands of women. When there was no love in a woman's heart, it was the most terrifying thing for a woman. She didn't compromise and only wanted to achieve her goal. It seemed that Lu Mingxian was putting all her eggs in one basket. This matter was very difficult to deal with. It was very likely that Lu Mingxian would be dealt with and this matter would fade away. It would depend on whether Lu Yuanfan was willing to uphold justice for Lu Mingxian and let Chen take responsibility. The four sisters of the Lu family vividly illustrated what it meant to be weak. The eldest, Lu Mingxian, had caused such a ruckus in the Buddhist temple. Lu Yuanfan had been ridiculed by his colleagues, who looked at him strangely. The Lu family was also banned from entering the imperial temple, Tiantai Temple. It was too embarrassing. The second eldest, Lu Juning, wanted to completely destroy the Lu family. The third eldest, Ning Shu, had stolen his booklet and burned down the house. Lu Yuanfan was worried sick about the booklet. He was afraid that if it fell into the hands of others, the Lu family would be finished. He couldn't eat or sleep well. The fourth eldest, Lu Yujing, had married in her sister's place at the age of 10 years old. Any one of these things could make the Lu family's reputation go down the drain. Now that he had just released his eldest, this kind of thing had happened. Lu Yuanfan was so angry that his blood vessels were about to burst. The atmosphere in the hall was heavy and oppressive. Ning Shu shrank to the side to reduce his presence. Seeing Lu Yuanfan trembling all over, he was afraid that he would suddenly have a stroke. Ning Shu thought that Lu Yuanfan had released Lu Mingxian to use her to fight against Lu Juning. Who would have thought that Lu Mingxian would do such a thing? Not only did she do it with Li Yu, but she also did it with Chen, his brother-in-law. Lu Mingxian knelt on the ground, looking aggrieved. "Dad, you must uphold justice for your daughter." Lu Yuanfan was speechless. Lu Yuanfan couldn't say a word for a long time. He stared blankly at his daughter kneeling on the ground. Was this his daughter? Chen's face was very ugly. He had been paying attention to Lu Juning. Lu Juning looked absent-minded, and she avoided Chen's eyes. Sure enough, there were no good men. What made Lu Juning feel most embarrassed was that she had given her first time to Chen. If she didn't marry Chen, could she marry someone else? She would rather be alone for the rest of her life. Why couldn't she escape this fate? In her previous life, Lu Mingxian had stolen a man from her, and in this life, her man had been tainted by Lu Mingxian. Lu Juning was full of hatred. Was she really unable to break free from fate? Chen didn't know how to explain. He had been set up. Chen didn't expect that he would fall into the trap of these harem women. Chen said to Lu Yuanfan, "I will only marry the second young lady." Lu Yuanfan rubbed his forehead. His head was about to explode. "Your Highness, you can't do this to me. You took my virginity. If you don't take responsibility, do you want me to kill myself?" Lu Mingxian cried. "Your Highness, I will kill myself in front of the palace gates. Even if you are a member of the imperial family, I will use my death to prove my innocence," Lu Mingxian said with a firm expression. Ningxu was speechless. Ningxu really had to hand it to Lu Mingxian. She had no way out, and she had no scruples. Her killing power was so strong. Lu Juning's face was ugly, and Chen's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. "If you want to marry her, then marry her," Lu Juning said coldly. Lu Juning lifted her chin slightly, looking very proud. "I don't want a man who has been used by Lu Mingxian." Chen's face twisted. "Can't you see what's going on? I can't tolerate betrayal, so our marriage is annulled," Lu Juning said coldly. Lu Yuanfan interrupted, "There's no need to annul it. Since the second son doesn't want to marry, then marry the eldest son." Lu Juning was speechless. Lu Juning looked at her father in disbelief. This scumbag of a father. In his heart, only Lu Mingxian was his daughter. No matter what Lu Mingxian did, he could forgive her. Thank you, father. Thank you. Lu Mingxian quickly kowtowed. I won't marry Lu Mingxian. I want to marry Lu Juning. Chen Yichen's face was livid. Lu Mingxian cried delicately and plaintively said, Your Highness, you said you would marry me. You said you would marry me on the bed in the side room. Lu Yuanfan couldn't help but close his eyes and wipe his face when he saw how shameless his daughter was. I will never marry you in this life. If you want to marry someone, then marry Lu Mingxian. I would rather not marry in this life than share a husband with others, Lu Juning said firmly. Chen Yichen was very anxious and immediately said, But I have to be responsible for you. We have already done it as husband and wife. I will only marry you in this life. Everyone. When Lu Yuanfan heard this, he felt dizzy. He staggered and fell into a chair. You. Lu Yuanfan pointed a trembling finger at Lu Juning and Chen Yichen. What nonsense are you talking about? When did I do it as husband and wife with you? Lu Juning couldn't help but shout, Chen Yichen, don't force me to hate you. Lu Juning didn't expect Chen Yichen to say this in public. Her heart suddenly ached. This man was like other men. He never cared about what she thought. Chen Yichen said this because he wanted to marry Lu Juning. Lu Mingxian, who was kneeling on the ground, suddenly burst out laughing. She said with some mockery, I thought that second sister was as pure as ice and as pure as jade. How could you do such a thing? You and I are good sisters. How about we share a husband? Lu Mingxian deliberately provoked Lu Juning. Lu Juning's face was cold. I'm not as shameless as you. You had sex with Li Yu, and now you're with Chen Yichen. Aren't you just afraid that you won't be able to get married? Yes, I want to get married. Second sister, don't you want to get married? It's the pot calling the kettle black. There's no difference. Don't pretend to be pure. Prince Chen and I only did it once, but Prince Chen has been in the Lu mansion for so long. Who knows if you didn't do it every night? Lu Juning was so angry that her whole body trembled and her face turned red. Don't talk nonsense. Chen Yichen, who was sandwiched between the two women, had an indescribable expression. Ningxu was confused. She couldn't keep up with the rhythm and looked at Lu Yuanfan. Lu Yuanfan kept wiping his face. Enough, stop arguing. Lu Yuanfan smashed the teacup on the ground. With a bang, the room suddenly quieted down. Lu Yuanfan asked Chen Yichen, Prince Chen, what do you think? Both of his daughters had been taken advantage of by Chen Yichen. His daughters must have had a deep hatred in their previous lives, so that he could meet these shameless daughters in this life. Lu Yuanfan felt so helpless and directly gave the choice to Chen Yichen. If it really doesn't work, then marry both of them. A Huang and buying are also a good story, Lu Yuanfan said. He wanted to get rid of these unlucky daughters now. They had lost their virginity before marriage, and as a result, their married daughters couldn't consummate their marriage. The reason was that they were too young. Chen Yichen kept looking at Lu Juning and ignored Lu Mingxian, who was kneeling on the ground. Do you really not want to marry me? Chen Yichen asked Lu Juning. Lu Juning turned her back and said coldly, No, I won't marry you even if I have to be alone for the rest of my life. I can't tolerate sand in my eyes. I wish you happiness, Lu Juning said resolutely, as if there was no room for negotiation. Chen Yichen closed his eyes and said to Lu Yuanfan, I am willing to marry Miss Lu. Thank you, Your Highness. Lu Mingxian immediately thanked him with a brilliant expression. Lu Yuanfan was a little worried and asked, Are you sure you want Lu Mingxian? Don't change your mind when the time comes. Lu Yuanfan was really scared of these daughters. Chen Yichen was silent and looked at Lu Juning. Lu Juning still had her back to him. Chen Yichen nodded in a fit of pique. I am willing to marry Miss Lu. Lu Mingxian smiled. Thank you, Your Highness. Lu Juning's body trembled. Then, she turned and left. Chen Yichen wanted to stop Lu Juning, but in the end, he didn't say anything. Lu Yuanfan said to the kneeling Lu Mingxian, From today onwards, you are no longer Lu Mingxian. You are Lu Yueyun. Ningxu immediately pointed at himself. Dad, then who am I? You are the fourth, Lu Yujing. Lu Yuanfan waved his hand and said. Ningxu was speechless. Damn, the names of the 4 girls of the Lu family are really, the second son was the first wife's daughter, and the first wife's name couldn't be changed all the time. Moreover, the great general's residence recognized his own granddaughter. Thus, he switched the names of the 3 concubine daughters back and forth. Lu Yujing married the eldest, Lu Mingxian, and took away the eldest's name. Since the eldest was already married, Lu Mingxian could no longer be called Lu Mingxian, so she was called Lu Yueyun. After that, Ningxu was also forced to change his identity. He became the 4th child, Lu Yujing, and became a few years younger. This was simply, Chen didn't care who was who. With a flick of his sleeves, he left Lu Mansion. As soon as Chen left, Lu Yuanfan could no longer control his emotions and slapped Lu Mingxian. Look at what you've done. Lu Mingxian covered her face and lowered her head. Father, I know I was wrong. You know you're in the wrong, yet you refuse to repent. Last time, you told me that you know you're in the wrong. What are you doing now? The veins on Lu Yuanfan's forehead were bulging. It looked like his blood vessels were about to burst. Lu Mingxian lowered her head and didn't say anything. Lu Yuanfan sighed deeply. The sooner you marry, the better. Then he staggered away. Lu Mingxian covered her face and stood up with a smile on her face. Ningxu said, Congratulations, elder sister. Lu Mingxian put down her hand. Half of her face was swollen, but Lu Mingxian smiled. But it seems that Prince Chen likes second sister, Ningxu said. Lu Mingxian smiled slightly and said, I don't care who he likes. As long as I'm the legal wife of Prince Chen and have a noble status, I don't care if Prince Chen likes me. Even if he likes someone else, I'm still the legal wife of Prince Chen. This mentality was not bad. She had a noble status, ate and drank well, wore brocade clothes, had a group of servants, and the man even made the woman he liked his concubine. Moreover, the man didn't bother her. It was perfect. How beautiful everything looks without begging for a man's love. Ningxu smiled and nodded. Congratulations, big sister. But you still have to be careful. What happened last time? Last time, she could marry on behalf of Prince Chen. Lu Mingxian said lightly, I'm not so stupid this time. I must become the legal wife of Prince Chen, Lu Mingxian said. Congratulations again, big sister. Ningxu bowed and turned to leave. The Lu family was just a small place, but what happened was really too much for the eyes to take in. Lu Yuanfan married Lu Mingxian to Chen mostly as a warning. She was just watching a show, and then she was forced to change her name and age. The names of the 3 daughters of concubines were changed in a triangular shape. The eldest daughter became the 3rd daughter, the 3rd daughter became the 4th daughter, and the 4th daughter became the eldest daughter. It really made people speechless. Miss, Second Miss, and His Highness Prince Chen are also husband and wife. What should Second Miss do if she doesn't marry His Highness Prince Chen? Yuan Xiang asked in confusion. Second sister is a proud person. It's normal that she can't figure it out now, Ningxu said lightly. Yuan Xiang pursed her lips and said, Miss, you're only 10 years old now. That's good. You become younger, Ningxu said with some sadness. But when you become an adult, you'll be an old girl, Yuan Xiang said anxiously. I'm 10 years old now. Who knows that I'll be an old girl after I become an adult? Ningxu said indifferently. Yuan Xiang nodded. It seems so. Go to second sister's yard and ask for some information. Ningxu took out some broken silver and said to Yuan Xiang, be careful. Yuan Xiang nodded and took the purse. Ningxu picked up the embroidery and continued to embroider. This time she embroidered lotus flowers, which were vivid and lifelike. She could carry axes, hold thin needles, and was a woman who was good at literature and martial arts. Ha ha ha, when Yuan Xiang came back, Ningxu shook her head and said, there's no news at all. Nothing happened. It's so peaceful. Ningxu was a little surprised. Don't worry about it. Lu Juning could be so calm. Although she usually looked as if she had a knot in her heart, Chen was really a deeply affectionate and loyal man. If he really gave up, Lu Juning would definitely be heartbroken. In any case, in front of Chen, she was capricious. She always felt that Chen Yichen should protect her wholeheartedly. Otherwise, how could he eliminate the entanglement and uneasiness in her heart? Otherwise, how could he walk into her heart? Now, she was still stubbornly holding on because she felt that Chen Yichen wouldn't really abandon her. She was waiting for Chen Yichen to admit his mistake, and then she wouldn't listen to him. Ningxu couldn't be bothered to care about these people's love and hate. Lu Yuanfan was probably traumatized by the last marriage, so he even ordered people to guard Ningxu's yard. Lu Mingxuan's yard was surrounded by 3 layers of guards, for fear of the same thing as last time. The Lu family's reputation was already so bad that nothing could happen to it. Lu Yuanfan felt that he was really living with his face in his trousers. Lu Yuanfan set a date. It was quite rushed, so he went to ask Chen Yichen for his opinion. Chen Yichen had no opinion and didn't care at all. Then Lu Yuanfan asked the house to hang red lanterns. The closer it was to the wedding, the weirder the atmosphere in the Lu family's mansion became. Lu Mingxuan's yard was guarded and no one was allowed to enter. Lu Yuanfan asked Lu Juning again if she wanted to marry him. Lu Juning's expression immediately changed. She said coldly, "Father, can you not insult me? You want me to share a husband with Lu Mingxian? I can't do that." In her previous life, Lu Mingxian had stolen her husband, and in this life, she had to share a husband with Lu Mingxian. Was there anything more ironic than this? How am I insulting you? Don't you already have intimate relations with Prince Chen? Lu Yuanfan didn't know what to do. They had sex, but they didn't want to get married. What do you want to do if you don't get married? Just tell me what you want to do. Don't tell me that Prince Chen, like you, your sister and Li Yu, is walking on the dry road. Lu Yuanfan said without thinking. It was quite embarrassing for a father to say such things to his daughter. Lu Juning's face was livid. I won't get married. Father, you don't know what I'm thinking at all. How can I know what you're thinking if you don't tell me? What's done is done. What else do you want? Are you willing to get married or not? Lu Yuanfan directly gave the final ultimatum. I won't get married. Father, you have never treated me as your daughter. You only have Lu Mingxian in your heart. Only Lu Mingxian. I don't know what mother wants in this life. Lu Juning turned and left. Lu Yuanfan was so angry that he was about to have a cerebral hemorrhage. But this time, Lu Juning really wronged Lu Yuanfan. Lu Yuanfan didn't have Lu Mingxian in his heart. The person he loved most was himself and power. On the day of the wedding, Lu Mingxian was helped out in her wedding dress. Lu Yuanfan was so worried that he asked the wedding nanny to lift Lu Mingxuan's veil to take a look. Seeing that it was his eldest daughter, Lu Mingxian, he breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Since you're married, you should be sensible. I will send some people to follow you until you enter Prince Chen's mansion." "Thank you, father." Lu Mingxian thanked him. Lu Mingxian was helped into the sedan chair. Chen Yichen sat on the horse with a hopeless expression, looking around for Lu Juning. But Lu Juning didn't show up at all, which made Chen Yichen's expression even more gloomy. He had been dawdling and looking back from time to time, but Lu Juning still didn't show up. Chen Yichen originally wanted to provoke Lu Juning. As long as she appeared now and asked him not to marry someone else, he would do anything. But Lu Juning didn't show up. Lu Yuanfan knew what Chen Yichen was waiting for, so he just said, "Your Highness, it's almost the auspicious time." Chen Yichen's face trembled. In the end, he turned the horse around and left. The wedding procession slowly walked away, blowing and beating the drums. Ningxu couldn't help but shake his head. He turned around and saw Lu Juning standing there motionlessly. "Second sister," Ningxu called out. Lu Juning turned around and left, but her back view was very lonely. If there was an opportunity, he had to seize it. Since he had decided to be alone for the rest of his life, he should not hesitate. If he missed the opportunity, he would look like he had been betrayed and had nothing to live for. She didn't know what would happen to Lu Juning and Chen Yichen in the end. Would they still be together? Chen Yichen was already married, and there was also Lu Mingxian in the middle. Lu Mingxian was still the official wife. With Lu Juning's temperament, could she really tolerate her being a concubine and her elder sister being the main wife? Back then, Lu Juning had asked Lu Yujing to marry in Lu Mingxuan's place. Now, Lu Mingxian had stolen her man and married in her place. Samsara was a circle. Ningxu indicated that she and Lu Juning were the only ones left in the matter. Now, she and Lu Juning were up against each other again. Lu Juning's lonely back view was really heartbreaking. "Father, have you found what you lost?" Ningxu asked Lu Yuanfan. Lu Yuanfan's face immediately darkened. It was such a joyous day, yet he had to talk about this kind of thing. He really didn't have good eyesight. Lu Yuanfan directly said, "I found it." Ningxu nodded. "It's good that you found it." As if. "Go back to your own courtyard. There are many outsiders here. Stay in the courtyard." Lu Yuanfan was afraid that his daughter would lose her virginity before marriage again. He really couldn't bear it. Ningxu bowed and returned to her courtyard. The front courtyard was bustling with noise and excitement. Ningxu took out the embroidery and continued to embroider. After embroidering for a long time, she felt that it was quite interesting. Moreover, she was completely focused while embroidering. It was like meditation, and her thoughts were clear. Yuan Xiang poured tea for Ningxu and watched Ningxu embroider. "Miss, with your skill in needlework, the dowry you embroidered will definitely be beautiful," Yuan Xiang said with a smile. Ningxu nodded. "Isn't it? These are all works of art." Lu Mingxian returned home 3 days after the wedding and became Princess Chen. Lu Mingxian looked very dignified. She was dressed in brocade and had several maids around her. There was joy on her face. It seemed that she was very comfortable with the identity of Princess Chen. When Lu Mingxian saw Ningxu, she gave Ningxu a big red packet. It was a pair of earrings, the kind with exquisite workmanship. Ningxu accepted it. Unlike the jubilant Lu Mingxian, Chen's face was gloomy, and he didn't look like he was married at all. How could he be happy if he didn't marry the woman he liked? Lu Juning slowly came over. When Chen saw Lu Juning, his eyes lit up, but Lu Juning ignored him. Lu Mingxian didn't have any expression on her face and talked to Ningxu. Ningxu felt that Lu Mingxian didn't have any feelings for Chen. At most, she just wanted to secure the position of Princess Chen. Chen and Lu Mingxian returned home, so they naturally had to stay for lunch. Chen kept glancing at Lu Juning, but Lu Juning didn't look at him and looked indifferent. Chen's face darkened. To be honest, Ningxu didn't have the appetite to eat when he saw the two of them in such a dilemma. They were so worried that it really affected his appetite. Why couldn't they just talk about it? All misunderstandings started with "I thought." "I thought you knew what I was thinking." Lu Yuanfan sat at the head of the table and looked at the two of them with a frown. Chen was willing to stay at his mother's home for one night. Again and again, she tried to find an opportunity to talk to Lu Juning, but Lu Juning always used a cold face to refute her. Chen finally found a chance to be alone with Lu Juning and wanted to muster up the courage to talk. Lu Juning said directly, "We are done. You married the person I hate the most. Do you still want to have something to do with me?" Lu Juning suppressed her emotions and said. Chen didn't know what to say. "Husband." Lu Mingxian came over and took Chen's arm. She said, "Husband, I've been looking for you everywhere." "What are you talking about with second sister?" Lu Juning looked at the two of them leaning against each other and secretly cursed them in her heart. "Nothing," Chen replied indifferently. Lu Mingxian smiled even more brightly. "In fact, I don't care about anything. It's normal for men to have multiple wives. If second sister really likes you, I can make the decision to let you enter Prince Chen's mansion. No, I, Lu Juning, am not so lowly as to be someone's concubine. I am the legitimate daughter of the Lu family and the granddaughter of the general's mansion. How can I be a concubine?" The more Lu Juning said, the angrier she became. "Even if you give me your princess consort, I won't enter Prince Chen's mansion." Lu Mingxian laughed. "Second sister, this is what you said. If you don't keep your promise, you will be struck by lightning and not even your bones will be left." Lu Mingxuan's voice sounded faintly, as if the heavens had struck with 5 bolts of lightning. Lu Juning's expression changed. She flicked her sleeves and turned to leave. Chen looked at Lu Juning's back sadly and shook off Lu Mingxuan's hand on his arm. "Don't touch me." Lu Mingxian was still smiling. Ningxu watched from the side and felt that Lu Juning and Lu Mingxuan's positions had been switched. Now Lu Juning was very impatient, while Lu Mingxian felt like she was sitting on a high platform. Now Lu Mingxuan's marriage had been settled. If nothing happened to Chen Yichen, Lu Mingxian would naturally have a life of glory and wealth. However, Lu Juning and Chen Yichen had already slept together. Because Lu Juning couldn't get over the hurdle in her heart, she couldn't advance or retreat now. If she married Chen Yichen already had a wife, and it was Lu Mingxian, whom she hated so much. If she didn't marry him, she would lose her innocence. She was in a dilemma. In the evening, Chen Yichen wanted to rest in Lu's mansion for the night. Lu Juning couldn't help but go to Lu Mingxuan's courtyard. Seeing the lights inside and then the lights go out, Lu Juning gritted her teeth tightly. Why was her life still so fragmented after her rebirth? Why was Lu Mingxian still haunting her? Why did Lu Mingxian want to steal everything that belonged to her? Lu Juning returned to her room with a gloomy look. The next day, Lu Mingxian and Chen Yichen were going back to Prince Chen's mansion. Chen Yichen had been dawdling, wanting to see Lu Juning again. Lu Mingxian said directly, I know you like my second sister, but your relationship now is different. If you really like her, I won't object to you marrying her. Originally, your position as Princess Chen was hers, Chen Yichen said. Lu Mingxian touched her temples and said carelessly, I know, but my sister missed such an opportunity. There are some things that can't go back. Lu Mingxian knew this feeling too well. When Lu Yujing married Chen Yichen, she wanted to destroy the world. She wouldn't let go of any opportunity, and this man was Lu Juning's man. She was Prince Chen's Princess Chen, the high and mighty Princess Chen. On the other hand, Lu Juning was just an unmarried woman who had lost her chastity. Lu Mingxian stared at Lu Juning with wide eyes. Revenge for her brother, revenge for the pain she and her mother had to endure. Chen Yichen turned around and walked away, looking very despondent. Lu Mingxian walked beside him. Lu Mingxuan's back was bright and beautiful. Ningxu looked at Lu Mingxian. Strictly speaking, Lu Mingxian was better at seizing opportunities than Lu Juning. Lu Juning's strength lay in the fact that she had been reborn and had foresight. Lu Mingxian, on the other hand, had managed to crawl up in that condition. Ningxu let out a long sigh. The women in the backyard were not simple. The men trapped the women in the backyard and let the women deal with the other women. If these methods were used on a man, it would be beautiful. Lu Yuanfan wanted to marry Lu Juning off, so he said directly, the son of the Supreme Court's assistant minister is not bad. He is 2 years older than you, so you can meet him. Lu Juning's face immediately darkened. I said that I will not marry. Even if I want to marry, it is my own decision. Lu Yuanfan sneered. You are just a withered flower. What else do you want? Withered flower? Father, are you my father or not? Lu Juning's face turned ugly when she heard the words withered flower. Lu Yuanfan said, then what do you want? I've said it before. My marriage is not something you can interfere with. My marriage is decided by my maternal family. I am your father. Father, haha. Lu Juning sneered. She went back to her room to pack her things and went to the general's residence. Lu Yuanfan was so angry that his chest heaved. He pointed at Lu Juning and Ningxu and asked, what does she mean? Ningxu quickly shook her head. I don't know. She was the only daughter left in the Lu family. Lu Yuanfan glanced at Ningxu. What kind of family do you want to marry? Father, I am only 10 years old. It's still early. Ningxu said. Lu Yuanfan sighed. He flicked his sleeves and went into the study with his hands behind his back. Ningxu caught up with Lu Yuanfan and asked, Father, what did you lose? Second sister is still looking for it for you. Actually, she is a good person. You don't have to be so fierce to her. What? Lu Yuanfan stopped. Did your second sister find what she was looking for? Ningxu shook her head. I only know that she is looking for something. I don't know if she found it or not. Father, don't worry. She will find it sooner or later. Lu Yuanfan's expression changed. He pushed Ningxu aside and rushed away. Ningxu shouted, Father, I am not finished. Where are you going? Ningxu caught up with Lu Yuanfan. Seeing that Lu Yuanfan was about to go out, she quickly asked, "Father, where are you going?" "To the general's residence." Lu Yuanfan got on the sedan. Ningxu immediately asked, "Father, are you going to bring second sister back?" "Go back and stay in the courtyard. Don't come out if you have nothing to do. You are not observant," Lu Yuanfan said impatiently. Ningxu returned to his courtyard. Lu Yuanfan probably went to ask Lu Juning for something. Lu Yuanfan thought that Lu Juning was going to bring the booklet to the general's residence. Ningxu took out the booklet and wrote down some prescriptions. He didn't know how to complete this task. He felt that as long as Lu Juning was there would be no way to complete this task. It was too tiring. Moreover, living in such a small place was very depressing. Every day, he would wander around the Lu residence. He would wander around the same place many times. Lu Juning didn't have the booklet on her. Lu Yuanfan wouldn't be able to get anything. He would definitely go back empty-handed. When Lu Yuanfan came back, his expression was very ugly. He probably suffered at the general's residence. The general's residence was very protective. Everyone thought that Lu Yuanfan was a scumbag. It would be strange if they treated him well. He also didn't manage to bring Lu Juning back. Ningxu went in front of Lu Yuanfan and asked, "Father, you didn't bring second sister back?" Lu Yuanfan's heart was filled with anger. Moreover, Lu Yuanfan found that this daughter of his really made people speechless. She specifically picked topics that people didn't want to talk about. She was very, very unobservant. "No, I will treat it as if I don't have this daughter." Even if Lu Yuanfan was blind, he could see that this daughter had a lot of resentment towards him. Not only was there resentment, there was also a strong hatred. Just because her mother died early, she felt that he killed her mother. He must have eaten too much, that's why he killed his wife and left no one to manage the backyard. Lu Yuanfan took a deep breath and made a decision in his heart. He was going to marry again. The Lu family didn't have a male heir. He had to find a wife and have a son. It would be best to find a family with power and influence. Recently, the Lu family's decline was obvious. It felt like the sun was setting in the west. Lu Juning stayed in the general's mansion and had no intention of coming back. Lu Yuanfan did not ask her to come back. He was busy finding himself a wife. Lu Yuanfan found that he had too few children. His only son, Lu Jinghui, had died of smallpox. Things happened one after another. There must be someone behind Lu Yuanfan. Lu Juning was the target. Concubine Lu was worried about Lu Yuanfan's second wife. She kept saying to Ningxu, "I don't know what kind of person Madam is. It's okay. As long as she doesn't do anything out of line, it's okay. Besides, someone is more anxious and worried than you." Concubine Yun had been managing the backyard. If Lu Yuanfan had a wife, it would not be her turn to manage the backyard. But her daughter is Princess Chen. The new madam will definitely give her face. "I'm just afraid that she will attack me," Concubine Lu said. Ningxu said with a smile, "It's okay. The new madam is new here. She won't be in a hurry to do anything. Besides, you have always been honest. The new madam has no reason to attack you and increase her enemies." Concubine Lu was still uneasy. She patted her chest with her hand and said, "I'm still worried." Concubine Lu looked at Ningxu and said, "I'm not afraid of anything else. I'm just afraid that the new madam will do something to your marriage." "Why would she do something for no reason?" "I'm just a daughter of a concubine. She can prepare a dowry and marry me. It will be good for her son in the future. Don't be so pessimistic." Ningxu comforted her and said, "Besides, isn't it still early? After the sun went down, he would still get up tomorrow morning. He was single, so he would still be happy tomorrow." Concubine Lu relaxed and touched Ningxu's head. "I just hope that you can be safe and sound in the future. Don't worry. I'll take care of you in the future." Lu Yuanfan was quite fast. Soon there was news that his second wife was the daughter of the Minister of the Ministry of Rights. In fact, the Minister of the Ministry of Rights was not as powerful as the General's mansion. The Ministry of Rights was usually responsible for some national festivals and the reception of envoys from other countries. But Lu Yuanfan was already middle-aged, and so many things had happened in the Lu family recently. His reputation was not good. To be able to marry a virgin was already good enough. Moreover, the other party was the daughter of the first wife. In fact, she was the daughter of a concubine. Later on, she was promoted to the daughter of the first wife and was raised under the name of the matriarch, becoming the daughter of the first wife. Lu Yuanfan now wanted to find a political partner. Even if it was not a partner, at least there would be someone who could support him. Otherwise, there would be no one to speak up for him. The wedding date was set, and the date was set in a hurry. In any case, recently, the Lu family had been holding wedding ceremonies one after another. The great general's residence was very dissatisfied with Lu Yuanfan's remarriage. When Lu Yuanfan got married, Lu Juning didn't even come back. He expressed his dissatisfaction in this way. Ningxu had been feasting on fish and meat recently. Every once in a while, he would eat a wedding banquet, which made Ningxu a little reluctant to eat. In fact, the recent events had almost emptied out the Lu family. Dowry, betrothal gifts, and so on. The Lu family was probably going to have to tighten their belts. On the morning of the second day of the wedding, the concubines and daughters of the family had to pay their respects to the bride. The new madam was quite easy to talk to. She even gave Ningxu a big red packet. Ningxu accepted it with a smile. There was money to be received. The new madam also didn't mention anything about the authority of the housekeeper. She let concubine Yun temporarily manage it. Ningxu looked at the new madam. He felt that this woman was not a good person. She used both the carrot and the stick. She was very magnanimous when doing things, but when she wanted to make things difficult for people, it was also very choking. However, what should be done was done. Ningxu also didn't think of going over to challenge her dignity and status. He would live his life how he should live his life. There was no hatred between people for no reason. Even if she didn't like the other person, she wouldn't go so far as to kill the other person. At most, she would make things difficult for the other person. However, in the face of benefits, these were insignificant. After leaving the courtyard, concubine Lu let out a long sigh of relief. It seems that madam is quite easy to talk to. Ningxu made an end sound and looked at Lu Juning's courtyard. Lu Juning still hadn't come back. It was clear that she was unhappy with the new madam. It was clear that she didn't welcome her. However, concubine Yan's expression didn't look too good either. After all, she was about to lose her authority as the housekeeper. There was already a mistress in the house. It was impossible to let a concubine manage the house. Even if the new madam didn't want her authority as the housekeeper, Lu Yuanfan would still hand it over to her. Ningxu returned to the courtyard. He opened the book, dipped the tip of the pen in ink, and wrote some herbal knowledge on it. If she learned something, she would at least know how to defend herself when she was harmed by others in the future. She didn't want to be harmed by some despicable things again. In fact, the more despicable things were, the more useful they were. She didn't know when this mission would be considered completed. She didn't marry Li Yu, and she didn't have her virginity sullied and sent to the family temple. It was almost completed. At present, Lu Yuanfan's crisis could be considered resolved. The book was gone, but she didn't know if Lu Yuanfan had any other political stains. She felt that Lu Juning wouldn't let it go so easily. They were both reborn. Lu Juning wanted to take revenge on everyone. She wanted to make these people pay the price. As for Arves, he could find a remote planet and live a peaceful life. If Lu Juning had lived on planet Selder, she would not have been so sad. Survival was a problem, so how could she be sad? She was used to living a life of luxury, but she was too idle. The more idle she was, the more pretentious she became. No matter who it was, they had to pay the price for survival. Ordinary people had to live with their backs to the earth and the sky. Even aristocrats had to work hard to maintain the current situation. Lu Juning's actions had even caused her loyal dog to lose her husband. The main reason was that Lu Juning couldn't accept betrayal. Gradually, it led to the current situation. Lu Juning didn't make up her mind. She said that she only wanted revenge in this life and didn't want a man. Now that she met a man, she was conflicted about the past. She didn't please either side. With a proper wife in the backyard, Ningxu still had to go to the main courtyard to greet her every morning. Other times, Ningxu rarely went out. If he wasn't embroidering in the house, he was writing prescriptions. He didn't care about anything else. Lu Juning stayed in the general's mansion and didn't come back. He didn't know how long she would stay. To be honest, Lu Juning wasn't really a member of the general's mansion. It wasn't good for her to stay there all the time. Although the whole family treated her well, she was far away. If she stayed there all the time, the elders wouldn't say anything, but the wives and sisters-in-law of the general's mansion would gossip. It wasn't like she didn't have a home. The new wife told Lu Yuanfan to pick up her second daughter. She couldn't stay in someone else's house all the time. She was a girl. How could it be convenient if there were men in other people's houses? Lu Yuanfan frowned at the mention of Lu Juning, but he still went to the general's mansion to pick up his daughter. In the end, he came back with a cold face and said that he wouldn't have such a daughter in the future. Ningxu shrugged his shoulders, feeling that Lu Juning was a bit willful. She had lived 2 lives, yet she still didn't know when to stop. Did she think that after living in fear in her previous life, she could do whatever she wanted in this life? Lu Yuanfan didn't go to the general's mansion. Lu Juning could stay as long as she wanted, he couldn't be bothered. The new wife was just doing her duty. Since the other party didn't want to come back, she wouldn't force Lu Yuanfan to bring Lu Juning back. Wasn't it better if there wasn't a legitimate daughter in the family to suppress her? The second wife couldn't raise her head in front of the first wife's daughter. Ningxu was waiting for 2333 to tell him to leave this world. The mission in this world should be about done. The current crisis was solved, but Lu Yueyun would have to rely on herself in the future. He just didn't know how Lu Yueyun felt when she came back and found that she had become Lu Yujing. Ningxu wiped his face. Ningxu thought that her mission was completed, but the soldiers suddenly surrounded the Lu mansion. It was tightly surrounded. Lu Yuanfan was also called to the palace. Ningxu frowned. Was the Lu family's crisis still not over? Concubine Lu was very anxious, her face full of fear. If something happened to Lu Yuanfan, what would she do? What would the whole family do? It's okay. Ningxu comforted Concubine Lu. The book had been destroyed by Ningxu. Was there any other evidence? Some things couldn't be stopped. Lu Yuanfan went to the palace, there was no news. The Lu mansion was surrounded like an iron bucket, even the servants couldn't go out. An atmosphere of panic enveloped the entire Lu mansion, making it hard to breathe. Lu Yuanfan's fate determined the fate of everyone in the mansion. If something happened to Lu Yuanfan, none of them could escape. This matter must have something to do with Lu Juning. Really, what good would it do her to destroy the Lu family? If the Lu family was destroyed, where could she go? Could it be the general's mansion? Now that the loyal dog had a family, he couldn't give Lu Juning unparalleled love. Ningxu looked at Concubine Lu's flustered expression and said, "Concubine Lu, it's okay. Don't worry. Go to sleep. Once you wake up, everything will be fine," Ningxu said. Concubine Lu rubbed her forehead. "How can I sleep? Trust me, it'll be fine." Ningxu was very calm, very calm. After leaving Concubine Lu's courtyard, Ningxu lifted her skirt and dashed towards her own courtyard. "Miss, wait for this servant." Yuan Xiang called out to Ningxu from behind. Miss was really as quiet as a virgin, but as active as a mad rabbit. Ningxu returned to his courtyard and brought some medicinal powder with him for self-defense. He said to Yuan Xiang, who was panting from running, "I want to eat something light. I'm going out for a walk." "Miss, where are you going this time?" Yuan Xiang leaned against the wall and panted. "Don't follow me. I'm just strolling around the garden." As Ningxu walked, she looked around to see if there was anything wrong. Even if Lu Yuanfan really did something, she had to ensure that Lu Manor was clean and that there was nothing strange. Ningxu arrived at Lu Yuanfan's study. This study had just been renovated. There was also a smell. Ningxu looked around. Seeing that there was no one, she slipped into Lu Yuanfan's study. Ningxu looked around to see if there was anything like a dragon robe. Or something like an imperial jade seal that clearly had the intention of rebellion. Ningxu didn't dare to be careless. If Lu Yuanfan really couldn't escape this disaster, it would be difficult for her to take concubine Lu and charge out alone. When a tree fell, those who relied on the tree to survive would also be destroyed. Xianxia fumbled around in the study to see if there were any hidden mechanisms or secret rooms. She even lifted up the floor tiles behind the door, but this time she didn't put anything. She didn't find anything unusual in the study. Xianxia's eyes wandered around, looking for a suitable place to put something. Ancestral Hall. Xianxia planned to go to the Ancestral Hall to take a look. The door of the Ancestral Hall was locked with a lock. Xianxia managed to pry open the window with great difficulty and climbed in through the window. There were memorial tablets of the Lu family's ancestors in the Ancestral Hall. Xianxia clasped her hands together and began to look around. She even jumped up to the roof beam to check. In the end, she found a package under the incense table covered with cloth. She opened the package. It was an imperial jade seal and a dragon robe. Xianxia, it was so obvious that it was for a search. How should she deal with this? Now that Lu Manor was surrounded, she was afraid that there would be orders to search the manor in a while. This imperial jade seal, TSK, when Xianxia passed by the pond, she threw the imperial jade seal into the water with a splash. She would come back to pick it up when she had time. As for the dragon robe, the embroidery was really good. Xianxia hugged the dragon robe and quickly returned to her room. She stuffed the dragon robe under the blanket. "Miss, the cook made some light porridge. Do you want to eat some?" Xianxia asked. "Okay." Xianxia finished the porridge in a few mouthfuls and said, "I want to sleep for a while. Don't wake me up if there's nothing." Xianxia nodded and closed the door. Xianxia hurriedly took out the dragon robe. What should she do with this thing? Burn it? Once it's burned, there will be smoke. Kitchen, go to the kitchen to burn it. Xianxia cut the dragon robe into pieces with a pair of scissors and put away the pearls on it. The dragon robe was so honest, there were no lack of gold thread pearls. She wrapped it in a package. Xianxia put on a cloak and hid the package in the cloak before going to the kitchen. There were many people busy in the kitchen. Xianxia walked to the stove. "Miss, why are you here?" "The kitchen is very dirty," the cook said. "Concubine Lu's heart is palpitating. I'll make a bowl of lotus seed soup for her." "I'll do it myself." "You guys do your thing." "I'll do it myself." Xianxia squatted in front of the stove and stuffed a handful of firewood into it. The cook was a little worried. Xianxia said, "It's okay." When no one was paying attention, Xianxia stuffed the package into the stove and kept poking at it with a pair of tongs. It was just a pity that these golden threads were all made of gold. Xianxia squatted by the stove and watched the flames burn the clothes. The clothes were slowly burned to ashes. Only when the clothes were completely burned to ashes did Xianxia breathe a sigh of relief. When the lotus seed porridge was ready, Xianxia scooped a bowl of lotus seed porridge and left the kitchen. Xianxia brought the lotus seed porridge to Concubine Lu. Concubine Lu kept walking around the room, looking very impatient. "Eat something." Xianxia put down the lotus seed porridge. Concubine Lu said anxiously, "I don't know how your father is. My heart is in a mess. I can't calm down." Xianxia said calmly, "It's okay. Eat something. Father will be fine." After leaving Concubine Lu's courtyard, Xianxia walked around to see if there was anything strange. He was afraid that the other party had made other preparations. As Xianxia wandered around, he ran into the new madam. Seeing Xianxia, the new madam said, "Stay in your own courtyard. Don't go anywhere. Don't cause trouble." Xianxia immediately bowed and said yes. He saw that the new madam's brow was filled with worry. She had just married in and something like this had already happened. Xianxia obediently turned and left. He didn't know what was going on in the palace. They were probably going to convict Lu Yuanfan of rebellion. He didn't know who had complained. It was most likely someone from the general's residence. How long would this mutual harm last? Xianxia had just returned to his room when the new madam's servant girl called Xianxia to the front hall. Not only did Xianxia go, but all the concubines and concubines had gone as well. A man in armor said coldly, "His Majesty has ordered us to search the entire Lu residence. All of you stay here and are not allowed to go out." "May I ask what the Lu family has done?" the madam asked. The man ignored her and ordered his subordinates, "Don't miss a single place." Ningxu held Concubine Lu's hand. Concubine Lu's hand was cold and trembling. Her face was pale and there was an indescribable panic in her expression. Concubine Lu was a woman born in a small place. After becoming a concubine, she basically didn't go out. It was normal for her to have such a reaction. She was born to depend on Lu Yuanfan. She was more worried than anyone that something had happened to him. The guards rummaged through the Lu residence. They broke all the porcelain and took away some valuable trinkets. In a short while, the Lu residence was in chaos. The room was quiet, and every minute felt unbearable. Ningxu held Concubine Lu's hand tightly and leaned against her from behind. He didn't want Concubine Lu to fall to the ground. "Sir Lieutenant, we didn't find anything suspicious." A guard walked in, bowed and cupped his hands. The captain frowned. "Have you searched carefully? You can't miss a single place." "We've searched everywhere," the guard said. The captain glanced at the people in the room. He walked out of the front hall and said to the guard, "Did they go to the ancestral hall?" "Yes, he went to the ancestral hall first." "We've searched everywhere, but we didn't find anything." "Lieutenant, what should we do now?" The lieutenant gritted his teeth. "Keep looking. But the palace is still waiting for our reply." "Yes, but it's too late now. The embroidered dragon robe wasn't something that could be done in a day or two. Even more so, they couldn't be careless. Search again. Search for another hour," the lieutenant said. Ningxu saw that the search would not be over for a while, so he asked Concubine Lu, who was standing, to quickly sit down. The efficiency was too low. Ningxu leisurely drank a few cups of tea, but did not find anything. Only then did he let the people in the palace report back to the emperor. In the main hall, Lu Yuanfan was kneeling on the ground. Lu Juning was also there. Lu Yuanfan's forehead was covered in cold sweat, which dripped onto the smooth black tiles. He looked at Lu Juning from the corner of his eyes filled with hatred. This daughter of his had colluded with the people from the great general's manor to accuse him of embezzling the army's provisions and hoarding weapons to rebel. They even found a witness to prove that he was buying and selling official titles. Lu Yuanfan was a little afraid that his book would appear in the main hall. Cold sweat flowed into his eyes, making them stinging. Lu Yuanfan didn't dare to wipe them away. The emperor, who was sitting on the throne, looked at him with eyes like steel knives. Lu Yuanfan didn't know if he could get out of the main hall today. If he could get out, who would want such a daughter? "Emperor," the lieutenant searched the entire Lu mansion. "Speak." The emperor's voice was very calm, but it made Lu Yuanfan sweat all over. He was so nervous that his muscles couldn't help but twitch. "Emperor, we found a big box of silver in the Lu mansion." Lu Yuanfan sighed heavily. Lu Juning's expression changed. "Other than silver, there was nothing else?" "No." Lu Juning's expression became a little ugly. Silver was not a problem at all. Only rebellion could make the emperor nervous. Lu Juning's grandfather, the general, shook his head at Lu Juning. This matter couldn't be repeated. Lu Juning's expression was very unwilling. How could it be like this? How could they not find anything? Lu Yuanfan was also a sensible person. He immediately kowtowed and admitted his mistake. He cried bitterly and said that he knew he was wrong and was willing to accept any punishment. He was as pitiful as he could be. He said that he shouldn't have been blinded by money and be blinded by lard. He was ashamed of the emperor's favor and blah blah blah. In the end, Lu Yuanfan was demoted from a second-rank minister of war to a fourth-rank chancellor of the imperial college. The silver that was found naturally went into the national treasury and his salary was deducted for 3 years. It was equivalent to 3 years of work in vain. At the same time, he was grounded for half a year and had to reflect on his mistakes. Lu Yuanfan hurriedly kowtowed and admitted his mistake. It was good enough that he could keep his life. Although he didn't know the process, Lu Yuanfan could guess that there was something taboo in the Lu mansion, but he didn't know why it wasn't found. It was probably his daughter's bad idea. Lu Yuanfan moved his body. His back was full of cold sweat, soaking his underwear. His body was weak, his hands and feet were trembling. He walked in front of the gates of hell. Lu Yuanfan looked at Lu Juning and the old general fiercely. Lu Juning's face was a bit pale. In fact, this time she had already shown her true colors, but she couldn't do anything to Lu Yuanfan. Lu Yuanfan clutched his chest and sat on the sedan chair. His heart ached because he was scared. Lu Yuanfan was really scared to the point of peeing. After Lu Yuanfan came back, the guards at the door also left. Ningxu saw Lu Yuanfan's purple forehead and sighed in relief. At least his head didn't move. A group of people surrounded Lu Yuanfan and cared about him. In the end, Lu Yuanfan's eyes rolled and he fainted. The new madam hurriedly called a doctor. Ningxu felt that Lu Yuanfan was just scared. It would be better if he woke up. "Auntie, let's go back and wait. There are too many people here. We don't want to make trouble," Ningxu said to concubine Lu, who stretched her neck like a swan. Concubine Lu saw that it was a mess and left reluctantly. Then Lu Juning also returned to the Lu mansion. Lu Juning's face was cold. Ningxu bowed. "Second sister. Is father okay?" Lu Juning asked. Ningxu said indifferently, "He's okay. He's probably tired and is sleeping now." "Second sister, why did you come back?" Ningxu asked. Lu Juning, "I just came back to get something." Ningxu was a bit surprised. "Then why are you still leaving?" Lu Juning went directly to her courtyard, packed some things and left. She didn't even say goodbye to the new madam and Lu Yuanfan. Ningxu, she left just like that. Lu Juning probably didn't dare to face Lu Yuanfan. Ningxu felt that this was quite good. If he wasn't under the same roof as Lu Juning, it wouldn't be so easy for him to play any tricks. Moreover, would Lu Yuanfan give up after such a huge setback? It all depended on Lu Yuanfan's attitude when he woke up. Lu Yuanfan slept for an entire day before waking up. When he woke up and sat on the bed, he was in a daze. Everyone in the family was shocked. They were afraid that Lu Yuanfan couldn't take the blow. Lu Yuanfan asked his wife to bring the genealogy and went straight to the clan to cross out the name of his second daughter, Lu Juning. In ancient times, a rebellion would implicate the entire family. The clan agreed without thinking and directly expelled Lu Juning from the Lu family. In other words, Lu Juning was no longer Lu Yuanfan's daughter. Lu Yuanfan felt that since you treated me as your father, you wanted to destroy the Lu family. Rebellion was not breakfast. People would die and their heads would be chopped off. Lu Yuanfan directly cut off the father-daughter relationship with his daughter Lu Juning. Lu Juning could go wherever she wanted. He couldn't be bothered whether she lived or died. He also didn't want to have anything to do with the great general's residence. He remembered this matter. If anything happened to the great general in the future, he would be the first to rush up and step on him. Lu Yuanfan did all these things calmly. He didn't look angry at all. He was probably too disappointed and felt that there was nothing to be angry about. He didn't want such a deceitful daughter. Ningxu admired Lu Yuanfan's efficiency. He was very direct and efficient. His daughter didn't want him and he didn't want her. Ningxu also felt more at ease. Lu Yuanfan was vigilant and wouldn't be so easily schemed against. Other than the Lu family, Lu Juning could only go to the great general's residence. However, Lu Juning didn't even have a name now. Lu Juning's name was no longer her name. Even if she used this name, she was no longer a member of the Lu family. In the past, there was still a loyal male dog. Now, the great general's residence was where Lu Juning lived peacefully. However, after this incident, the Lu family and the great general's residence were on opposite sides. The two families went from being connected by marriage to enemies. Ningxu didn't think that Lu Juning could have a good life in the great general's residence. Someone who could even deal with her own father, the great general's residence would definitely be on guard against her. It was impossible for her to return to the Lu family. She couldn't even enter the Lu family's door. Lu Yuanfan was demoted and grounded. He didn't get a salary for 3 years. The imperial edict had been issued. It was obviously not a good thing, but Lu Yuanfan still had to place the imperial edict in the ancestral hall. It would be shameful if the later generations saw this. It was not a great achievement, but a fine. Lu Yuanfan's heart was indescribably complicated. However, after that, it was rumored that Lu Juning had lost her virginity. It was rumored that she and Prince Chen, Chen, had been intimate when they were in Tiantai Temple. Lu Yuanfan wanted to discuss the great general's mansion by keeping a girl who had lost her virginity in their home. This is the granddaughter of your great general's residence, shameless, blah, blah. In any case, Lu Juning was no longer the daughter of the Lu family. She wouldn't lose face for the Lu family. Ningxu was speechless. Lu Yuanfan was really vengeful. When the news that Lu Juning had lost her virginity to Prince Chen spread out, the people of the general's mansion wanted to marry Lu Juning to Prince Chen. Of course, Lu Juning was unwilling. Lu Mingxian was still in Prince Chen's mansion. She didn't want to be suppressed by Lu Mingxian. The general's mansion intended to give her to Chen Yichen as a concubine, but she had her own pride and couldn't face Chen Yichen in that situation. The people of the general's mansion had no choice. Since she didn't want to be a concubine, she had to be the wife. The general's mansion arranged a marriage for Lu Juning, but the husband's family was far away from the capital city, and that family didn't know about the loss of her virginity. She wanted to marry far away. Lu Juning was very angry and sad that the people of the general's mansion treated her like this and arranged a marriage for her without her permission. If she married to another province, how could she take revenge on the third prince Shen Hao and Lu Mingxian? But on the day of the wedding, Lu Juning was almost forced into the bridal sedan chair. The general's mansion also sent a group of soldiers to follow Lu Juning to prevent her from escaping. Lu Juning, who was sitting in the bridal sedan chair, couldn't figure out why things had turned out like this. Why did her grandparents, who had been so good to her, treat her like this? She got married so inexplicably, and so far away. Even if the family was a local noble, Lu Juning didn't want to marry. She couldn't be reconciled without taking revenge. Then what was the point of her rebirth? Shen Hao, the man who killed his wife and son, was still alive and kicking, enjoying glory and wealth, and competing for the throne. Lu Juning couldn't accept it. When Lu Juning got married, Ningxu even stood on the side of the street to send her off. Some things were either white or black. The general's mansion was such a big family, with a son and an unmarried daughter. Lu Juning's influence in the general's mansion wasn't very good. Moreover, the husband the general's mansion chose for Lu Juning was quite good. He was a local noble, far away from the emperor, and his life would definitely be good. He just didn't know if Lu Juning could get over the hurdle in her heart. If it was always like this, Lu Juning's life after marrying over wouldn't be too good. If she still insisted on taking revenge, she would definitely end up with nothing. How a person's life was, didn't depend on others, but also their own attitude towards life. In any case, Lu Juning had already married far away. If there weren't any special circumstances, they probably wouldn't meet again in this lifetime. Ningxu let out a long sigh of relief. In his previous life, Lu Juning and Chen Yichen only envied Mandarin ducks and not immortals, but now the couple had fallen apart. Feelings were very fragile, and could only be maintained carefully. The slightest carelessness could cause it to break. Ding, quest completed. Do you wish to leave the quest world? 2333's voice sounded. Ningxu nodded, leave. Unfortunately, he didn't encounter the world's origin in this world. But wandering around such a small place, how could he encounter the world's origin? Ningxu's head was dizzy for a moment, and he returned to the system space. Ningxu lay on the sofa, opened the attribute panel, and looked at the harvest this time. Name, Ningxu. Age, 27 points, 72 million soul, 340 health, 131 wisdom, 394 charm, 50 luck, 259 spiritual power, 290 faith, 24515 force, 422 aptitude, 169 merit, 13,870 plus 3,000 skills, 5th ring shooting technique, intermediate fighting technique, exceptional martial arts, intermediate poison technique, beginner business management knowledge, beginner code programming, beginner lawyer skills, beginner ghost catching skills. Honorary titles, goddess of war, selfless ancestor items, calm aura, calming pill, faith. Aura, amulet 4, upgraded amulet +2 aura, mother of the world, queen's blessing, sister model worker, Qinshi's blessing, leader aura, grass blessing, best friend for a lifetime, Meow Meow Meow's blessing, life-saving hand, Zhu Susu's blessing, founding female general, Chen Ermiai's blessing, lawful beauty, Chen Ning's blessing, transcending race communication, by San Yang's blessing, wisdom, by San Yang's blessing, complete Lu Yueyan's mission, don't be set up, don't marry the eldest son of the Marquis. Mission completion rate, 100%. Mission reward, 8 million points, 80 attribute points, 2000 faith power. Ningxu looked at the reward. It was not bad. 8 million points, 80 attribute points, and 2000 faith power were accumulated in the previous world. After all, merit was not so easy to obtain. Moreover, what merit could be obtained from scheming in a house? It was a pity that women could not leave the house. If these women were in the modern world, they would definitely live a bright and beautiful life. They wore fashionable clothes and had beautiful makeup. When they turned around, they were full of beauty and confidence. Ningxu distributed the attribute points. This time there were more attribute points. Ningxu very willfully added all the attribute points. Name, Ningxu. Age, 27 points, 72 million plus 8,000,000 soul, 340 plus 10 HP, 131 plus 10 wisdom, 394 plus 10 charm, 50 plus 10 luck, 259 plus 10 spirit, 290 plus 10 faith, 24,515 plus 2,000 martial strength, 422 plus 10 aptitude, 169 plus 10 merit, 13,870 plus 3,000 skills, 5th ring shooting technique, intermediate combat technique, exceptional martial arts proficiency, intermediate poison technique, elementary business management knowledge, elementary code programming, elementary lawyer skills, elementary ghost catching skill. Honorary titles, Goddess of War, Selfless Ancestor Items, Calm Aura, Tranquil Pill, Faith Aura, Amulet 4, Upgraded Amulet plus 2 Aura, Mother of the World, Queen's Blessing, Model Worker, Qinshi's Blessing, Leader Aura, Grass Blessing, Lifelong Friend, Miao Miao Miao's Blessing, Life-Saving Hand, Zhu Susu's Blessing, Founding Female General, Chen Ermiai's Blessing, Lawful Beauty, Chen Ning's Blessing, Transcending Race Communication, by San Yang's Blessing. Ningxu closed the attribute panel. He sat cross-legged on the sofa and began to cultivate. He absorbed the pure soul energy in the space. After he finished cultivating, Ningxu asked, I feel that the soul power this time is much stronger than last time. Is it the soul power of those mission enforcers who were killed? I think so. But it's probably just your imagination. Although the soul power of intermediate and advanced mission takers is strong, it's basically nothing to you, 2333 said. Ningxu rolled his eyes. Are we clearing out intermediate and advanced mission enforcers this time? They're even willing to part with high-level mission enforcers? Ningxu was a little surprised. To be able to become a high-level mission enforcer, he must have experienced many worlds. How could he just erase him like that? How could he bear to do that? We've also killed a few high-ranked mission enforcers, but most of them were middle-ranked mission enforcers. 2333 said, fortunately, we are fine this time. Otherwise, you would have become pure soul energy. Ningxu, Motherf *Ker, did he think that everything would be fine just because he had the amulet? How could such a thing happen? The feeling of having his life in someone else's hands was really terrible. He had to build the world as soon as possible, but he still lacked a few world sources. Ningxu heaved a sigh of relief. She had to work harder. The world was full of competition. He had to strive to control his own destiny as soon as possible. He had already reached this step. If he continued to climb forward, he would succeed. Ningxu hugged his head and screamed twice. He jumped twice with all his might. He jumped high on the sofa and instantly felt much better. 2333 Crazy old woman, Ningxu sat cross-legged on the sofa and clicked on the screen to see Lu Yueyan's situation after she returned. Lu Yueyan was a typical ancient person. Her days after returning didn't change much. She embroidered every day, waiting to get married and have children. Occasionally, she would study the medical books that Ningxu had left behind. Her days were peaceful. Ningxu swiped his finger and the screen turned to another place. In the screen was Lu Juning. Lu Juning was in a room, looking tired and unwilling. And her husband was with his concubine. Lu Juning didn't care. She hadn't even married Chen Yichen. How could she be interested in such a man, especially one with multiple wives? Lu Juning only hated that she couldn't cut Xianxia into pieces. Her face was gloomy all day. Also, Lu Juning's husband found out that Lu Juning wasn't a virgin on the wedding night. He was unhappy and turned around to find his concubine. Lu Juning's expression was cold. Her hands were clenched tightly. Ningxu couldn't help but wipe his face. How much did she feel? She was already so miserable in her previous life. She still had to make herself miserable in this life. She was the most miserable and wronged person in the world. No one understood her pain. There were many people who had a hard life. He should have thrown Lu Juning to planet Satyr. Ningxu turned off the screen. With Lu Juning's personality and her deep hatred, it was all thanks to Chen Yichen that she could live a happy life. Ningxu pulled out a book from the bookshelf and started reading. He thought of something and asked 2333, the screening this time is over. When will the next screening be? Ningxu wanted to know if he had enough time to find the origin of the world. If she was erased, her soul would be scattered, and she wouldn't even have an afterlife. That's not clear. Maybe decades, centuries, or even millennia are possible. This screening is a warning to those who are still alive that they must work hard to complete the mission, 2333 said. Once the mission fails too many times and repeatedly hurts the plane, the higher-ups may fire some people. The rules for firing are different every time. Ningxu was so scared that the book in his arms fell to the ground. Damn, how could he live? Ningxu's face was expressionless. Why are those people so stubborn? Since it's to protect the plane, of course, everything is based on the plane. Those who are weak can only be erased. It's not a charity that gives you so much care and love, 2333 said. Ningxu was speechless. Since she couldn't change the rules with her current ability, she could only adapt to the rules. When she transcended the rules, these rules would no longer be able to do anything to her. At that time, she must stand at the top of the Forbidden City and laugh to the sky. Who else but her? But that day was a little far away. Ningxu felt his blood boil just thinking about it, as if he had been injected with chicken blood. She was fated to die young, became a mission enforcer, and finally became the master of the world. Just thinking about it made her feel great. She walked to the peak of life and married a tall, rich, and handsome man. Forget about tall, rich, and handsome men, they were not as good as her. But if they were better than her, damn, no one would be allowed to control her. Ningxu stood on the sofa, standing on one leg and practicing spiritual power. Practicing spiritual power was a very tiring thing. Ningxu persisted for a while and felt exhausted and dizzy. Ningxu lay on the sofa and rested for a while before he felt better. The use of spiritual power was very difficult. Ningxu rested for a while and continued to practice. She added so many attribute points to spiritual power. She couldn't waste it like this. Ningxu practiced her spiritual power over and over again. It took a long time for her to stop. After the practice, Ningxu exchanged for fasting pills, water, and some medicine from the system space. Ningxu said, "Let's go and do the mission." She had almost 100 million points and a lot of faith power. She would become a super mission taker soon. At least she would be able to enjoy some benefits. Come on. Do you want to enter the mission now? 2333 asked. Ningxu opened her arms and prepared to land in the most beautiful position. She nodded and said, yes. Then her head became dizzy and she forgot about the beautiful position. Her soul merged into her body. She felt a dull pain in her arm, as if a needle and thread had pierced her flesh. Ningxu took a breath and quickly opened her eyes. She saw a white ceiling and a strong smell of disinfectant. She turned her head and saw a man in a white coat threading a needle on her arm. Wake up. Don't move. Last 2 needles, the man said. He was wearing a mask. Ningxu lay still. The doctor said, don't let the wound come into contact with water. Don't eat seafood. Why are you so careless? I told you not to go out, but you insisted. Now you're in trouble. The doctor put the scissors on the plate and made a crisp sound. Ningxu was speechless. These words sounded familiar. Was it someone she knew? The doctor took off his mask. Ning-Shu saw his face. He was a handsome man. His facial features were handsome and he had a good figure. When he wore a white coat, he looked very handsome. At this moment, his expression was very dissatisfied. Seeing that Ning-Shu didn't speak, he said, "Did you hear what I said?" Ning-Shu nodded. "I heard. I'll go back with you." The doctor took off his white coat and hung it on the shelf. He was wearing a very elegant sweater and a casual jacket. Seeing that Ning-Shu was still sitting on the bed, he said, "You can go." Oh, Ning-Shu quickly got out of bed and followed the doctor. This was a rather large clinic. After they left the clinic, Lin Mingyao was shocked. The doctor reached out and held Ning-Shu's hand. Ning-Shu almost reflexively shook off his hand. "What are you doing? In the future, tell me in advance where you are going. If something like this happens again, I will be very unhappy," the doctor said. Ning-Shu was a little confused now. He nodded and said, The doctor opened the door to his car, and Ning-Shu got in as well. Ning-Shu took a look at the car. It wasn't cheap either. The doctor started the car. Ning-Shu said, "I'll take a nap." Ning-Shu closed his eyes and began to accept the plot. The original owner was called Ai Yun. She was now married. The man driving next to her was her husband. His name was Ching Fei. He ran a clinic. He could be considered a successful person. Most importantly, he was a good man. He didn't have any bad habits. He was ambitious and humble. He was a top student since he was young. After graduation, he opened his own clinic. His medical skills were good, and he met Ai Yun through a blind date. After they got married, Ching Fei treated Ai Yun very well. He didn't need Ai Yun to do anything for him. His family was well-to-do, so he didn't let Ai Yun go to work. He let Ai Yun do what she liked. No matter where Ai Yun went, Ching Fei would send her there. Ai Yun's friends and classmates were very envious of Ai Yun. They said that Ai Yun was lucky to be able to find a considerate and handsome man who could make money and take care of her beauty. Then, the winner in life, Ai Yun died. She didn't even know where she died. Ai Yun suspected that her husband killed her. Her suspicion wasn't without reason. She felt that her husband wanted to kill her. Although he was considerate and loving to her, her husband wanted to kill her. Ching Fei even took Ai Yun to see a neurologist. He said that she was a little paranoid. In short, she was a little paranoid. Ai Yun told her parents that Ching Fei wanted to kill her, but her parents didn't believe her. They even said that Ai Yun was talking nonsense. No one believed Ai Yun's words. Because Ching Fei was a good man. He was filial to his parents and could make money. He was a very good man. Many women envied Ai Yun behind her back. But Ai Yun didn't know why, but she was under a lot of psychological pressure. When she faced her husband, Ching Fei, she couldn't help but get angry. However, Ching Fei was very gentle and tolerant of her. But the more Ching Fei was like this, the more anxious Ai Yun became. In an accident, Ai Yun's parents were in a car accident and both of them died. It was just an ordinary accident. Ai Yun felt that Ching Fei had killed her parents. No matter how she investigated, it was just an ordinary traffic accident. No matter how Ai Yun threw a tantrum, Ching Fei stayed by her side. In the end, Ai Yun also died. Ai Yun became a spirit body. She didn't even know how she died or where she died. Perhaps she really had a mental disorder and died when she was hallucinating. In her impression, the surroundings were dark and she couldn't see anything. Ai Yun, we're here. Ching Fei gently pushed Ning-Shu and unbuckled his seatbelt. At the same time, he unbuckled his seatbelt for Ning-Shu. Ning-Shu was originally accepting the plot when he was suddenly interrupted by Ching Fei. Ning-Shu stared at Ching Fei. Ching Fei stretched out his white hand and touched his face. Is there something on my face? Ning-Shu smiled. No, it's just that many girls liked you before you got married because you're handsome. Ching Fei smiled faintly. Are you trying to bring up old scores? No. Ning-Shu shrugged his shoulders and got out of the car. Ching Fei also got out of the car and walked beside Ning-Shu. They got into the elevator together. Ning-Shu looked at the changing numbers of the elevator and thought about this mission. Did the original owner really have a mental disorder, or was there really something wrong with her husband? He didn't know Ai Yun's wish and was suddenly interrupted by Qingfei. With a ding, the elevator door opened. Qingfei held Ningshu's hand and walked out of the elevator. Qingfei took out the key to open the door. Ningshu looked at him from the side. Qingfei was very handsome and tall. He had been an outstanding person since he was young. Moreover, he didn't have the flaws of other men. But the original owner suspected that Qingfei wanted to kill her. She even thought that her parents were killed by Qingfei. Qingfei opened the door and Ningshu walked in. The decoration of the house was very good. It wasn't easy to have such a house in this area. Take a seat first. I'll cook, Qingfei said to Ningshu. He put on an apron and went to the kitchen to cook. The original owner was a housewife and didn't have a job. She was supposed to do this kind of thing. But most of the time, the food was cooked by Qingfei. Qingfei had to run his clinic every day and take care of Ai Yun when he came back. It seemed like he was taking care of a patient. Ningshu raised his arm and looked at the stitches. The wound was quite long. According to the plot, Ai Yun was injured at a class reunion. But for some reason, two of her classmates started fighting. He didn't know what grudges these two students had, but they were fighting fiercely. Wine bottles, bowls, and chopsticks were all over the floor. Ai Yun was pushed to the floor. Her arm was scratched, but luckily her face wasn't hurt or her eyes were pierced. Ningshu touched the wound. It was a little hot, but it was sewn carefully. There were some bloodstains on his clothes. He started to accept the plot again. He wanted to see what the original owner's mission was. But there was no more plot. He was interrupted and the plot wasn't transmitted to him. Ningshu said coldly, 2333, what's the original owner's wish? If there's no wish, what's the point? Oh, her wish. It means that her husband wants to kill her. Ningshu was speechless. Be serious. This is the original owner's wish. She thought her husband wanted to kill her, so he killed her parents to control her. Ningshu smiled, really? Really. If you want to accept the plot in the future, find a suitable time and a safe place. If I can't tell you, you will be forced to accept the plot and you won't be able to receive the complete plot. 2333 said. Is there still a plot for this mission? Tell me the plot. Ningshu said. No. 2333 said. Are you kidding me? The client doesn't even know how she died. She thinks she was killed by her husband. 2333 said. You have received all the plot. Ningshu was speechless. The plot was so simple, but it was so deceptive. Ningshu looked at Qingfei in the kitchen through the glass. He was cooking seriously. He was tall, handsome, and had a good figure. He couldn't figure out why he wanted to kill Ai Yun. There was no need. Could it be that the original owner was paranoid and had a persecutory delusion? If she was crazy, how could she complete her mission? If it wasn't for the black hole, she could meet the client in advance. Many things could only be explained face to face. After receiving the plot, even Ningshu couldn't help but feel that Ai Yun had a problem. Why would someone kill you? Why would they kill your parents? Crime requires a cost. Ningshu scratched his head. He felt a little distressed. Qingfei came out with the dishes. Seeing Ningshu, who was sitting on the sofa, he put down his legs and came over to squat in front of Ningshu. Are you scared? Qingfei was very close to her. Ningshu could even see his long eyelashes and the reflection of her face in his eyes. It was a pale face. Ningshu shook his head. I'm fine. Qingfei stood up. It's time to eat. Ningshu walked to the dining table and Qingfei pulled out a chair for Ningshu. Ningshu couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. So polite. The client and Qingfei had been married for more than 2 years. People who had lived together for a period of time would still behave like this. Qingfei was a man who could not be picky. Normally, a man would not pull a chair for his wife, not to mention whether he would behave like a big boss. This kind of thing usually happened before marriage. Ningshu smiled and sat down. Thank you. Qingfei sat opposite Ningshu and put some vegetables in Ningshu's bowl. During this period, you have to eat lighter food. Don't eat spicy food and don't eat seafood. Ningxu nodded and lowered his head to eat. You have to take a shower later. I will help you to wash your wound. Qingfei said. Pfft. Ningxu spat out his rice. Cough, cough, cough. Qingfei stood up and passed a tissue to Ningxu. What's wrong? Ningxu wiped his mouth with the tissue. I ate too quickly and choked. You have to chew and swallow slowly when you eat. Let your body prepare for the meal. Qingfei sat down and looked at Ningxu. Ningxu's face was reflected in his eyes. Ningxu nodded and continued eating. The dining table was very quiet. Only the sound of bowls and chopsticks could be heard. This was what it meant to be speechless. It was a little awkward. Qingfei took a sip of water and said, "Why did you have a conflict at the class reunion?" Ningxu spread his hands. I don't know. I don't know why it happened. Qingfei put down the cup. Don't go to class reunions in the future and don't go out with your best friends. It's dangerous outside. Ningxu frowned. Why did he not let him go out? Of course. I am not forbidding you from going out. You have to be careful. Qingfei said. Ningxu nodded obediently. I know. Qingfei smiled and showed his white teeth. It made him look even more handsome. Sigh. This was a world where looks were everything. He did not believe that Qingfei wanted to kill his wife. Ningxu had his reservations. After dinner, Qingfei cleared the table and washed the dishes. Ningxu saw that Qingfei was busy in the kitchen. He leaned against the door and asked, Qingfei, I think there is something wrong with my head. What do you think? Qingfei wiped the water off the bowls and put them in the cupboard. When he heard Ningxu's words, he nodded without thinking. Yes, there is something wrong with my head. I went to a class reunion and hurt myself. Your two male classmates are afraid of paying the medical bills. They are shirking their responsibilities. How ridiculous. Don't go to a class reunion that wastes time and energy. Qingfei said. Ningxu spread his hands. I am going to show off that I found a good husband. Qingfei looked up at Ningxu and could not help laughing. What are you showing off for? Qingfei wiped the water off his hands and took off his apron. Take a bath. Your hand is injured. It is not convenient. Ningxu took 2 steps back. I can take a bath myself. I will soak in the bathtub. Don't be stubborn. Your wound can't get wet. Qingfei said good-naturedly. Ningxu shook his head. I can take a bath myself. We need to keep each other mysterious. Qingfei just tilted his head and looked at Ningxu. Ningxu went into the bathroom, locked the door and turned on the water. Ningxu wiped the mirror and looked at the person in the mirror. Yan's facial features were not exquisite, but she was very elegant. Her skin was fair and she could be considered a beauty. She was supported by her temperament. Yan's parents were university professors. She was also from a scholarly family. Otherwise, she would not have gone on a blind date with Qingfei. They were well matched. Ningxu was still looking at himself in the mirror when someone knocked on the door. His heart skipped a beat. Open the door. You didn't bring any underwear. Qingfei's voice came from outside the door. Ningxu opened the door and saw that Qingfei was holding underwear and pajamas. Ningxu was speechless. Ningxu took the clothes and was about to close the door. Qingfei stopped him and asked, Can you do it alone? Yes, of course. Ningxu closed the door. Ningxu took off his clothes and lay in the bathtub. He looked at his arm outside the bathtub. There was a long scar on his arm. The wound was red and throbbing in pain. Ningxu took a quick bath, dried himself and put on his clothes. Qingfei was reading on the sofa when he came out of the bathroom. Seeing Ningxu come out, he put down the book in his hand. Since you are done, I will take a bath. Qingfei stood up and took his clothes to the bathroom. Ningxu sat on the bed, crossed her legs, supported her chin, and listened to the sound of running water in the bathroom. So far, she didn't find anything wrong. The couple treated each other with respect. For the time being, Ningxu did not find anything wrong with Qingfei. He was a woman's dream man. He had a stable career, was rich, handsome, and considerate. Ningxu couldn't figure out why the client thought her husband killed her and her parents. Ningxu couldn't figure it out and didn't want to think about it anymore. She started to cultivate. Weak Reiki entered Ningxu's body. Qingfei wiped her hair and came out of the bathroom. Seeing Ningxu sitting on the bed, she couldn't help laughing. "What are you doing?" Ningxu opened his eyes. Meditation before sleeping. Qingfei was only wearing a pair of shorts. Her upper body was naked, revealing her strong body. Ningxu tilted his head and looked at Qingfei's two little breasts coldly. "You're going to sleep like this?" Ningxu asked, showing the wound on his arm. "I'm injured now." Qingfei lay down. The mattress bounced and he pulled Ningxu to sleep. Qingfei pressed Ningxu's head against her chest and patted Ningxu's back. "Go to sleep." Ningxu stared at Qingfei's breasts expressionlessly. He wanted to pinch them off, just like pinching a succulent. Ningxu wanted to turn around, but Qingfei pressed his head so he couldn't move it. "Why aren't you sleeping?" Qingfei's voice sounded a little lazy. "Sleep your head off and get high." "I want to change my position. It's not comfortable like this," Ningxu said. Qingfei let go of her hand on Ningxu's head. Ningxu lay down flat. Qingfei looked at Ningxu. The strands of hair in front of his forehead made him look more adorable than usual when he was neatly combed. "Don't go to any gatherings in the future. If you have nothing to do, you can learn how to arrange flowers. All your friends do is buy, and learn something useful," Qingfei said in a low, muffled voice. His voice sounded like it came from his nasal cavity. It was indescribably deep and sexy. Ningxu thought for a moment and said, "I want to work." Qingfei opened his eyes and stared at Ningxu. "I don't agree with you going to work. There are some things in the workplace that you can't handle. You should live a peaceful life. You don't need to work." Ningxu was speechless. What was that supposed to mean? Secluded orchid in an empty valley, he must be praising her beauty. Ningxu said, "You're also very handsome." Qingfei patted Ningxu. "Go to sleep." Ningxu turned his back to Qingfei. Qingfei was very nice to the original owner. As for working, it was a matter of opinion. Ningxu didn't sleep much that night. He cultivated silently. As long as he had the ability, he wouldn't be afraid of anything. Qingfei slept quietly. He didn't snore or fart. He didn't even turn around. If a person was pretending, he wouldn't be able to do it after he fell asleep. The next morning, Qingfei woke up very early. He woke up very softly and pulled the blanket for Ningxu before he left. Ningxu opened his eyes and looked at the door. Then he closed his eyes and went back to sleep. After he woke up, Ningxu walked out of the room. He saw breakfast on the table. There were sandwiches, milk, and a fried egg. There was also a note from Qingfei saying that he went to the clinic. If the milk and fried egg were cold, he could put them in the microwave. Ningxu picked up the milk. It was a little warm. Ningxu sat down and ate the breakfast. Then he washed the dishes. What should he do next? Being a housewife was quite boring. There were hourly workers to clean the house. Looking at Qingfei's attitude, it seemed like he was going to cripple Ai Yun. Ever since they got married, Qingfei had been treating Ai Yun like this for 2 years. Persistence was the hardest. Did Qingfei really love Ai Yun? But Ai Yun felt that her husband had killed her and her parents. Ningxu thought for a while. Then he packed up and prepared to go back to his parents' house. The original owner's parents lived in a university house. The house was big enough. Ningxu walked on the campus towards his parents' house. When he passed by the basketball court, a ball flew towards him. Ningxu tilted his head and dodged it. How could he be hit by the ball? Ha ha ha, a boy in a jersey ran to Ningxu. He scratched the back of his head and asked, "Are you okay? Were you hit by the ball?" There was a commotion around him. Ningxu shook her head. "Nope. Next time, be more careful. Don't hit a girl's head for no reason. Have you tried hitting your own head to see how it feels?" Boy, everyone, this development was a little strange. Ningxu expressed that she had seen all kinds of tricks. But this body was quite charming. Even after getting married, there was still a student throwing a ball. It should be said that Ai Yun's temperament was unique. Sorry. The boy went to pick up the ball. Ningxu carried his bag and went to his parents' house. Ai Yun's parents died in a car accident. Both of them died in vain. After that, Ai Yun also died. She died in a very confused manner. She didn't know how she died or where she died. Every action had a meaning behind it. Was it revenge, love, money, or sex? Ningxu felt that Ai Yun had set her sights on Qingfei first. He felt that he had limited her train of thought. Everything had a reason, right? Why did Qingfei want to kill Ai Yun and her parents? Ningxu pressed the doorbell. It was Ai Yun's mother who opened the door. When she saw her daughter, she immediately said happily, "Why are you back?" Ningxu entered the house and put down the fruits and supplements on the coffee table. "I came back to see you." "Where's Dad?" Ai Yun's mother said, "Your dad has classes." "Are you having lunch here?" Ningxu nodded. "Yes." "How are things with my son-in-law?" Ai Yun's mother asked. Ningxu nodded. "Pretty good. Everything is pretty good. Don't worry. I'm not worried about my son-in-law. I'm worried about you. Qingfei is a good man. It's not easy for a woman to meet a good man in her life, especially for a child like Qingfei." Ai Yun's mother prepared a fruit platter and placed it in front of Ningxu. "Ningxu, do I look that unreliable?" Ningxu couldn't help but ask. "You even wanted a divorce a while ago. What were you thinking? Why did you have to give such a good man to someone else?" Ai Yun's mother said resentfully. "Then why did I want a divorce last time?" Ningxu asked. "Because you had a nightmare that your son-in-law wanted to kill you. You insisted on a divorce." "Ningxu, do you believe it?" Ningxu asked. Ai Yun's mother rolled her eyes. "What do you mean? Qingfei would never do such a thing. Your brain must be rusty." Ningxu chatted with Ai Yun's mother. Ai Yun's mother kept praising Ningxu and told him not to do anything stupid. Ningxu listened to Mrs. Ai's nagging. She was telling Ningxu not to court death and not to make a fuss about a divorce. If he kept making a fuss, all their feelings would be gone. Ningxu ate some fruit and listened to Mrs. Ai praising Qingfei. Qingfei was so good. It was as if she was the only one making a fuss. Since they were so good, why did he have to make a fuss about a divorce? A good man should stay by himself. Ningxu sat cross-legged on the sofa and started to cultivate. He turned a deaf ear to Mrs. Ai's nagging. It was the same words over and over again. Professor Ai came back from class and saw Ningxu sitting on the sofa. He asked, "Why did you come back this time?" Ningxu was speechless. "Nothing. I just came back to see you guys." Ningxu shrugged. How worried was he about her? Compared to Qingfei, she was the typical example of a troublemaker. The kind that made people very worried. Professor Ai was wearing a modern Tang suit and had a literary aura. He glanced at Ningxu and said, "A man's patience is limited. You are just too free all day, that's why you keep making a fuss. I will use my connections to make you a tutor in the school. Although you will not be a professor, at least you will have a job so that you won't keep making a fuss with Qingfei," Professor Ai said. Ningxu was speechless. It felt like Qingfei was their biological son. How miserable. Ningxu thought about it and nodded. "Okay. When do I start work?" "Next Monday. Go back and discuss with Qingfei. If you want to go, I will get someone to reserve a position for you," Professor Ai said. Seeing that Ningxu was obedient, Professor Ai did not say anything harsh. He said in a gentler tone, "If you don't understand anything in school, just ask more questions." "Thank you, Dad." "I got it," Ningxu said with a smile. Mrs. Ai had finished preparing lunch when the doorbell rang. Ningxu went to open the door. It was Qingfei. Ningxu said in surprise, "Why are you here?" She didn't call Qingfei to tell him that she was here, so why was he here? Fei carried the things into the house and greeted the old couple sweetly. Seeing Fei, the old couple both smiled brightly. He didn't want to see her sad face and couldn't bear to look at her. Was she that bad? Fei, let's have lunch here, Mrs. Ai said with a smile. Fei sat beside Ningxu and nodded. Sure. I've always missed Mom's cooking. Mom's cooking is the best. Mrs. Ai was delighted by Fei's compliment. Ningxu just watched in silence. Why are you here? I didn't tell you that I went home. Ningxu asked. Fei smiled. No matter where you are, I can find you. Were these words of love? I didn't see you at home when I got home, so I guessed you were here, Fei said. Ningxu curled his lips and said, you should have called me. If I wasn't here, you would have come for nothing. You must be here. I can feel it. Ningxu, be normal. When it was time for lunch, Fei peeled the prawns and put the meat in Ningxu's bowl. Ningxu looked at the prawns in his bowl and put a piece of braised pork in Fei's bowl. He smiled and said, this is your favorite. Fei just looked at Ningxu lovingly. Thank you. Ningxu, Mrs. Ai smiled when she saw this. Fei, your mother-in-law, and I only have one daughter. It's inevitable that we spoil her. You have to be more tolerant. If she does anything wrong, tell us and we will teach her a lesson, Professor Ai said to Fei. Fei put down his chopsticks and smiled gently. It's okay, Dad. I think Ai Yun is a good person. She is my daughter. I know her character. If she makes a fuss in the future, just ignore her. Professor Ai glared at Ningxu and said. Ningxu, he was her biological father. Fei nodded and said with a smile, I know, Dad. If she makes a fuss in the future, I will ignore her. After lunch, Mrs. Ai urged Ningxu and Fei to leave as soon as possible. She told Fei to go back to work and not waste time. Ningxu and Fei walked out of the house and watched the students running on the basketball court. Fei said, time flies. I felt like I was in university not long ago. Yeah. He did not feel anything at all. The two of them walked unhurriedly on the path in the woods. Ningxu said, Dad found me a job as a tutor at this school. I will start next Monday. Fei stopped and looked at Ningxu. Do you want to work? Ningxu turned to look at him. I am just asking for your opinion. Anyway, I will be in school and can take care of Mom and Dad. Do you want to work? Fei looked at the students running on the basketball court. They were young and energetic. Ningxu nodded. Of course I want to work. I stay at home every day and am very bored. I can also earn money to support the family. I can't let you earn money alone. Fei's job was not easy. If there was an emergency call in the middle of the night, Fei would have to go to the clinic. Fei shook his head and said gently, I don't agree with you working in school. There will be a lot of people and things will get complicated. You won't be able to handle it. Ningxu tilted his head and looked at him. Then what do you think I should do? What kind of job is suitable for me? Fei said, my clinic's income is enough for us to live. Life is not about money. If there is a good way of life, why should we suffer for money? I don't want you to suffer. Ningxu nodded. You are right. Then you will reject Dad, right? Fei reached out and placed his hand on Ningxu's head. Be good and listen to me. No, I need to think about it. Ningxu stared at Fei. Fei could not help but smile. Naughty. Ningxu observed that Fei's expression was very natural. I will send you back. Fei opened the door for Ningxu. Ningxu sat in the car and watched Fei walk around the front of the car. And get in. He sat beside her. There was a smell of disinfectant on his body. It was light and not pungent. Fei started the car and turned the steering wheel with his slender and fair hands. Ningxu stared at him. Was it really this man who killed Ai Yun? Fei was really good to Ai Yun and he always cared about the details. He had done everything he could for Ai Yun. Why are you looking at me? Fei asked. Do you think I am very handsome? Yes, you are very handsome. I was thinking about how I married such a handsome man. It is unbelievable. Ningxu said. So, you have to cherish me. Qingfei said half jokingly and half seriously. Ningxu just smiled and did not say anything. Qingfei sent Ningxu home and said to Ningxu again, I hope you can reject the job Dad found for you. Qingfei was very gentlemanly. He did not force Ningxu, but he expressed his opinion. Ningxu nodded. I know. I will think about it. Qingfei placed his palm on the back of Ningxu's head and pressed Ningxu against his heart. Ai Yun, I want to give you the best. I hope that you can live a carefree life. You don't have to sink into the dirty swamp of the human world for money. Ningxu, buried in my chest whenever you don't like it. Qingfei's chest vibrated when he spoke. His voice seemed to vibrate from his chest. It was indescribably charming. He was a very charming man. He had a good personality. He seemed to be a man with no flaws. Qingfei let go of Ningxu and kissed her forehead. I am going to the clinic. Be careful at home. Ningxu nodded and waved at Qingfei with a smile. After Qingfei left, the smile on Ningxu's face disappeared. She turned and walked into the neighborhood. Ningxu looked around the house when she reached home. She took out the vacuum cleaner and started cleaning the house. She cleaned every corner of the house. Even the bathroom was cleaned. Ningxu wanted to see if there were any surveillance cameras in the house. It was hard to find surveillance cameras with needle holes. Then, Ningxu felt uncomfortable all over. She found a surveillance camera in the bathroom. Ningxu did not find it in the living room. She felt that it should be on the chandelier. The chandelier was high. Ningxu could not reach it. If there was a bathroom, there must be one in the living room too. Ningxu, why did he install it in the bathroom? Would Qingfei be able to see it when she was showering? There were probably cameras and surveillance cameras everywhere in the house. Ningxu started to think. Did she do anything out of line in this world that would arouse suspicion? Why did he install surveillance cameras in the house? Qingfei did it to monitor her. Then why did Qingfei want to monitor her? Ningxu took a small knife and put it on her body. She carried the garbage bag and went out. Ningxu threw away the trash and rolled up his sleeves. The wound on his arm was red. When she went to her parents' house, Qingfei came straight to her. He did not call her or her parents. He came straight to her house. Ningxu touched the wound and pressed on it. With this press, the wound hurt a lot. Ningxu suspected that there was some kind of tracker sewn inside. As long as the tracker was on her, no matter where she went, Qingfei would know. If there was really something wrong, then Qingfei's desire to control was a little scary. Ningxu looked at the suture and observed what was special about Qingfei's suture. Every doctor's suture technique was different. After observing for a while, Ningxu took the knife and pointed it at the wound. Should he cut it? If there was really a tracker inside, what should he do with it? Ningxu looked at the wound and slowly drew a line. The line could not be cut in one go. It was really painful to pull it back and forth. Ningxu was in so much pain that he gritted his teeth. Finally, he removed the line. The wound was red and swollen because of Ningxu. Ningxu opened the wound to see if there was anything inside. In the end, he found a small thing in the wound. This thing was very small and looked like a chip. It was the size of half a fingernail. Ningxu looked at this thing and kept it. He went to the pharmacy to buy needles, suture lines, and anti-inflammatory medicine. Ningxu recalled Qingfei's suture and carefully sutured the wound. Thanks to the needlework in his previous world, Ningxu held the needle and thread and tried his best to follow Qingfei's suture style. Then, he threw the needle in the trash can and applied the medicine on it. Then, he slowly went home. When he returned home, Ningxu felt a lot of eyes staring at him. Ai Yun should have felt it. Actually, she could feel it when someone was watching her. Especially when Ai Yun was always alone at home. This feeling would be even stronger. Just thinking about the handsome Qingfei in front of the computer and watching her every move made her hair stand on end. Then this perfect husband was actually a peeping Tom. His wife would not go so far as to peep at him. Then he just wanted to know what his wife was doing all the time. He definitely wanted to know what his wife was doing. He was very controlling. Ning-Shu kept the chip close to his body. When he returned home, he turned on the TV. She sat cross-legged on the sofa as if she was watching TV. Ning-Shu was cultivating while staring at the TV with empty eyes. I'll let you watch. I'm so beautiful. How dare you peep at me? After cultivating for a while, Ning-Shu went to the fridge to look for food. Ning-Shu opened the fridge and rummaged through the fridge. He saw that there was a needle hole in the fridge. Ning-Shu pretended that he did not see it. He took the noodles in front of the needle hole and closed the fridge door. Even the fridge was installed. Why didn't he install it in the toilet? Look at what I shit today. He was simply crazy. Ning-Shu went to the kitchen to cook the noodles. Her eyes were looking left and right. She wanted to know where there was no needle hole in the house. There was no blind spot in all directions. This perfect husband in the eyes of others was actually very scary. Ning-Shu sat on the chair and ate the noodles. He was thinking if he should wait until Qingfei came back at night and beat the shit out of him. Ai Yun was dead. Was Qingfei the one who killed her? Qingfei was very controlling. Could it be that the original owner did something unbearable and out of his control, so he killed her? As Ning-Shu ate, all sorts of thoughts flashed through her mind. Ning-Shu finished the bowl of noodles. He decided not to change his expression and observe the situation later. At night, when Qingfei came back, he brought a bouquet of fresh lilies and placed it in front of Ning-Shu. Ning-Shu took the bouquet. Thank you. It's very beautiful. Qingfei lifted Ning-Shu's sleeve and looked at Ning-Shu's wound. He asked, what's on it? The inflammation is too serious and it's very painful. I went to the nearest pharmacy to buy some anti-inflammatory medicine. Ning-Shu said. A foreign object sewn in the wound was very difficult to heal. Why didn't you call me when your wound was hurting? I got you some anti-inflammatory medicine. Qingfei said gently. Ning-Shu nodded. Ning-Shu put the flowers in a vase and placed it in the middle of the table. It was very beautiful. Qingfei saw this. Ning-Shu smiled and said, let's eat steak today. Qingfei took the things to the kitchen to fry the steak. Soon, the steak was done. Qingfei was very good at cooking. The steak looked like it was from a high-end restaurant. It was also very beautiful. Qingfei was a man who knew how to enjoy life. He was also very sentimental. Qingfei cut his own steak and placed it in front of Ning-Shu. He took the one in front of Ning-Shu. Let's eat. Qingfei said gently to Ning-Shu. Cutting the steak was easy. Ning-Shu only needed to use a fork and she could eat it. Qingfei also cut a plate. How considerate of him. Ning-Shu was not hungry as he had eaten noodles before. Therefore, when the steak was served, he ate very slowly. Qingfei smiled. Ai Yun, you know what? I like it when you are quiet now. It gives me a feeling of peace and quiet. Ning-Shu laughed and put down his fork. He said to Qingfei, I want to work in school. Qingfei frowned and put down his fork and knife. He wiped his mouth and looked at Ning-Shu. Have you really thought about it? You know what I think. I don't agree with you going to work. You are not suitable for work. Ning-Shu tilted his head. I haven't even tried. How do you know that I am not suitable for work? Anyway, you can't go wrong listening to me. Qingfei said. Ning-Shu was annoyed. Can't I work? You're treating me like a baby. I don't treat you like a baby. I treat you like my wife. I don't want you to suffer. Qingfei comforted Ning-Shu. Well, let's not talk about this now. Ning-Shu insisted, I will go to work on Monday. I plan to tell Dad later. As for whether it works or not, I will know after I try. If it doesn't work, I will come back. You can't let me try, right? Qingfei rubbed his eyebrows and looked worried. Ai Yun, don't be stubborn. You should not go to work. You are really not suitable for work. Why am I not suitable for work? Ning-Shu stared at Qingfei. You have to give me a reason. You have a simple personality and are not suitable for complicated work. Moreover, I can earn money, so you can relax. When you have nothing to do, you can go out and play with your best friends. Ai Yun, I want you to be happy. Ning-Shu didn't know what to say. She didn't have to earn money to support the family and lived a relaxed life. This was something that many people yearned for. Ning-Shu picked up the steak on the plate with his fork. The atmosphere became heavy. Qingfei sighed, "Ai Yun, everything I do is for your good." "Thank you," Ning-Shu said lightly. Qingfei wanted to say something but stopped. In the end, he didn't say anything. "Take the anti-inflammatory medicine." Qingfei took the pills and water. Ning-Shu took the medicine and smelled it. "Why does it smell so bad?" Qingfei said helplessly, "Medicine isn't candy. It won't be sweet and fragrant." Ning-Shu put the medicine in his mouth and swallowed it with water. When it was time to sleep, Qingfei patted Ning-Shu's back. "Go to sleep. I'll talk to Dad about your work." "Qingfei, why won't you let me face society?" Ning-Shu asked. "Because it's not suitable." "You're not suitable." It was this sentence again. Ning-Shu's ears were about to turn calluses. What did she mean by suitable? What did she mean by unsuitable? At this moment, there were countless pinholes in the room. Even the sleeping scene was captured. He was speechless. The next morning, Qingfei woke up early as usual and went to the clinic after making breakfast. He left a note for Ning-Shu. Qingfei's handwriting was beautiful and precise. Ning-Shu ate breakfast and planned to go back to his mother's house. The first thing he said when he saw his mother was, "Mom, I want a divorce." Mother AI looked at Ning-Shu expressionlessly. "Why are you here again?" "Mom, I'm serious." Ning-Shu was speechless. "Why this time? Don't tell me you had a nightmare again." Mother AI said anxiously. "Can you not be so noisy all day? Can you live a peaceful life?" "Mom, I'm just kidding." Ning-Shu shrugged. It was obvious that his parents wouldn't agree. "Then I'll go back." Ning-Shu turned and left. He still had to hide this from them. When the time came, they wouldn't be able to do anything. Mrs. AI patted Ning-Shu's back. Her hand was a little heavy as she pointed at Ning-Shu. "Wretched girl, if you dare to do this again, your father and I will teach you a lesson. Don't talk about divorce so easily. Don't make Qingfei fly away." Ning-Shu pursed her lips. "Those who know are my parents. Those who don't know would think that I'm your daughter-in-law. Why are you treating me like this? If I had a daughter-in-law like you, I would kick you out of the house." Mother AI said angrily. "Am I that bad?" Ning-Shu touched her face and asked. Anyway, parents always thought that other people's children were good children. Ning-Shu planned to divorce Qingfei. He had to divorce. No matter what, he couldn't die like the original owner. And Ning-Shu wanted to test Qingfei. "Ai Yun, don't cause any trouble. If not, I'll skin you alive." Mother AI threatened Ning-Shu. Ning-Shu nodded. Yes. I won't cause any trouble. Don't worry." Ning-Shu left the school and went home. He started to pack his things in front of the camera. Then he put the box in the living room. Then he sat on the sofa and stared blankly at the TV. He started to cultivate. He already had Qi Jin in his body. He could easily defeat Qingfei. When Qingfei came home and saw the box in the living room, he was shocked. "Ning-Shu, you already knew. Why are you pretending? You're back early today. I have something to tell you," Ning-Shu said to Qingfei. Qingfei sighed and sat on the sofa opposite Ning-Shu. "Are you going back to your parents' house?" Ning-Shu said, "Let's get a divorce." Qingfei couldn't help but slap his forehead. "Ai Yun, can you stop fooling around?" Ning-Shu spread his hands. "I'm not fooling around. I'm very calm and clear-headed. I don't think I'm good enough for you. So let's get a divorce." Qingfei was speechless. "Why are you asking for a divorce again? Did you have a nightmare again?" "Ning-Shu, can you not talk about the nightmare?" Ning-Shu thought for a while and nodded. "I did have a nightmare." "Qingfei, you can't divorce me because of a dream. Isn't that too hasty?" Qingfei looked like he wanted to stop fooling around. Ning-Shu shook his head. "It's not just because of the dream. There are other things. I don't think we're suitable to live together. I can't be a burden to you." I think it's tiring for you to live with me, Ningshu said understandingly. Qingfei looked at Ningshu indifferently. As long as you don't cause any trouble, I think we'll live a happy life. Do mom and dad know we're getting a divorce? Qingfei took out his phone to make a call. Obviously, he was calling the AI family. Ningshu didn't stop him. After Qingfei hung up, Ningshu said, even if you call mom and dad, I'm getting a divorce. We have to. Qingfei looked at Ningshu helplessly. Did I do something wrong? Qingfei was not angry. Instead, he asked Ningshu if it was because he was not good enough. No, it's because you did a good job and I didn't repay you. Ningshu said. Qingfei looked at Ningshu with tolerance. According to your logic, since you didn't repay me, you shouldn't divorce me. You should repay me instead of running away. I'm not running away. I just don't want to bear this burden. Ningshu spread his hands. Can't we part on good terms? Qingfei did not speak. The old couple from the AI family rushed over after receiving the call. The moment they entered the house, Mrs. AI hit Ningshu's arm. What did you tell me? You said you wouldn't do it again. How long has it been? Ouch, it hurts, it hurts. Damn, the wound was hit hard. What's wrong? Mrs. AI rolled up her sleeves and saw Ningshu's red wound. She asked, how did you get this? Ningshu pointed at Qingfei. He hit me. Don't talk nonsense. Mrs. AI wanted to hit Ningshu again but she was worried about the wound on Ningshu's arm. Qingfei is not the kind of person who will hit you. He didn't hit you. Ningshu, what's going on? Why are you asking for a divorce again? Professor AI, who was wearing a traditional Chinese suit, said with a dark face. Can't you live a peaceful life? Professor AI looked at Ningshu. Ningshu felt wronged. Don't just look at me. Look at Qingfei. Although I was the one who asked for a divorce, I feel wronged. Qingfei said calmly, Dad, don't get angry. Let's talk about it slowly. I won't divorce AI Yun. Don't worry. But I want a divorce. I don't want to live with you. Living with him is like living in jail. Ningshu said. Qingfei sighed. Mrs. AI touched Ningshu's wound. How can you say that? Ningshu thought, oh my god, let's see how long you can last. Professor AI pointed at Ningshu angrily. Then why don't you see what Qingfei did? Ningshu pointed at the wall and the corner. There are surveillance cameras in these places. I live under Qingfei's nose every day. My every move is under his surveillance. There are even surveillance cameras in the bathroom. Ningshu's expression was somewhat indignant. That's fine, but why are they even monitoring the refrigerator? It's like I'm in jail. The two elders of the AI family looked at Qingfei in a daze. Qingfei looked a little surprised. Qingfei sat on the sofa and rubbed his eyebrows without saying anything. Qingfei, what the hell is going on? Mrs. AI asked. Why are there so many surveillance cameras in the house? Qingfei wiped his face and said, I installed all the surveillance cameras at home because I was worried about AI Yun. Even if you're worried, you don't need so many surveillance cameras. Professor AI frowned. Everyone is an individual. If you were to monitor her like this, I would be angry too, not to mention that she is my daughter. Qingfei nodded. I know I was wrong. I'll remove these surveillance cameras now. Qingfei admitted his mistake with a good attitude. I'm just worried that something might happen to AI Yun if she's alone at home. She's already an adult. What could possibly happen to her? Even her mother and I didn't discipline her like that. Professor AI said, let's forget about this matter. Don't install any surveillance cameras at home. Ningshu, forget it, forget it, forget it, Dad, I want a divorce. Ningshu said firmly. Don't mess around, Professor AI scolded Ningshu. But not only did he spy on me, he also installed a tracking device in my body. Ningshu took out the chip. So this into my wound. Mrs. AI's voice was trembling. Ningshu asked, is that true? It's true. The wound is always bad and it hurts a lot. I went to the pharmacy to remove the stitches. This thing is inside. It's fine that he spies on me at home. He knows where I go. Ningshu's face was cold. Mr. and Mrs. AI looked at Qingfei unkindly. Do you have to implant a tracking device in your body? Qingfei sighed. He stood up and went to the bedroom. He took out the list and handed it to Professor AI. Dad, I didn't want to tell you about this. AI Yin actually has a mental disorder. She's paranoid. The doctor said that she has persecutory delusions. Qingfei looked helpless. What? Professor AI quickly took the list. It was the doctor's diagnosis. Professor AI looked at Ningshu in disbelief. He asked Qingfei, when did this happen? Some time ago. About a year ago. That's why I don't let AI Yin go out to work. I installed these surveillance cameras at home so that I can take care of the family when I'm at the clinic. It's my fault about the tracking device. I was afraid that I would know where AI Yin went. Dad, Mom, I'm sorry. Qingfei's eyes turned red. Mr. and Mrs. AI had not recovered from the shock of knowing that their daughter was a lunatic. Ningshu, haha. Qingfei had put in a lot of effort into everything he did. He cleared his name so quickly? Qingfei, you're the paranoid one. What's the difference between this and stalking? You even restricted my daily activities. I'm not the paranoid one. You're the paranoid one. Ningshu pushed Mrs. AI. Mom, say something. I'm not sick. Ningshu felt that he was very clear now. He was very clear that she did not think that he was a lunatic. What persecutory delusions? Mrs. AI looked at her husband. Professor AI was holding the list with an ugly expression. AI Yun, I got the tracking device because you had a relapse at the class reunion and hurt your hand, Qingfei said. I didn't expect you to find out first. Ningshu was expressionless. Didn't two male classmates fight? Why am I the one who had a relapse? You're the one who's sick. When you have a relapse, your memory is not very clear. I can only tell you this, Qingfei explained. I don't want you to feel that there's something wrong with you. Ningshu, he really put in a lot of effort. I'm not sick. I'm really not sick. Ningshu almost wanted to swear to God. She was a lunatic. Okay, stop arguing. Professor AI looked at Qingfei. Qingfei, thank you for all this time. We didn't know that AI Yin was sick. It's my fault. I should have told you about this, but I was afraid that you would be worried, Qingfei said. Qingfei said, I love AI Yin. No matter what AI Yin is like, I will never leave her. And I don't want her to face other people's strange gazes. Qingfei's expression was firm. Ningshu wiped his tears. Damn, I'm so touched. No way. Qingfei acted like a good man of the century. He was deeply in love with her. He promised Professor AI, Dad, don't worry. I'll take good care of AI Yin. Ningshu looked on coldly. Anyway, she wouldn't live with Qingfei anymore. If he really loved her that much, why would he sew something in her wound? Wounds were very easy to get infected. If it wasn't something in the body would reject it and cause infection. What if it was serious enough to amputate? Whether the AI family agreed to the divorce or not, she wouldn't live with Qingfei anymore. What if Qingfei drugged her when he wasn't paying attention? Qingfei was a doctor. It was easy to get these things. Moreover, the clinic was his. There was nothing inside that could be taken as one wished. Professor AI sighed. Qingfei, I know you're a good man. But if something really happens to AI Yun, you'd better get a divorce. Qingfei was stunned. Even Ningshu was a little surprised. Professor AI seemed to admire Qingfei. Why did he suddenly allow a divorce? AI Yun's mother wanted to say something. Her lips moved but she didn't say anything. Qingfei frowned and asked anxiously, Why, Dad? Please don't separate me and AI Yun, okay? Professor AI took the list and stood up. He reached out and patted Qingfei's shoulder. I've always treated you as my son. But now that something like this has happened to AI Yun, you'd better get a divorce. I don't want my daughter to be your burden. You won't complain now. You'll complain in the future. You can take care of her for a year. What about 5 or 10 years? You'll get tired of it one day. I don't want AI Yun to have no one to rely on when I'm gone. I don't want anyone to bully her. Ning-Shu, I was wrong. You're my father, I can do it. I'll take good care of Ai Yun. Really, I can swear. Qingfei grabbed Professor Ai's hand anxiously. Dad, I beg you. Can you leave Ai Yun to me? I won't complain. As long as I see Ai Yun, I'll feel happy. If we get a divorce, I'd rather die, Qingfei said sincerely. I'll only have Ai Yun in this life. Ning-Shu, so affectionate, so creepy. Professor Ai looked at Ning-Shu. This is your life. Make your choice. Qingfei looked at Ning-Shu with pleading eyes. He looked like he was about to cry. Facing Qingfei's gaze, Ning-Shu felt a sense of guilt. Ning-Shu felt very touched. Then, he decisively rejected him. Qingfei, I think my father is right. I don't want you to think of me in the future. It's always a bad side. So, let's get a divorce. Ai Yun, Qingfei shouted at Ning-Shu, his voice trembling, please don't do this to me, I beg you. Ning-Shu turned his eyes away from Qingfei's weak and painful look. He carried the suitcase and said, Dad, Mom, let's go. Mrs. Ai glanced at Qingfei. She couldn't bear it, but she still left. The three of them entered the elevator. Qingfei suddenly ran out and pulled Ning-Shu out of the elevator. He pulled him into his arms and hugged him tightly. Ai Yun, if you're unhappy about the surveillance camera, I can change. I won't do such a thing again. This time, can you forgive me? Just once, okay? Ning-Shu was in Qingfei's arms. His head hurt. When he heard Qingfei's pleading words, he was speechless. It should be a good thing for a man to be so affectionate. But Ai Yun said that her husband would kill her. Qingfei let go of Ning-Shu and looked at Ning-Shu anxiously. Ai Yun, don't go. I beg you. Don't leave me. Otherwise, I'll die. Ning-Shu patted Qingfei's chest. You won't die. Then, he turned and entered the elevator. Qingfei watched the elevator door slowly close. Mrs. Ai's heart softened. Qingfei seems to treat Ai Yun very well. Ning-Shu said, Mom, you have to look beyond the surface. If he really loves me, he won't bear to see me get hurt. Actually, this is something that can be forgiven. Mrs. Ai said, it's impossible for there to be no conflicts between husband and wife. Also, he can't do anything about it. Ning-Shu spread his hands. Women were full of maternal instinct. They loved to find excuses. They even found excuses to forgive. The elevator door opened. Professor Ai carried the suitcase out of the elevator without saying a word. Qingfei stood at the entrance of the elevator, panting. The hair on his forehead was wet. Qingfei ran down the stairs. He was panting heavily. Ning-Shu begged, Ai Yun, don't go. Ning-Shu was speechless. Let's both calm down. Ning-Shu came out of the elevator and brushed past Qingfei. Qingfei turned around and looked at Ning-Shu. I won't divorce you. Over my dead body. It didn't matter. Ning-Shu got into the car. Professor Ai was driving. Ning-Shu saw from the rearview mirror that Qingfei was motionless and staring at the car. Until the car turned out of the neighborhood. Ning-Shu asked Professor Ai who was driving, Dad, why did you agree to divorce him? Professor Ai said, you're really sick. No, I'm definitely not sick, Ning-Shu said with certainty. Even drunk people say they're not drunk. It's different. Drunk people are not conscious. But I'm very conscious now. I know that I'm a normal person, Ning-Shu raised his hand and said. Professor Ai said, we don't seem to have any hereditary mental illness. Although the hospital's list is correct, I still have some doubts. Besides, I can't accept that he sewed something in your body. He's a doctor too. He should know what it's like to have a foreign body in your body. It'll hurt even if it's cloudy and rainy. Ning-Shu smiled. Thank you, Dad. Back at home, Ning-Shu felt much more comfortable. Ning-Shu's mother asked, what are you going to do in the future? Ning-Shu thought for a while and said, I'll see. Maybe I'll divorce him. It's not easy for a woman to meet a good man in her life. Qingfei did go overboard this time, but it was also because he was worried about you. Ningxu looked at Mrs. AI. Do I have to compromise because he did it in the name of love? I don't lack love, and I don't lack love like Qingfei's. Ningxu turned around. Do you think I look like a crazy person now? Mrs. AI said helplessly, daughter, I'm just asking you to think about it. I'm not forcing you to be with Qingfei. No one is perfect. No one doesn't make mistakes. Ningxu shrugged and said, yes, no one is perfect. But Qingfei is too perfect. Mrs. AI glanced at Ningxu angrily. You make a fuss when he's nice to you. You make a fuss when he's not nice to you. You're so insatiable. Ningxu. Ningxu stayed at the school and planned to start work on Monday. Ever since she married Qingfei, she had not worked for a day. Qingfei doted on her a lot. Ningxu paid special attention to the AI couple's situation. In the novel, they died in a car accident. Ningxu repeatedly warned Professor AI to take good care of the car and asked him to check the car when he was free. No matter what, Ningxu did not want Professor AI and his wife to die. He would try his best to protect them. Ever since they moved back to the school, Qingfei would wait downstairs almost every day. He did not go upstairs and just stared blankly upstairs. Ningxu would sometimes go to the balcony and look at Qingfei. For some reason, she would get goosebumps. Qingfei would always stare at her with a hurt and helpless look. Ningxu had never been in a relationship before, but she felt that Qingfei had brought her a great deal of trouble. She felt very annoyed. It seemed that they were very affectionate, rain or shine, but it gave her a lot of pressure. Facing this kind of Qingfei, Ningxu directly ignored him. He could do whatever he wanted. Qingfei would send Ningxu messages to beg for forgiveness and to express his love. Ningxu would delete them after reading them. She did not care. Hey, I just bumped into Qingfei downstairs. I asked him to come up, but he did not come up. He said that he was afraid that you would be angry. Ningxu's mother said as she walked into the house with a basket. Ningxu shrugged and did not say anything. She sat on the sofa and did yoga. She twisted her body all over the place. Mrs. AI glanced at Ningxu. Are you really willing to divorce him? Do you know how many girls in the school stare at him when he stands downstairs every day? Just because you are married, you are going to regret it. Ningxu exhaled softly and stood on one leg. She said calmly, why do you think that I am acting? Although I look like I am acting now, I am not, facts will prove that I'm right. Ningxu changed his posture, panting heavily. Qingfei didn't even open his clinic after such a thing happened recently, Mrs. AI said unhappily as she picked the vegetables. She sleeps in the car every night. Doesn't her heart ache at all? Ningxu took a deep breath. He's threatening me. Mrs. AI was speechless. You're the one with a heart as iron. Go and talk to him nicely. There's nothing you can't get over, Mother AI said. I don't agree with your divorce with Qingfei. Let's not talk about how people will gossip about a divorced woman. Moreover, Qingfei is a good man. Ningxu raised his arm and took a deep breath. Mom, I'm not sick, but Qingfei treated me like a patient. He even said that I'm crazy. What's going on? Mrs. AI choked and didn't know what to say. Ningxu couldn't help but ask, do you like Qingfei that much? Yes. If you get divorced, I will compare myself to Qingfei. Your father can't feel it, but you and I are both women. Qingfei did what women want men to do. So, let's talk things out. If you really want to divorce him, I can't stop you. It's a pity that such a good son-in-law belongs to someone else. Ningxu frowned. Qingfei had always given people the impression that he was perfect. He was surrounded by people who liked him. Even his mother was very satisfied with this son-in-law. Ningxu shrugged. Mom, don't be disappointed. Don't worry. Everything will be fine. Mrs. AI rolled her eyes at Ningxu. Ningxu walked to the balcony and saw Qingfei still standing downstairs. Qingfei sensed Ningxu's gaze and raised his head to look at Ningxu. Ningxu waved. Hello. Qingfei stared at Ningxu and didn't say anything. You should go back. Let us have some time alone. You are making me very troubled. I will tell you when I have an answer. Qingfei looked up at Ningxu. Ai Yun, I want you to be by my side. Ningxu didn't say anything. Qingfei sighed helplessly and walked to the car. He even raised his head to look at Ningxu. Ningxu waved his hand and Qingfei opened the car door. He started the car and drove away. Ningxu heaved a sigh of relief after Qingfei left. Qingfei's actions were actually putting pressure on people. For example, Mrs. Ai was affected. He had already done so much and treated you so well. How could you be indifferent? It was like when you were confessing to someone and the people around you were cheering you on. Those people were just watching the show and you had to face the person you didn't like. Should you accept or reject? Qingfei's actions were like this. He used others to criticize her. Ningxu felt that he would never love again. During dinner, Ningxu and Mrs. Ai said, I have decided to get a divorce. Professor Ai didn't say anything. Mrs. Ai said, you have made up your mind to get a divorce? Ningxu nodded. I have thought about it a lot. I have decided to get a divorce. Really? Mrs. Ai didn't even have the appetite to eat. Professor Ai asked Ningxu, why do you want to end this marriage? Is it because Qingfei is not good enough? Ningxu said, I just feel that they are not suitable for each other. Qingfei is good, but I don't feel comfortable being together with him. That's up to you. You can't take back what you have spilled. Even a broken mirror has cracks. Professor Ai said calmly. This is not a relationship. You can break up just like that. You are husband and wife. Have you discussed this with Qingfei? Ningxu nodded. I will discuss it with Qingfei. Professor Ai nodded and put down his chopsticks. He had lost his appetite. Although Professor Ai respected Ningxu's opinion, he still felt uncomfortable that his daughter was going to get a divorce. Professor Ai stood up and went back into the house. Mrs. Ai also lost her appetite. She started to clear the table. Mom, I haven't eaten yet. Ningxu said. Go eat dirt. Ningxu. The next day, Ningxu called Qingfei and asked him to meet at a cafe. Ningxu did not go to Qingfei's clinic directly. That was Qingfei's territory. Ningxu took the car keys and drove downstairs to the cafe. Before leaving, Mrs. Ai looked at Ningxu. She wanted to say something but stopped. Ningxu hugged Mrs. Ai. Mom, don't worry. I will be happy. Mrs. Ai forced a smile. Ningxu drove Professor Ai's car to find Qingfei. But when they reached a red light intersection, Ningxu realized that he could not stop the car. No matter how hard he stepped on the brakes, it was useless. The pedestrian walkway was full of people. If he rushed over like this, it would be a disaster. In the end, something happened. Knowing that it was useless to step on the brakes, Ningxu gave up and slammed the car into the guardrail. At the same time, he used the qi in his energy center to stabilize his body. With a loud bang, the front of the car hit the guardrail. The sound of metal hitting metal was very ear-piercing. The windows of the car were broken, and there were cracks all over the car. Dong Xuebing could not see what was going on outside. Ningxu's body slammed forward, and his forehead hit the steering wheel. But because of the airbag, it was not serious. The car was wrecked, and the front of the car was beyond recognition. Ningxu rubbed his forehead. Other than feeling a little dizzy, he was fine. If Professor Ai was the one driving the car, he would have been in trouble. Soon, the police arrived, and a tow truck towed the car away. Ningxu said. Please check the brakes carefully. Why did they break down? Ningxu went to the police station to make a statement and compensate for the damages. After all, he had damaged public facilities and caused a traffic jam. Ningxu went to the garage and asked the mechanic to check the car to see what happened to the brakes. The repairman checked it carefully and said that it was worn out. The brake should be worn out. The brake wire was worn out, Ningxu was puzzled. The mechanic took the brake wire, and the brake wire was old. Why did it break? How long did you drive the car for the brakes to break? Ningxu nodded. It is really worn out. The car was damaged and could not be used anymore. Ningxu immediately sold the scrap metal. When he has money, he will buy a new car for Professor AI. Ningshu stuffed the brake wire into his bag. After leaving the garage, Ningshu received a call from Qingfei. Qingfei asked why Ningshu was not here yet. Did something happen? Ningshu hailed a taxi and drove to the cafe. The car stopped in front of the cafe. Ningshu opened the door and saw Qingfei. Qingfei was handsome and stood out among the crowd. Qingfei saw Ningshu and stood up. He waited for Ningshu to walk over and pulled out a chair for Ningshu. It was very gentlemanly. Ningshu sat down and looked at Qingfei. She asked, "Did you study abroad?" Qingfei shook his head. "No, why are you asking about this? You look like a gentleman." "I thought you were educated abroad," Ningshu said. "I only treat you and my family," Qingfei said. Ningshu was speechless. He felt that Qingfei was an expert at flirting with girls. She could say such things anytime, anywhere. Qingfei Ningshu asked, "How are Dad and Mom?" "It's pretty good," Ningshu said with a smile. "What's wrong with your forehead? Why is it red?" Qingfei stood up and reached out to touch Ningshu's forehead. Ningshu leaned back and avoided Qingfei. Qingfei's hand froze in the air and he looked sad. "Ai Yun, just because I made a mistake once, can't you forgive me?" Qingfei retracted his hand and sat opposite Ningshu. "What do I have to do for you to forgive me?" Ningshu waved his hand. "You know that I am crazy. When I go crazy, I will even kill myself. Are you sure you want to live with me? Also, I was driving when I hit the guardrail." Ningshu shrugged. "It was like I was possessed by a ghost." Qingfei quickly asked, "Are you okay?" "I'm fine. Then I suddenly woke up." Ningshu stared at Qingfei. How could the AI family's car be so badly damaged? Professor AI lived in the school, so he usually walked to the classroom. Her mother didn't drive a car to buy groceries. It was not easy to park in the market. The car was parked in the parking lot and very few people drove it. How could the brake lines be so badly damaged? Qingfei had driven this car before. Ningshu suspected that Qingfei had planned to kill Ai Yun's parents a long time ago. Maybe Qingfei had planned it since he married Ai Yun. Qingfei looked helpless. "Ai Yun, can we talk nicely? Don't be so weird." Ningshu shrugged. "I am telling the truth. So, let's get a divorce." Ningshu looked at Qingfei. Qingfei looked at Ningshu gloomily. "I don't want a divorce." Ningshu couldn't help but be speechless. Even now, Qingfei's emotions were still calm and he was trying his best to save this marriage. Ningshu felt that Qingfei was getting weirder and weirder. He had a good temper and deep feelings. "Then let's live separately for now. Don't be in such a hurry to talk about the divorce." "I don't want to divorce you. Let's think about it carefully," Qingfei begged. "This is my last concession." Ningshu thought about it and agreed. He picked up his bag and was ready to leave. Qingfei quickly stood up and walked to Ningshu's side. He said, "Let me take you back." Ningshu shook his head. "It's okay. I can go back by myself." Qingfei took out a handkerchief and was about to wipe the sweat off Ningshu's forehead. Ningshu quickly stepped back. Ningshu had smelled the scent of ****. After a lot of acute exposure, he became excited, sleepy, vomiting, pale, slow pulse, low body temperature and irregular breathing. Actually, it was used to make people faint. Qingfei sighed. "Ai Yun, do you hate me that much? You want to divorce me just because you had a nightmare. You have a mental disorder. I am a doctor. I know that." Qingfei raised his hand and looked at Ningshu sadly. "Don't look at me like that, okay? Do you think I can't smell anything? Do you want to cover me with a handkerchief?" Is Qingfei trying to show his true colors? "You want to do something bad, but you are still so affectionate. Are you schizophrenic?" Ningshu took the handkerchief from Qingfei's hand and wiped his sweat. Then he put the handkerchief in his bag. "I will return the handkerchief to you the next time we meet," Ningshu said. Qingfei smiled and nodded. "Okay." It seemed to be a normal handkerchief with nothing on it. "Is he not afraid that I will find something on it?" The taxi arrived. Qingfei opened the door for Ningshu. When can we meet again? We will see. Ningshu got into the car. Ningshu turned around and saw Qingfei staring at the car she was in. Now she had a brake cord and a handkerchief in her bag. To some extent, Qingfei was not as kind as he appeared to be. When a person wore a mask for a long time, the mask would become a part of their body. She felt that Qingfei was a person who wore a mask and lived with a mask on his face. He was using it to hide something. Ningshu kept thinking about how to deal with such a person. To be able to become an excellent doctor, it meant that Qingfei was very smart. This kind of paranoid person with a high IQ was scary. The newspaper was not scary. What was scary was the person who had a high IQ and was good at disguising himself. Should she send him to jail? But one day, he would be released. When he was released, he would be even scarier. There would be no end to it. But if she did not deal with it, Qingfei would not let her go. Ningshu didn't understand Qingfei's feelings for the original host. What did he think the original host was? If it was love, it didn't seem like love. It was more like a control and habit. If it wasn't love, he cared for Ai Yun and considered everything. Ai Yun didn't need to run around for a living and could live comfortably. But he also restricted Ai Yun's movements. Qingfei couldn't figure out what he wanted to do. Was it love? Because of love, everything you have belongs to me. Because of love, you can't go beyond my control. Because of love, you can only rely on me and belong to me wholeheartedly. Damn, was this really love? Ningshu thought for a while and asked the driver to take her to the hospital. Since Qingfei said that she had a mental problem, she should go for a checkup to see if there was really a problem. The doctor first checked Ningshu's pupils and asked some questions. In the end, the results said that she had a serious paranoia. Ningshu, what the hell? Paranoia, the problem was that she was in this body now. How did it become paranoia? If the original host had a paranoia, Ningshu would believe it. But it was her now. For the first time in her life, Ningshu knew that she was crazy. Ningshu looked at these questions and asked the doctor to do the test again. This was obviously a misdiagnosis. Maybe the original host was misdiagnosed too. Also, Qingfei might have bribed the doctor. Everything was possible. Of course, Ningshu didn't believe that she had a paranoia at all. She is as healthy as can be. When she did the test again, Ningshu avoided some options when choosing the answers. The doctor did a series of tests and blood tests to test Ningshu's cognition, emotions, behavior, and will. In the end, it was confirmed that Ningshu didn't have a mental disorder. Ningshu, the real psychopaths had a higher IQ than ordinary people. Using this method was completely useless. Holding the diagnosis from the hospital, Ningshu was really afraid that he had a mental disorder. Ningshu went home and told Professor Ai, I sold your car because it's a piece of scrap metal. I'll buy you a new one when I earn enough money. Professor Ai, she had just driven out. Why did she come back but not the car? What were they doing? Ningshu looked around the room and asked, where did Mom go? Usually, at this time, Mother Ai would be at home. I went to the supermarket with your Auntie Lu. She said that there was a discount. Professor Ai was holding the newspaper. Ningshu asked, are you hurt? Do you want to go to the hospital to have a look? Ningshu shook his head. I'm fine. At this moment, the phone rang. Professor Ai picked up the phone, but before he could finish listening, his hand slipped and the phone fell to the ground. His face was pale. Ningshu quickly picked up the phone, but the other end of the line had already hung up. All he could hear was the beeping sound. Ningshu asked, Dad, what happened? Professor Ai's eyes were a little blank. Ningshu shouted twice before she came back to her senses. Your mother was kidnapped. Professor Ai's face was pale. Ningshu was stunned. Kidnapped? How could she be kidnapped? Didn't she go to the supermarket? Wasn't she with Auntie Lu? Did she fail? What did the other party ask for? Ningshu asked. They couldn't just kidnap her like this. Wasn't that too free, for money or revenge? Let's call the police now. Ningshu picked up the phone and was about to call the police. Professor Ai immediately stopped Ningshu and shook his head. Don't call the police. Don't call the police. The other party said that if we call the police, they will kill your mother, Professor AI said. Ding dong. Professor AI's phone rang. She quickly took out her phone and opened it. It was a video. In the video, Mother AI was tied up. She was sitting on the edge of a tall building and was about to fall. Ningshu's heart was pounding. If he didn't pay attention, Mother AI would fall from the building. Professor AI clutched her heart. Ningshu stared at the video. Professor AI asked, "Don't you think this place looks familiar?" The place where Mother AI was standing was very familiar. It looked a bit like the school's teaching building. "Dad, Mom is in the teaching building," Ningshu said. Professor AI quickly rushed out of the house. Ningshu also ran out. After thinking about it, he decided to call the police. At least if he called the police, there would be an air cushion when she fell from the building. Maybe it could save her life. Ningshu followed Professor AI to the top floor of the teaching building. Other than Mother AI, there was also a person with black stockings covering his face. Ningshu, did he really think that he couldn't tell who it was just because he was wearing black stockings? Professor AI saw him at a glance. "Li Chong, what do you want to do?" Li Chong sneered. "Professor AI, you found me so quickly. Today, I just want to seek justice for myself." Li Chong pointed at Ningshu. "You are not allowed to come over. If you come over again, I will push her over." Ningshu wanted to move over slowly, but he was discovered by Li Chong. Ningshu stopped and looked at Mother AI, who was tied up all over. If Mother AI was gently pushed now, it wouldn't take much strength for her to fall from the 6-story building. At a height of more than 10 meters, how could a body of flesh and blood be harder than the floor? Ningshu said, "I see that you are also a student of this school. What can't you figure out that you have to do such a thing to destroy your own future? You are a university student. After leaving the school, you still have a bright future. But now that you are impulsive, you will destroy your future. If there is anything, just talk it out. There is no need to do such a thing." Li Chong shouted excitedly, "You are not me. How can you know my pain? All of this is your father's fault. It is his fault." Through the black stockings, one could feel Li Chong's anger and ferocious face. He looked at Professor AI with eyes full of anger. "As long as you let my wife go, I will let you pass your graduation thesis," Professor AI said with a sullen face. Li Chong laughed sinisterly, "Sure enough, if I don't show you power, you will never. No fear. Now, in front of me, you are like a dog. I've written it more than 10 times. Every time I hand it to you, you'll just take a look at it and reject it. Do you know how much effort I put into this thesis? You treat it like trash and refuse to let me pass it again and again." The more Li Chong spoke, the more agitated he became. It seemed that he wanted to vent the anger and pleasure in his heart. Ningshu looked at Li Chong. He was really obsessed. Ningshu looked at Professor AI. Professor AI rubbed his eyebrows and said to Ningshu helplessly, "Every time he hands in a thesis, it's almost the same. Moreover, it's very far from the topic. Even if he slightly touches on the topic, I'll still let him pass." Ningshu. Kidnapping someone just because of a thesis? His mental fortitude was a little too weak. It was fine if he made a mistake once, but he made so many mistakes. Why didn't he know how to change? Was he stupid? He felt that there was something wrong with this student's mental state. He was hit like this by the thesis. He made a mistake once, and he didn't know where he went wrong. He was speechless. Then the thesis was rejected. He felt resentment in his heart. He was rejected again and again. Didn't he know how to ask? He didn't say anything. Gradually, it developed into hatred. Ningshu grabbed his hair and was a little speechless. He immediately said, "This is my father's fault. My father didn't make it clear." "But how did you know that I am Professor AI's daughter?" Li Chong paused and said fiercely, "Who doesn't know that Professor AI has a beautiful daughter? I originally wanted to kidnap you, but you never go out. If I kidnap you, it will make them feel even more heartbroken. This guy is crazy. Did he become stupid from studying?" It made people speechless. If you don't say it, who knows what you are thinking in your heart? People can't go into your heart and know what you are thinking in your heart. Professor AI said to Li Chang, let go of your teacher's wife. Can I let you pass my graduation thesis? No, it's too late now. You will only know if I show you some power. Sure enough, Professor AI, you are still a coward. You were so awe-inspiring when you threw my thesis. Why are you so scared now? Li Chang laughed a little crazily, and his tone was full of laughter. Ningxu frowned tightly. There were so many lunatics in this world. In this era of great pressure and competition, everyone was more or less mentally ill. If there was no way to release these emotions would be suppressed in their hearts. Over time, their hearts would become king perverted. All actions were to relieve the emotions and pressure in their hearts. But it was unforgivable to joke about other people's lives. After Ningxu called the police car quickly arrived. The police car stopped under the teaching building and quickly pulled up the cordon. Li Chang heard the alarm and looked downstairs. He saw the air mattress below. There were many people gathered below. The policemen in police uniforms made Li Chang's heart tremble. Li Chang was very quiet. Being watched by so many people, he was very afraid. Thinking that his life was over, Li Chang was scared and anxious. He shouted angrily to Ningxu and Professor AI, you actually called the police. Li Chang stretched out his hand, wanting to push Mother AI down. Mother AI didn't say a word, but her face was pale and she looked scared. It was obvious that she was very scared. Ningxu immediately shouted, wait a minute. Li Chang looked at Ningxu. Ningxu spread out his hands, this is actually a very simple matter. Why do you have to make such a fuss? You see, the police are already here. If you let my mother go, we won't pursue this matter anymore. As long as we don't pursue the matter, nothing will happen to you. Ningxu said firmly. Li Chang stood there hesitantly. It was obvious that Ningxu's words had moved him. The cause of this matter was the thesis. The reason why Li Chang was so anxious to kidnap people was because it was related to his own future. If he was caught by the police now, his future would be over. Is what you said true? Li Chang asked Ningxu with some uncertainty. Just as Ningxu was about to nod, the iron door on the roof creaked. The people who came up were the police and Qingfei. When Qingfei saw Ningxu, his eyes lit up. He quickly walked to Ningxu's side and asked, AI Yun, are you alright? Ningxu frowned, why are you here? I received news that something happened at school, so I quickly came over to take a look. Qingfei said, looking at the tied-up Mother AI, don't worry, I won't let anything happen to Mom. Thank you. Ningxu said indifferently. He received the news really quickly and rushed over with the police. Previously, Ningxu felt that this was just an ordinary revenge incident, but now that Qingfei came over, Ningxu didn't feel that this was just an ordinary revenge incident. Ningxu reached into his pocket and turned on the recording on his phone, just in case. Qingfei protected Ningxu behind him and said indifferently to Li Chang, you have to consider the consequences before you do anything. You can't blame others for your own failure. You have to think carefully. If you push people down, you may face the consequences of imprisonment. Qingfei looked at Li Chang, who was wearing black stockings. Li Chang was panting heavily, and even his eyes were a little scarlet. Kidnapping for money is a prison term of more than 10 years. If you kill or injure the kidnapped person, causing serious injury or death, you will be sentenced to life imprisonment or death. Your life has already been such a failure. Do you still want to spend the rest of your life in chaos? Li Chang grabbed the black stockings on his head, revealing an inconspicuous face. Li Chang stared at Qingfei. Qingfei was handsome and slender. The clothes he wore were all famous brands, and he had a very temperament. It made Li Chang fall into the mud. So what if I'm a failure? So what if my thesis didn't pass? It was obvious that Professor AI deliberately made things difficult for me and didn't let me pass. Qingfei curled the corners of his mouth in disdain. He didn't say a word, but his disdain was obvious. Ningxu was speechless. *CK, Ningxu had just comforted Li Chang. Li Chang was also afraid. Just when he was about to finish, Qingfei appeared. He was half threatening and half reasonable again. He even said that others failed, and you are the most successful. Seeing Li Chang trembling all over, Ningxu didn't feel very good. He rushed towards Mother AI, but Li Chang still pushed Mother AI down. Ningxu grabbed the rope around Mrs. AI's body. Seeing this, Qingfei quickly ran over to pull Ningxu. Li Chang was now provoked. Even if there was a mountain of knives and a sea of fire in front of him, he didn't care. He was mocked by Qingfei, especially when Qingfei was outstanding in all aspects. In front of Qingfei, Li Chang felt extremely inferior. That feeling of shame and anger turned into a desperate desire to protect his self-esteem. Li Chang's face was distorted. He actually pushed Ningxu over. Ningxu turned around and kicked him. Qingfei pulled Mother AI's rope and pulled her up with Ningxu. Li Chang, who was kicked to the ground by Ningxu, got up. Ningxu rushed over. AI Yun, be careful. Qingfei pulled Ningxu away. He was careless and was hit by Li Chang. His body flipped and he fell downstairs. He fell down from upstairs. There was an uproar and screams downstairs. Ningxu quickly looked down and saw Qingfei fall heavily on the air cushion. Some police officers went up to carry Qingfei, who had already fainted. Qingfei was sent to the ambulance and Li Chang was also restrained. Things happened very quickly. In the blink of an eye, Qingfei had already fallen downstairs. Li Chang's expression was blank. Obviously, he did not expect that he would do such a thing. Li Chang was very afraid. He was afraid of what would happen in the future and fainted. Ningxu untied the rope on Mother AI's body. Mother AI cried and hit Ningxu, who told you to rush over. Do you know how dangerous it is? Ningxu quickly dodged. Mom, you hit my wound. Mother AI's body went soft and she sat on the ground. Ningxu said, quickly go and see Qingfei. Don't let anything happen to Qingfei. Professor AI helped Mother AI up with a face full of fear. Ningxu said, quickly go to the hospital. You don't have to worry about family matters. In order to save you, Qingfei fell from such a high place. Quickly go and take a look. Professor AI pushed Ningxu, go quickly. Ningxu did not want to go. She could clearly handle it herself, so why did Qingfei rush over? Seriously. He even made her fall. She really did not know what Qingfei was thinking. Could it be a trick? If it was really a trick, the price would be a little high. What are you waiting for? Go quickly. Professor AI said. Ningxu could only go downstairs to the hospital and said to the police, Police comrade, I hope you can investigate this Li Chang properly. Check his communication tools and see who he contacted. This kidnapping is very sudden. It seems to be a last-minute plan. Ningxu said. The policeman nodded. We will investigate this matter clearly. Ningxu touched the phone in his pocket and turned off the recording before going to the hospital. When he arrived at the hospital, he asked the doctor how Qingfei was doing. The doctor only said that he had a concussion and would have to wait for the patient to wake up. Ningxu sat by the bed and looked at the unconscious Qingfei. This man was abnormally peaceful and handsome when he slept. If only he was a normal person. But if he was a normal person, he would not be so perfect. Qingfei's perfection was achieved through strict self-discipline. He didn't have any bad habits. Releasing one's nature and being lazy were all part of one's nature, but Qingfei didn't have these shortcomings. It was normal to not stand if one could lie down. He didn't know when Qingfei started to consciously control himself. Ningxu was munching on an apple by the bed. He was really frightened just now and wanted to eat an apple to calm himself down. Anti-AI almost fell down the stairs. With his entire body tied up, it was easy for something to happen. She could have avoided him, but Qingfei insisted on pulling her. Ningxu was not grateful at all. Instead, he had caused her to be in debt. Qingfei's eyelashes fluttered and he was about to wake up. Ningxu threw away the fruit pit and looked at him. Qingfei opened his eyes and saw Ningxu's big face. He immediately asked, AI Yun, are you alright? I'm fine. But you, on the other hand, why did you rush over without any regard for your life, only to be knocked down the stairs? I saw that you were in danger and I was anxious. Are you hurt? Qingfei looked up and down at Ningxu and let out a long breath. It's good that you're fine. We can't let this matter go. We were lucky this time and nothing happened. What if something like this happens again? Qingfei's face was very serious. He had never heard of a student kidnapping a professor. Ningshu's expression was indifferent as he peeled an apple. He handed the peeled apple to Qingfei. Do you want an apple? You eat it. I have a headache. Qingfei waved his hand and rubbed his temples with one hand. Ningshu took a bite of the apple and said, the doctor said that you have a concussion and you have to go for a CT scan later. How are you going to deal with this matter? Qingfei felt nauseous and wanted to vomit. The world was spinning and it was really uncomfortable. Ningshu chewed the apple with a calm expression. It's up to Dad to deal with this matter. After all, Li Chang is Dad's student. Qingfei lay down. Ningshu said, that's true. It's up to Dad to deal with it. Ningshu said helplessly, you shouldn't have rushed over. I'm doing this for you. Qingfei stared at Ningshu with misty eyes. Ningshu looked away. Don't look at me like that. A grown man looks very pitiful. Ningshu stood up. I'll go back and get you something to eat. Qingfei grabbed Ningshu's hand and whispered, don't go. I'm not hungry now. Ningshu patted Qingfei's hand and then pulled his hand away. Be good. Don't be willful. Ningshu turned and left the ward. Qingfei stared at Ningshu's back and then closed his eyes. Ningshu returned home. There were police officers at home. Ningshu asked, how's the investigation going? The police officer said, Li Chang has a grudge because of the graduation thesis. We found it on his computer. He was chatting with Tianhai, who was at the same level. Li Chang complained to Tianhai about Professor AI. The student called Tianhai felt that the professor should be taught a lesson. The professor would definitely kneel in front of him and beg him. The police officer wore gloves, took out his laptop, and opened the chat interface. Ningshu browsed through the chat records. Li Chang vented his emotions on the internet and scolded Professor AI with very unpleasant words. And this person called Tianhai had been instigating Li Chang. Did you ask this Tianhai? Ningshu asked. Professor AI said, this Tianhai doesn't look like such a person. Why would he instigate Li Chang to do such a thing? We went to interrogate Tianhai. Tianhai said that his account was stolen. He denied that he was the one chatting with Li Chang. The police officer said, we will investigate this matter again. Don't worry, Professor AI. Can you find out who stole the account? Ningshu asked. Ningshu noted down Tianhai's chat account. Let's see if we can check it out. Let's see if my hacking skills are good enough. Thank you. Professor AI shook hands with the police officer and sent him away. Ningshu went to the bedroom to see Mother AI. Mother AI was lying on the bed, uneasy and frowning. His face was still as pale as a sheet. Ningshu held Mother AI's hand and channeled some spiritual energy into her body. He said, Mom, it's okay now. Mother AI looked at Ningshu and asked, where's Qingfei? Ningshu said, he has a slight concussion, but nothing else. Mother AI breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, nothing serious happened. Otherwise, I wouldn't know how to face Qingfei's parents. Qingfei's parents were abroad all year round and rarely returned to China. AI Yun basically didn't live with her in-laws. Mother AI looked at Ningshu. It said that a friend in need is a friend indeed. Qingfei has done this for you. Don't talk about divorce anymore. Qingfei is the one who takes care of everything at home. You're living a comfortable life. Why do you have to divorce him? Mrs. AI took the opportunity to talk to Ningshu about Qingfei. She was trying to stop Ningshu from divorcing Qingfei. AI Yun, you're my daughter. I want someone to take care of you. Qingfei is a good candidate. I don't understand why you insist on getting a divorce. Ningshu said indifferently, I'll think about it. Rest well. I'll take care of everything at home. I'll cook. Ningshu knew that this would be the case. Look at how people are willing to die for you. How can you be so indifferent? Ningshu hated this situation. He had to force her. It was as if she was wrong when everyone else was right. Ningshu was afraid that Mrs. AI would nag about Qingfei again, so he quickly left the room. Back in his room, Xianxia took out his computer and entered Tianhai's account number. Xianxia didn't know Tianhai's password, so he could only change it. Xianxia checked the IP address of this number last time it was logged in. There were a lot of logins, but the IP address was fake. There were IP addresses from all over the world. It was obvious that he was using an IP address virtual machine. Xianxia browsed through these IP addresses and saw an address in a local city. Xianxia quickly recorded this address and checked it. Coincidentally, this cafe was close to Qingfei's clinic. Xianxia sneered. Xianxia even suspected that Qingfei knew everything about her family. He knew about Professor AI's work environment and even her students. If that was the case, Qingfei was scarier than she thought. A person's energy was limited. Qingfei had to collect these things in addition to work every day. He also had to take care of her, who was mentally ill. He was simply superhuman. Break cable, ******** handkerchief, IP address. These were more or less related to Qingfei. That meant Qingfei didn't have good intentions towards her. Why did Qingfei kill AI Yun's parents? What did AI Yun's parents do to him, or did he kill AI Yun's parents so that AI Yun could only rely on him and would never leave him again, or was it because Qingfei wanted to do something to AI Yun, and AI Yun's parents were in the way, so he got rid of them? F***ck, no matter which one it was, they were all so F***king perverted. Li Chang had already given up on the kidnapping operation because he was moved by Xianxia's words, but when Qingfei appeared, he immediately changed his mind. The situation took a turn for the worse. It was said that opposites attract and those of the same sex fight. Women and women, men and men. Especially Qingfei and Li Chang, it was simply a crushing comparison. Li Chang was even despised by Qingfei. It would be strange if he could remain calm. Li Chang was so agitated that he pushed people away. In the end, Qingfei even knocked him downstairs. Once a person had doubts, no matter what he did, he would have doubts in his heart. Just like now, Xianxia had many doubts about Qingfei. If he told a lie, even if he told the truth, he would still suspect whether he was lying or not. It was not easy to build trust, but it was easy to destroy it. Not to mention that Xianxia had these things in his hands. It was fine if it was a coincidence, but the more things there were, the more it proved that Qingfei's thoughts were not pure. AI Yun, make some soup for Qingfei. Professor AI knocked on Xianxia's door. I'll go with you to see Qingfei later. Xianxia closed his laptop and said, Qingfei is dizzy and nauseous now. How can he eat? There's no need to make soup. Making soup? Was it troublesome? Professor AI stared at Xianxia. Whether Qingfei drinks or not is his business. Whether you do it or not is your intention. I say, girl, do you have a heart? Xianxia was speechless. Did he want her to cry bitterly and be out of her wits? What's more, for someone who deliberately wanted to hurt her, it was already merciful of her not to cremate him. Bah. Xianxia changed the topic and asked, what are you going to do about Li Chang's matter? Are you going to appeal? A case like Li Chang's was already considered a criminal case, not an ordinary civil case. It did not mean that it would be fine if Professor AI did not pursue it. Just as Qingfei said, kidnapping was a felony. Thinking of what Qingfei said, Xianxia realized that Qingfei was very likely proficient in the law. Sometimes, the law was not meant to be obeyed, but used to be used. If used well, even if one committed a crime, they might be acquitted. If he had prepared these words in advance, it meant that Qingfei knew that there might be a kidnapping and deliberately said these words to pressure Li Chang. If he did not know, he would have casually said the law. He also knew how to sentence him. No matter what, it meant that Qingfei was not simple. Professor AI saw Xianxia in a daze. Come with me to see Qingfei later. Xianxia came back to his senses. I got it. Xianxia took out his phone and listened to the voice recorded at that time. He listened to Qingfei's words repeatedly. Qingfei was provoking Li Chang. People did not like others to look down on them. Li Chang was an inferior and conceited person. He was taciturn and had a strong self-esteem. A thesis had been rejected more than 10 times. He did not ask the professor where the problem was and just did it so many times. Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. Oh, Qingfei. Professor AI asked Ningxu to go to the hospital. Ningxu had just returned from the hospital and did not want to see Qingfei at all. How could a person be split? On one hand, he was affectionate, and on the other hand, he killed your whole family. He definitely had schizophrenia. Ningxu had goosebumps. I'll take care of Mom at home. You can go, Ningxu said to Professor AI. Professor AI thought that his wife was still in shock. It was good to have someone at home, so he went alone. Ningxu was in the kitchen cooking porridge for Mother AI. He stirred the spoon and suddenly stopped. Ningxu turned off the fire, took off his apron, and said to Mother AI, "Mom, I'm going out for a while. Don't walk around." Ningxu ran out of the house with his bag. Ningxu hit his head. How could he be so stupid? How could he let Professor AI go alone to see Qingfei? It was very likely that Qingfei was the mastermind behind the kidnapping. The AI family's parents had a good impression of Qingfei. How could they be wary of Qingfei? Ningxu rushed to the hospital. When he rushed to the ward, he found Qingfei sitting on the bed and talking to Professor AI. Professor AI saw Ningxu in a hurry and asked, "Did something happen to your mother?" Ningxu rolled his eyes and said, "Yes, Mom is in pain all over. She needs you to go back and feed her." Professor AI said to Qingfei, who was lying on the bed, "Have a good rest. I'm going back to see your mother-in-law." Qingfei immediately said, "Dad, you go back first. I'm fine." Professor AI left, and only Ningxu and Qingfei were left in the ward. Qingfei smiled at Ningxu. "Why did you send me away? Do you have something to tell me?" Ningxu shrugged. "Nothing. Did you do a CT scan? Is there anything wrong with your brain?" Ningxu hoped that there was something wrong with Qingfei's brain and that he would not have any bad ideas all day. "Fortunately, it's just a concussion. It's not that serious. I am a doctor myself, so I know what's going on. Don't worry," Qingfei said gently as he looked at Ningxu with sparkling eyes. "Ningxu, I am not worried at all." Ningxu was annoyed, but he pretended to ask casually. "You know the law? Didn't I tell you before that I studied law? But it's just superficial knowledge. My real job is a doctor." Qingfei looked at Ningxu. "Don't you remember?" Ningxu shrugged. "I don't remember at all. Maybe you told me before, but I don't remember it at all." Ningxu felt that Qingfei was testing him, so he simply said that he did not know anything. What if he did not tell AI Yun? Qingfei sighed and looked at Ningxu lovingly. I'm a little hungry. I want to eat something." Ningxu asked him back. "Can you eat now? Don't vomit after eating." Qingfei nodded. "I don't feel that bad anymore." Ningxu went out to buy food for Qingfei. Qingfei called out to Ningxu. Ningxu turned to look at him. Qingfei smiled and said, "Just order some porridge." Ningxu nodded. Ningxu ordered some porridge and asked someone to send it to him. She was too lazy to go back to the hospital, so she walked by the roadside. How should she deal with Qingfei? She didn't know what Qingfei was asking for. Was it to cheat insurance? But Qingfei did not look like he was short of money. He had a house and a car. He looked like a very romantic person. Ningxu did not believe that he was doing it for money. He felt that he was doing these things for a more respectable ideal. Ningxu had never met such a person. If Qingfei really wanted to kill the two elders of the AI family, or even AI Yun, Qingfei was the real bigot. He was the kind of bigot who was good at social functions and had a high IQ and was good at hiding. Ningxu was speechless. Truly, there were all sorts of strange things in the boundless universe. Ningxu was wondering if she should tell the AI family's elderly couple about this. However, Qingfei always presented a positive image in front of outsiders. He was handsome, rich, and had a good character. Just like when she wanted to get a divorce, Mrs. AI had always told her not to be pretentious and that Qingfei was a good man. Moreover, he was the kind of man that she would never meet again if she missed him in this lifetime. Anyone who saw him would give him a thumbs up. F***ck, he's managed his image really well. Ningxu went to the police station, intending to ask the police. No matter how Qingfei tried to disguise himself, he would not be able to escape once there was evidence. Ningxu went to the police station and took out the IP address he found before. The real IP address was shown to the police. It's this person who stole Tian Hai's chat number. It's this person who instigated Li Chang to commit the crime, so this person should be found. The police officer held Ningxu's evidence. The people from the technical department have also found these things. The problem is that this IP address is in the coffee shop. How many people are there in the coffee shop every day? There are more people who have used the coffee shop's network, so there's no way to check this. The police officer said. Ningxu suspected Qingfei in his heart, but he could not say it out loud. Li Chang is at most an executor. The person who instigated Li Chang to commit the crime is the mastermind. I suspect that it's my father's enemy who found Li Chang and used him to achieve his goal of revenge. I think we should start investigating from the surroundings of the coffee shop. People who are far away from the coffee shop wouldn't come all the way here to drink coffee. It should be the people around here. The police officer nodded. We've already sent people to guard the coffee shop. You can rest assured about this. Ningxu nodded. The police officer thought for a moment, and Ningxu asked, "There's your husband's clinic around this coffee shop. What do you think?" Ningxu raised his eyebrows. Was he suspecting Qingfei? Ningxu indicated that his suspicion was quite high. Ningxu shook his head. My husband's clinic is around here, but my husband is definitely not the leader of this matter. We think it's an acquaintance who committed this crime. The police officer said. Are you still investigating this matter? The police officer asked. Ningxu bit his lips, his expression conflicted, and then nodded firmly. This matter must be investigated thoroughly. This concerns my father's personal safety. However, this matter shouldn't be done by my husband. He has always been very filial and treats my parents as his own mother, so this matter must not be done by my husband. Even if we're going to get a divorce, he's still very good to our family. I'll take the liberty to ask, are you guys getting a divorce? The police officer Ningxu asked. Ningxu nodded, yes, we're getting a divorce. Then what's the reason for the divorce? The police officer continued to ask, while writing in his notebook. This? Ningxu hesitated a little and did not want to say. Please tell us the truth. It might be helpful for the case. The police officer encouraged Ningxu. Ningxu helplessly told the police that Qingfei had installed cameras in the house and sewed something in her wound. The police officer looked solemn and asked, why did he sew a tracking device in your wound and install so many cameras to spy on you? Ningxu sighed again, saying that her husband thought that she had a mental disorder. The police officer understood the situation from Ningxu, and then asked Ningxu to go home, saying that he would inform Ningxu if anything happened. If possible, he wanted Ningxu to give them the key to Qingfei's clinic so that they could investigate thoroughly. Ningxu shook her head. She did not have the key to Qingfei's clinic. What kind of husband and wife were they if they did not even have the key? She was raising a canary. Ai Yun could not participate in Qingfei's financial situation at all, so she did not know what Qingfei bought. Ningxu went home. Ai Yun's mother had already woken up. When she saw Ningxu, she asked, aren't you keeping watch at the hospital? Qingfei is alone. It's inconvenient for him to be alone. Ningxu, every time Ai Yun's mother mentioned Qingfei, she would feel sorry for him. She felt that Qingfei was very pitiful. The more she acted like this, the more Ningxu's heart trembled. Qingfei had disguised himself well to deceive people. There are so many nurses in the hospital. If he needs anything, he can go to them. Ningxu spread out her hands and said. Ai Yun's mother was speechless. Look at you. Your husband fell from more than 10 meters and you're still acting like this. How can you be like this? Yes, I am heartless, unrighteous, and unreasonable. Okay? Ningxu said sadly. Yes, you are heartless, unrighteous, and unreasonable. Ningxu, in terms of the lethality of a good-looking and financially strong man to a woman, she felt that Ai Yun's mother wanted to put her and Qingfei together. In comparison, Professor Ai was much more rational. Ai Yun's mother was too emotional. In the end, Ningxu didn't go to the hospital to take care of Qingfei. Instead, he picked up a broom and a mop and started cleaning. Ning wanted to check if the AI family had cameras or something like that. Right now, she was already panicking. She had to ensure the safety of the AI family's elderly couple. What did they do wrong? She believed in Qingfei and married her daughter to Qingfei. She treated Qingfei well but still lost her life because of it. Who could they blame? Blame the old couple from the AI clan? Blame themselves for being stupid and for trusting others so easily? Who would have thought that his son-in-law was such a person? Most people wouldn't guard against the people they were close to. Mrs. AI sat on the sofa and looked at Ning as he cleaned the house. Don't do it anymore. Go to the hospital and take care of Qingfei. Don't go too far. It's disappointing. Even if he is an ordinary person, you shouldn't be like this when a stranger saves you like this. Moreover, Qingfei is your husband, the person you depend on to reach the end of your life. Ning straightened up and couldn't help but pick his ear. Mom, can you stop talking about Qingfei in my ear every day? Now I feel irritated whenever I hear him. AI's mother opened her mouth but couldn't say a word. Ning saw her like this and his heart softened. He said, Mom, there are other secrets to your kidnapping. In addition to Li Chang, there are also people behind the scenes. Now the police are tracking down the murderer. The police told us not to go out as much as possible. If there's anything, call us. Qingfei will be fine. Mrs. AI didn't mention anything about Qingfei either. She was afraid that her daughter would be annoyed and have a rebellious mentality. She really didn't want to lose such a good son-in-law. Moreover, he was good to her daughter. If it were someone else, Mother AI wouldn't say anything if they couldn't live anymore. She was willing to give up her life for her daughter. Mrs. AI felt that there was nothing she couldn't get over. Seeing that Mother AI had stopped talking, Ning heaved a sigh of relief. He felt that Mother AI was going through menopause. She liked to nag over and over again. Of course, he couldn't rule out the possibility that it was because he liked Qingfei as his son-in-law. Ning continued to clean. He didn't even let go of the underside of the table. Perhaps there were listening devices. Mrs. AI rolled her eyes when she saw Ning crawling on the ground and then leaning against the wall like a gecko. This daughter of his looked really abnormal. Ning didn't find anything strange for the time being, so he sat down. Thinking of his own mental strength, he simply released his mental strength. A formless spiritual power was released from Ning head. Wherever the spiritual power went, nothing could hide. Ning even saw a coin under the sofa and a thick layer of dust. To think that mental strength could be used in such a way. In the past, he had to look for things everywhere with his butt stuck out. When Ning scanned Mother AI, he actually knew what kind of underwear Mother AI was wearing today. He also knew all the characteristics of her body. It was as if Mother AI was naked in front of her. She had X-ray vision. However, this consumed a lot of mental energy. After a short while, Ning face turned pale. He had overdrawn his mental energy. Ning collapsed on the sofa with a terrible headache. Ning discovered another skill that could be used in this way. The last time he had escaped from planet Selder, he had used his mental power to avoid the spaceship. This time, he had once again explored the use of mental strength. Ning was once again called by the police for questioning. They were all asking about Qingfei and Professor AI. When Ning saw the police like this, he was a little excited. This time, they suspected Qingfei. When Professor AI heard the police's question, he was stunned for a moment before he came back to his senses and answered the police honestly. The police officer Ning asked, "What kind of person do you think your husband is?" "He's a good person, very good," Ning said. "He's good-looking, capable, and knows how to make money. We'll go around and investigate your husband. Your husband has a very good reputation and his evaluation is very positive. Other than installing cameras at home and implanting a locator in your body, is there anything else? Please think about it and answer us honestly." The police officer looked at Ning Ning shook his head. "No, there's nothing excessive." The police officer saw that Ning looked hesitant, as if he was hiding something. He immediately said, "Please tell us the truth." Ning spread his hands. "I have nothing to say, and I'm not hiding anything. Ms. AI, you have to think about it. There is a very dangerous person around you who threatens the safety of your family. Are you going to cover for him? Ningshu's expression did not change. I've already said that my husband is not such a person. How many times do you want me to say it? Why are you investigating my husband instead of other people? Ms. AI, this matter has a great impact. Not only Li Chang, but also your father's school. And your school's principal has also asked us to investigate this matter clearly. This is related to the school's reputation. A student kidnapping is different from an instigated kidnapping, the police officer said. Ningshu touched his bag with a hesitant expression. The police officer saw Ningshu's actions and asked, Ms. AI, I hope you can think about it carefully. Ningshu took a deep breath and shook his head. My husband is not that kind of person. I have nothing to say. Ningshu stood up and left with his bag. As soon as he left the police station, Professor AI frowned and said, Are the police suspecting Qingfei now? It's not that they suspect Qingfei, but this matter is committed by an acquaintance. Qingfei's clinic happens to be near the coffee shop. Any human action has a purpose and meaning. Why did Qingfei do this? Is it because I agreed to your divorce? Besides, with Qingfei's conditions, even if he gets divorced, he can marry a good girl. There's really no need to pay such a high price. Ningshu spread his hands. Who knows what Qingfei is thinking? However, I think if it's really Qingfei, why did he save you and make himself in such a sorry state? He even fell from the stairs. If he's not careful, he will be injured or even die. Professor AI thought about it and couldn't figure out Qingfei's purpose. Moreover, he only left such a real IP address. Why did he leave such an address for people to investigate? Ningshu was also puzzled after much thought. Don't tell your mother about this first. She just had such a thing and hasn't recovered yet. Professor AI told Ningshu. Ningshu nodded. I know. Don't mind your mother's nagging. Your mother is worried for you. She's worried that no one will take care of you after we leave. Qingfei seems to be a very responsible man. Your mother insists on not letting you divorce. Professor AI rubbed his eyebrows. Professor AI looked a little tired. No matter what this matter was, it was still a scandal. His student kidnapped his wife. He couldn't stay in school anymore. He had to face punishment. Ningshu looked at Professor AI and said, Dad, I was driving our car and the brakes were broken. The garage said that the brake cable was worn out. But we don't use the car much. How could the brake cable be worn out like that? Besides you, only Qingfei drove this car, Ningshu said. Professor AI narrowed his eyes. So you think Qingfei did it? Ningshu shook his head. It's useless to say anything without evidence. I just want to say that so many things have happened in our family recently. It's really strange. Since I said I wanted a divorce. Ningshu spread his hands. I'm just suspecting. Then let's assume that Qingfei didn't want to divorce you, so he did this? Professor AI looked puzzled. But your mother likes Qingfei the most. She's very opposed to your divorce. Why would he hurt your mother? What if it's someone who wants to kill our family from the start? Don't talk about feelings. Don't jump to conclusions without evidence. Let's wait for the police to investigate. Professor AI didn't expect this to happen. It was a student's matter. In the end, he suspected his family. Ningshu nodded and touched his bag. He didn't want to take out these things for the time being. Ningshu felt that Qingfei wasn't easy to deal with. He couldn't take out his trump card too early. He had to at least keep something in hand. Ningshu got into the car and thought about Qingfei's information. In the memory of the original AI Yun, Qingfei was an orphan who was adopted by a Chinese couple. This couple was Qingfei's sponsor, but they didn't live with him. The couple spent most of their time abroad, but Qingfei grew up in China. That was to say, AI Yen had only seen this pair of parents-in-law during their wedding. Other times, there was no news about them at all. Qingfei said that his adoptive parents traveled around the world and couldn't be contacted. It was like he didn't have parents. Once again, he found one of Qingfei's strengths. He had a car and a house, but his parents were both dead. I should investigate Qingfei's adoptive parents. I don't know where they are now. After adopting a child, they didn't live together and left the child in the country. Didn't they think about how the child should live? It did feel rather strange. Maybe Qingfei was lying when he said that he didn't receive any foreign education. He didn't think too much about it before, but now that he thought about it, Qingfei had a loophole. Furthermore, the original owner, Ai Yun, had never contacted her in-laws. Perhaps these in-laws did not exist. In that case, Qingfei might not have been adopted at all. Instead, he made up the story that he was adopted by a Chinese couple. Then, the orphanage where Qingfei would stay in would have Qingfei's previous information. But where was Qingfei's orphanage? He knew nothing about Qingfei. Qingfei was becoming more and more mysterious. If Qingfei was really an orphan, it must not have been easy for him to fight so hard. Ningshu scratched her head. Where should she go to find an orphanage? Moreover, it had been so many years. Was the orphanage that Qingfei had stayed in still around? Ningshu realized that the simpler the plot, the fewer useful things there were. The original owner felt that her husband had killed her, but so far, there had been no progress in this matter. Do you want to go to the hospital to see Qingfei? Professor Ai asked. This matter hasn't been concluded yet. What if the murderer isn't Qingfei? To be honest, I don't want Qingfei to do this. Your mother and I have always treated Qingfei as our own son. We treat you and him equally. I believe you and I'm willing to believe him, Professor Ai said. Ningshu sighed. Of course not. We're about to get a divorce. How can we still be together? Professor Ai was speechless. You suspect Qingfei, so you don't want to see him. Ningshu shook her head. I don't want to leave you and Mom now. The crisis you're in is not over yet. Li Chong did such a thing because of the thesis. The person behind this is eyeing Li Yong covetously. He knows about Li Yong's matter and instigated Li Yong. Professor Ai drove in silence. Ningshu couldn't help but ask Professor Ai, are you usually very strict with your students and force them to do this? Professor Ai coughed. Do you think your father is that kind of person? Students nowadays are too weak mentally. In the past, they would have wished that their teachers would talk to them more. Professor Ai wiped his face. Besides, being strict with them is for their own good. If they don't learn now, are they going to ask others when they leave the school? They've already spent money. Don't learn what you need to learn. Ningshu listened to Professor Ai's chatter and knew what kind of teaching method Professor Ai had. Good medicine is bitter, and you'll complain. Do I really look strict? Professor Ai couldn't help but ask. I'm just asking students to do what they should do. Am I going overboard? Ningshu was speechless. Actually, people were like this. If they hadn't suffered a loss, they would always be lucky. These students were the same. However, everything goes in the opposite direction. Too much is as bad as not enough. You're not strict, Dad. You're a great teacher, Ningshu said. Professor Ai nodded. Exactly. Back home, Ningshu turned on his computer and planned to hack into the education system to check Qingfei's school records. He might be able to find the orphanage that Qingfei used to stay in. Ningshu's fingers flew across the keyboard. He spent some time hacking into the system. He entered Qingfei's name. However, many of Qingfei's names popped up. Qingfei didn't have a special name. There were many people with the same name. Ningshu entered the age filter. Ningshu scrolled the mouse and looked at the photos on the school records. Finally, he fixed his gaze on a photo. His eyes and eyebrows were similar to Qingfei's. His eyes were young and his eyes were calm. It should be him. Ningshu browsed through Qingfei's education history. There was no information before he graduated from primary school. There was only information in middle school. Moreover, he had transferred back from overseas. This meant that Qingfei was not in the country before he was 12 years old. Could it be that Qingfei was really adopted? But why did he suddenly come back? Ningshu stared at the information on the computer. He saw the parents' information. It was a string of names of foreigners who were already dead. Dead, when the original owner and Qingfei got married, he saw this pair of parents-in-law. However, this couple died when Qingfei was 12 years old. Maybe his adoptive parents died, so he was sent back to China. Then why did Qingfei create a fake set of parents? He probably hired his parents. Ningxu clicked his tongue. He felt that Qingfei really knew how to play. He was really a jinx. He was an orphan since he was young. Someone adopted him and even his adoptive parents died. After browsing through the information, Ningxu couldn't find the orphanage where Qingfei used to live. Because Qingfei's information started from when he was 12 years old. All the information before that was from overseas. It was blank. Ningxu exited the system and cleared his hacking records. The education system belonged to the country after all. He didn't want to get caught. So, he checked but didn't find anything useful. At most, Qingfei had lied about his adoptive parents. They were already dead, but he still made his adoptive parents appear at the wedding. Then why did Qingfei lie? It was because he didn't want Ai Yun to know that his adoptive parents were dead. That meant that Qingfei didn't want anyone to know that he was overseas. Something must have happened. Ningxu pulled her hair. Oh, my God. Why was this so complicated? He felt that it would be extremely difficult to catch Qingfei's tail. This was a lawful society. Ningxu couldn't kill him directly. When Ai Yun came back, she found herself in jail. This feeling was really awesome. It was like a dream. When I woke up, I was in jail. I was wronged. Ningxu was racking his brains to think of a solution when his phone rang. It was Qingfei. Ningxu stared at his phone. Should he pick it up? Should he pick it up? Ningxu picked it up decisively. What's the matter? Ai Yun, you haven't come to see me in a long time. I miss you. Qingfei's voice was magnetic and charming. It felt like his voice was doing something to her ears. Ningxu sat cross-legged on the bed. Something happened at home. How are you? I'm fine. I've been discharged. You didn't come to pick me up. Qingfei sounded aggrieved. And this was only over the phone. If they were face to face, looking at a pair of pitiful Bambi's pitiful and aggrieved look, wouldn't one's heart melt? Ningxu decisively cut off his own thoughts. If he continued to think like this, Ningxu felt that his little maternal instinct was about to be aroused. Men who knew how to act coquettishly were the best. Qingfei, tell me about your childhood. I realize that I really don't know anything about you. Ningxu said, I know nothing about you. What do you want to know? I'm an orphan. When I was 5, I was taken in by a Chinese couple. They supported me all the way until I graduated from university. Qingfei's tone remained unchanged. What about the orphanage you used to stay in? Are you still going back? I'll go back with you one day. Maybe you can find your biological parents. Qingfei pondered for a moment. I don't want to find my biological parents. I was abandoned before I could remember anything. This means that my existence is very distressing to them. If they try their best to find me, it will only make things more awkward. It's best if we don't disturb each other. The orphanage I used to stay in closed more than 10 years ago because no one donated money. The place has been built into villas by developers. Ningxu, my heart, Ai Yun, I'll wait for you at home. Are you coming back? Qingfei asked. Whether we are getting a divorce or not, I want to see you. I feel happy when I see you. Ningxu covered his ears. He couldn't listen to this anymore. Ningxu coughed. I have to take care of my mother. I can't go back for now. Take good care of yourself. Qingfei said pitifully, oh. Then he said some words of concern. Qingfei didn't hang up the phone. Ningxu could hear his slight panting on the other side. Why? Didn't you hang up? I'll wait for you. Ningxu hung up the phone with a hard heart. Being handsome didn't work for Ningxu at all. If Qingfei was ugly and something like this happened, the AI couple would hurry to get a divorce. A handsome pervert was not a pervert. Instead, it made people feel sorry for him. An ugly pervert was really a pervert. There was no other way. People were tolerant of good-looking people. This was an advantage. Sigh, beauty misled people. Ningxu went out of the bedroom to cook. Recently, the food at home was taken care of by Ningxu. Ai Yun's mother was frightened and was a little tired. Professor AI didn't want AI Yun's mother to be tired, so Ningxu took care of the laundry and cooking. However, Ningxu's cooking didn't taste good. But because of what happened recently, people had no taste at all. Ningxu's cooking was delicious, but the AI couple couldn't taste it. Professor AI came back with a haggard face. His expression was very ugly. Ningxu quickly poured a glass of water for Professor AI and asked, "Dad, what happened?" Professor AI gulped down a mouthful of water and sighed. The culprit who instigated Li Chang was found. Found? So fast. Who is it? Ningxu asked. Looking at Professor AI's expression, it didn't seem to be Qingfei. It was a student from my class. His name is Li Chen. He admitted that he stole Tianhai's account. Ningxu, are you sure? Ningxu was dumbfounded. Professor AI nodded. The police said that he couldn't withstand the pressure from the school and the police station and turned himself in. No, what's the IP address of the cafe? Ningxu really couldn't figure it out. Li Chen admitted that he went to the cafe and checked the cafe's surveillance video. Li Chen did go there. Ningxu, example. So this matter had nothing to do with Qingfei. AI Yun, don't you think Dad is a failure? 1 or 2 students hate me so much. I feel very tired. I want to resign. Ningxu comforted him. It's hard to say what happened. Besides, you're going to retire soon. If you resign now, you won't even have a pension. Dad, hold on. It's good that we do things with a clear conscience. Ningxu patted Professor AI's shoulder. This is a stain on your dad's life. The future of 2 students is ruined. Professor AI thought that he was still dedicated and responsible for his students. But such a thing had happened, which made Professor AI suspicious. Let these guys who don't know what's good for them just muddle through. What's the point of being responsible? Instead, they would complain. He didn't know how the school would deal with him this time. Ningxu looked at the devastated Professor AI and comforted him. Dad, it's okay. Professor AI sighed. Ningxu couldn't do anything. She couldn't help Professor AI with this kind of thing. Ningxu took his bag and was ready to go out. Where are you going? Are you going to see Qingfei? Professor AI asked. I have something to do. The rice is in the pot. Ningxu rushed to the police station, and the first thing he said was, Qingfei really didn't do this? Police, so you hope he did it, or you don't want him to do it? Li Chen has already said that he stole Tianhai's chat account and instigated Li Chang to do such a thing, the police said. It's completely consistent with the evidence we have so far. It's basically Li Chen, the police said. Acquaintances committed crimes. Professor Show AI's class. IP address. Li Chen went to the coffee shop, and it was recorded by the coffee shop's camera. There were also chat records of the two on Li Chen's computer. It was perfect. What about Li Chen's confession? Ningxu asked. Li Chen confessed that he learned some knowledge about tampering with computers on the internet and stole Tianhai's account. As for why he stole Tianhai's account, it was because he had a small conflict with Tianhai and they didn't like each other. Ningxu, F*CK, I don't want to talk at all. Could it be that she had wronged Qingfei? So, this matter is settled? Ningxu asked, is my husband okay? When the procedures are out, the case will be settled. Qingfei will be fine, the police said. Ningxu almost forced a smile, and his eyes were filled with tears. He said happily, that's good. After leaving the police station, Ningxu pulled out a handful of her hair. Could it be that he had really wronged Qingfei? Did the client really have a persecutory delusion and a mental disorder? So far, Qingfei had only done one thing wrong, which was to install a camera at home and implant a locator in her body. And the reason for these things was very good. It was because AI Yun had a mental disorder and he was worried that something would happen to AI Yun. He thought that he had to be busy in the clinic during the day, so he could only install a camera so that he could know if AI Yun was in danger at home. The locator was installed because he was worried that AI Yun would get lost. He could know AI Yun's whereabouts at any time. He didn't want AI Yun to work or attend any banquets because he was worried that something would happen to AI Yun. He didn't want AI Yun to face the strange eyes of others. Everything made sense. There were no loopholes in the logic. Apart from this incident, Qingfei had not done anything out of line. He had not cheated on Ai Yun, nor had he abused her. He had not forced Ai Yun to do anything she did not like. Instead, he treated Ai Yun really well. Ningxu wiped her tears. She was touched. This was really a good man. Was lying a weakness? Qingfei was trying to hide his life story. He had stayed abroad before and insisted that he had grown up in China. His adoptive parents were already dead, but they had come back to life. It popped up during the wedding. Ningxu returned to school and took the bus to the cafe. Along the way, Ningxu counted 7 stations, which were not far from each other. If he were to take a taxi, it would cost nearly 100 yuan. Moreover, after getting off the car, they still had to walk for a while to reach the coffee shop. Li Chen actually walked such a long distance to come here. There were many shops around the school, and there were also places that provided free Wi-Fi. Similarly, one could use a virtual IP address. Moreover, there was a library in the school. There was a lot of traffic in the library, so it wouldn't arouse suspicion. Why did he have to run so far? It did not conform to the cost economics of crime. Did he come here to look for someone? Ningxu looked in the direction of Qingfei's clinic. Damn. He suspected Qingfei again. Ningxu felt the client had a lot of influence on him. She was really trying to prove what Qingfei wanted to do to her. But why did Li Chen walk so far just to come to this coffee shop? He had suspected Qingfei, but now, it was proven that Qingfei was fine. Ningxu suspected that the IP address was purposely left behind and exposed. Maybe Qingfei had purposely left it behind to let people find out about him. Then, he could clear his name. Ningxu, could it be that she really had persecutory delusions? Damn. There are always unruly people who want to hurt me. Ningxu stood at the entrance of the coffee shop. It was a quiet and secluded environment. Ningxu pushed the door open and ordered a cup of coffee before calling the police. Did you ask Li Chen why he wanted to go to the coffee shop? That coffee shop is 7 bus stops away from school. It's quite far. Did he go there just to get some Wi-Fi and have a cup of coffee? Is it possible that Li Chen went to look for someone? Did the cafe surveillance camera capture Li Chen with someone? There is only Li Chen in the CCTV. We will investigate this thoroughly. Ningxu immediately said, I will have to trouble you with this. I am still worried about this. This concerns my parents' safety, so I don't dare to be careless. Ningxu hung up the phone and looked at the coffee shop. He saw the CCTV. Li Chen was not there to meet anyone. He just traveled so far and came to this coffee shop to get some Wi-Fi. Why did he have to travel so far when he could get the materials here? Anyway, Ningxu caught on to this point and suspected Qingfei again. Ningxu drank his coffee and went home. When he opened the door, he saw Qingfei sitting on the sofa in the living room. He was smiling and talking to Ai Meixiao's mother. Ai Meixiao's mother saw Ningxu and Ningxu waved. You're back. Qingfei turned around. When he saw Ningxu, his eyes were full of smiles. Ningxu leaned against the wall and changed his shoes at the entrance. He walked into the house and asked Qingfei, Are you feeling better? Ningxu wouldn't yell in front of Qingfei. It was useless to say anything before there was evidence. Making a scene was useless, and it would only make things worse. That was why Ningxu was indifferent to Qingfei. It made people feel that it was because of the CCTV incident. Qingfei nodded. I'm much better. You have lost weight recently. Ningxu looked at Qingfei. You have lost weight too. You two chat. I will go and cut some fruits. Qingfei, are you eating here tonight? Ai Meixiao's mother stood up and asked Qingfei. Qingfei nodded. Thank you, Mum. Ai Meixiao's mother couldn't stop smiling and went to cut some fruits. Ningxu sat opposite Qingfei and said, The case of Mum's kidnapping is about to be closed. It was done by a student of the same grade. He is also Dad's student. Qingfei was stunned for a moment and said, Then Dad will be sad. Ningxu had been observing Qingfei's expression. It didn't look like he was faking it. Qingfei was so elegant and refined. Ningxu wanted to punch the ground. There were 2 people in his mind. One said that Qingfei was innocent and that the person who hired him had wronged him. The other said fiercely that it was Qingfei. Don't ask why. It was intuition. It was a scary intuition. These two people gave Ningxu a headache. He really wanted to grab Qingfei's collar and throw him to the ground. You can use QQ readers to read this. Please support the original version. Even if it's for free, please vote for the original version. These words that you are looking at are the result of my hard work. I typed them out one by one. Everything that doesn't cost money is pirated. I hope that the pirated website will be infertile and have many children and grandchildren. Ningxu felt that Qingfei was the murderer, whether it was because of her preconceived notions. The client, Ai Yun, still felt that her husband killed her. But Ningxu could not prove it. Qingfei was the murderer. The brake line and the handkerchief could not prove it. She thought that this kidnapping case would make the police suspect Qingfei and prove Qingfei's innocence. Ningxu looked at Qingfei, who was sitting opposite him. Qingfei's face was pale. He looked like a beautiful man who was looking up at the sky. Ai Yun, why are you looking at me like this? Are you not going to divorce me because I am handsome? Qingfei asked, I don't understand. If I take you out, I can make you proud in front of your best friends and give you a stable life. Why do you have to divorce me? What's wrong with me? Ningxu spread his hands and said, you are very good. Qingfei, let's go on a trip. If we can still be together after the trip, let's not divorce. How about that? Ningxu said. If two people who loved each other went on a trip and still loved each other after the trip, they would get married. Because there would be all kinds of unexpected events on the trip. It tested one's ability and character. Ningxu decided to take the initiative. It was not good to be passive all the time. Qingfei's eyes lit up and he said immediately, okay. Where are we going? When are we going? I need to arrange the clinic and then I can go on a trip with you. Are we going to drive ourselves or go with a group? Qingfei was excited. Ningxu said, do you think it's better to drive ourselves or go with a group? Drive ourselves. I will arrange it. Don't worry. Qingfei said with a smile, where do you want to go? Where do you think is good? Ningxu asked. Qingfei kept smiling and looked very happy. He said, shall we go hiking or diving? Ai Yun, which one do you like? What is climbing? It should be normal climbing. Rock climbing. Ningxu was speechless. Diving? Where are we going to dive? We can go to the beach. Damn, it was really dangerous. Ningxu had never dared to seek death. Climbing and diving, the degree of danger was too high. Ningxu cherished his life very much. He could forget about seeking excitement and adrenaline. Peaceful days were precious to Ningxu. Qingfei saw that Ningxu was silent, so he thought for a while and said, how about we go to the desert? Ningxu was speechless. Why couldn't they just go on a normal trip and enjoy the scenery? If he went to the desert, he might be buried in the desert. They didn't even have a sip of water to drink. There was also a sandstorm, and the surroundings were filled with yellow sand. Just looking at it made one feel despair. How could they talk about relaxing? Qingfei's taste was really heavy. Couldn't it be more romantic? Ningxu shrugged. Which place do you like? How about the desert? Even if something happens, our corpses won't rot. Instead, they'll be dried by the wind and sand and become mummies. Mummies made by nature. Ningxu was speechless. Anyway, the feeling that Qingfei gave Ningxu now was that he was both cute and cruel. The little white rabbit was so white. After cutting the arteries and veins, he didn't move at all. He was so cute. You don't like it? Then what do you like? Qingfei asked. No matter where you go, I'll go with you. Ningxu leaned back on the sofa and tried to get as far away from Qingfei as possible. He said, why don't we go and find your parents? We've been married for so long and haven't gone abroad to look for them. We haven't seen them for a long time. Why don't we take this opportunity to visit them? Ningxu looked at Qingfei's expression as he spoke. Qingfei's expression was very natural. He asked, do you miss mom and dad? Of course. After all, I'm the daughter-in-law. I have to visit them. This time, let's go abroad to visit your parents. What do you think about my in-laws? Ningxu asked. Qingfei nodded. Okay, I'll call them and ask where they are now. Ningxu smiled and nodded. Was he going to call a ghost? Was he going to get a pair of fake parents again? Why did Qingfei hide the fact that his adoptive parents had passed away? Then it's settled, Ningxu said calmly. When Mrs. Ai saw Ningxu and Qingfei talking, she felt that after so many things had happened, something good had finally happened. During dinner, Qingfei told Mrs. Ai and Mrs. Ai about going on a trip. Mrs. Ai agreed without thinking. It's good to go out and relax. So many things have happened recently. Professor Ai didn't say anything. He just looked at Ningxu with some confusion. After dinner, they found a chance to be alone. Ningxu asked, "Didn't you suspect Qingfei? Why did you give him a chance to be alone with you? It's easy to get into trouble on a trip. Have you thought about it?" Professor Ai was a little worried. Why do you want to go on a trip at this time? Between his daughter and his son-in-law, Professor Ai would of course choose his daughter. It was impossible to say that Professor Ai didn't have any doubts about Qingfei. Even if Li Chen had appeared in the end and closed the case, it would not have mattered. But Qingfei had implanted a tracking device in his daughter's body. This was something he couldn't understand. It was said that Ai Yun had a mental disorder, but his daughter looked very normal. Therefore, Professor Ai didn't approve of Qingfei and Ningxu going on a trip in this troubled period. Ningxu just said, "It's not necessarily a trip. We're just going abroad to visit Qingfei's parents. We didn't even speak a few words to each other when we got married last time. It's been almost 2 years and they haven't called me. I just want to see if something happened. How can they not contact each other for so long?" Professor Ai still didn't agree. This isn't good. Don't go out for a while. Also, the school matter isn't over yet. Ningxu comforted Professor Ai. Don't worry. I'll be fine. Dad, Ai Yun. Qingfei came to the balcony and said to the two of them, "Mom asked me to call you to eat fruit." Professor Ai nodded and went into the house. Ningxu and Qingfei were the only two people on the balcony. Qingfei asked, "Dad doesn't look good. What happened?" Ningxu leaned on the balcony and looked at the night view of the city. He said, "Dad doesn't agree with us going to visit your parents. He said that we have to find a day when things are less busy. Dad said that he wants to visit your parents with us." Qingfei laughed. "Dad is too polite. We're family. Why are you being so polite? TSK, TSK, TSK. Ningxu admired such shameless people who could lie without batting an eyelid. And no one could tell that they were lying. Ningxu looked at Qingfei in silence. "I'll look at you in silence." He didn't say anything. In the end, Qingfei decided to take Ningxu to see his parents. He didn't know if he was seeing a ghost or not. Before leaving, Ningxu prepared a lot of things, such as a dagger and medicine powder. This time, he had to make Qingfei show his true colors. On the day of departure, Qingfei dragged the luggage downstairs and waited for Ningxu. Ningxu carried the bags downstairs and walked to Qingfei. Qingfei took the bags from Ningxu, one in each hand. Ningxu walked beside Qingfei and asked, "Do you want me to buy something for your in-laws?" "You have to buy something for your in-laws." "It's okay. My parents are very easygoing people. If you want to buy a gift, wait until we get off the plane. After all, there's so much luggage. You can wait. You can go shopping with them. You can pay for whatever they like." Qingfei tilted his head and smiled at Ningxu. "By the way, do you have money on you? I'll give you my card." Ningxu was speechless. How could they talk about the dead so normally? It was as if they were still alive. Ningxu really wanted to kneel down. He had met so many people, but this was the first time he met someone like Qingfei. There was nothing unnatural about it. If Ningxu hadn't found out that Qingfei's adoptive parents were dead, he would have believed that there was such a pair of in-laws. Qingfei and Ningxu boarded the plane. The plane flew high in the clouds. Ningxu looked at the clouds outside the window. "Ai Yun, there's something I need to apologize to you about." Qingfei whispered to Ningxu. Ningxu nodded. Go ahead. About your mental disorder, I found a few experts to look at it. Basically, all of them said that you have some sort of mental disorder and that you have persecutory delusions, so what? Ningxu looked at Qingfei. To be honest, mental disorders were not easy to identify. For example, the person next to her was such a normal person, but was he normal? Ningxu felt that he was not normal at all. If this matter has made you unhappy, I can apologize. When the time comes, I hope you won't mention this in front of mom and dad. Ningxu was speechless. F***ck, did Qingfei take her to see a ghost? He looked so serious that she almost believed him. Ningxu nodded. I won't tell anyone. Don't worry. Ningxu pulled down his blindfold and covered his eyes. He could smell the faint smell of disinfectant on Qingfei's body. There was also a bitter smell of Western medicine. Seeing that Ningxu didn't want to talk, Qingfei could only sigh. He reached out and grabbed Ningxu's hand. His palm was sweaty. Ningxu took off the blindfold and saw Qingfei's pale face. Are you afraid of heights? Yeah. Qingfei forced a smile. Ningxu only had one word. He didn't believe him. He wanted to take advantage of her. This was only on a plane. He didn't seem to be afraid of heights even though he lived in a high-rise building. Ningxu comforted Qingfei. Don't be afraid. If the plane is in an accident, it won't crash like a car. Qingfei was speechless. This wasn't comforting at all. On the plane, Qingfei kept holding on to Ningxu's hand. His palm was very wet and it made Ningxu very uncomfortable. When they got off the plane, he quickly wiped his hand with a tissue. Qingfei's face was so pale that he looked like he was going to faint. Ningxu didn't know if it was real or not. Qingfei was too charming. He had a handsome face and a strong body. He was very attractive to women. There were always women who felt that they were unique and different from others. They could subdue men. It was all the same. Qingfei brought Ningxu to a place. Qingfei told the driver a place. Ningxu didn't know where it was. The car drove on the streets of a foreign country. The streets were full of foreigners with blonde hair and blue eyes. Where are we going? Ningxu looked out of the window and asked. Was Qingfei trying to kidnap her? He was bullying her because she was in a foreign country. Let's go to my parents' house first. Qingfei said. They are not at home now. They are on their way home and will be back soon. We have to wait for them. Qingfei explained. Ningxu nodded. He might be able to see Qingfei's adoptive parents at night. Since they had passed away, why did they have to hide it so painstakingly? What was so shameful about it? The car stopped in front of a house. The house was quite nice. It was European style and had a garden and a yard. From the outside, it looked like a small red brick house. There was a green mailbox in front of the yard. It looked very refreshing. Qingfei carried the things and opened the door of the yard. This house is very beautiful. Ningxu said. Qingfei nodded. This is where my adoptive parents live. They are always away and rarely come home. Qingfei took out the key and opened the door. The interior was very well decorated and looked spotless. I asked someone to clean it before we came, Qingfei said. Ningxu was speechless. Was Qingfei a roundworm in her stomach? How could he know what she was thinking? Qingfei packed the luggage. Ningxu said, What do you want to eat? I will make it for you. Just eat whatever you have. Ningxu looked around the house and asked Qingfei who was making the salad, Why aren't there any photos of your adoptive parents? There should be. You can look around. I rarely live with my adoptive parents. I don't know the details. Ningxu was speechless. Qingfei had told countless lies on the way here. Ningxu felt that there must be more to Qingfei's adoptive parents. Qingfei placed 2 plates of salad on the table. Ningxu sat down, picked up the fork and put the lettuce into her mouth. Ningxu paused for a moment. Qingfei looked up at Ningxu and swallowed the food in his mouth. He asked, Why aren't you eating? Does it not taste good? Ningxu shook her head and ate it. She knew that there was something in it, but she still had to swallow it. It felt so good. Ningxu ate 2 mouthfuls and did not want to eat any more. She did not have much of an appetite. Eat more. You were on the plane for so long. Qingfei put the lettuce in front of Ningxu. Ningxu rubbed her eyes and looked a little sleepy. She said to Qingfei, I want to take a nap. I am very sleepy now. Qingfei had actually drugged her with sleeping pills. Moreover, it was an addictive sleeping pill with a high content of zolpidem. Okay, go to sleep. I will contact our parents and see where they are now. Qingfei said. Ningxu nodded. She wanted to see what Qingfei was up to. Ningxu went to the bedroom and snuggled into the quilt. There was a smell of sunshine in the quilt. Lying under it felt very comfortable, and he wanted to sleep even more. Ningxu closed her eyes and mobilized the spiritual energy in her body, slowly digesting the medicinal properties. Ningxu didn't eat much of the salad. Even without spiritual energy, Ningxu could keep her mind clear. She wanted to know what Qingfei was thinking. Why did he drug her? Was he going to do something to her? This was the second time Qingfei had done something to her. Ningxu pricked up her ears to listen to the sounds outside. She could hear Qingfei's footsteps outside, one after another. What was he doing? The medicinal effects in Ningxu's body had already dissipated a lot. She released her spiritual force, wanting to see what Qingfei was doing now. Then she saw that Qingfei was sharpening a knife. Ningxu was speechless. He looked like he was going to kill a pig. He wasn't going to kill her, was he? Moreover, Qingfei was already wearing a white coat. Ningxu was speechless. He brought a white coat with him when he was traveling. I gave you a chance to commit murder. You really did it. Gotcha. The sound of the door opening was heard, followed by footsteps. Finally, the footsteps stopped beside the bed. Ningxu felt that Qingfei was staring at her. Ningxu's body tensed up involuntarily. A hand was placed on her shoulder. Ningxu almost jumped up, but then she relaxed her body. Qingfei was a slippery fish. She couldn't catch him. She had to take a risk. Qingfei picked up Ningxu. Ningxu cried in her heart. It was supposed to be a romantic princess carry, but now she felt like a pig in a pot of boiling water. Ningxu closed her eyes as if she was in a deep sleep. Then she released her mental strength to check the surroundings. Qingfei carried her to the basement. There was a strong smell of formalin and disinfectant in the basement. It was a little pungent. Ningxu almost sneezed, but she held it back. Qingfei put Ningxu on a wooden board and turned on the lights in the basement. Ningxu scanned the basement with her mental strength and found many corpses soaked in formalin. Some specimens are very beautiful when they close their eyes and smile. There was also a pile of amber at the foot of the wall. There were worms and eyes in the amber. Ningxu even saw a hand. A fair and slender hand, or perhaps a leg. There was also a chemical device not far away. Ningxu was speechless. Ningxu had a bad feeling in his heart. Ai Yun, I love you. Qingfei whispered into Ningxu's ears. Hearing Qingfei's voice, Ningxu's heart sank. A cold and gloomy aura spread throughout her body, causing her to shiver uncontrollably. If she really believed Qingfei, she would be a pig. Getting her to this place was a problem even if she used her toenails to think. Ningxu only wanted to say, love you, my ass. Qingfei used the surgical scissors to cut Ningxu's clothes. Ningxu opened her eyes and looked at him silently. Qingfei saw Ningxu staring at him and smiled at Ningxu. You're awake. Ningxu sat up and looked at Qingfei. What are you doing? Qingfei smiled gently. Ai Yun, I found a way to live forever. This lunatic was seriously sick. Ningxu smiled and asked, what is it? You'll know when the time comes. Qingfei pressed Ningxu's body. Don't worry, it won't hurt. If it hurts, it won't be beautiful. Ningxu was speechless. Qingfei, what do you want? Ningxu pushed Qingfei away. Where is this place? Qingfei, you lied to me. Your adoptive parents died a long time ago. Why did you lie to me? Qingfei sighed, so you've known about it. Sorry, I lied to you about it. Ningxu was speechless. He didn't know why, but he felt so helpless. Even if Qingfei showed a ferocious expression, Ningxu wouldn't find it strange. Even now, Qingfei's face was still gentle and courteous even though he had already shown his true colors. It made people feel helpless. Ningxu looked at him. Why did you lie to me? Because they're all dead. How did he die? If he died, then he died. Why didn't you tell me? Qingfei looked at Ningxu with a gentle and loving gaze. There was a fire at home. My adoptive parents were burned to death. There was also a 5-year-old sister. When I came home from school, the firemen carried them out of the house. They were beyond recognition. Their bodies were convulsing. My 5-year-old sister was also dead. Ningxu was speechless. There was a fire, a family of 3 was burned to death. And it happened when Qingfei was in school. Qingfei had a perfect alibi. I didn't want to tell you such a horrible thing, so I found someone to pretend to be my parents. Ai Yun, can you forgive me? Qingfei asked Ningxu. Ningxu scratched his head. My bad temper, you didn't have to hide it. Why did you hide it? Ningxu looked at him expressionlessly. I didn't want you to know that I was an orphan again. Ningxu thought, "Io, so pitiful, damn, he really wanted to slap this guy." His words were watertight. Then why did you bring me here? Ningxu asked coldly. Qingfei looked innocent. Aren't you here for a vacation? Ningxu really wanted to give him a tight slap and talk nicely to him. You came to the basement for a vacation? Do corpses soaked in formalin look good? Ningxu shrugged. Qingfei sighed helplessly. I didn't want to show you the corpses. Ningxu was speechless. Even now, he was still acting cute. Qingfei took out the amber hidden at the foot of the wall and showed it to Ningxu. There was a woman's hand in the lake. The hand was slender and beautiful. The skin was fair and the fingernails were pink and delicate. There were no barbs. The amber color was dark yellow, which made the hand even more beautiful. Why are you showing me this? Ningxu asked expressionlessly. This is the way to immortality that I was talking about. It can be preserved in the most beautiful state forever. Peace and tranquility lead to eternity. Ningxu was speechless. Damn it. You want to kill me? Ningxu was in disbelief. Qingfei shook his head. I love you so much. How can I kill you? I want you to be preserved in the most beautiful state. I want you to stay by my side forever, Qingfei said affectionately. So, you want to turn me into amber? Ningxu's face trembled as he said incredulously. This idea was so novel and perverted. He felt that Qingfei was not a doctor, but a crazy artist. A crazy artist who had no scruples. Qingfei was the one who was F***king paranoid and beyond cure. He could kill you so affectionately and then turn you into a specimen. So good. So affectionate. Ningxu slapped Qingfei's face hard. Qingfei's face was slanted to the side. Qingfei slowly turned his face. There was blood at the corner of his mouth. He still looked at Ningxu kindly. Be good. Don't make a fuss. Be good. Even though Ningxu was the one who attacked Qingfei, Qingfei still doted on him as if he was looking at his ignorant wife. Qingfei licked the blood at the corner of his mouth. Ningxu smiled. I know you can't accept it right now. I can wait. Ningxu, he was asking him to die, not borrowing money. How could he say it so easily? Then how are you going to turn me into a specimen? Ningxu asked. Will it hurt? Qingfei smiled gently. It won't hurt. You won't feel any pain at all. I'll use the plasticization technique first, then I'll wrap you in amber. You'll always be so young and beautiful. You'll always be my favorite. Ningxu, love your ass, how could this be called love? Why don't you turn me into amber? What does my life have to do with you? Why do you have to kill me? Even if I'm going to die, you should at least let me know the reason before I die. Dad, did you do this? Ningxu asked. Are you trying to kill my mother? Qingfei shook his head. No. I never wanted to kill your parents. Why would I kill them? They're your parents. I love them as much as you do. Thank you so much. Ningshu's mouth twitched. She didn't feel too good. Qingfei and Ningshu smiled. You're welcome. Ningshu looked at the piles of amber on the ground and the bodies soaked in formalin. Did you kill all these girls? Ningshu asked. Qingfei shook his head. I got them from the funeral parlor. I was practicing making amber. My amber skills are getting better and better. The impurities are getting lesser and lesser. I'll definitely make you into the most perfect amber, Qingfei said. It seemed that Ai Yun was still alive because Qingfei wasn't good at making amber. Ningshu couldn't help but scratch her head. Qingfei was very vigilant. Other than wanting to turn her into amber, he denied everything else. Ningshu not only suspected that Qingfei was behind this, but also suspected that he had killed his adoptive parents and his 5-year-old sister. At that time, Qingfei was only in his teens. If Qingfei really killed his adoptive parents, Qingfei would be too scary. He felt that Qingfei was not only paranoid, but also had a high IQ and antisocial personality. Personality, charisma on the surface, highly educated, and everyone seemed to like him. He looked friendly, but he used his charisma to manipulate others. He was very heartless. He didn't feel guilty at all when he did something wrong. People with antisocial personalities were professional manipulators. They achieved their goals by controlling others. Don't expect such a person to be sympathetic. No amount of persuasion would be of any use. Instead, you would be controlled. Control your emotions. For example, if you were happy today, someone with a sociopath would come to you and tell you that the boss was very dissatisfied with your work recently. How can you be happy at a time like this? His mood instantly sank to the bottom of the valley. Qingfei showed the amber to Ningshu one by one. He smiled and said to Ningshu, look, aren't there fewer impurities? I practiced for a long time. Ningshu, is it really okay to discuss with me like this? This is turning me into amber. It feels exactly the same as letting me choose my own coffin. Ningshu looked at Qingfei. He was wearing a white coat. He had sharp eyebrows and bright eyes. He was a handsome young man. One's appearance was too deceptive and pretentious. Who would think that Qingfei was a bad person when walking on the street? No one. Ningshu felt that she was unlucky. The men she met were either brain-damaged, handsome but brain-damaged, or gay. Or they were so affectionate that they wanted to kill him. So when he met these men, he should destroy them. Out of sight, out of mind, and be happy. Ai Yun, which one do you think looks better? Qingfei asked Ningshu. Ningshu held his chin and looked at the amber. He pointed at the amber in one hand and said, this one looks good. I think so too. Ai Yun, don't worry. I will make you look better than this, Qingfei said. Ningshu said indifferently, thank you so much. Qingfei, did someone bully you in the past? That's why you became like this? Ningshu asked. He grew up in an orphanage, was adopted, and became an orphan. Qingfei looked at the amber and said without looking up, no. I had a conflict with my classmates. My teacher always believed me. Ningshu shrugged. Was it because he was handsome or because he pretended to be a good boy? That's why the teacher always sided with him. Qingfei had been wearing a mask since he was young. He was always liked in front of others. Qingfei put down the amber. Ningshu said gently, lie down. Don't worry, it won't hurt. It will be a success. Damn, people who didn't know better would think that it was an operation. Wait. Ningshu waved his hand. Qingfei sat beside Ningshu and asked, is there anything else? Qingfei made people feel helpless. Looking at his smug face, people would think that he was going to make a great contribution. Ningshu said, I have something to say. Go ahead. Qingfei kissed Ningshu's forehead gently. Ningshu said, get lost, tell me about your past. For example, the orphanage and your adoptive parents' home. Ningshu felt that he was crazy to be able to talk to Qingfei so calmly. The orphanages in China are all like that. Every time someone adopts a child, the director will dress the child up cute and make us smile sweetly. I was chosen by my adoptive parents because I am healthy. I don't have any diseases. Qingfei's tone was perfunctory when he talked about his adoptive parents. Did your adoptive parents treat you well? Ningxu asked. They treated me very well. Ningxu said, he didn't think so. Okay, can we start now? Qingfei said. Wait a little longer. Ningxu waved his hand. Qingfei looked straight at Ningxu and said calmly, Ai Yun, are you not willing? Ningxu said, I have one last question. I won't ask this question anymore. Why me? Ningxu asked. Ai Yun was not a great beauty. Her facial features were not very delicate. Qingfei reached out to touch Ningxu's lips. Ningxu moved back and avoided Qingfei's hand. Qingfei lowered his eyelashes and said, because you have a beautiful set of teeth, as white as a shell. And you are pure. Maybe it's because you were born in a happy and intellectual family. So when you stand there and smile, you look like an ink painting. At that time, I thought that I must keep your beauty, Qingfei said. Keep my beauty? Ningxu admired such shameless people. My beauty has nothing to do with you. Just because I'm your wife, how shameless. Ningxu looked at Qingfei. Do you think I'm beautiful? Qingfei nodded. Beauty is in the bones, not the skin. I don't think I'll be able to find another girl like you. Should I thank you for your compliment? Ningxu shrugged. You've been planning this ever since you married me? Qingfei nodded. He didn't say anything and continued working. He took out a syringe and injected some medicine into the bottle. As he checked the dosage, he comforted Ningxu. Don't worry, it won't hurt at all. Ningxu tilted his head and looked at Qingfei. Are you sure it won't hurt? I promise, Qingfei said with a smile. It was as if they were discussing what tasted good and what to eat today. Ningxu waved his hand. I refuse. Why? Qingfei looked disappointed and confused. Why not? I'm going to die now. You're going to kill me, Ningxu said. I'll disappear from this world. No, amber can preserve you well. Even if it's thousands of years, you won't disappear. This is immortality. Immortality, my ass. A well-preserved corpse is immortality. Immortality means that you have your own consciousness. You can jump, eat, and sleep. That's what it means to be alive. Things preserved in amber are like the insects in amber fossils. They have no meaning at all. Don't worry, I'll always be by your side, Qingfei said. Stay by my side in the most beautiful way. F***CKU. People like Qingfei don't make sense. He's stubborn and never thinks that he's wrong. There's no good or evil. There's no right or wrong. Even if you're handsome, I'll call the police. Qingfei, were you abused when you were young? That's why you're so perverted. Qingfei blinked. His long eyelashes fluttered. He looked a little cute. No, I won't let anyone bully me, Qingfei said. Are you feeling sorry for me? Ningxu was speechless. You killed your foster parents, and now you want to kill me. Ai Yun, I don't want to kill you. I want you to live forever by my side. Moreover, I didn't kill my foster parents. Why would I kill them? Qingfei's expression was very helpless, as if he was looking at a child who was pestering him endlessly. She took the needle and walked towards Ningxu. Don't move. I'll inject you with some sleeping pills. I promise you won't feel any pain. The syringe was dripping with water, and Ningxu had goosebumps all over his body. Especially when he saw Qingfei's gentle and loving face, Ningxu gave him a big slap. What are you doing? Didn't I say that I'll stay by your side? I've never thought about dying. Who would want to be with a pervert like you? Since you're going to die at the most beautiful moment, why don't you die with me? Then you can turn into a butterfly and fly away. Isn't that great? Ningxu shrugged. Why am I the only one who's going to die and you're still alive? Qingfei pursed his lips, and some blood seeped out of the corner of his mouth. He stuck out his tongue and licked his lips. Qingfei frowned. You shouldn't have hit me like this. It will ruin your beauty. Ningxu was speechless. What I look like is my own business. It's none of your business. Ningxu felt that Qingfei's self-restraint was too good. He wasn't angry even after being slapped twice. Was he not angry, or was he holding it in? Qingfei, I think you should go see a doctor. You're seriously ill. Qingfei lowered his head and looked at the syringe in his hand. I'm a doctor myself. I know you can't understand my thoughts, but I'll let your beauty shock the whole world. Thank you so much. Ningxu felt helpless. After talking to Qingfei for a long time, he didn't get any useful information. So far, the only thing he knew was that Qingfei wanted to make her into amber, even if she didn't die. Qingfei could only be considered as an attempted murder, and the crime of destroying a corpse was not Ningxu's goal at all. Ai Yun. Qingfei reached out his hand to touch Ningxu's head. If I die, how can I make you into amber? I don't feel at ease leaving you to others. They won't know your beauty at all. I have to make you into amber myself, Qingfei said gently. Ningxu felt that he would never love again. This person was really. He really wanted to slap Qingfei again. Ningxu really couldn't control the violent primitive force in his heart. Qingfei was so soft and gentle. He really made people feel helpless. And he was very tight-lipped. No matter how Ningxu provoked him, he didn't react. Even if she said that Qingfei killed his adoptive parents. Qingfei just calmly denied that he wanted to kill the AI family's parents. Qingfei also denied it. He was really innocent. She almost believed him. Li Chan and Li Chang's matter has nothing to do with you. I just want to know the truth before I die. Li Chen, you're talking about the person who instigated Li Chang to do the kidnapping, right? I don't know him. Qingfei looked at Ningxu. Why do you always want to pin these things on me? The only person I care about is you. How slippery. Ningxu spread out his hands. So, I've decided not to die. If I don't die, I don't want to be made into amber. I'll anger you to death. Qingfei's expression did not change. He looked at Ningxu with a wide and doting gaze. Stop messing around. I'm going to be killed. Can't I resist? Don't resist. It's not good to hurt your body. If your skin turns black, it won't look good. Qingfei looked at Ningxu's arm that was injured before. It was now scabbing. How did you get injured? Later, I'll tattoo a shallow tattoo on your wound. This way, it can cover the scar. Please don't talk to yourself, okay? Qingfei really couldn't hear what he was saying at all. Ningxu saw a stainless steel surgical plate next to the operating table. There were scissors and a knife on the plate. Ningxu grabbed the scalpel and placed it on his arm. I'm going to cut my skin now. I won't let you make a perfect amber. Ningxu wanted to anger Qingfei now. Such a soft Qingfei made Ningxu unable to take the initiative. Ai Yun, put the scalpel down first. Are you sick again? Qingfei's expression changed and his tone became gentler, as if he was coaxing Ningxu. Put the scalpel down first. We can talk about anything. Ningxu. Damn, why did she look like an abnormal person now? Ningxu did not want to stab himself, he only wanted to stab Qingfei. Damn it. Ningxu said, I don't want to be made into amber. Okay, we won't be amber. Don't hurt yourself. I'll listen to whatever you say, Qingfei immediately agreed. Ningxu cursed in his heart. Who the hell needs your coaxing? I want you to be angry. Angry, you know, this kind of Qingfei really made people tremble. He hid his emotions and lived as if he was another person, a perfect and likable person. He maintained absolute rationality at all times. He pretended to be in a way that others liked. He really got nothing. Ningxu hardened her heart and cut a wound on her arm. Blood immediately gushed out. Qingfei quickly used a cotton pad to block the wound on Ningxu's arm to prevent more blood from flowing out. What are you doing? Why are you doing this? Qingfei frowned impatiently. Why are you hurting yourself? Ningxu smiled and said, because I don't want to be turned into amber by a monster like you. I want to live. Qingfei frowned. Why can't you figure it out? Preserve the most beautiful moments of your life and don't rot away bit by bit. You want me to die and then blame me for not figuring it out. Even ants have to live. Why must I die, the most beautiful moments of my life? I'm willing to rot away slowly and finally rot away. You illegally took someone else's life and still act like I'm good to you. Thank you so much. You said I'm a monster? Qingfei looked wronged. How can you think of me like that? You are a monster. I just don't want to die. Qingfei paused and sighed. I won't blame you because you can't understand and appreciate beauty. F*ck your second uncle, Ningxu really couldn't control the primitive power in her body. Ningxu grabbed Qingfei's collar and looked at him. Qingfei, you. When are you going to stop pretending? What's wrong? Qingfei sighed and started to treat the wound on Ningxu's arm. No matter how angry you are next time, you can't joke about your body. Do you understand? We'll talk about this again after you recover. Qingfei said. When did I agree? I said I don't want to be a specimen. Can't you understand? Ningxu wanted to slap Qingfei again. After being slapped twice in a row, Qingfei didn't get angry. Instead, he had a doting look on his face. It was really creepy. He didn't have the slightest bit of manliness, or perhaps he wanted to take revenge in other places. Have a good rest. We'll go back tomorrow. Qingfei rubbed some ointment on Ningxu's wound. I'll wait until you're willing. Ningxu tilted his head and asked, do I really have a mental disorder and paranoia? Of course, this was diagnosed by several experts. See, you always think that I'm harming you and hurting myself. Qingfei was helpless. Ningxu was speechless. Who was the crazy one? Qingfei wrapped Ningxu's arm with gauze. It was wrapped well and he even tied a beautiful bow at the end. Ningxu looked at the bow and praised, actually, it's not bad for you to be an artist. After all, some artists are crazy. Qingfei looked even more helpless. You always say that I'm crazy. The one who's crazy is you. You're the one who's crazy. Your whole family is crazy. You say I'm crazy, I say you're crazy. Ningxu didn't feel so good. Who was the crazy one? Ningxu and Qingfei were speechless. Suddenly, the basement door opened with a bang. Then, there were many hurried footsteps. Soon, a group of foreign policemen appeared in the basement. Professor AI was among them. AI Yun. Professor AI shouted to Ningxu. Ningxu wiped his face. Professor AI came so quickly. Put your hands up and squat down. Qingfei was pointed at by many guns. He couldn't help but frown and look at Ningxu. You called the police. Why did you call the police? Qingfei, don't hurt AI Yun. Professor AI's face was trembling as he shouted at Qingfei. Ningxu shrugged. Because I don't want to die. Qingfei was heartbroken. You betrayed me. No, I'm just taking responsibility for my life. My life belongs to me. You have no right to take it away from me. Qingfei was restrained by the policeman. He looked at Ningxu with a calm expression. I hope that we can be together forever. You want to kill me and live with Hupa. You call that being together? I told you, that's the most beautiful you. Qingfei said. Ningxu waved his hand. He didn't want to talk to Qingfei. If he continued, Ningxu felt that his outlook on life would be shattered. The policeman took Qingfei away. Qingfei didn't resist and looked very calm. Ningxu asked Professor AI, AI Yun, are you okay? Ningxu shook his head. I'm fine. He didn't gain anything this time. Qingfei was trying to kill someone on purpose. It didn't affect him at all. A person like Qingfei could live like a fish in water no matter where he was. Even in prison, Ningxu felt that Qingfei could live very well. Ningxu took out the mini recorder attached to his back. It was broadcasted simultaneously. Professor AI knew that Qingfei wanted to turn his daughter into Hupa and immediately called the police. The domestic police contacted the local police to help arrest Qingfei. When we go back this time, divorce Qingfei. Your mother heard the recording and cried until she fainted. Professor AI sighed. Dad, I think Qingfei has something to do with Mom's kidnapping. Also, he might have killed Qingfei's adoptive parents. But this case happened more than 10 years ago. It's not easy to investigate. Ningxu looked at Professor AI. I'm just afraid that Qingfei won't let us off. It looks like Qingfei won't let it go. I'll think of a way, Professor AI said with a sullen face. He had been with Qingfei for 2 to 3 years but he never knew that Qingfei was such a person. He wanted to turn his daughter into Hupa from the beginning. What a frightening thing this was. And during the process of getting along, he didn't show any signs of it. His impression of Qingfei was that he was gentle and polite, a young talent and an elite of society. But now, it had been turned upside down. Professor Ai and Ningxu returned to China. Qingfei was also transferred back to China. After all, this was a domestic case. As soon as they entered the house, Mrs. Ai hugged Ningxu and cried loudly. She was out of breath. Ningxu patted Mrs. Ai's back. "Mom, I'm fine. You don't have to worry." Mrs. Ai wiped her tears. Ningxu sobbed and said, "Divorce. Hurry up and divorce Qingfei." Who knew that Qingfei was such a person? Mom is old and blind. I wanted to entrust you to Qingfei, but I didn't expect Qingfei to be such a person. Mrs. Ai gritted her teeth. Qingfei was a complete pervert. Mrs. Ai really couldn't imagine how her daughter had lived with Qingfei for the past 2 years. Qingfei monitored her and implanted a tracking device in her wound. Ningxu comforted her. If Qingfei didn't have a mental illness, he would be a good son-in-law. But it might not be as perfect as it was now. Hurry up and get a divorce. We can't delay any longer. What if Qingfei comes out of the police station? Mrs. Ai was worried. Professor Ai frowned. Ningxu said, "If Qingfei can stay in prison, we will be safe." "Dad, if there is evidence that Qingfei killed his adoptive parents and 5-year-old sister, then it won't be a simple charge of attempted murder. It will be an international crime." Ningxu couldn't help but sigh. "I tried both soft and hard methods, but I couldn't get anything out of Qingfei's mouth. If he's guilty of instigating someone to kidnap, he'll definitely be sentenced to a heavy sentence. The problem is that Li Chen has already confessed to the kidnapping, and the evidence matches." Professor Ai's face was wrinkled. "How did our family meet someone like Qingfei?" "Let me think, who introduced Qingfei to you?" "I'm going to dig up her ancestral grave." Mrs. Ai was furious. Ningxu suddenly realized that she was quite dangerous even though she was pretty. It was easy to attract wild bees and butterflies. Being inconspicuous was the safest. Beautiful women had short lives. Ai Yun was not very beautiful, but her temperament was outstanding. She was unforgettable in a crowd. Beauty was not enough. She had to have the ability to protect her beauty. Otherwise, it would be a tragedy. Beauty was a double-edged sword. It could be beneficial, but it could also lead to a tragedy. "Sigh, it's my fault for being too beautiful." Ningxu touched his face and sighed. "Ai Yun, I'm talking to you. What do you think?" Mrs. Ai pushed Ningxu. "Oh, then let's get a divorce. I've wanted a divorce for a long time." Ningxu went back to his room to rest and fell asleep on the bed. He had been tense all the time. When he relaxed, he felt tired. In addition, he had used his spiritual power before. He felt very uncomfortable. By the time he woke up, it was already dark. Mrs. Ai boiled some soup and brought it to Ningxu. "Drink it." Ningxu drank the chicken soup and looked at Mrs. Ai's guilty expression. He said, "Mom, I'm fine. Don't worry. You know what kind of person Qingfei is. Why did you go on a trip with him?" Mother Ai wanted to hit Ningxu, but she recalled the wounds on Ningxu's body and retracted her hand. "You even scratched yourself. What were you thinking?" Mother Ai began to nag. "What should I do if I don't lead the wolf into the house? I can't catch Qingfei at all. At least now, Qingfei is guilty of attempted murder." Ningxu said helplessly. Moreover, Mother Ai kept telling her to reconcile with Qingfei every day. What could she do? She was also in despair. Ningxu could feel that Qingfei was suspecting her. Maybe Qingfei would make a move on this trip. He took the initiative to give Qingfei a chance, but Qingfei was used to hiding. Even under such circumstances, he didn't say a word. He denied it from the beginning to the end. It was really frustrating. Ningxu went to the police station and asked the policeman who was investigating the kidnapping case, "Did you ask Li Chen why he went to the cafe?" The policeman said, "He said that he suddenly had a whim and wanted to go to the cafe." Ningxu chuckled. "Do you believe that? Li Chen is obviously lying about this matter. He can't explain why he went to the cafe. There should be something else. We will continue to investigate. Ningxu nodded and thanked the policeman. This kind of thing should be left to the professionals. Ningxu then looked at Qingfei. Qingfei was wearing a prison uniform, but he was still handsome. Ningxu shouted through the window, "Ai Yun." Ningxu nodded. "Wait for me. I will definitely go out." Qingfei smiled at Ningxu. Ningxu, even at this time, she was still like this. "You still want to make me into amber?" She was so stubborn that she thought she was right. Qingfei nodded. "What made you so crazy?" "I will change, okay?" This person was purely crazy. It was not love, but possessiveness. "No matter what you become, I will still like you," Qingfei said. Ningxu rolled her eyes. "No, you are afraid that I will be old, afraid that I will rot. So you want to make me into amber, so that I will always look young. You are afraid that my face will be full of wrinkles. Didn't they say that they would grow old together?" Was this love from Qingfei? Ningxu could even imagine a disgusting scene. Maybe Qingfei would touch amber, kiss amber, or rub amber. Oh my god. Ningxu did not dare to let herself think about it. Just thinking about it made her feel disgusted. Ningxu said, "I hope you will be happy in here." Ningxu carried her bag and turned to leave. She did not want to talk nonsense with Qingfei. She might as well go back and find evidence so that Qingfei would never be able to come out. "Ai Yun, wait." Qingfei stood up, put his hand on the glass, and looked at Ningxu. "Ai Yun, can I ask you a question?" "Love, no date, Lanxiang, save my mother, no regrets." "I don't know how to answer this question. I have something to do tomorrow. I lost weight. I don't have much money. I don't know how to make money." "Qingfei, I want to ask you how your wound is. Remember to take anti-inflammatory medicine and change the bandage often. The wound is a little deep and may be infected. Go get a tetanus shot when you get out of the police station," Qingfei said. Ningxu nodded. "You have to work hard. You have to be worthy of the country and the party, okay?" Ningxu turned and left. She decided to go home and find evidence. When she reached the door, Ningxu took out the key and opened the door. Ningxu walked into the room and released her mental strength to see what was in the room. Mental strength was really a good thing. She did not have to look for things everywhere. Ningxu stood in front of the safe. All of Qingfei's valuable things should be inside. The safe was a little thick and it was a little difficult for her mental strength to penetrate it. She felt that something was blocking her mental strength. It was not easy for her mental strength to penetrate the safe. Ningxu was already sweating. Ningxu retracted her mental strength and rubbed her temples. She already knew what was in the safe after a quick scan just now. A passbook. The passbook was in a foreign language. It was obviously not a domestic bank. There was also a diagnosis from the hospital. It seemed to be a match for the heart. The name was Qingfei. The other was the name of his 5-year-old sister. The disease was congenital heart disease with a missing heart valve. Ningxu raised her eyebrows. Did the Chinese couple adopt Qingfei for the heart, to find an organ source for their daughter? Ningxu couldn't open the safe, so he could only carry it to the locksmith to open the lock. But this safe was really heavy. When he went to the locksmith, he told Ningxu that he didn't have the skills to open the safe. So Ningxu carried the safe to the police station and asked the professionals to open it. Ningxu carried the safe to the police station and said that there was probably some evidence inside. He asked the police to open it. "This safe belongs to your family. Don't you know the password?" The police asked the technical department to open the safe. Ningxu spread his hands. "This is Qingfei's safe. I really don't know the password." They were husband and wife. Qingfei was involved in all aspects of Ai Yun and strictly monitored her. But Ai Yun knew very little about Qingfei. This wasn't an equal relationship. It felt like Qingfei treated Ai Yun as his accessory. Ai Yun might even be a beautiful accessory to Qingfei. A beautiful amber. She was probably thinking, "Be my slave." Qingfei was concerned about Ai Yun. Even though he was detained, he still wanted Ningxu to break the tetanus shot. It was like he was protecting a precious thing. Note that it was a thing, not a person with self-awareness. While the safe was being opened, Xianxia asked, "How's the investigation of the kidnapping case? Is there any progress?" The police said, "Your school's principal is urging us to close the case." So, when the investigation reached Li Chen, the case was almost closed. What did Li Chen say? Xianxia asked. Li Chen said that he went to the cafe because he wanted to hide far away to do bad things. He was a little scared because he was surrounded by acquaintances. So, he went to the cafe. Xianxia was speechless. This was a reason. Since Li Chen doesn't care about his own future, why should we investigate? If he is willing to bear the responsibility alone, then it doesn't matter, the police said impatiently. This case has dragged on for a long time. It has seriously slowed down our rate of solving cases. Xianxia saw the police's attitude and knew that they didn't want to investigate further. Li Chen was the mastermind. If he didn't investigate, then so be it. Why couldn't he pin the crime of instigating the kidnapping on Qingfei's head? The safe was opened. Xianxia flipped through the passbook. There was a lot of money in the passbook. Qingfei seemed to have been living off this passbook since he was 12 years old. Because every once in a while, he would withdraw money. Could this be the inheritance of Qingfei's adoptive parents? Xianxia opened another craft paper document. Inside were 2 sets of physical examinations, blood type matching, and body rejection prediction. In short, these 2 people had undergone heart transplant surgery. From these 2 documents, it could be seen that the Chinese couple adopted Qingfei for his heart. However, a fire suddenly broke out and the family of 3 was killed. Even the 5-year-old girl who needed a new heart died. As the chosen heart, Qingfei naturally didn't have to die. He was originally a healthy person, but he was forced to replace his heart with an unhealthy one. Not to mention the rejection reaction, the broken heart alone made Qingfei's future uncertain. He might die at any moment. He didn't know how Qingfei felt when he left this document behind. If the probability of Qingfei killing his adoptive parents was 50%, then the probability was 90% now. Because his adoptive parents were dead, he could get an inheritance and his heart wouldn't be replaced. Having a motive was also beneficial to him. Xianxia handed the document to the police. Qingfei might have killed his adoptive parents. This was a case more than 10 years ago. Moreover, the victims weren't from our country. Since they don't care, we don't have to investigate here. This was a thankless task. Even if the investigation was successful, which country's law would be applied? Qingfei was now a Chinese citizen. After his adoptive parents died, he was deported back to China. Moreover, he requested to return to China. He was already a Chinese citizen. Xianxia spread his hands. He didn't stop cursing in his heart. Qingfei was really a scary person. When his adoptive parents died, he had a perfect alibi because he was at school. When he returned home, he found out that his adoptive parents and sister were burned to death. No one would believe that an 11 or 12-year-old child would kill someone. Xianxia was speechless. Didn't they know how to run when the house was on fire? They were burned to death in the house. Even if they smashed the glass door, they could still escape. Unless the family of 3 had lost their consciousness, they wouldn't be burned to death. Xianxia really wanted to beat Qingfei to death. I want to ask you a question. How long can my husband be sentenced for attempted murder? Xianxia asked. According to Xianxia's investigation, attempted murder was sentenced to death, life imprisonment or more than 10 years in prison. If the circumstances were less serious, the sentence would be more than 3 years and less than 10 years in prison. Xianxia didn't know how the judge would sentence Qingfei. Especially since Qingfei's mental state was different from a normal person. He was afraid that a lunatic would kill someone that wasn't illegal. If that happened, Xianxia would really be in trouble. It depends on the situation. Then, if my husband is mentally ill and has a serious antisocial personality, what will happen in the end? Xianxia asked the policeman tentatively. Well, if he is mentally ill, invite a psychiatrist to check if he is mentally ill. And the policeman looked at Xianxia. If there is a problem, Qingfei will be sent to a mental hospital. Xianxia narrowed his eyes. Sent to a mental hospital? In other words, if Qingfei was mentally ill, he would be acquitted. Once he got better, he could be discharged. F***ck Ning Shu slammed the table. If Qingfei was really acquitted, what was he going to do? And with Qingfei's intelligence, he knew how to avoid punishment. If Qingfei really avoided punishment in a crazy way, once he was found to be crazy, Qingfei might be acquitted. At most, he would be locked up in a mental hospital. Qingfei was a doctor himself. Of course, he knew how to diagnose mental illness. It was too easy to admit that he was mentally ill. In fact, the evidence of Qingfei's attempted murder was only a recording. The evidence was a little weak. Ning Shu walked out of the police station worriedly. He didn't know how to deal with Qingfei. He couldn't imagine what would happen to Qingfei. The old couple from the AI family and her. Ning Shu thought about his skills. Needlework, goo poison, acupuncture, mental strength, and the ability to communicate with intelligent animals. A lawyer was useless here. Qingfei was not only a doctor, but also a law student. He knew very well what loopholes there were for him to exploit. Ning Shu felt that he really didn't know how to love. The case from more than 10 years ago was still unsolved. Now, the family of 3 was already dead. They were no threat to Qingfei. Ning Shu tried to think of a way, but he could not think of a reliable way. Qingfei was the most patient and pretentious person Ning Shu had ever met. He was not arrogant when he succeeded, and he was not arrogant when he failed. He was also very tight-lipped. He was sensitive to things that were not good for him. Ning Shu looked at the wound on his arm. He had lost so much blood, but Qingfei only put him in custody temporarily. Ning Shu channeled his energy to the wound and slowly healed it. This was Ai Yun's body. She had no choice but to harm herself. With the help of spiritual energy, there should not be any scars left. The wound was a little itchy. It should be healing. Ning Shu sat on a chair in the square and looked at the people coming and going. Beside him was a person using an iPad. Ning Shu suddenly remembered that he had not checked Qingfei's computer and communication devices. If Qingfei really did something, there should be traces. Ning Shu did not see how Qingfei used the computer. Since he was monitoring him, he definitely needed a computer. Ning Shu did not have the key to Qingfei's clinic. Before going to the clinic, Ning Shu went to find a locksmith. He had to pry open the door. Qingfei's clinic was not small. Because of the recent incident, the clinic was not open. The locksmith opened the door, and Ning Shu walked into the clinic. There was a smell of disinfectant in the clinic. It was clean and tidy. Ning Shu found Qingfei's office and saw a computer on the table. Ning Shu walked over and sat on the chair. He turned on the computer, but Qingfei had set a password. What was the password? Who knew what the password was? Ning Shu tried to enter a few passwords. There was a birthday. Qingfei's birthday, but the password was wrong. Ning Shu entered Ai Yun's birthday, but the password was still wrong. This was strange. What kind of password would Qingfei set? Ning Shu entered their wedding date, but the password was still wrong. Ning Shu was too lazy to enter the password. He took out his laptop from his bag and started to connect to the computer. He directly opened Qingfei's computer by force. Ning Shu's fingers moved and he finally turned on Qingfei's computer. Ning Shu clicked on the files on the computer. Most of them were information about the medicine purchased by the clinic and some patient's information. Qingfei had organized everything very well and it was very clear. Qingfei's workability was very strong. Ning Shu clicked on the video. These videos were taken at home. Ai Yun was in the video. Qingfei was monitoring Ai Yun's eating, drinking, and defecating. Qingfei knew what to do. Just imagining himself picking his nose while someone else was watching him. That feeling felt so good. Ning Shu browsed through Qingfei's computer and sent all the videos to her computer. Perhaps these videos would be useful. Ning Shu wasn't looking for these videos. He just wanted to know if Qingfei had hacked into other people's computers. There were some things about Li Chen that didn't make sense. However, Ning Shu searched for a while and found that Qingfei's computer was really clean. Even the cache of browsing web pages was wiped clean. It was obvious that Qingfei had cleaned it himself. Qingfei was very good at counter-investigating. After searching for a while, he didn't find anything. Ningxu leaned back and threw the mouse away. What the F***ck? What the hell was Qingfei doing? But it was weird that he cleaned it so thoroughly. If there wasn't anything, why did he clean it so thoroughly? Li Chen's incident might have something to do with Qingfei. He might even have instigated someone to kidnap Ai Yun's mother. But there was no evidence at all. Luckily, she reacted quickly. Otherwise, Ai Yun's mother might really be in trouble. What was Qingfei's motive for doing that? Why did she fall down in the end? She couldn't even dodge that kind of attack, let alone Qingfei. Was it a trick, or was he afraid that she wouldn't be a perfect amber if she fell down? Ningxu returned home empty-handed. Ai Yun's mother immediately asked Ningxu. Are you divorced? Ningxu shook his head. The court will be in session soon. I will apply for a divorce then. Ningxu was the victim, so she had to appear in court. Ai Yun's mother was worried. What if he doesn't agree to the divorce? He definitely will. Ningxu said. The judge wasn't crazy. He knew that Qingfei wanted to turn her into amber, but he still didn't want a divorce. Divorce was a small matter. The most important thing was how to deal with Qingfei. This wasn't something that could be solved by a divorce. Even if they got a divorce, Qingfei wouldn't let them off. With Qingfei's methods, it was easy for him to deal with them. Ningxu hugged her head. She couldn't fail this mission. If she failed too many times, she would be killed. Ningxu was really giving it her all. Ningxu went back to her room and lay on the bed, staring at the ceiling. She really wanted to stab Qingfei. Qingfei had committed a crime, but she couldn't. What if she got caught? Damn it. Come on, let's hurt each other. Ningxu sat up and slammed the bed. She didn't believe that Qingfei couldn't defeat her. She wasn't going to beat around the bush with Qingfei. She was going to fight him face to face. She just wanted to see what Qingfei would do. The school had given Professor Ai a punishment. He was suspended with pay. As for when he would be suspended, no one knew. It was very likely that Professor Ai would not be reinstated and would have to retire early. Professor Ai suddenly became very dispirited. During dinner, he didn't eat more than 2 mouthfuls. Ai Yun's mother was anxious, but she didn't know how to comfort her husband. Ningxu drank the soup, and Professor Ai looked at his daughter, who was eating happily. Ningxu put down the bowl and said to Professor Ai, Dad, don't be too sad. You are on paid leave. It's a good thing. Also, you have enough time to do your research report. You were a student before. Now, you can do what you want. Ningxu felt that it was great to be able to play with money. He could do what he wanted every day. He didn't have to worry about his students. This will be a stain on my life. Professor Ai sighed. I don't want to go out for a while. What's the big deal, Dad? When your research report comes out, people will only say that you are a qualified professor. You are serious and rigorous, but not suitable to be a teacher. Ningxu shrugged. Just do what you have always wanted to do. Isn't it good? Although Professor Ai knew what was going on, he felt ashamed. He felt that all the students in the school were talking about him behind his back. Even his colleagues looked at him strangely. Who asked his student to do such a thing? Ningxu felt that Professor Ai was not used to being idle at home. He didn't know what to do for now. After some time, he would get used to retirement. Ningxu prepared for the court session. Before the court session, Ningxu received a summons from the court. Before the court session, Ningxu went to the detention center to visit Qingfei. Qingfei was still as handsome as ever. When he saw Ningxu, he even smiled at Ningxu. Ningxu was speechless. He could really live a good life no matter where he was. It seemed that Qingfei's labor camp life didn't affect him much. Was there no one in the detention center who didn't like Qingfei? Was there no one who wanted to beat Qingfei up? But with Qingfei's ability, it was usually others who were at a disadvantage. Ningxu was a little speechless. Seems like you're living a good life. Qingfei nodded. The people here are all very kind. Ningxu was speechless. Ha ha ha, they were all criminals but they were still kind. Ningxu felt that he was a good person who could become a Buddha. Why did you come to see me? Qingfei asked Ningxu. He looked at Ningxu's arm. how's the wound? Ningxu nodded. It's fine. Be careful not to touch the wound. Eat less seafood so it won't leave a scar. Qingfei reminded him. Ningxu said indifferently, if the skin tissue is damaged, it's impossible to recover to its original state. Although it can't be restored to its original state, it can be restored to its original state. Qingfei said gently to Ningxu, be good, don't eat anything that irritates the wound. Ningxu's face was blank. Why was there no end to this topic? F***ck, she would drink chilly water when she got back. The court session is about to start. What are you prepared for? Ningxu asked Qingfei. Qingfei shook his head. We'll talk about it later. Ai Yun, I don't think I'm wrong. They don't understand my thoughts. Ningxu was here to find out more information, not to listen to Qingfei talk about immortality or whether it was beautiful or not. Attempted murder. You may be sentenced to the death penalty. Ningxu threatened Qingfei. Qingfei shook his head. Ai Yun, I don't deserve the death penalty. Ningxu's expression didn't look good. It's an attempt to commit a crime. I haven't turned you into amber yet. I can only say that it's an attempt to commit a crime. Compared to the sentence of intentional homicide, your punishment can be reduced. Qingfei said gently. Ningxu, attempted murder and intentional murder were two completely different concepts. If Qingfei admitted his mistake with a good attitude, and it was an attempted crime. Moreover, if Qingfei managed to escape using his mental disorder, Ningxu's efforts would be in vain. Ningxu really wanted to punch Qingfei in the face on the other side of the glass. The human mind is a terrible thing. Ningxu carried his bag and left. Talking to Qingfei was really infuriating. What should he do when he met a pervert? He had to be even more perverted than a pervert. Since conventional means couldn't deal with Qingfei, they could only find another way. Qingfei called out to Ningxu. Ningxu turned around and said, Love, no date, don't know what's good for you. Qingfei had a faint smile in his eyes. He looked at Ningxu through the broken glass. What do you mean by that? You always say that. What do you want? Ningxu felt a little impatient. He chanted the mind-cleansing mantra in his heart. He felt a cool breeze extinguish the fire in his heart. Ningxu looked at Qingfei with a very gentle gaze. What do you want? Qingfei raised his eyebrows and said, I'll be out soon. Ningxu shook his head and said even more gently, You'll be in jail for a long time. Trust me. How can that be? I want to appear when you're the most beautiful. I can't miss your beautiful moment. Ningxu touched his face. My beauty is my business. What does it have to do with you? My face is on my body, not yours. You don't have the right to say that. Qingfei looked at Ningxu with a doting gaze. It was as if he was looking at an immature child. You can do whatever you want. I won't care. Ningxu turned around and left. What's the point of talking nonsense with you? The court session was in 5 days. Before that, Ningxu made some preparations. Damn it. No matter what, he had to get rid of Qingfei. Being targeted by such a person would be a nightmare for the rest of his life. 5 days later, Professor Ai, Mrs. Ai and Ningxu arrived at the entrance of the court. Today was the day of Qingfei's trial. To become a person like Qingfei, one must not only have a smart brain, but also have to learn all kinds of knowledge. If one couldn't even learn the knowledge well, how could he use it? Ningxu suspected that everything was done by Qingfei, but she didn't have any evidence. So what if he suspected him? He had no evidence. The court session started. Ningxu's family of 3 sat in the public gallery. But soon, they were called by the court staff. She was going to be the witness later. Qingfei came out in his prison uniform. She fought valiantly, causing the courtroom to be filled with sighs. Qingfei's expression was calm. He quietly listened to the prosecutor reading out his crimes. Ningxu stayed in a room, watching the live broadcast on the television on the wall. He looked at Qingfei, who could remain calm even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of him. He didn't know what could make Qingfei lose control. Qingfei's control of his emotions was almost perverted. If a person could control his anger, there was nothing he couldn't do. Ningxu felt that he was a very calm person. A very calm person with a lot of self-control. But in front of Qingfei, Ningxu admitted defeat. Did Qingfei become perverted after holding it in for too long? Ningxu was called out to testify. The judge asked Ningxu some questions. Ningxu answered honestly. He took out the handkerchief from before. This was Qingfei's handkerchief. Ningxu had been keeping it with a vacuum. He sucked the air out of the bag. The handkerchief was covered in semen. Semen was easily volatile in the air. If he didn't do that, the smell on the handkerchief would have disappeared. Judge, my husband, Qingfei, has been trying to turn me into amber since we got married, Ningxu said. Qingfei looked at Ningxu. His gaze was still calm. He looked at Ningxu quietly. Ningxu took out the brake wire again. And Qingfei has been trying to kill my family. Qingfei looked at Ningxu and said, this evidence can be fabricated. Ai Yun and I are husband and wife. It's easy for her to have one of my handkerchiefs. As for semen, you can get it from my clinic. Brake wire. I don't even know where this brake wire came from. Ningxu wasn't angry. This brake wire was taken from my father's car in the garage after I got into the car accident. The mechanic can testify to this, Ningxu said calmly. Professor Ai's expression didn't look good. Usually, they were the ones who used this car. It was obvious that Qingfei was targeting them. The couple lived in the newlywed house. He was the only one who used the car occasionally. Qingfei wanted to kill him. Professor Ai's face darkened. Qingfei's expression was calm. He denied Ningxu's words and looked at Ningxu calmly. Ningxu wanted to convict him, but he was neither arrogant nor rash. The way he looked at Ningxu was filled with deep affection. Sometimes, it was very deep. Ningxu felt that she was like a ferocious pet in front of Qingfei. Qingfei didn't care. He didn't think that a pet could hurt him. Ningxu lowered his head and didn't say anything. His evidence was really thin and couldn't support a sentence. Everything was related to Qingfei, but he couldn't do anything to him. The case was still going on. Ningxu even thought that Qingfei might be acquitted. In the end, with the efforts of the procuratorate, Qingfei faced 5 years in prison. 5 years. It was too easy for Qingfei. Qingfei was really cunning. Qingfei looked at Ningxu. His eyes were shining. Ningxu was speechless. What did he mean? Was he showing off? Even though Qingfei had been in prison for 5 years, the people outside the prison were still worried. Because once Qingfei was released, they would face the fate of being killed. The law was like that. However, it could be used to punish people. Just as the presiding judge was about to pass the sentence, Qingfei closed his eyes and fell to the ground. There was a commotion in the courtroom. The medical staff quickly tried to save Qingfei. They checked his pupils and pinched his thumb, but it was useless. Then, Qingfei started foaming at the mouth. His whole body started convulsing uncontrollably. It was like epilepsy. Pfft, Ningxu couldn't help but laugh. What was Qingfei up to? The convulsing Qingfei was surrounded by the police and carried into the ambulance. The ambulance drove away. Now that the prisoner was like this, there was no way to continue. Ningxu's face was as black as the bottom of a pot as he walked out of the courtroom. Mrs. Ai was puzzled. What's wrong with Qingfei? I didn't know he had this problem. Professor Ai looked worried. Is Qingfei trying to avoid legal responsibility by doing this? In the end, Professor Ai was more accurate. If Qingfei did not recover, the court session would be delayed and the verdict would not be announced. Now that Qingfei was in such a situation, even if it was out of humanitarianism and the fact that she, as the victim, was not dead, her sentence would probably be reduced. He was afraid that this illness was just the beginning. Ningxu took a deep breath. Qingfei was all by himself. His family wasn't hungry, and he was alone. She had Professor Ai and Mother Ai. Naturally, there were more things to consider. If Qingfei were to throw caution to the wind, who knew what the outcome would be? I think we need to have a good talk with Qingfei. Professor Ai had a headache. It's not good for anyone if this goes on. It's better to squash enmity than keep it alive. Ningxu wished for the world to be peaceful and beautiful, but was it possible? The possibility of Dad being involved in this matter is almost zero. Her previous performance in court was like throwing stones at Qingfei's head. Qingfei appeared to be calm, but it did not mean that he did not hold a grudge. The AI family was not in a good mood, especially the old couple of the AI family. One of them missed his daughter and wanted to turn her into amber all the time. He was too anxious. Because of this matter, he did not have time to talk about the divorce. Ningxu thought for a while and asked the old couple of the AI family to go back. She would go to the hospital to see how Qingfei was doing. Professor AI wanted to go with Ningxu, but Ningxu said that she was fine and asked him to go back with Mother AI first. Ningxu took a taxi to the hospital. 2 policemen were standing at the door of Qingfei's ward, one on the left and one on the right, like door gods. As a criminal, Qingfei was treated so well and stayed in a single ward. Ningxu waited at the door. After a while, the doctor and the policeman came out. Ningxu hurried forward and asked, "How is Qingfei?" The doctor said, "The preliminary diagnosis is that he might have been poisoned by overdose of antidepressants. Now we are going to give him a gastric lavage." Ningxu was a bit confused. Antidepressants? Qingfei still took antidepressants? Qingfei was pushed into the operating room. Ningxu looked at Qingfei, who was pushed away from her. Qingfei's face was very pale. His eyes were closed and his long eyelashes were close to his eyes. They formed a shadow. What a sleeping beauty. However, there was only one sentence in Ningxu's heart, F*CKU. Qingfei was a doctor. How could he overdose? It was obvious what was going on. She could not do anything to him. What if he said, "I just want to commit suicide"? Damn it. She really hoped that the gastric lavage would make his stomach perforate. Ningxu waited at the door of the operating room, waiting for him to come out. They were enemies, but she still had to wait at the door of the operating room. This feeling was hard to describe. After more than an hour, Qingfei was pushed out. When he was pushed out, his face was even paler. Ningxu wanted to follow him into the ward, but she was stopped by the policeman at the door. Qingfei was now a suspect. Generally, visitors were not allowed. Ningxu said that she just wanted to go in and take a look, but she was rejected. If she wanted to visit, she had to go to the police station to do the paperwork. Ningxu was speechless. This was too troublesome. Ningxu could only go and do the paperwork. It was difficult for her to go in with the policeman guarding the ward day and night. She could only follow the normal procedure. Ningxu went to the police station to persuade them to get the paperwork. When she returned to the hospital, she saw the doctor and the policeman holding the manic Qingfei back. Qingfei's expression was deranged, and his pupils were a little scattered. Moreover, he was very strong. The 2 policemen and 2 doctors guarding the door almost couldn't hold Qingfei back. Qingfei struggled with all his might. His eyes were red and his handsome face was distorted. His pale face was flushed red. Ningxu was speechless. She had only left for a while. What happened? Ningxu really could not keep up with Qingfei's pace. Qingfei was pressed to the ground. The doctor took a tranquilizer and injected it into his body. The manic Qingfei's eyelids gradually closed. He was not so manic anymore. He closed his eyes and fell asleep. Qingfei was carried to the hospital bed by a few people. The doctor wiped the sweat on his forehead and said to the policeman, "I advise you to transfer him to the neurology department. This patient doesn't look normal." Ningxu was speechless. Psychiatry, so Qingfei had become crazy? First, he took antidepressants. Now, he was mentally ill. Ningxu really admired Qingfei. Ningxu moved to the bedside and looked at Qingfei, whose face was still red. "Get out. Qingfei's condition is not stable. When he wakes up, he might hurt someone," Ningxu said. "It's okay. He's asleep now. This is the paperwork for my visit." Ningxu handed the paperwork to the policeman. "Just 10 minutes. You'll be out in 10 minutes. The police officer opened the door and looked at Ningxu from the doorway. He was afraid that something might happen. Ningxu pulled up the quilt for Qingfei, released his spiritual power and scanned the surroundings too. See if there were any cameras. It was normal to find a camera in the ward. Hurry up. The police came in and pulled Xianxia out, then closed the door. Qingfei is now a suspect. We can't visit him casually. What's more, Qingfei's mental state is unstable. Who knows when he will go crazy? Xianxia didn't even have time to do anything before she was pulled out. Are you going to transfer him to the psychiatry department? Xianxia asked. We have already asked for instructions. Qingfei must be transferred to the psychiatry department and let the experts examine him. Xianxia sighed in his heart. They were going to identify a psychopath. Qingfei really knew how to play. Sure enough, he wanted to avoid punishment in a psychopathic way. It was very abnormal to turn a person into amber. Combined with some of Qingfei's specious words, it was impossible. It was too easy to be judged as a psychopath. Xianxia turned around and left the hospital to go home. Professor AI and Mrs. AI were waiting for Xianxia. Professor AI asked Xianxia, "How is Qingfei?" He took an overdose of antidepressants and was poisoned. Xianxia sat on the sofa and rubbed his eyebrows. Isn't he a doctor? How can he not know the dosage of medicine? Even Mrs. AI felt that something was wrong. Xianxia spread his hands. There is one more thing that is worse. Qingfei seems to be mentally ill. Now he will be transferred to the neurology department. Once he is diagnosed as a psychopath, Qingfei will be sent to the psychiatric hospital. As for the attempted murder, it is a complete joke. Professor AI frowned. Even if he is a psychopath, Qingfei was conscious at that time and could control his behavior. He will still have to bear criminal responsibility. This depends on the identification of the judicial organization. In fact, whether Qingfei was diagnosed as a psychopath or not, it was not optimistic for their family's situation. If he was not diagnosed, Qingfei would only have 5 years in prison. If he was diagnosed as a psychopath, even if Qingfei was forced to be treated by the government, he would be released after a little better. There was no need to bear any criminal responsibility at all. Xianxia thumped his chest. His heart felt so stifled. He felt like he was in a bad mood. Xianxia's mother said, "Mom, I'm hungry, let's eat first." She had been running around all day and was really tired. Her body was not tired, but her mind was tired. His heart was filled with helplessness. Mrs. AI was not in the mood to cook at all. She only made 3 bowls of tasteless noodles. While eating the noodles, Mrs. AI suddenly said, "If Qingfei is really mentally ill, does that mean that Qingfei has always been mentally ill and has always been pretending in front of us?" Xianxia was speechless. Professor AI, even if Qingfei wasn't crazy, he was a psychopath. Which man would want to turn his wife into amber? Professor AI said. From the very beginning, Qingfei was up to no good. The reason why AI Yun is still alive is because he has been practicing the art of making amber. Now that he's getting more and more skilled, and AI Yun is asking for a divorce, he probably noticed that we were suspecting him, so he took action. Mrs. AI's expression changed and she clenched her chopsticks tightly. What should we do? Can't we tell the police? The key is the evidence. Without evidence, everything is just speculation and imagination. Xianxia spread his hands. Qingfei is very vigilant and can't find any strong evidence. As for the adulthood case of Qingfei's adoptive parents more than 10 years ago, it was very difficult to reverse the case. At that time, nothing was found, and the family of 3 was turned into bones. No one was willing to waste their energy on this kind of old transnational case. And Xianxia didn't think that Qingfei would leave any useful evidence. The 2 heart-matching certificates, but could that prove that Qingfei was the murderer of his adoptive parents? It couldn't. Although it was beneficial to him and he might have done it, there was no evidence. Evidence. It was even more impossible for Qingfei to confess. To be able to kill his adoptive father, obtain the inheritance, and prevent his heart from being taken, it could be seen that Qingfei was a person with a strong sense of self-protection. Xianxia felt that his head was about to explode. In the past, the people he met who valued love above all else had almost 0 IQ. They were easier to deal with. But if he met someone who was calm and collected like a hunter, it would be much more difficult to deal with. He could only use special means. During the time that Qingfei was in the hospital, Ningxu went to the hospital almost every day to wait for him. Qingfei was transferred to the psychiatric department, and the judicial department came to check if Qingfei was mentally ill. Ningxu was in the hospital, so of course she couldn't see Qingfei. She could only stand outside the ward and use her mental power to check the situation in the room. But when her mental power passed through the wall, it became very weak. Ningxu saw a group of people surrounding the bed. Qingfei was tied to the bed and couldn't move. His eyes were a little hollow and he kept struggling. He turned a deaf ear to the doctor's questions and muttered to himself. His reaction to external stimuli was slow and sluggish. Some people were recording Qingfei's situation in a notebook. Qingfei's face was full of fear, his eyes staring into the void, muttering to himself, and then he wailed. It seemed that he was hallucinating. After a while, he suddenly returned to normal. Looking at the people around him, he asked, "Why did you tie me up? Do you want to kill me?" Then he began to struggle violently, as if he was going to flip the bed over. The doctors around quickly held down the bed and Qingfei. For a moment, the ward was in chaos. Ningxu used his mental power to see that Qingfei's head was slightly lowered, the fringe on his forehead covering his eyes, and the corner of his mouth raised. Qingfei was smiling, Ningxu withdrew his mental power, so tired that he felt dizzy. Ningxu sat down, his head so uncomfortable that he wanted to vomit. It was already very difficult for his mental power to pass through the thick wall, and he had to observe for a long time. His mental power was overdrawn. This kind of tiredness couldn't be relieved by sleeping. He felt like his soul was throbbing. Qingfei was indeed pretending to be mentally ill, but he was pretending as if he was really mentally ill. Looking at Qingfei's expression, he seemed to be having a good time teasing him. Qingfei would probably keep pretending until he went to the mental hospital. Perverts were not scary, but cultured perverts were scary. Cultured perverts were not scary, but cultured perverts were scary with high IQ. A person like Qingfei was extremely lethal. Ningxu rubbed his forehead and sneered. It was funny to think that Qingfei was mentally ill. Qingfei was injected with a tranquilizer, and the doctor loosened the straps that bound Qingfei. They planned to lock him in the ward and observe Qingfei's behavior through the camera. Ningxu didn't have much hope for these experts. He was afraid that the next time he met Qingfei would be in a mental hospital. In the end, Qingfei was diagnosed with a mental disorder. Of course, this was only confirmed after a long period of observation. Usually, when Qingfei was alone in the ward, he would either squat at the wall for a long time, mumble to himself, or go crazy. Basically, there was no normal time. Ningxu rolled his eyes. If Qingfei could really be so cruel as to eat shit, he would believe that Qingfei was really crazy. Qingfei had no family. His only wife was his only wife. He wanted to turn her into amber, so he was forcibly treated by the government and sent to a mental hospital. Ningxu watched as Qingfei was taken to a car and sent to the mental hospital. Qingfei tilted his head and looked at Ningxu, who was standing not far away. Ningxu curled his lips. It was really a wicked smile. It was really fun to be around people. Ningxu also smiled. He walked over and patted Qingfei's back. "Stay in the mental hospital. I'll go back and see you." Qingfei frowned. It seemed that he was hurt by Ningxu's pat. Then he said, "Okay, I'll wait for you." Qingfei was taken to the car. He even turned around and smiled at Ningxu. Ningxu waved his hand and said, "I'll definitely go and see you." Qingfei looked at Ningxu through the car window. Ningxu waved his hand. Parting was always sad. "Qingfei, you can stay in the mental hospital for the rest of your life." After that, Ningxu went through the procedures and took a pot of chicken soup to the mental hospital to see Qingfei. Before she left, Mrs. AI stuffed an electric anti-pervert device into Ningxu's bag. She told Ningxu to be careful. It was very dangerous in the mental hospital. Ningxu nodded and took the thermos to the mental hospital. The mental hospital that Qingfei was in was a state-run one. High walls isolated the inside from the outside world. There were electric fences around it. It looked like a prison. This was a prison. Ningxu took the paperwork and was taken to the ward by the nurse. The corridor was filled with crazy patients in hospital gowns. One of them was singing an opera, loudly singing, "My country is gone." One of them thought he was a dog, crawling on the ground and barking. These people were either in a daze or had gone mad. If she stayed with these people, even if she wasn't sick, she would still get sick. Suddenly, someone stretched out his hand and grabbed Xianxia. "You demonic woman. You brought disaster to the world. See if I don't deal with you." Xianxia was speechless. There were so many different species here. The nurse who led the way for Xianxia just looked at him coldly. She didn't want to help. Xianxia shook off the patient who was grabbing him. His strength was so great that the patient took 2 steps back. "Oh, this demoness is too strong. Wait for me to go back and get my magic treasure." Then, he ran away with his tail between his legs. With a cold face, the nurse brought Xianxia to the door of a ward and said, "Xianxia is inside." Xianxia handed a bag of fruit to the nurse. There was a red packet inside. "Take this fruit. I want to talk to Xianxia." The nurse's expression became a little better. She took the fruit bag from Xianxia's hand and reached into the pocket of her uniform to take out the red packet. "You'd better hurry. You have half an hour at most," the nurse said. Xianxia walked in and the nurse closed the door. The ward was a little narrow. There was a very high and small window. People couldn't even climb out. The ward was very empty. Other than the narrow bed, there was no table or bench. In particular, some dangerous things would not be placed in the ward. If the patient was delirious and held dangerous things, he could hurt himself or others. The incandescent light in the ward was on. The light flickered occasionally. It was a little scary. Xianxia was the only one in the ward. He was sitting on the bed, reading a book with his head down. Xianxia walked over with a thermos. Xianxia looked up and saw Xianxia. He smiled and put down the book in his hand. "You're here." Xianxia moved his body and made room for Xianxia. Damn, Xianxia's life was so comfortable. He didn't look like a lunatic at all. Xianxia released his spiritual force and scanned the whole ward. He found that there were surveillance cameras in the 4 corners of the room. Obviously, everyone who entered this place was being watched. Xianxia opened the thermos and gave Xianxia a spoon. "Eat it. My mother made it." Xianxia took the thermos, sniffed it, and shook his head. "It's not made by mother-in-law. She likes orange peel. It doesn't smell like orange peel. It only smells like Chinese medicine." Xianxia spread his hands. "Okay, I made it." Xianxia picked up the spoon and tasted it. He couldn't help but shake his head. "You cooked everything in the pot. The ingredients are not layered. It doesn't taste good." Xianxia was speechless. As a lunatic, even if he was given a pile of sh*T, he should eat it happily. Did the experts who said that he was mentally ill know what he was like now? Xianxia put down the thermos and stopped eating. Xianxia was speechless. "Did she make it that bad?" Xianxia took a spoon and tasted it. "I think it's okay. It was not bad. It was good enough to have something to eat." Xianxia smiled. "Is it not good?" "I think it's delicious." "Is the food here very good?" "Is the food exquisite?" "Don't joke. There were so many people eating in the same pot. How could the food be exquisite? It was almost like feeding pigs." Xianxia said, "The food here is indeed not good. I eat it to ensure my body's energy needs. But it doesn't stop me from commenting on the soup you made. Eat some more. Maybe you won't be able to drink my soup in the future." Xianxia put the thermos in Xianxia's hand. Xianxia smiled. "You shouldn't be making soup with your bare hands. The oil and fumes hurt the skin more than time." Xianxia was speechless. But Xianxia picked up the spoon and ate in small mouthfuls. He only drank the soup and didn't eat the chicken. Xianxia looked at Xianxia's head and said, "Xianxia, you have white hair. You're only in your 30s. How can your hair be white? You must have thought too much and calculated too much." Xianxia reached out and touched Xianxia's hair. "It's not just 1 or 2 strands of white hair. Then please help me pluck them out." Xianxia leaned his head closer to Xianxia. "This is the mark of time. AI Yun, I always hope that you can maintain your beautiful appearance and not have your white hair stolen by time. Qingfei said. Ningxu ignored Qingfei's words and reached out to touch Qingfei's hair. It hurts a little. Bear with it. Ningxu pulled out a strand of white hair and showed it to Qingfei. Qingfei looked at the white hair. I hope you don't have this on your head. Ningxu was speechless. Ningxu continued to pluck Qingfei's hair. An invisible silver needle was clipped on Ningxu's hand and pierced into Qingfei's head. Qingfei frowned and immediately grabbed Ningxu's hand. Ningxu's fingers loosened and the silver needle fell to the ground. It was almost invisible. His thumb and index finger pinched a strand of white hair. Qingfei's pupils constricted as he stared at Ningxu. Ningxu tilted his head and looked at him. What's wrong? Qingfei let go of Ningxu's hand. He had just felt numb. You have white hair on your head. Do you want me to pluck it? Ningxu asked. Qingfei shook his head. No need. He handed the thermos to Ningxu. You should leave. You shouldn't have come to this place. I'll come back for you when I'm out. Ningxu wanted to say, don't come looking for me. Ningxu reached out and plucked a strand of white hair from Qingfei's head. Qingfei hissed in pain. Let's go. Qingfei picked up the book. Ningxu waved his hand. Ningxu stepped on the silver needle. She moved her leg forward and placed the silver needle under the bed. Ningxu put his hand in his pocket and said, the white hair on your head is an eyesore. I'll pluck it for you. Otherwise, I'll keep thinking about it. Ningxu didn't care about Qingfei's objection. She reached out her hand and pulled Qingfei's hair. Qingfei rubbed his head and felt his scalp go numb. What are you doing? Qingfei's face darkened. You should leave. Ningxu shrugged and left with the thermos. I'll come and see you next time. Ningxu stared at Qingfei's head. You have white hair on your head. I'll pluck it for you next time. Qingfei said, you don't have to come. I don't want you to see me like this. I'll appear in front of you in my best and most perfect state. Ningxu thought, yeah. Then I'll die. Ningxu shook his head. No. I like seeing you like this. I like it more than seeing you in your best state. Qingfei smiled. You're really different. You'll look beautiful in amber. Ningxu smiled. Thank you for the compliment. Visiting hours are over. You should leave, the nurse said to Ningxu as she opened the door. Ningxu glanced at Qingfei and turned to leave. The nurse locked the door, leaving Qingfei alone inside. Ningxu secretly gave the nurse a red packet and wanted to find Qingfei's attending doctor. Ningxu gave the attending doctor a big red packet and said, Qingfei, I'll have to trouble you. His condition is a little serious. I don't want any less medicine. Also, do you think it's possible for Qingfei to recover? The attending doctor said, Qingfei's situation is a bit complicated. He doesn't think he's sick, but he's actually sick. It's a bit troublesome to treat him. Ningxu nodded and told the doctor to take good care of Qingfei. After leaving the office, Ningxu saw the nurse complaining nonstop. When the nurse saw Ningxu, she said, don't bring food for Qingfei next time. Qingfei just vomited all over the room. It's troublesome to clean it up. Ningxu replied, got it. Vomited? Qingfei must have dug his own throat to make him vomit. Did he think that she poisoned the soup? Ningxu just smiled. After leaving the mental hospital, Ningxu looked up at the high walls. The mental hospital was a very depressing place. The management of the hospital was very rough and the people around were not normal. They had to eat medicine 3 times a day. Even normal people would be infected by this aura of despair. Ningxu turned and left. He walked on the mountainside. The mental hospital was built on a remote mountainside. There were only taxis at the foot of the mountain. Ningxu hailed a taxi and went home. When Mrs. AI saw Ningxu, she heaved a sigh of relief. Did anything happen? Ningxu sat down. I'm fine. Then he put the thermos on the coffee table. Mrs. AI opened the thermos and saw that the chicken was still inside. He didn't eat it. No, he only drank some soup and vomited. He thinks that I poisoned the soup. Mrs. AI didn't look good. Don't visit him in the future. He is crazy. What if he hurts you? Ningxu nodded. She would go again next time. She had to get rid of Qingfei. Qingfei didn't believe her. He ate her food and vomited it. She was speechless. After Qingfei vomited all over the room, the nurse didn't let her bring any more food. Qingfei liked to scheme. Ningxu also started to work in the school. As a tutor, she did everything. She cared about the students' thoughts, studies, and lives. She served the students in all aspects. At first, she couldn't get used to it. But after a few days, Ningxu got the hang of it and wasn't as flustered as before. When the students had headaches or fevers, they would look for her if they had any problems. Of course, a tutor had to be outstanding in a certain field. Professor AI had enrolled Ningxu in a foreign language. Luckily, Ningxu knew some foreign languages. Otherwise, she would be exposed. The original AI Yun was very good at foreign languages. She had enough time. Sometimes, working wasn't just for survival. It was also for self-worth. During the weekend, Ningxu went to the mental hospital again. She lost money again. This time, the nurse didn't bring Ningxu to Qingfei's room. Instead, she brought him to the courtyard. Qingfei was sitting on a bench in the courtyard. His eyes were slightly closed. There were lunatics running around him, laughing and laughing. Qingfei turned a deaf ear. Ningxu walked over and stood in front of Qingfei, blocking the sunlight. Qingfei's eyelashes fluttered and he opened his eyes. Ningxu was standing against the sunlight. He couldn't see Ningxu's face clearly. "You're here." Qingfei leaned back on the bench. Ningxu sat beside him and asked, "How have you been? What do you think a lunatic's life is like?" Qingfei asked. Ningxu said, "Well, a lunatic wouldn't be like you." Qingfei smiled. The sunlight shone on his face and the tiny hairs on his face turned golden. Ningxu stared at Qingfei's hair. "Let's continue plucking hair." Qingfei shook his head. "I don't want to." "Come on. Don't be stubborn." Ningxu reached out and pulled Qingfei's hair with force. Qingfei hissed. "It hurts." "It's okay. It will hurt even more." Ningxu pulled harder and Qingfei groaned. Ningxu blew the white hair on his hand. "Looks like you are older than me. If you want to be made into amber, you have to be made into amber first." Qingfei said indifferently, "I don't care. As long as you are prettier than me." "You are too polite. You are more handsome than me. If you want to die, you will die first." Ningxu pulled Qingfei's hair again. "You are prematurely aging." Qingfei smiled. "That's how I am. It doesn't matter. Do you want to hear about my past?" Qingfei looked at Ningxu. Qingfei had lost weight. He had stubble and looked like he had been through a lot. "No, I don't want to hear about it. I don't want to know." Qingfei was surprised. "Didn't you want to know about my past?" "But I don't want to know anymore." "You don't have to tell me." Ningxu pulled another strand of white hair from Qingfei's head. Ningxu held a silver needle between her fingers and pulled off Qingfei's white hair bit by bit. Qingfei's face didn't change. Occasionally, his face would twitch. You could tell that Ningxu didn't hold back. Qingfei said, "I was abandoned at the entrance of the orphanage when I was 4 or 5 years old. There was a woman's voice in my memory. She told me to stay there and not move. She didn't come back. I was brought back to the orphanage by the head of the orphanage. There were many children like me. They looked at me cautiously. My food was always taken away by them. Children were not innocent and cute. In that place, children were not innocent and cute at all. Even if they were innocent and cute, it was because they were adopted. They smiled innocently and happily." Ningxu listened to Qingfei quietly while plucking her hair. "Later, my adoptive parents adopted me. But they did it for my heart." "So you killed them?" Ningxu interrupted. Qingfei shook his head. "No. You don't know what I was thinking. I hoped that my sister's heart could last longer. When I grew up, I could leave my adoptive parents, Qingfei said. Ningxu, I don't believe a word you said. His wish came true. He wanted to leave his adoptive parents' family, but then they died. I thought something happened to Qingfei. How come nothing happened to Qingfei? Man proposes, God disposes. First, man proposes. Then, God disposes. Ningxu was indifferent to Qingfei's reminiscence. You were the most pitiful. Ai Yun's family wasn't pitiful. Did Ai Yun deserve to be made into amber? Qingfei's experience was pardonable, wasn't it? Who would have thought that Ai Yun would be made into amber? She sacrificed her soul to fight back. You suffered, so you deserve to be forgiven. Qingfei couldn't prove his innocence. At least, Ningxu was indifferent. Being handsome didn't mean that what you did was right. You think I killed my adoptive parents? Qingfei looked at Ningxu and asked. Ningxu shrugged and didn't say anything. Although there was no evidence, it didn't mean that Qingfei didn't do it. Ningxu was too lazy to pluck Qingfei's white hair. He took out a document from his bag. This is the divorce agreement. Sign it. Qingfei took the document, looked at the agreement on it and said, Do you think I will divorce you? Ningxu smiled and said, Why wouldn't I? Placing the document on the bench, Qingfei crossed his fingers and calmly said, The marriage law states that husband and wife have the obligation to raise each other. If one of them is sick or unable to work, the one who can afford it has to take the initiative to raise the child. Ningxu nodded. There is such a law, but don't forget that the couple's relationship has to be broken. You want to turn me into amber and take away my life. Do you think we still have feelings for each other? Of course, Qingfei said. Ningxu was speechless. At this moment, a lunatic grabbed the agreement on the bench and ran away like a lunatic. Qingfei shrugged. It seems that we can't sign it. Ningxu didn't care. You can apply for a divorce in court. It will be a bit troublesome, but you will get a divorce. Even if you don't agree, the court will force you to divorce. Qingfei looked at Ningxu deeply. Do you really want to do this? Yes. Okay, I have to go. I wish you a perfect life in the mental hospital. Ningxu stood up from the bench and said calmly. As for the divorce, you don't have to worry about it. I don't care if you killed your foster parents or not. Ningxu looked at Qingfei with a smile. Seeing the smile on Ningxu's face, Qingfei suddenly said, I think you should be the one staying here. Ai Yun, you are very sick. Ningxu shook his head. But you are the one staying here. You are the one who is very sick. I can get out of here soon. Ai Yun, maybe I am sick, but have you ever thought that birds of a feather flock together? We are all sick. Maybe we are friends. Ningxu turned and left. Qingfei rubbed his temples and felt a headache. Qingfei looked at Ningxu's back. It was getting more and more blurry. Qingfei closed his eyes and fainted. Ningxu left the mental hospital. After some time, she would return to the mental hospital again. Ningxu was very busy every day. He had to take care of the students. He was also responsible for the mental health of the students. Ningxu felt that with her own thoughts, she would definitely lead these students into a ditch. For example, there was a beautiful girl now. Her face was red and she wanted to say something but stopped. She was very conflicted. Mr. AI, I have a question for you. Let's talk outside. The female student said. Ningxu nodded and walked out of the office with the female student. They walked on the tree-lined path in the school. Professor AI, I have something that I want to ask for your opinion on. Please don't tell anyone. Ningxu nodded. Go ahead. It is a man. A man wants me to accompany him for 4 years. 150,000 a year until I graduate. Ningxu raised his eyebrows. Why is it only 150,000? You are still young. Since he asked for money, it means that he has a family. Yes. The female student hesitated. Ningxu said, let's not talk about morality. From a financial point of view, you are obviously losing out. You are in your first year. If you really agree to the deal, you will be summoned by him anytime. What about your studies? You should be the one to study and have a bright future. While everyone else is working hard, you're stuck in bed. You have to give up your body, time, and dignity. It doesn't seem to be hard, but you will lose your future. There is no guarantee, no contract, no legal guarantee. You may be cheated. What if he plays you for free? You will be empty-handed and your youth will be gone. This. The female student's face was a little pale. What if you are pregnant? Since he has a family, the child cannot be born. He will definitely make you abort the child. You can take it. Once you accept it, you will be his personal item. He can do whatever he wants. You will respect him. If he has any weird habits, you will have to bear with it. He will take away your youth, your body, and your future. Just 150,000. It will be like whoring. He will cheat you because you are young and ignorant. The female student, the teacher's words were so rough. That's why you have to study hard now. You have to work hard for 5 or 10 years. Whatever that old B*TCH has, you have it too. Ningshu patted her shoulder. In the future, you will meet a better man than that old B*****. Love yourself and others will love and respect you. A man who cheats on his wife. What kind of man do you expect him to be? Thank you, sir. I will think about it. Please don't tell anyone about this, the female student said. Ningshu nodded. Don't worry. Think about it carefully. 150,000 is too little. Even if the body has a price, it will not be so little. No matter what happened, the body will leave a mark. When that time came, she would want to find an honest man. How could there be so many honest men in the world? In fact, the price of this was too high. It was not worth it at all. At first glance, the cost was small, but the benefits might be great. When there was a chance of loss, it seemed like a gain without any loss. However, the body was a gift from the heavens. Cherishing it did not mean being conservative. Sir, for someone like you, your husband must love you very much, the female student said. Ningshu was speechless. He loved you so much that he wanted to kill you. Ningshu went to the court to apply for a divorce. She did not feel safe living with a crazy husband who wanted to kill her at any time. The court would definitely agree to the divorce. There was no need for a divorce certificate to dissolve the marriage. After a while, Ningshu went to see Qingfei. He saw that Qingfei's movements were a little stiff. It was a little like Parkinson's. Qingfei saw Ningshu and slowly sat down on the chair. Ningshu said, I haven't seen you for a while. Your bones are rusty. Qingfei rubbed his legs and looked at Ningshu. I might have Parkinson's. Maybe the next time you come, my brain will have shrunk and I will have dementia. I will not recognize you anymore, Qingfei said. Ningshu sat beside him. How do you know that you have Parkinson's? I am a doctor. Ningshu just nodded and did not say anything. I thought about it and felt that there are some things that I should tell you. Ningshu nodded. Go ahead. I am listening. Qingfei asked, does my current condition have anything to do with you? Of course it doesn't matter. Do you think I'm a god who can make you sick just because I want you to? Qingfei held Ningshu's hand. My biggest regret in this life is not being able to retain your beauty. Thank the heavens for not letting you keep my beauty. Ningshu clasped his hands together and prayed to the heavens. Qingfei tilted his head and looked at Ningshu. One day, you will understand me. In the passing of life, I will preserve my most beautiful moments forever. Time can't do anything about it. Ningshu rolled his eyes. I think I understand what you're saying. You're saying that people are going to die anyway, so they might as well commit suicide wisely. Is that right? Qingfei was a little confused. You've changed the concept. This is different. Ningshu stood up. I think it's the same. This time, I'm here to tell you that the court has ruled that we are divorced. So, we are no longer husband and wife. This is the last time that I'm here to see you. Ningshu looked around. Although it is surrounded by high walls, this place is quite suitable for retirement. Qingfei looked at Ningshu. Do you think that I can only spend the rest of my life in this place? No, I don't doubt your ability. I just mean that this place is quite suitable for you, Ningxu said. Qingfei smiled, but the muscles on his face were trembling uncontrollably. Qingfei had lost weight again. I have a passbook at home. You can use it. Thank you. I'm already working at the university and I get paid. I have already paid for your hospitalization fees. You can stay here for as long as you want. You don't have to thank me. Qingfei's eyes were full of smiles. He still looked like a pet that was baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. You can do whatever you want. I won't be angry. Ningxu was speechless. Ningxu took a deep breath. I'm not angry either. I'm leaving then. Take care of yourself and read more books when you are free. I brought a few books for you. Ningxu took out the books from his bag and placed them on the bench. Qingfei started reading. Conscience, Be a Good Person, The Education of Love. Are these for me? Qingfei tilted his head and asked. Ningxu nodded. Yes, these are for you. Read more. Qingfei smiled and said, Okay, I will read them. I like talking to you like this. Ningxu felt that her interaction with Qingfei was a little strange. But Qingfei was as steady as a mountain. She couldn't act rashly. So, she had to be calm too. Qingfei waved to Ningxu. I hope to see you again next time. Maybe. Only ghosts would come. Ningxu walked out of the mental hospital. He raised his hand and looked at the silver needle between his fingers. The thin needle suddenly broke. Ningxu threw away the remaining half of the silver needle. The silver needles couldn't withstand the qi energy at all. It was just a little bit of qi energy, and the silver needles broke. The broken needle stayed in the acupuncture point. The force and the needle kept stimulating the acupuncture point. Ningxu walked down the mountain with her head held high and her chest puffed out. If Qingfei's brain really atrophied, he would be transferred to another hospital for treatment. So, she had to keep an eye on Qingfei's condition. She didn't know how long this mission would take. Ningxu started all kinds of exams. Now that he was a graduate student again, he had to get a certificate and become a professor. After all, being a mentor was too tough. It was easier to be a professor. But it was too tough in the early stages. Occasionally, Ningxu had to be a temporary translator. He didn't earn much, but he could communicate with people. Ningxu also went to the mental hospital. But he didn't meet Qingfei. He just wanted to see how Qingfei was doing. Qingfei's condition was more serious. His brain atrophied and he could only sit in a wheelchair. Qingfei's face was so thin that only a layer of skin was left. His chin was sharp. But his eyes were still calm. He flipped the pages with difficulty. He seemed to feel that someone was watching him. He turned around and met Ningxu's eyes. Ningxu was discovered. He stood up and walked to Qingfei. You're here. Qingfei closed the book and turned his neck to look at Ningxu. He looked at Ningxu carefully. You seem to be more beautiful. That's because I'm the most beautiful when I spread my wings, Ningxu said. I'm beautiful because of myself. It's a pity that you didn't preserve it. It would be better if you could keep this beauty forever. Qingfei said regretfully. Ningxu was speechless. Why did this person want to turn her into amber all the time? Had he never thought that she would die? She would be dead. There was no breath, no pulse of life. I said that you would understand me. Life is temporary, but you will exist forever. Ningxu really couldn't understand. So what if it was preserved forever? So what if it was a summer worm that didn't know winter? So what if it was temporary? As long as they could live, they wouldn't understand each other. Ningxu couldn't understand Qingfei, and Qingfei couldn't understand Ningxu's stinginess. But Qingfei also loved his life. When he knew that his heart was going to be swapped, he didn't hesitate to kill his adoptive parents. Actually, he only needed to get rid of his 5-year-old sister, but Qingfei actually killed the whole family. He was no longer under the control of others. Qingfei sat in the wheelchair and tapped his leg unhurriedly, rubbing it occasionally. Ningxu said, You've seen it. Hurry up and leave. It's dangerous here. Ningxu wiped his snot. You should worry about yourself. Qingfei was already like this, and he was still like this. If one didn't know better, they would think that Qingfei really loved Ai Yun. Could Qingfei's situation be called love? Ningxu felt a little confused. Qingfei didn't treat Ai Yun well. He could do anything for Ai Yun, but he wanted to kill Ai Yun and make her into amber. He called it eternal life. Qingfei's current situation was basically caused by Ningxu. Qingfei could still face Ningxu calmly and care about her. Ningxu could only say that there was poison in the candy. To be precise, it was poison mixed with sugar. Ningxu felt that he should also care about Qingfei. You have to be well too. The next time I come, I don't want to see you lying on the bed and not recognize me. Qingfei smiled. Don't worry. At least the next time you come to see me, I'll still recognize you. Ningxu smiled, put down the fruit and left. Ai Yun. Qingfei called out to Ningxu. Ningxu turned to look at him. Qingfei looked at Ningxu with sparkling eyes. The most charming smile when you turn around. You're so beautiful. Ningxu, suddenly, he felt like he had turned into a surf singing. She had become a beauty. However, Ningxu felt that Qingfei's aesthetic sense was a little different from ordinary people. Ai Yun's appearance wasn't enough to make Qingfei have the urge to turn her into amber. Everyone wanted to meet someone who could appreciate their beauty, but for someone like Qingfei, forget it. Qingfei pushed the wheelchair to Ningxu with difficulty. He looked at Ningxu. Your lips are very beautiful. They're suitable for kissing and saying that you love me. Can I kiss you? Qingfei stretched out his long arm, wanting to hold Ningxu's waist. Ningxu took a step back, avoiding Qingfei's hand. No. The corners of Qingfei's mouth curled up and his eyes sparkled. You're even more beautiful like this. Ningxu tilted her head and remained expressionless. Qingfei was flirting with her. You're very handsome too. I'll allow you to kiss me. Ningxu turned around and left. She waved her hand without looking back. I don't get close to disabled people. Qingfei crossed his fingers and placed them on his lap. He looked at Ningxu's back view calmly. When Ningxu's back view disappeared, Qingfei lowered his head and rubbed his forehead. There was cold sweat on his forehead. His head was hurting. Qingfei requested to transfer to another hospital for treatment. He felt that it was necessary to do a full body checkup. It wasn't a good idea for his head to hurt like this. In the mental hospital, patients had no rights. Qingfei said that he had a headache and couldn't move, but the doctor said that he was hallucinating. He hallucinated that he had a headache and couldn't stand up. Qingfei was rejected, but he didn't say anything. But the next night, Qingfei's attending doctor was killed by a crazy patient. He stabbed a sharp wooden stick into his eyeball and couldn't be saved. Qingfei requested for treatment again. The mental hospital was in a state of panic. Qingfei's transfer was approved after he applied to the higher-ups. Ningxu didn't know that Qingfei was transferred to another hospital. When he went to see Qingfei again, he was told that Qingfei had transferred to another hospital. Ningxu asked which hospital Qingfei went to and rushed to the hospital. Ningxu was shocked. Qingfei actually came out of the mental hospital. How could he describe this feeling? It was as if an ancient giant Tyrannosaurus Rex had come back to life and was rampaging in this world. Ningxu arrived at the hospital and asked for Qingfei's ward. Ningxu rushed to the ward and opened the door. He saw Qingfei reading a book. He was really studious. His hands never left the book. Why did you suddenly transfer to another hospital? Ningxu asked. Qingfei raised his head and pointed at his head. I'm sick. Qingfei closed the book. There's a needle as thin as a cow's hair in my head. It's destroying my brain tissue. Ningxu raised his eyebrows and asked, how should we deal with it? Do you want to operate? Qingfei shook his head. It's too risky. No doctor will operate on me. Also, the needle will move. There's no way to locate it. The operation will be very difficult. Qingfei said calmly as if he was not a patient. Ningxu sighed softly. That means you won't go back to the mental hospital? Qingfei thought for a while and said, maybe I won't go back. I can file an appeal. Out of humanitarianism, I might not go back. Ning Shu, that means Qingfei will be acquitted. Ning Shu picked up an apple and said while peeling it, leave the mental hospital? Qingfei, you seem to be mentally ill. How can they let you leave the mental hospital? Qingfei said nonchalantly, if I'm mentally strong enough to live alone, I'll naturally be able to leave the asylum. Mental illness will recur. The government won't let you leave. Ning Shu said as he chewed on the apple. Damn, Qingfei's consciousness is so clear. He doesn't look like a psychopath or a dementia. It's too crazy. Ning Shu really wants to strangle him. Ning Shu threw the apple core and looked at Qingfei. Trust me, you will definitely go back to the mental hospital and retire there. Qingfei smiled. Ai Yun, you don't want to see me so much. But I'm the nightmare in your life. You can't get rid of me. Speak properly. Don't be so artistic. There's nothing you can't get rid of. Ning Shu rolled his eyes. Qingfei looked at Ning Shu gently. I hope you will always be so beautiful. I will. I will be very beautiful. Ning Shu didn't want to hear the word beautiful now. Ning Shu pulled the blanket for Qingfei. Qingfei looked at her. You hate me and are afraid of me. Why are you still doing these things? Ning Shu waved his hand. Don't you want to kill me too? Why are you still acting so affectionate? How can I not cooperate with you? He couldn't ask her to fly into a rage. Fear and dread would only encourage perverted pleasure. Seeing other people's misfortune was their goal in life. But it seemed like Qingfei did it for beauty, eternal beauty. He was still perverted. Ning Shu asked the doctor about Qingfei's condition. The doctor said Qingfei's condition wasn't good. It was mainly because of the moving needles. Ning Shu didn't want Qingfei to leave the mental hospital. Although Qingfei said he was a humanitarian, the possibility of him leaving the mental hospital was small. Qingfei had already been diagnosed as a lunatic. Now that there was something wrong with his brain, it was certain that he was mentally ill. They probably wouldn't let him out of the mental hospital. They were afraid that Qingfei would run away. If he really ran away, the AI family would live in fear. Who knew what Qingfei would do? Although there were policemen guarding the door, Ning Shu was still worried. She went to the hospital to check on Qingfei every day. After the diagnosis was made, Qingfei was sent back to the mental hospital. Because there was no way to treat him, Qingfei was basically at death's door. Ning Shu looked at Qingfei, who was in a wheelchair being pushed into the car. Qingfei turned to Ning Shu and smiled. He didn't apply wax on his hair. His hair was loose and hung on his forehead. When he smiled like this, he looked very bright and young. Ning Shu was still worried. She took a taxi and followed the car all the way to the entrance of the mental hospital. She watched Qingfei being pushed into the mental hospital. Ning Shu followed them in and watched as Qingfei was pushed into the ward. Ning Shu heaved a sigh of relief. Ning Shu didn't dare to let down her guard when dealing with Qingfei. Especially when she heard from the nurse that Qingfei's doctor was dead. Almost instantly, Ning Shu felt that it was Qingfei's doing without even thinking. Ning Shu said to Qingfei, don't worry. I won't run away. Besides, where can I run to in this state? Anyway, I don't have much time left. I'll just live a quiet life. Qingfei said calmly. Ning Shu was speechless. No one knew if he was really calm or if he was pretending. Ning Shu didn't care what Qingfei was thinking. As long as Qingfei was in the mental hospital, she didn't care whether he was dead or alive. Qingfei said, one day, you'll understand my thoughts. When you're old and gray-haired, you'll be waiting for this decay. At that time, you'll regret not leaving behind your best years, your most beautiful years. Even if I regret it, it's my business. Qingfei heaved a sigh. His brows were tightly knitted, and there was cold sweat on his forehead. He shook his head and lay down. It was probably a headache. Ning Shu was indifferent to Qingfei's pain. Qingfei's face was a little pale. He calmly said to Ning Shu, leave. I don't want you to see me like this. Ning Shu did not say a word. He turned around and left. No one wanted to see you. The missions in this world really made Ning Shu feel mentally and physically exhausted. In such a legal society, Qingfei didn't take human life seriously, but she couldn't get herself into trouble just to take revenge on Qingfei. he couldn't become a murderer. Ningxu wondered if he would fail this quest. The needle in Qingfei's brain would definitely make him extremely uncomfortable. How could Qingfei not die from the pain? If she could not complete the mission, would she have to stay in this world for the rest of her life? It was impossible for him to do it for the rest of his life. He would only be judged as a failure by the system. Qingfei was a cockroach that couldn't be killed. Ningxu returned home and looked at the two elders of the AI family. The people who should have died in the plot were at least still alive. It was a comfort. Otherwise, it would really be a sad thing. Ningxu had learned a skill from Qingfei. No matter what she did, she had to make sure that she left no traces behind. Even if the truth was revealed, no one could do anything about it. Ningxu didn't have any useful evidence to know that Qingfei did it. But there was no evidence, no confession, nothing. There was nothing he could do. He was meticulous. Even if he left something behind, it was useless. Even if he died, he wouldn't say anything that was harmful to him. Ningxu sat on the sofa and closed his eyes to rest. Running here and there was simply too tiring. Ningxu even felt that Qingfei was laughing at him in his heart. It didn't matter. If he could run, it meant that he was still alive. Now, Qingfei couldn't run anymore. He was tortured. Thinking of this, Ningxu felt that it was cute. Only those who could endure through time and survive would be the victors. Death was like an extinguished light. Mother AI gave Ningxu a bowl of noodles and asked, "Are you divorced with Qingfei?" Recently, her daughter was either busy with work or not at home at all. Ningxu nodded. Yes. Legally, we are no longer husband and wife. It's good that you are divorced. You are still young and have life ahead of you. You can meet many people. Ningxu crossed her arms. Mom, calm down. I just got divorced and you want me to go on a blind date again. Yes, you can't go on a blind date. Qingfei met you on a blind date. He is a beast in human skin, Mother AI said immediately. Ningxu heaved a sigh of relief. She was afraid that Mother AI would force her to marry someone else. Now, she couldn't even protect herself. If she married someone else, she would be a burden. Also, she didn't know if the person who asked her would get married and have a family in this life. Qingfei had left a psychological shadow in her heart. Ningxu clutched her chest. She felt that she was traumatized. She only hoped that she would never meet someone like Qingfei again. Qingfei was a serious and affectionate pervert. Those ferocious perverts who vented their anger were not as cold as Qingfei. You still have to find someone you are familiar with. There are many people in school. Is there anyone you get along well with? Mother AI asked Ningxu. Ningxu touched her chin. Let me think. Then she shook her head and said, there is no one I get along well with. Professor AI put down the newspaper and said to Mother AI, let your daughter rest. I am just anxious. If AI Yin gets married, she will have nothing to do with Qingfei. Qingfei will not pester her. I am just afraid that when Qingfei comes out one day, he will pester AI Yin again. So Mother AI was thinking of finding a bodyguard. If this was the case, when Qingfei really came to find her, her husband would be in a hurry to cut off all ties with her. Professor AI said impatiently, who can be relied on these days? Just find someone. If it is someone like Qingfei again, what should we do? We're already half dead. If another one comes, our family won't be able to live anymore. Let's wait for the marriage. Ningxu gave Professor AI a thumbs up. Marriage was a woman's second reincarnation. It was fine if she met a scumbag, but if she met a life-threatening person, it would be an unbearable pain in her life. Don't treat a scumbag as a flower by the river. Mother AI liked Qingfei so much before, but now, there was no knowing what was in a person's heart. Ningxu was willing to believe in others, but he believed in himself more. He would never betray himself. He would never give up his determination to become stronger. When faced with betrayal, he would be strong enough to face everything. He would not become a love-struck man and a resentful woman. All the resentment was because he was not strong enough. He was helpless about his weakness. If he was strong enough, he would not be afraid of anything. Ningxu would go to the asylum whenever she had nothing to do, so she was already familiar with the nurses there. Her main purpose was to keep an eye on Qingfei. Qingfei didn't seem to care about the foreign object in his head at all, he just did what he was supposed to do every day. Most of the time, he would just quietly read by himself. But his movements were getting more and more inconvenient, his muscles were stiff. It would be difficult for Qingfei to escape like this. But looking at Qingfei, he seemed to be enjoying his life. It didn't seem like his life was in danger. Was Qingfei afraid that he wouldn't be able to see the sun tomorrow? Every time she saw Qingfei's calm and indifferent look, Ningxu really wanted to see him jump up and down. But he probably wouldn't be able to see it. If the devil could control his emotions, what else couldn't he do? Ningxu bribed the doctors and nurses, telling them to keep an eye on Qingfei and take care of him. Qingfei couldn't be skipped on medicine. If the situation was serious, she would increase the dosage. Actually, it didn't matter if he died from the poison. After leaving the orphanage, she still had to rush back to work, her work at school was quite busy. Ding, mission completed, do you want to leave the mission world? Ningxu heard the sound of 2333 in her mind, her heart jumped for joy. She had never been in a world that made her want to leave so badly. And it was a successful mission to leave the mission world. She felt so satisfied. Ningxu immediately said, leave. Ningxu felt dizzy and returned to the system space. Ningxu didn't care about anything, she just laid on the bed and slept for a while. She was too tired, her spirit was about to be drained and her brain was about to explode. Ningxu laid on the bed, first she silently chanted the clear heart mantra, then put on the prayer bead bracelet that little monk Huiji gave her. The space was floating with the smell of sandalwood, and there was also a faint sound of Sanskrit. Ningxu closed her eyes and fell into a deep sleep. The sound of Sanskrit sounded in the system space, making the system space even quieter. Ningxu didn't know how long she had slept when she woke up, there was no time flow in the system space. Ningxu stretched his neck and sat cross-legged on the bed, beginning to absorb soul force. When he could no longer absorb any more, he stopped cultivating. Ningxu lay limp on the bed like a slug. Open the status panel. The attribute panel appeared in front of Ningxu. Name, Ningxu age, 27 points, 80 million soul value, 350 HP, 141 wisdom, 404 charm, 269 spiritual power, 300 faith, 26515 combat power, 432 aptitude, 179 merit, 14170 skills, 5th ring shooting technique, intermediate combat technique, exceptional martial arts proficiency, intermediate poison technique, beginner business management knowledge, beginner code programming, beginner lawyer skills, beginner ghost catching skills. Honorary titles, Goddess of War, Selfless Ancestor Tools, Calm Aura, Tranquil Pill, Faith Aura, Amulet 4, Upgraded Amulet 2 Aura, Mother of the World, Queen's Blessing, Model Worker, Qinshi's Blessing, Leader Aura, Grass Blessing, Best Friend, Meow Meow Meow's Blessing, Life-Saving Hand, Zhu Susu's Blessing, Founding Female General, Chen Ermiai's Blessing, Lawful Beauty, Chen Ning's Blessing, Transcending Race Communication, by Sanyang's Blessing, Note, can only communicate with an A certain range of wisdom, complete the wish of Ai Yun, prove that her husband wanted to kill her. Mission completed 100%. Mission reward, 7 million points, 50 attribute points, 2,600 faith, 10 merit points. Ningxu, how did the 10 merit points come about? 10 points was too shabby. But it was better than nothing, even a mosquito's leg was still meat. Ningxu distributed the attribute points. Name, Ningxu age, 27 points, 10,000 soul value, 350 HP, 141 wisdom, charm, 60-10 spiritual power, faith, combat power, aptitude, merit, skills, 5th ring shooting technique, intermediate close combat technique, peerless martial arts, intermediate poison technique, beginner business management knowledge, beginner code programming, beginner lawyer skill, beginner ghost catching skill. Honorary titles, Goddess of War, Selfless Ancestor items, Calm Halo, Heart Calming Pill, Faith Halo, Amulet 4, Upgraded. Amulet 2 Halo, Mother of the World, Queen's Blessing, Sister Model Worker, Qinshi's Blessing, Leader Halo, Grass Blessing, Best Friend for Life, Meow Meow Meow's Blessing, Life-Saving Hand, Zhu Susu's Blessing, Founding Female General, Chen Ermiai's Blessing, Lawful Beauty, Chen Ning's Blessing, Transcending Race Communication, by Sanyang's Blessing, Note, can only communicate within a certain range of wisdom. Ningshu looked at his points. It was almost 100 million. Faith was also close to reaching the mark. At that time, he would become a super mission enforcer. Ningshu opened the interface and wanted to see the situation in that world. If she couldn't see Qingfei's results, she wouldn't feel at ease and her heart would be in debt. Ai Yun became a professor in the school. When she was free, she would translate some books. Otherwise, she would go to the mental hospital to see Qingfei. But after seeing him twice, she didn't go anymore. Ai Yun felt an inexplicable fear towards Qingfei. Ai Yun was a graceful beauty. She was considered outstanding among the female professors in the school. There were even students who wrote love letters to her. Ai Yun didn't care at all. There were also people who pursued Ai Yun, but Ai Yun didn't accept them. Ai Yun's mother was anxious. She wanted Ai Yun to choose someone to date. Ai Yun said that she didn't have the heart now. If she really met the right person, she would consider it. Ai Yun felt that she might be alone for the rest of her life. No matter how perverted Qingfei was, his conditions were there. She wasn't comparing these men to Qingfei. She just felt that that marriage had drained his mental and physical strength. She felt that once she got married, she would be labeled as someone else. From then on, she wouldn't belong to herself. She was busy with her career and had a suitable and decent job. When she was free, she could go and drink coffee. It was a beautiful thing. If she met someone who respected and tolerated each other, Ai Yun could give it a try. But she would rather go without than have something substandard. Ningshu understood Ai Yun's state. Everyone had a transition period. Even now, she still hadn't recovered from her shock. Her nerves were a little tense. Once bitten, twice shy. Ningshu swiped the progress bar. She wanted to see Qingfei's situation. She wanted to see when Qingfei would die. Ningshu tilted his head and looked at Qingfei coldly. From 30 years old, he became 40 years old, 50 years old, 60 years old. Qingfei still looked calm. He changed from a young man to an elegant old man. Ningshu. How could he live for so long with needles in his brain? He usually massaged himself and lived well among a bunch of lunatics. Ningshu guessed that the needles in Qingfei's brain had grown together with his. Otherwise, how could he live for so long? However, his movements were getting more and more inconvenient. In his later years, he could only lie in bed. And his head was always hurting, especially when it was windy and rainy. It hurt even more. Even in this state, Qingfei was still strong enough to live on. Sigh, he told others not to be rotten, but he himself was rotten. Ningshu closed the panel expressionlessly, unwilling to look at Qingfei's face. He didn't get the world origin in this world, and he still had to compete with a pervert. It was so tiring. Ningshu got out of bed and prepared to go to the virtual space to walk around and have a big meal. Standing in the virtual space channel, he appeared in the antique virtual space in a flash. Ningshu stood on the bluestone slabs and walked towards the restaurant, one stone slab at a time. There were many mission enforcers in the virtual space. Being in a place like this gave him a sense of security. There were people like him here. He didn't feel like he was alone. Ningshu put his hands behind his back and looked at the things in the stalls along the way. When he saw some small things, Ningshu would spend some points to buy them. There were some good-looking decorations that could be used to decorate the system space. As long as there was no problem with the system space, it was her home. Ningshu wanted to think of ways to make her life comfortable. In the plane, it was someone else's life, but now it was her life. She could do whatever she wanted. Ningshu walked into the restaurant. This time, she ordered some more expensive and exquisite things and ate slowly. As her strength increased, Ningshu found that the virtual space had a stronger substance, and she could absorb this substance. She ate and absorbed at the same time. Since the virtual space was man-made, it had a lot of power. Ningshu was trying to slow herself down, eat slowly, read slowly, and take a walk slowly. Cultivate her body and mind and work hard to become stronger. Now that she had rested enough, she would work hard during missions. One day, she would be able to control her own destiny. She would not be killed just because someone said so. When someone else's lips moved, all of her efforts would turn to ashes. Therefore, she wanted to become an existence that others could not do anything about. After finishing his meal, Xianxia went to the shop to buy some tea leaves. It shouldn't be called tea leaves. It should be a kind of spiritual grass that was good for the soul. While he was reading, there was a cup of tea beside him. White smoke was rising in spirals. Xianxia felt that he was elegant and refined. Wahahaha, sure enough, shopping was the best way to relieve stress. Xianxia bought a lot of odds and ends. Just in case, she exchanged for an upgraded version of the amulet. He exchanged for 3. She was afraid that something would happen in the system space and she wouldn't be able to exchange for anything. He could choose not to exchange for other things, but this kind of life-saving item had to be exchanged. Her heart was filled with uneasiness whenever she was with 2333. He was afraid that something bad would happen again. Xianxia went to the black market again. He wanted to go in and take a look. However, Xianxia immediately gave up on extracting a trace of a person's soul origin. The soul origin was something more important than soul power. With the soul origin, even if there was no soul power, there was still a chance of reincarnation. However, without the soul origin, there was nothing. Although it was only a trace, Xianxia was still very resistant. Xianxia rolled his eyes. What's so great about the black market? I'm not going to shop. What if the black market had the world origin? Xianxia stopped and looked at the black market in confusion. If there was, there was. Her soul origin couldn't be less. Xianxia hammered his chest and watched as people entered and exited the black market. So many people had a trace of their soul origin extracted. It should be fine. He felt that there were traps everywhere. Even the mission enforcers were screened layer by layer. He felt that the higher-ups were deliberately controlling the number. Judging from the ability of the mind. Xianxia turned around and walked away with difficulty. Now that the soul origin was extracted, could he take it back in the future? The human soul had a very mysterious power. This power came from the soul origin. The power of love, hate, and emotions all came from the soul origin. What kind of person would open a black market here in such a grandiose manner? *CK your second uncle. Xianxia went to other places to shop and bought some small things. There was really nothing to shop around. Xianxia returned to his system space. He poured a cup of tea and prepared to read a book. 2333 coughed, I have to tell you something. Xianxia flipped the book and said without looking up, what is it? He picked up the teacup and wanted to drink some water. Qingfei has been selected into the system. Xianxia, cough cough cough, what do you mean? System candidate. What do you mean? He will become the system. What do you mean? Xianxia was so shocked that the teacup fell to the ground. It was like a bolt from the blue. How could such a person have such an opportunity? Zhang Jiaosan was fine, but why was Qingfei also like this? Were all the perverts she met like this? Xianxia hugged his head and screamed. Such people were not noticed before. But if they are discovered to have a special side, as long as they are qualified, they will be recruited. Talents are not restricted to one category. They are called talents? Aren't they talents? They are much better than most people. Mission enforcers are not only good people, but also bad people. This is a place where the strong are respected. Good and evil are not so clear. If someone goes overboard, there will naturally be people above to deal with them. Xianxia shook his legs. I am strong, I am not afraid at all. Although she understood that good people could cultivate, so could bad people. But the problem was that these people were her potential enemies. Could it be that the higher-ups had noticed these people? Because of her counterattack? What do you mean by becoming a system? Xianxia was expressionless. How come I didn't know that Qingfei became a system? That's because you didn't finish reading. Xianxia, but don't worry, becoming a system will erase your previous memories. You will serve the mission enforcer wholeheartedly and then become stronger together with the mission enforcer. Whether it is a mission enforcer or a system, you can become stronger. All roads lead to Rome. Xianxia rolled his eyes and asked, 2333, are you actually a human? Yes, aren't we bound together? 2333 said. Ningshu, he always thought 2333 was not a human. No wonder it was so intelligent and had emotions. It was different from the backup system. The backup system's voice was very mechanical. It was a mechanical electronic voice. Have your memories been erased too? Ningshu asked. Everyone has been erased. The system cannot encourage mission enforcers to do inappropriate things because of past events and unwillingness. 2333 said. Ningshu sighed in relief. At least Qingfei's memories were erased. Wasn't there a saying that evil people would be punished by evil people? Not only could normal people become mission enforcers, but even some abnormal people could also become mission enforcers. But thinking about Qingfei becoming a system, even if his memory was erased, Ningshu still felt uneasy. Becoming a system meant that his memory would be erased. He didn't know what 2333 was like before and what he experienced. After knowing that 2333 was a person, Ningshu felt that it was getting worse and worse. Before, he only thought that 2333's intelligence was a life beyond his imagination, but it was a person. How ridiculous. Thinking about 2333's stupid past, Ningshu really wanted to wipe away his bitter tears. Is it possible that Qingfei's memory won't be erased? Ningshu asked worriedly. 2333 said, do you really think Qingfei is invincible? Is there no one in this world who can stop him? The people above are not to be trifled with. Ningshu was a little relieved. Whatever. It was already like this. Ningshu was like a dead pig that was not afraid of boiling water. When she was strong, no one could do anything to her. So what if there were 10 Qingfeis? Come on. Ningshu asked 2333 curiously, have you never thought about recovering your memory? No, I have never thought about it. It's my past life, so what if I remember? 2333 said casually. Ningshu applauded. So carefree. He felt that 2333 was quite stupid before he became a system. Ningshu picked up the teacup that had fallen on the ground and cleaned the surroundings. Then he continued to read. Ningshu took out the Ultimate Martial Arts secret book. The golden characters on the book were getting darker and darker, giving off a majestic feeling. Holding the Ultimate Martial Arts secret book in his hand, he felt an endless stream of fresh life energy. The wood element of the world made the world full of vitality. There was only one world origin. When would she be able to find another world origin? After going through so many worlds, he only found one world origin. World origin was too hard to find. The form was not fixed, and there might not be one in several worlds. Ningshu put the Ultimate Martial Arts secret book back and looked at the black hole on the wall. He didn't know when this black hole would disappear. He also didn't know how long these two beads would take to fuse. Ningshu didn't expect to fuse into something amazing, he just hoped that there wouldn't be any more problems. He didn't want the system space to explode again. Ningshu made a cup of tea and continued to read. One day, she would solve the people and things that made her uneasy. Maybe when she was strong, no one would be able to shake her will. It was quiet in the system space. Only the sound of Ningshu flipping through the pages could be heard. After Ningshu finished reading the book, she turned to 2333 and said, "Go do the quest." Ningshu prayed in her heart that she would encounter the world's origin this time. There had always been only one world origin, which made Ningshu somewhat worried. Can't these worlds give birth to the world's origin? Alright, I'm ready to teleport. Ningshu felt dizzy as soon as 2333's voice faded. When he woke up, he opened his eyes and saw that he was lying on a bed. There was another bed next to him. It looked like this was a hotel. It was a relatively cheap and convenient hotel. There was another person sleeping on the bed next to him. At this time, the sky was just beginning to brighten. The girl next to him turned over, her back facing Ningshu. Ningshu pulled the quilt, closed his eyes and began to accept the plot. This was a world of vampires. Vampires were immortal, had looks that mesmerized the world, and wore luxurious dresses. They used the most elegant and sexy way to bite a human's neck. They fed on blood. The original owner, Jasmine, was a member of the Blood Hunter organization, a blood hunter. The responsibility of a blood hunter was to deal with the vampires that wantonly sucked humans and killed them. Blood hunters were humans who existed to protect the survival of the human race and fight against the vampires. Vampires and blood hunters fought against each other. At least with the existence of blood hunters, those vampires didn't kill humans too wantonly. To the extent that humans became food for the vampires in captivity. With the development of technology, there were already artificial blood and synthetic blood, but many vampires still preferred the warmth of humans. The feeling of biting through the skin and blood flowing down the throat. They preferred to see the expression of humans being sucked, intoxicated and enjoying. The one sleeping next to him was called Mina. She was a blood hunter like Jasmine, but she had a lively personality and looked weak and innocent. Until now, she hadn't dealt with a single vampire. Most of the blood hunters were orphans who were brought back to the organization for training. Above the organization was the church. This time, there was a masquerade party, and there would be vampires mixed in. Mina and the client's mission was to monitor these vampires. Once they found out that they were sucking human blood, and that they were sucking the human to death, they would attack. Some vampires couldn't control their urges and would directly suck the human to death. At this masquerade party, Mina bumped into the vampire noble Prince Feyrué who was about to suck a woman's blood. Shirley immediately shouted and rushed out, but she was sucked by Feyrué instead. As a blood hunter, she was the one being sucked. The client, Jasmine, hurried to save her, using all kinds of tools. As a vampire noble, Feyrué was, of course, very powerful. Jasmine was seriously injured from the beating. Mina, who had her blood sucked, covered her neck and said to Jasmine, "I'm fine. He didn't kill me. He just sucked a little blood. I'll let him go this time and find trouble with him next time." Jasmine spat out a mouthful of blood. In short, this was a touching love story between a vampire and a rookie blood hunter. Mina didn't have any professional skills, but she still wanted to take revenge and find trouble with Feyrué. Feyrué played her in circles every time, but he didn't hurt her. After a while, Mina felt that vampires weren't that scary anymore. Feyrué felt that this rookie blood hunter was very interesting, unlike the other blood hunters who looked like they were facing a great enemy. This little kitten was more interesting. Moreover, this little kitten was very kind. Whenever he pretended to be hungry, she would roll up her sleeves with a conflicted expression, revealing her white and tender arms for him to suck. Although they weren't weak, they were very distinct. In any case, the two of them were attracted to each other and walked together. When Jasmine found out about this, she advised Mina to leave Feyrué. Feyrué was a vampire and treated humans as food. How could there be love? Vampires were a noble race and the descendants of Cain. They treated humans the same way humans treated chickens, ducks, cows, and sheep. Mina retorted that Feyrué was different. Jasmine was a little anxious. According to the rules of blood hunters weren't allowed to get close to vampires. This was because vampires were good at bewitching, seducing, beautiful, and the temptation of eternal life. Vampires didn't have any destructive powers. They were immortal, which was what humans pursued. Some humans wanted to be embraced by vampires and become low-level vampires. That way, they could live forever. Vampire hunters couldn't have anything to do with vampires. If they broke the rules, they would be deemed as corrupted and no longer suitable to be a vampire hunter. Then they had to get rid of the vampire hunters. Vampire hunters had high salaries and all kinds of benefits, but if something went wrong, they would die. If they didn't die at the hands of vampires, they would die at the hands of the organization. In this case, they would face trial and might be killed. Molly was so anxious because Mina was her partner. If Mina was put on trial, she might be put on trial too. So Molly told Mina to stop interacting with Feyrué. Otherwise, both of them would be put on trial. However, Mina firmly believed that Feyrué was different from other vampires. No matter how Molly tried to persuade her, she still kept interacting with Feyrué. Jasmine's words were really soft and sweet. Even her earnest and well-intentioned advice was unable to persuade Mina. It was really hard to be partners with someone like Mina. Just as she was thinking about whether she should report Mina's interactions with vampires to the organization to protect herself, the organization already knew. The organization had already found out and arrested Mina. The result of the trial was the death penalty, which meant that Mina had to die. Then, Fei Rui brought a large group of vampires and broke into the vampire hunters' headquarters. They destroyed the vampire hunters and saved Mina. Before leaving, Fei Rui killed Molly with his own hands because she told on him. Before Mina could stop him, Molly was cut in half by Fei Rui's sharp nails. He tore the devil apart with his bare hands. Fei Rui was a vampire noble, so he naturally considered the interests of vampires. The existence of vampire hunters was a thorn in the back of the vampires. Plus, his beloved woman was about to be killed. In a fit of anger, he destroyed the vampire hunters. Mina didn't care about the extinction of the vampire hunters. From the moment she was sentenced to death, Mina knew that the vampire hunters were a ruthless organization. It was only after growing up here that he realized how cruel this place was. Killing was as easy as killing. She was disappointed, shocked, and finally relieved. Mina naturally left with Fei Rui. Later, Fei Rui gave her the embrace. She had the ability to live forever and kept her youthful appearance. Forever with Fairy. Jasmine's only wish was to live. If she could do it again, she would definitely succeed in snitching on them. She definitely wouldn't let the adulterous couple have an easy time. Ningxu was speechless. Ningxu felt that Jasmine had quite a temper. Fei Rui said that he would kill her if she told on him. This time, she was going to succeed. She had the ability to seduce him, yet she was still afraid of others talking about it. After Ningxu accepted the plot, he glanced at Mina, who was sleeping on the bed next to his. After accepting the plot, Ningxu had a preliminary impression of Shirley. Kindness. Other than kindness, there was nothing good about her. She had no ability, no skills, and no confidence. Moreover, her kindness was only for vampires. So many vampire hunters had died, but she had never shown any kindness. Completely ignoring the people who were killed by the vampires, why didn't they show any mercy? She was obviously a blood hunter, but she actually took pity on vampires and even hooked up with them in the end. Kindness was picky. If Fei Rui was ugly, things wouldn't be the same. Everything was just an excuse for love. There was one trait of kindness that made her worthy of love. Ningxu only wanted to say, kindness my *s. She didn't even know her own role and was a burden to her teammates. Once she dealt with vampires, she would be flustered. Ningxu began to cultivate on the bed. This time, he was dealing with a vampire noble who had lived for who knew how long. Fei Rui's ability wasn't just for show. With a large group of vampires and a halo around him, he was able to eliminate the vampire hunters. After that, no one could restrain the vampires anymore. This was Mina's kindness. She did something wrong and was punished, but she still felt wronged. She didn't know her own role. This was a modern world. There wasn't much spirit energy, but at least there was some. After cultivating until dawn, there was only a trace of energy in his dantian that was so small that it couldn't be seen. And this was with the help of his peerless martial arts. Mina's eyelashes fluttered and she was about to wake up. Ningxu stopped and got out of bed to wash up. When he came out of the bathroom, he saw Shirley hugging her blanket and refusing to get up. Mina's personality wasn't suitable to be a vampire hunter, but she grew up in the organization, so naturally, she could only become one. He didn't know if Mina had a screw loose in her head, but she couldn't learn any of the skills that a vampire hunter should learn. And Jasmine, who was about the same age as her, became her partner. Basically, it was a mess. Both of them didn't perform well. The useless Mina naturally had someone to take over. She wasn't completely useless. In fact, Mina had a delicate and cute appearance. She was innocent and kind. Jasmine, are we going to the masquerade ball tonight in formal attire? Mina sat up and asked Ningxu. She smiled until the corners of her eyes curved. Her skin was snow white, and there were blue veins on her neck that flowed with blood. Mina also had another characteristic. She loved to play and was curious about everything. Mina and Jasmine were only 18 or 19 years old. It was the perfect time for them to be youthful. We definitely have to wear formal attire. Otherwise, we won't be able to go in, Ningxu said as he dried his wet hair. Mina's eyes lit up. She probably thought of wearing a beautiful formal attire and a beautiful mask. It was full of romance and passion. Ningxu said indifferently, "We're going to spy on vampires. We're not really going to the ball." Mina hugged a pillow and said, "We're going to spy on vampires. But you don't have to be so serious. There are so many people. The vampires won't dare to do anything." Ningxu looked at Mina and asked, "What kind of existence do you think vampires are?" "Vampires are people cursed by the heavens. They are cursed to be immortal and live for an unknown number of years," Mina said. Ningxu raised his eyebrows. Was she sympathizing with vampires? Even if they were immortal, they could still kill themselves. Vampires aren't as pitiful as you think. Wealth, longevity, and eternal youth. Vampires can easily obtain these things. They're above humans. It's not your place to sympathize. Ningxu looked at Mina. Don't forget that you're a vampire hunter. The purpose of a vampire hunter's existence is to restrain vampires. Humans don't make blood now. Actually, humans and vampires can coexist peacefully, Mina said. Ningxu's expression didn't change. Can you make vampires drink coagulant to make human blood? Mina's expression turned awkward. How could she make vampires drink human blood? They wouldn't listen to her at all. So you have to know your place. You're a vampire hunter. You can't have any connections with vampires. Otherwise, I'll be in trouble too. Mina couldn't help but pout. It's not easy to come out, and you're still lecturing me. Mina was a little annoyed. Since you're already here, don't be like those old fogies of the vampire hunters. Let's go prepare the formal attire. I've never attended a masquerade ball before. I heard that everyone is wearing a mask and no one knows each other. Mina changed the topic. Ningxu casually nodded, "Go ahead, I still have something to do." Mina was a little disappointed. "Okay." Mina packed her things, washed up, and then left the convenience hotel. As soon as Mina left, Ningxu sat cross-legged on the bed and began to cultivate. It was better to sharpen one's spear before the battle. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to fight back against Fei Rui. With the attraction between Fei Rui and Mina, they would definitely be together. In the end, Mina even became a vampire. In fact, Mina's heart yearned for such a noble, mysterious, and dangerous species. It was a classic case of being in one's camp but being in another's camp. In addition, the vampire hunters wanted to punish Mina, so Mina's heart was completely cut off. Mina still hadn't returned by noon. She sent a message to Ningxu, saying that she was still shopping and told Ningxu to go eat by himself. Ningxu didn't care and pulled out a box from under the bed. In the box were some tools to kill vampires, garlic liquid, crosses, and holy water. The holy water was given by the organization. Ningxu sniffed the holy water. He didn't know what it was, but it was full of yang energy. Vampires belong to the yin attribute. Weaker vampires would be turned into ashes by the sunlight. Only strong vampires weren't afraid of sunlight. Vampires also had many restrictions. These things had to be brought to the banquet. Fei Rui would suck a woman's blood, and then Mina would jump out to stop him. In the end, she would be the punching bag. Ningxu was annoyed by people like Mina. Not to mention the Holy Mother's light illuminating the world, at least she would do her job well, which was helping others. Her client, Jasmine, always followed behind her to clean up her messes. The reason was that the two of them were partners. In any case, Mina and Jasmine didn't have much status among the vampire hunters. It was because their performance wasn't outstanding. This time, the higher-ups sent them to monitor the masquerade ball. This mission couldn't fail. Otherwise, it would be really hard to report back. Ningxu left the hotel and went to a small noodle shop to eat something. Then, he went back to continue his cultivation. Mina still hadn't returned. She was probably playing somewhere. She was still at the age of innocence. In the afternoon, Ningxu's dantian had a clear trace of energy. Ningxu clenched his fists. He felt that his fists were filled with power. Even if he couldn't defeat Fei Rui now, he would still be able to do so. She would also be able to dodge Fei Rui's attack quickly and wouldn't be torn apart by Fei Rui's bare hands like in the storyline. At the end of the day, blood hunters were still humans. They relied on various tools to eliminate vampires, unlike vampires who were naturally gifted. It could teleport, fly, and grow fangs and nails. Blood hunters were having a hard time against vampires. If it were an ordinary person, they wouldn't even have the strength to resist. Ningshu went out to get a dress. He found a dress that was convenient for movement. Although wearing a dress wasn't as convenient as wearing pants, he could tie things to his legs. If the dress covered his legs, he wouldn't be able to see anything. Ningshu took a while to choose before she finally found a gown and a mask. The mask was made of black feathers and looked very luxurious. The mask covered the nose and eyes, revealing the chin. It was half covered and looked very seductive. After paying, Ningshu carried the dress back. Mina, who had been shopping for the whole day, came back. There were 2 dresses on her bed. When she saw Ningshu, she quickly pulled him over and asked, "Molly, which one do you think I should wear?" "I bought both, but I can't decide." Ningshu looked at the 2 dresses on the bed. One was a strapless dress, and the other was a pink lace puffy skirt. It had a strong girlish style. Mina wanted to wear the sexy style, but she also wanted to wear the cute style. Ningshu said directly, "I don't know. Let's see which one you like. Clothes are for others to see. How can I wear what I like?" Mina shook Ningshu's arm. "Help me take a look." "Mina, we're going to work. We're not really going to the ball. Everything is based on convenience." Ningshu couldn't help but say. "You're so young. Why are you acting like an old-fashioned vampire hunter? What's the point?" Mina simply took her 2 dresses and went out. Ningshu asked, "Where are you going?" "The ball is about to start." Ningshu looked at his watch. There were less than 2 hours until the ball. "I'm going to get styled." "Don't worry, I'll definitely make it to the ball." Mina took her clothes and left. Ningshu was speechless. She really thought she was going to a banquet. She even said that humans were old-fashioned. Every year, who knew how many blood hunters died under the claws of vampires and had their blood sucked dry? You're lucky that you didn't encounter such a terrible thing. Ningshu put on his dress, combed his short hair, and put on his mask. He looked at himself in the mirror. Not bad. Ningshu lifted her skirt and took out the garlic water, holy water, a cross, and a pistol from the box. She used tape to wrap them all around her leg. Since he was going to the masquerade ball, he definitely wouldn't be allowed to carry a box of things inside. Moreover, he might be searched if he went in. Ningshu was ready. He raised his wrist and looked at his watch, waiting for Mina to come back so that they could go to the ball together. Ningshu cultivated while waiting for Mina. From time to time, he would raise his wrist to look at his watch. Mina was really too unreliable. When it was almost time, Ningshu was about to call Mina. Mina finally came back. Mina was wearing a girlish dress. Her soft hair was slightly curled, she didn't wear any makeup, and her lips were pink. She looked like a youthful and charming child. Very beautiful. "Why did you come back so late?" "Get ready, we're leaving," Ningshu said. Mina nodded and put on her mask. Ningshu was speechless. "Aren't you going to get ready and bring something?" If she didn't bring anything, what if she met a vampire? Who knew if there was only Fei Rue at the banquet and no other vampires? Fei Rue wouldn't hurt Mina, but there was no guarantee that other vampires would. He had always been a rookie since he was in elementary school. There was no one else like him. She might not even study seriously. "I don't have anywhere to bring these things," Mina said. "Tie it to your leg." "Who knows if there will be any danger," Ningshu said. They were partners, and their performance was evaluated together. He was forced to be partners with Mina. He didn't expect her to be strong, but she shouldn't be a burden. Performance was linked to salary, and it was also related to one's position in the organization. The strong were respected. If they killed many vampires, their status would naturally be extraordinary. It was all earned through hard work. Mina saw Ningshu's sullen face and could only tie the item to her leg. However, she only tied the holy water because it felt weird to tie something to her leg. Ningshu did not say anything. He did not rely on Mina. The two of them left the convenience hotel and saw a luxury car parked in front of the hotel. It was the organizer who came to pick them up. Ordinary people did not know about the vampire hunter organization, but the rich and powerful knew about it. They knew about vampires and vampire hunters. Mina lifted her skirt and got into the car. She was wearing a pair of transparent glass shoes, which looked like the crystal shoes in fairy tales. From this, it could be seen that Mina was an innocent girl who loved to daydream. She obviously lived in such a bloody organization, yet she still loved to dream. Xianxia got into the car and sat next to Mina. He looked at her shoes. Doesn't it hurt to wear them? If she were to run while wearing these shoes, it would be fatal. It was obviously a matter of life and death, yet she could still play around. There was no need to explain her life. Ordinary people would have died countless times. Fortunately, it doesn't hurt that much. Mina said, I'm a little nervous. Nervous about what? I feel like I'm Cinderella going to the prince's banquet in a pumpkin carriage. Mina said with a smile. She even put her hand on her chest. I feel so nervous. Xianxia nodded. Life is already so bitter. It's good to dream. Then, Mina's dream came true and she met the prince. Xianxia closed his eyes and began to cultivate. The car drove steadily for some time. This masquerade ball was held in a manor, and it was attended by some powerful people. There would definitely be vampires mixed in, and these vampires would be people with power and money. Usually, there would be vampire hunters present at such occasions. Their purpose was to restrain each other and make the vampires afraid. Those who could attend the banquet were all of high status. Their deaths would cause unrest. For creatures like vampires, ordinary people only thought of them as people from legends. Naturally, the authorities would also hide it. The car slowly came to a stop, and a valet in a tuxedo and white gloves opened the door. Xianxia got out of the car first and reached out his hand to help Mina. Under the guidance of the attendant, they arrived at the entrance of the manor. Someone checked the invitation card at the door. Xianxia took out the invitation card. The invitation card had a faint fragrance, exquisite dark patterns, and fancy English words. Just this invitation alone was worth a lot of money. The craftsmanship was exquisite, and the people attending the banquet were of high status. The waiter arched his body to allow Xianxia and Mina to enter. Mina straightened her body. Her body was a little tense as she followed beside Xianxia. The sky was already dark. Xianxia walked into the hall. The lights in the hall were dim and masked people were shuttling back and forth. Seeing that everyone was wearing masks, Mina wasn't so nervous anymore, and she casually picked up the wine glass beside her. Don't drink so much. Drinking will make things worse, Xianxia said. Mina put down her glass. I'm just sniffing. You're so serious. Aren't you tired? Xianxia was speechless. She knew that there was a powerful vampire, but she still killed the vampire hunters. How could she not be nervous and serious? The client was beaten to the point of vomiting blood. How could he not be beaten by Fei Rui this time? Xianxia wanted to say something, but Mina slipped onto the dance floor. The lights were dim, and everyone was wearing masks. Xianxia couldn't find Mina. She was really naughty. Xianxia truly felt the pain of her client. He was always following behind her, afraid that she would get into trouble and cause trouble. Xianxia stood in the corner and looked at the people on the dance floor. Some people were dancing, while others were drinking in groups of 2 or 3. The entire dance floor was filled with a romantic and ambiguous atmosphere. He didn't know who the people on the ground were, but it was very exciting to dance together like this. Xianxia released his mental strength and observed everyone present. Then, Xianxia saw Mina sneakily hiding in a corner to drink. She took a sip, smacked her lips, and fanned her tongue with her hand. Xianxia was speechless. The girl's heart was overflowing. Xianxia continued to observe these people. He saw a man leaning against a pillar in the corner, looking at everyone present. This man's face was exquisite, as if it had been carefully carved. His face was very pale, without a trace of blood. He was wearing an exquisitely tailored suit, and there was a pocket watch hanging on his chest. The pure gold chain of the watch was exposed. He looked noble and elegant, like an elegant noble from the Middle Ages. His pale, slender hand held a wine glass. There was bright red wine in the glass, and it was swaying slightly like fresh blood. His gaze seemed to be looking for prey. As if he felt that someone was spying on him, he turned his head and looked in Ningxu's direction. His eyes were a little red. When vampires were angry, their eyes would turn red. Ningxu retracted his mental strength almost instantly and took a sip of wine. Fei Rui's gaze scanned Ningxu's surroundings. He frowned slightly, and there was a trace of doubt on his pale face. He felt that someone was spying on him, and the other party immediately looked away. Could it be the vampire hunters? Fei Rui's lips curled up. Interesting. Fei Rui drank the wine in his glass, put on his mask, and walked toward a tall and slender woman. Obviously, this woman was Fei Rui's target. Fei Rui was a powerful vampire noble. He wouldn't suck someone to death. At most, he would taste fresh blood. Ningxu stared at Fei Rui. He bent down slightly, stretched out one hand, and placed the other hand on his heart. He was very gentlemanly, inviting the woman to dance. The woman placed her hand on Fei Rui's hand. The two of them stepped onto the dance floor and danced close to each other. Ningxu wondered if he should intervene. Fei Rui was very powerful, and she probably wasn't his match now. The two of them danced out of the hall and went outside. Ningxu put down his wineglass and followed them. Fei Rui pressed the woman against the wall and took off his mask, revealing an exquisite face. The woman's eyes were filled with amazement. Fei Rui lowered his head slightly, looking as if he was going to kiss the woman. The woman raised her head slightly, closed her eyes, and looked intoxicated. Fei Rui smiled, and two sharp teeth grew out. He opened his mouth and bit the woman's neck. "Stop it." A feminine voice sounded, and Fei Rui was stunned. Then, water splashed on him. Fei Rui raised his eyebrows. This was holy water. Fei Rui turned to look at the person who splashed the holy water. It was a very cute human girl. At this moment, she was holding a bottle of holy water in her hand. She was very nervous, and her nose was trembling. She looked at him with fear and stubbornness. "Vampire hunter?" Fei Rui patted the wet areas on his body. It seemed like the holy water didn't have any effect on him. "There's still a rookie vampire hunter." Ningxu was speechless. It was still going according to the plot. Wasn't Mina inside just now? Why did she suddenly appear? Who knew how Mina came out of nowhere and bumped into Fei Rui? She even splashed the holy water on Fei Rui. However, it didn't seem to be of any use. Instead, she put herself in danger. Ningxu hid at the side and watched the situation unfold. At least Mina's life wasn't in danger. The woman that Fei Rui had chosen had thought that she would have a romantic encounter with such an exquisite man. Moreover, this man had an aristocratic aura, which meant that he wasn't an ordinary person. It took 3 generations for one aristocrat to be born in a wealthy family, which meant that this man's family was very rich. Therefore, he was disgusted by this girl who had suddenly appeared out of nowhere, especially with her young face. "What are you doing? Don't you have any manners?" the woman said, sounding a little aggressive. "Why aren't you leaving?" Mina stared at Fei Rui nervously and immediately said, "He's a vampire. Don't be fooled by him. He just grew fangs and wants to bite your neck." Mina pointed at Fei Rui. The woman looked at Fei Rui. Fei Rui's fangs were already gone. He looked normal. The woman's expression immediately darkened. She thought that Mina was trying to attract the man's attention. "What vampire? Why aren't you leaving? Which family are you from? He's really a vampire. You have to believe me." Mina was so anxious that the tip of her nose was sweating. Fei Rui looked at Mina with a teasing gaze. He closed his eyes slightly and sniffed. He was probably smelling Mina's scent. "Since you want to replace her, I'll fulfill your wish." Fei Rui snapped his fingers. The woman was unhappy. Just as she was about to speak to Fei Rui knocked her out with a karate chop. Her body fell limply to the ground. Mina's eyes widened. She pointed at the woman on the ground and stammered, You killed her?" Fei Rui walked step by step towards Mina. Mina panicked and retreated, wanting to splash the holy water. However, she had just finished splashing the holy water. She only had the holy water with her and didn't have any other tools. Mina retreated to the foot of the wall. There was nowhere else to go. Mina made up her mind and puffed out her chest. Stop. I'm a blood hunter. I have companions. My companions are coming. Ningxu quickly held his breath so that Fei Rui wouldn't notice. Fei Rui looked at the little white rabbit blood hunter. He placed his hand on the wall and held her in his arms. The unfamiliar masculine scent made Mina panic. She reached out to push him away, but when she touched Fei Rui's chest, she couldn't feel his heartbeat. Don't you know that vampires' hearts don't beat? Fei Rui's sharp teeth protruded from between his lips and teeth. Coupled with Fei Rui's exquisite face, he looked devilishly charming. The cold moonlight shone on his pale face, making him look eerie and terrifying. Mina was scared to death. This was her first time being so close to a vampire. It was frightening. Vampires are really a dangerous species. Fei Rui leaned closer to Mina and took a sniff. Your blood is very fragrant. It's so sweet. Mina's body trembled. I'm warning you, I'm going to scream. I'm going to call for my companions. Fei Rui bit Mina's neck mercilessly. Mina shivered and felt an itch on her neck. The vampire's thin lips pressed against her neck, causing Mina's legs to weaken and she almost fell to the ground. Fei Rui supported Mina's body, as if intoxicated by her fragrant blood. Meanwhile, Mina's tender face began to turn pale, and the blood drained from her face. Let go of me. Fei Rui finally reacted. He let go of Mina and licked the blood on his lips. You. Mina was furious. This was a great humiliation. She was a blood hunter, but her blood was sucked by a vampire. When she returned to the organization, she would definitely be laughed at, and her partner, Molly, would nag her non-stop. Fei Rui looked at Mina's wide eyes and couldn't help but laugh. You really are the weakest blood hunter I've ever seen. Don't tell me you don't know how to deal with vampires? Why would the blood hunters let you do a mission? Fei Rui clicked his tongue with disdain. You. Mina tried to stand up, but she got up too quickly and lost too much blood. She felt dizzy and rushed straight towards Fei Rui. Fei Rui reached out to support her. This is the first time I've seen a blood hunter jump into a vampire's arms. Mina pushed Fei Rui away and leaned against the wall. I'll take revenge on you. Fei Rui crossed his arms and said casually, I'll be waiting for the great blood hunter's arrival. Mina knew that this despicable vampire was looking down on her. But she couldn't beat him now. Damn it, damn it. Come out if you're done looking over there. Fei Rui looked in the direction of Ningxu. Who is it? Mina looked around and saw Ningxu coming out of the darkness. Her eyes widened. Molly, you've been here all this time. No, I was just passing by. What's wrong? Ningxu lied without a frown. Mina was too embarrassed to say that her blood had been sucked out by a vampire. Fei Rui's face was filled with malice as he said to Mina, this companion of yours has been hiding in the corner and watching you. She didn't come out to save you even when she saw me suck your blood. Mina felt wronged when she heard this. Is Molly real? It's fake, Ningxu denied. She noticed me before you did, but she didn't do anything. She's using you as cannon fodder. You're opening up a path for her while she takes advantage of you from behind, Fei Rui said. Immortality was too boring. He had to find something interesting to do. He did it on purpose. Ningxu glanced at Fei Rui, who wanted to see the world burn. Would it kill you to speak less? Molly, are you really going to leave me in the lurch? Mina looked at Ningxu with tears in her eyes. She felt so wronged. Ningxu rolled his eyes. Are you an idiot? You're like this with just one sentence from someone else. What's more, it's a vampire. Didn't you hide there and watch your companion get sucked out? The Vampire Hunter organization seems to be contributing to the entire human race. They make it sound like they're righteous, but in the end, they're just doing it for their own selfish desires, Fei Rui said mockingly. He was also trying to sway the resolve of the two vampire hunters present. Mina bit her lip and looked at Ningxu with hurt in her eyes. They were clearly partners, but he didn't save her. Ningxu rolled his eyes. Who's righteous? Who would do something that doesn't benefit them? We kill vampires for money and for a living. Who said we're doing it for the entire world? It's not like we're sucking on celestial energy to live. If there's a need, then there's a need. Our existence is to restrain you vampires. Fei Rui smiled and looked at Mina, who was so wrong that she was about to cry. Actually, your vampire hunter organization is just like that. You're full of the stench of money, yet you still say that you're doing it for the country, for the people, and for the entire human race. Aren't you very hypocritical? Mina glared at Fei Rui. Shut up. You sucked my blood. I will definitely get my revenge. Mina lifted her skirt and ran away. Ningxu stared at Fei Rui cautiously and slowly retreated. Mina was fine after running away, but she couldn't do the same. Fei Rui stretched his neck and raised his hand. Long, sharp claws grew out of his fingers. Since you're already here, don't leave. Vampire hunters are too much. How dare you peek at me? Fei Rui flashed and instantly appeared in front of Ningxu. His bright red fingernails were almost dripping blood as he slashed at Ningxu's face. Ningxu tilted her head and avoided the fingernails. However, the fingernails grazed her face and left a bloody mark. Ningxu hurriedly retreated. She lifted her skirt and pulled out the gun strapped to her leg. She fired at Fei Rui. Fei Rui teleported and dodged the bullet. He even teleported in front of Ningxu. Ningxu spat out a mouthful of garlic water at Fei Rui's face. Fei Rui's face was stained with the smelly garlic water. It sizzled, but it didn't hurt him. However, his eyes were stained with the garlic water, causing them to turn even redder. In addition, when vampires were angry, their eyes would turn red. Now, Fei Rui's eyes were so red that they looked like they were about to bleed. She had angered Fei Rui. Since she couldn't escape, she could only take it head-on. Garlic and holy water were effective against normal vampires, but they were useless against Fei Rui. Vampires were actually similar to zombies. Ningxu threw the gun away and dodged Fei Rui's attack. However, another bloody mark was left on her face. F***ck, you're just scratching my face to ruin it. My face is pissing you off. Ningxu sucked out all the spirit energy in her body. Her fingers flew as she formed a spell. A talisman slowly appeared. Fei Rui's pupils constricted. Eastern spell? Go. Ningxu pointed. The talisman turned into a ray of light and shot towards Fei Rui. A cloak appeared on Fei Rui's body. He used the cloak to shield his body and block the talisman. When the talisman came into contact with the cloak, it immediately exploded and white smoke rose into the air. Ningxu picked up the gun on the ground and immediately ran away. The spirit chi in his body was too little. He barely managed to make a talisman, and the spirit chi in his body was already completely depleted. If she delayed any longer, she would really be torn apart by Fei Rui. Fei Rui's face turned ugly when he saw the hole in his cloak. His eyes were bloodshot. Among the vampire hunters, there were also people who knew Eastern spells. Other than that old bastard from the vampire hunters who knew a little about magic, there were also people who knew about Eastern spells. Fei Rui disappeared in a flash. Ningxu escaped from the manor and prepared to return to the convenience hotel. Fortunately, there were no deaths this time, so the mission could be considered completed. Ningxu wiped the blood off his face. There were 2 cuts on his face. Fei Rui's claws were sharper than knives. If she had dodged any later, his claws would have pierced through her head. Hurry up and cultivate. Ningxu discovered that the use of talismans in this world was exceptionally smooth, as if there were no restrictions. This meant that this was a rather magical world. After all, there were even vampires. Therefore, he had to work hard to cultivate. There was no other way except to increase his own strength. Ningxu went to the pharmacy to buy some disinfectant and applied it to his wounds. Maybe there were bacteria on Fei Rui's fingernails. His fingernails suddenly grew out and were even longer than his fingers. Ningxu bought some clothes and changed out of his suit before returning to the convenience hotel. Ningxu opened the door and saw Mina sitting on the bed. Mina snorted and turned her back to Ningxu. She looked very angry. Ningxu went to the bathroom and removed the thing tied to his leg. If she wanted to be angry, she could be angry all she wanted. After washing up, Ningxu sat cross-legged on the bed and began to cultivate. He discovered that talismans were more useful than holy water. Against a powerful vampire like Fei Rui, normal things were useless. Mina's back was facing Ningxu. She wanted to wait for him to explain to her, but Ningxu didn't say a word to her. This made Mina a little unhappy. She turned around and saw that Ningxu was actually sitting on the bed, ignoring her. "Molly, don't you have anything to say to me?" Mina couldn't help but ask. She felt very stifled. It was as if she was the only one who cared. The other party didn't care at all. Ningxu opened his eyes and looked at Mina. "What do you want me to say? You just watched as that vile vampire sucked my blood and didn't come out to save me." Mina felt very wronged and stretched her neck. "Look, there are 2 holes in my neck. We're partners, but you didn't save me. This is against the rules of the vampire hunters," Mina said sadly. "So you never saw me as a partner who would go through life and death with me?" Ningxu said directly, "I can't beat him, so why should I come out? Besides, that vampire didn't do anything to you." "What do you mean by nothing?" "Look at my neck." Mina opened her eyes wide and wet. Ningxu was speechless. "So, you're blaming me now?" Ningxu tilted his head and looked at her. Mina's heart trembled under Ningxu's cold gaze. She pursed her lips. "Aren't you the one in the wrong? Mina, can I ask you not to be such a White Lotus bitch? In the end, didn't you also leave by yourself and leave me to face that vampire alone? Why didn't you think of us being partners at that time? Didn't you think that I would complain if I was killed by that vampire?" Ningxu really had to hand it to her. She never remembered what she did, and when it was done by someone else, she looked so wronged. This was really F***king enough. Even a White Lotus bitch should have a limit. Mina widened her eyes slightly, and her eyes were moist. She looked very wronged, really wronged. "I was just dazed at that time and forgot." "Oh, then I was also dazed when I saw your blood being sucked. I don't remember anything," Ningxu said perfunctorily. Mina bit her lip. "Molly, you don't want to be my partner? What do you think?" "Of course I don't want to be your partner," Ningxu said bluntly. "I'm just your partner, not your servant." "Why do I have to spoil your princess syndrome?" Mina burst into tears. She covered her head with the quilt and cried under the quilt. Ningxu turned a deaf ear and began to cultivate. Mina cried for a long time. Seeing that Ningxu didn't comfort her and even closed his eyes, she felt even more wronged. Feeling even more wronged, he sat up and said to Ningxu, "I will definitely hunt down that vampire and make you see me in a new light." Ningxu didn't even bat an eyelid. Don't talk about hunting down the vampire, he would have to pay for it. Not only would he have to pay for one person, but he would also have to pay for the entire vampire hunting organization. He was clearly the one in the wrong. When he was being punished, he felt so wronged. He was in the wrong, but how could they treat him like this? "You're all bad people." White Lotus bitches were the classic example of strict people who treated themselves leniently. She was tolerant of herself and was never strict with herself, but was strict with others. She was extremely indulgent with herself, but was extremely harsh with others. She was not grateful to her hard-working parents, but would cry when she saw a stray dog. She dared to monitor the morals of the world on the internet, but would not dare to fart when she saw a thief on the street. She cursed you with her filthy words every day, but if you replied to her, you would be bullying her, as if you had just been raped. Ningxu only wanted to say, F***CKU. Ningxu ignored Mina, who was swearing to the heavens and the earth. Mina's words were worse than farts, even farts had a smell. Seeing that Ningxu was ignoring her, Mina picked up her suitcase and went out. The suitcase was filled with blood hunter tools. Looking at her impulsive appearance, was she going to look for Fei Rui, a rabbit entering the tiger's den? She did not know her own worth and ran off to hunt vampires. Did Mina really have such a thing as a brain? A brain was a good thing. Well, silly girls have good lives. Ningxu suddenly felt that he was not used to it. In his previous world, he met a calm and collected person, but in this world, he suddenly met a person like Mina. She did not use her brain when she went out, this difference was hard to get used to. Xianxia was too lazy to care if Mina went to look for Fei Rui. Mina would not die anyway. As for whether Mina knew where Fei Rui was, she would meet him anyway. After Mina left, Xianxia sat cross-legged on the bed, his fingers flying as he set up a spirit-gathering array. The spiritual energy was too thin, so with a spirit-gathering array, he could gather the spiritual energy around him. This way, his cultivation speed would be faster. Xianxia cultivated diligently, and when he opened his eyes, it was already the next morning. The spirit-gathering array had already collapsed. Xianxia stopped cultivating, took out his phone, and sent a message to Mina, saying that he was going back to the organization. The mission this time was completed, and he could not let anything happen because of Mina. Xianxia did not wait for Mina to come back, and directly took the suitcase from the bed and left. Then, he bought a hamburger and got in the car. Even if Mina did all kinds of things, she would still be alive and kicking. She looked cute, but no matter what she did, she would not die. In fact, Mina had a disease called the immortal disease. Fei Rui teased her, but if Mina was really in danger, Fei Rui would definitely save her. The Blood Hunter organization had a manor in the west. There were large areas of vegetables and fruit trees in the manor. It looks like a farm. When Xianxia returned to the Vampire Hunter Guild, he wrote a report about his mission. He emphasized that Mina might be involved with vampires and hoped that the organization would pay attention to it. He also said that the vampire was very strong and wasn't afraid of holy water. He also had a cloak. In short, only high nobles and blood breeds would have a cloak. The cloak was like a magical artifact that could protect vampires. Xianxia handed in the report. In any case, he had successfully tipped them off. Before the two of them had actually broken through, she had already complained. It was taboo for vampire hunters to have any connections with vampires. What if they were tempted by the vampires and turned against the organization? After all, vampires had too many things: wealth, power, immortality. Any one of them would be enough to make people betray him. In the plot, Mina was sentenced to death by the organization. It was because Mina's situation was more serious and she had an interracial relationship with a vampire. Actually, love was beautiful, but their identities were really awkward. One was a vampire and the other was a blood hunter. It was related to the blood breeds and the blood hunters. The human organization against the vampires disappeared just like that. No one could do anything to the vampires anymore. Being a blood hunter was a job. If you did well, you would get a salary and a bonus. It wasn't like what Fei Rui said, where it was for the sake of righteousness. Although there was a purpose, even if it was filled with the stench of money, that person still had to live, eat, drink, and defecate. Besides, didn't vampires drink human blood too? It was all for the sake of energy. No one should say that the other was evil, and no one should look down on the other. Xianxia went to turn in the mission, and there was an extra sum of money in his card. In other words, this mission was considered completed. Xianxia returned to his room. There were 2 beds in the room. This was his and Mina's room. Xianxia sat on the bed and tidied up the things in the box. He cleaned all the guns and crossbows. Xianxia directly soaked the crossbows' arrowheads in holy water. This way, they would be more lethal against ordinary vampires. Not every blood breeds had the ability to teleport like Fei Rui. Xianxia cleaned the guns and loaded them, making sure that they wouldn't run out of bullets when needed. He checked the tools in his box and placed them under the bed. Then, he sat cross-legged on the bed and began to cultivate. This manor was located in a relatively remote area, and the spiritual energy was more abundant than in places with more people. Setting up a spirit-gathering array was simply half the work. Xianxia absorbed the spiritual energy around him. His previously emptied dantian slowly recovered, and the spiritual energy was more abundant than before. Xianxia was excited. The stronger he was, the better. This way, he would have a higher chance of winning against Fei Rui. In fact, Xianxia had always had a question in his heart. The existence of the blood hunters was like a fishbone in the throat for the blood breeds, and gave humans the confidence to negotiate with the blood breeds. Both parties had signed a contract. Logically speaking, these blood hunters should be very powerful. How could they be eliminated by Fei Rui, even if the blood breeds that he brought were all very powerful, if the blood hunters were really so weak and were eliminated by the blood breeds, why would the blood breeds keep them until now? Was there something wrong with the blood hunters that allowed the blood breeds to take advantage of the situation? The plot only described how Fei Rui was like a god descending, saving Mina and eliminating the blood hunters, forcefully turning him into ashes. It was really cool and at ease. It seemed like he was here for Mina. The person who entrusted him, Molly, wasn't a high-ranking member of the blood hunters, so she didn't know. She only thought that Fei Rui was here to save Mina, eliminating the blood hunters and killing her. Ningxu couldn't figure it out. The only thing he could do now was to speed up his cultivation. When he was hungry, he went to the cafeteria to eat. This manor was self-sufficient. They grew fruits and vegetables, and there was even a chef. Ningxu drank milk and ate a hamburger. Ningxu wasn't used to eating foreign food. He always felt like he couldn't fill his stomach with rice. If he didn't eat properly, it didn't feel like eating. Someone sat across from Ningxu. When he looked up, it was his male colleague, Tulu. Tulu was wearing a leather jacket and jeans. He looked like a cowboy. "Why are you alone? Where's Mina?" Tulu dipped his sandwich in ketchup and drank some buckwheat wine. Ningxu said half-heartedly, "She has something to do. She'll be back in a while." Tulu nodded. "I remember that you're type O, right?" Ningxu nodded. "Yes, I'm type O, since your partner isn't with you, and you're type O, I received a mission. There's a blood vampire causing trouble in Molo's town. He's already killed a lot of girls," Tulu said. Ningxu swallowed the hamburger in his mouth and asked, "Where's your partner?" Most of the time, they worked together as partners since they were familiar with each other. Working with an unfamiliar blood hunter could lead to mistakes. That was why Ningxu asked Tulu about his partner. Usually, a new partner would be found only if his partner died. Tulu shrugged. "You know Casey. That's his only hobby. I don't know who he's sleeping with right now." Ningxu rolled his eyes. Casey was a famous prostitute among the blood hunters. Every time a mission was over, he would go to the brothel to have some fun. Being a blood hunter was like walking on a knife's edge. Most of the money they earned was spent on being the children of wealth. Ningxu drank a mouthful of milk and asked, "Why type O blood? Don't tell me that the vampire drinks human blood with type O blood." "You're right. According to the information they gave me, all the girls who died were type O," Tulu said. "Also, the guy is very cunning. We couldn't catch him at all. Even the police died." Ningxu almost choked. "I'm going to be the bait?" Tulu nodded. "But don't worry. Casey and I will keep you safe. We'll split the reward between the three of us," Tulu said. Ningxu wanted to go, but he didn't want to. If he went, he wouldn't be able to practice cultivation. She had an even more powerful enemy, Fei Rui, the vampire prince. If he went, he could learn more about the vampires. He was lucky enough to escape from Fei Rui last time. He needed to know how powerful the other vampires were. Seeing Ningxu's hesitation, Tulu said, "Don't worry. We'll get a lot of money. If we go with an ordinary girl, she'll be scared out of her wits. We still need a blood hunter." Ningxu nodded and agreed to go. Ningxu approached Tulu and asked, "There's something I want to ask you." "What is it?" Tulu took a sip of milk. "I've always been curious about how we got the holy water." Tulu didn't even think about it. "The church gave it to us." "Where did the church come from?" Ningxu asked. "Yeah, God gave it to me," Tulu replied. "You believe in God?" Ningxu couldn't help but ask. Tulu shrugged. "Why not? Even vampires exist. Cain, the first vampire, is God's brother." Ningxu was speechless. Ningxu didn't really believe in God, and holy water was more like water that was filled with energy. This water wasn't harmful to ordinary people, but it was targeted at vampires. If vampires had innate skills, then would humans also have magicians and witches? What if the holy water was a spell cast by a magician? Ningxu was a blood hunter who couldn't get any lower. She had no access to the affairs of the upper echelons. Ningxu finished his burger and drank his milk. "I'm going back to clean up. Ningxu followed them to do the quest because he wanted to find the yellow paper and cinnabar. Since the talisman was effective, the cinnabar and yellow paper should also be useful. But this was not the East, and these things were very rare. Vampires are afraid of sunlight, crosses and garlic. But with energy, they can be destroyed. Okay, I'll wait for you at the gate. Ningxu returned to his room and found Mina inside. She looked travel-worn, and her suitcase was by her feet. She seemed to have come back in a hurry. When Mina saw Ningxu, she stood up and said, "Why didn't you tell me you were back?" Ningxu pulled out the suitcase from under the bed and said, "I already told you. I texted you. It's just a text. Why didn't you wait for me to come back?" Mina was played by that bastard vampire. He suddenly threw her into the air and spun her around. Mina was so scared that she couldn't stop screaming. When she fell to the ground, she began to vomit. Mina wanted to kill Fei Rui with her gun, but he just stood there. But Fei Rui just stood there and let her shoot. Mina closed her eyes and shot Fei Rui in the shoulder. Before Fei Rui could do anything, Mina dropped the gun in fear and asked, "Are you okay?" Mina was so scared that she was about to cry. She had never killed a vampire before, so she didn't have a good understanding of them. After all, who would think that a vampire who looked like a human and was more delicate than a human would be so cruel and scary? Now that she had shot Fei Rui, Mina felt very guilty and asked him what happened. Vampires had strong healing abilities. Even if they were hit, they could recover. Fei Rui was completely fine. But Mina seemed to have lost the skills and calmness of a blood hunter. She also forgot about the healing abilities of vampires. He looked like he was about to cry. Fei Rui was stunned, but he told Mina that he was fine. Mina was so angry that she turned around and left. When she returned to the convenience hotel with her suitcase, she found that Ningxu had already left and even checked out. Mina carried her suitcase and rushed back to the organization. On the way back, Fei Rui still followed Mina. Even if Mina chased him away, he wouldn't leave. Fei Rui half-joked and half-seriously said that he would give Mina the embrace. Mina swore to the heavens that she was a blood hunter. How could she become a vampire and become Fei Rui's prey? For vampires, the embrace was a declaration of ownership of their prey, and other vampires couldn't touch them. Mina didn't want to be sucked dry by a damn vampire and then be forced to suck the blood of a vampire. The process of the embrace was bloody. Fei Rui's eyes shone. This blood hunter's blood was sweet and was a good plaything. It would be fun to have her by his side. Fei Rui followed Mina all the way back. He sent Mina to the entrance of the manor and then disappeared. Mina rushed back in a sorry state. When she saw Ningxu, her expression was very bad. "We're partners. How can you leave without saying goodbye?" Ningxu opened the box and checked the items. After making sure that there was nothing left behind, she closed the box and locked it with a snap of the button. "I already said that I sent you a message. I'm going back. You rushed to find the vampire and didn't even discuss it with me. Aren't we partners?" The same thing would be wrong if it happened to someone else, but it wasn't wrong if it happened to Mina. Was she going to run behind Mina's butt? I was too angry. "Can't you forgive me just this once?" Mina mumbled. Ningxu's expression didn't change. He changed into his marten boots and tied his shoelaces. "I was too angry. You didn't discuss anything with me and just did whatever you wanted. I was angry and left first. Can you forgive me?" Mina was speechless. The two couldn't be compared at all. She didn't have a single cent on her. Her money was all taken care of by Molly. When she returned to the hotel, she found that she had already checked out. She had nowhere to go and no money to go back to the organization. If it weren't for the vampire, she wouldn't have been able to come back. When Ningxu saw Mina's expression, she knew what Mina was thinking. She was always asking others for help, but she didn't care about what she did. Was Mina, who grew up as a vampire hunter, really that kind? True kindness was to be strict with oneself and lenient with others. Mina was the opposite. Ningxu tied his shoelaces and left with his suitcase. Mina saw that Ningxu was about to leave and immediately asked, "Do you have a mission now?" "No, I'm teaming up with someone for a mission," Ningxu said. Mina felt that Ningxu's attitude towards her had changed, so she didn't dare to be stubborn. She immediately picked up her suitcase and followed behind Ningxu. Ningxu, what are you doing? Ningxu stopped in his tracks. Mina said, don't you have a mission? I'm going with you. This mission has nothing to do with you. You should rest well. He couldn't imagine what it would be like for Mina to follow him. Ningxu was afraid that Fei Rui would follow Mina wherever she went. They were going to deal with the vampire who killed people. If there was a vampire as strong as Fei Rui, they would probably be wiped out. As a vampire, Fei Rui wouldn't leave them in the lurch. It's still the same thing. Even if he made a mistake, it's our own education. Who allowed you to hit my child? Ningxu didn't want to go against Fei Rui for now. Ningxu narrowed his eyes and looked at Mina. Should he take this opportunity to get rid of Mina? Ningxu immediately gave up on the idea. They were all vampire hunters, so they couldn't kill each other. Besides, there was no point in killing her. It was better to be dead than to be alive. If he wanted to kill someone, he should kill Fei Rui. Without Fei Rui, Mina would die of pain. Everything was because of men. He had to solve the problem from the root. Fei Rui would destroy the vampire hunters. Without the vampire hunters, the original owner would have nowhere to go. Everything he learned was to deal with vampires. Ningxu directly and decisively rejected Mina. Mina's eyes widened in pain. Aren't we partners? They only invited me, not you, so you don't have to go. Even if you go, you won't have any money. Moreover, it would cause trouble. So, Jasmine, are you looking for a new partner? You don't want to be my partner anymore. Ningxu knocked Mina out with a chop and shook his hand. Stop blabbering. Mina's eyes rolled back, and she fell to the ground. Ningxu dragged Mina onto the bed, covered her with a blanket, closed the door, and left with the suitcase. Ningxu had used a lot of force, so Mina would probably faint for a while. Moreover, Ningxu really didn't want to see Mina like this. How could you be so bad? How could you give me such a hurtful look? It was full of blame. Ningxu carried his luggage to the entrance of the manor. Tulu was leaning against a car, smoking a cigar. When Ningxu entered the manor, Tulu put Ningxu's suitcase in the trunk. Ningxu got into the car and asked Tulu, aren't we waiting for Casey? Didn't they say they were going together? He's waiting for us at the next place. Tulu started the car. The western part of the manor was a desolate place. Other than the roads, there were only sand dunes. Ningxu closed his eyes and began to cultivate. It was a cultivation method for a peerless martial art. The car arrived at a small town, and Tulu went straight to a bar. It was one of those rough bars in the western part of the country. A blonde man was flirting with a woman. He was quite handsome. When Ningxu saw him, she knew that he was Casey. He attracted bees and butterflies everywhere, but never his heart. Everyone was willing, and no one wanted to build a long-term relationship. Kathy saw Ningxu and immediately waved to her. Over here. Ningxu and Tulu walked over, and the bartender placed 2 glasses of wine in front of Ningxu and Tulu. Ningxu took a sip, but it tasted strange. Ningxu put it down after a sip. Casey patted the buttocks of the woman in his arms. The woman kissed him and tactfully left. When the woman left, Kathy's perverted hand slapped her buttocks, and her plump buttocks bounced. Ningxu's eyes were glued to the woman. The woman wasn't angry at all. She turned around and blew Casey a kiss. Tulu couldn't help but roll his eyes at Casey. Be careful not to die on a woman's belly. There was a limit to how lustful he could be, especially when it came to beautiful vampire women. Kathy's eyes were fixed, and her legs were weak. Casey took a sip of wine and said casually, it's just for fun. Nothing's going to happen. Besides, I'll go somewhere else after I'm done. There's no danger. Ningxu clicked his tongue. Casey was completely controlled by his lower body. However, vampire hunters basically couldn't settle down. They couldn't even guarantee how long they would live. Who knew when they would abandon their families? Many people were enjoying themselves while they had the wine today. After buying some jerky and water, they were ready to set off. As soon as they left the bar, the sky rumbled and a strong wind blew, accompanied by the sound of propellers. Ningxu looked up and saw a helicopter. Ningxu raised an eyebrow and asked Tulu, "Are we going to take a plane?" Tulu shook his head. "We don't have such good treatment. I don't even dare to think about taking a plane." Not many people from the Blood Hunter organization traveled by plane. Because there were a lot of houses around, the helicopter could only stop in midair. The door of the helicopter opened, and Ningxu saw a man carrying a woman down a rope ladder. When the two of them landed, Ningxu's eyes widened when she saw them. Wasn't that Fei Rui and Mina? Didn't she knock Mina out? She should have slept for at least 2 hours. Ningxu raised her wrist and looked at her watch. It was already quite late. Mina carried a suitcase and walked over with Ningxu and the others. "Molly, we're partners. We should be going on a mission together." Mina bit her lip and said. Ningxu's body tensed up. He looked at Fei Rui warily. Sure enough, Fei Rui had actually sent Mina over. Had the two of them made any progress, Fei Rui flew Mina over. Please, they were going to deal with the troublesome vampire. What was the point of following a vampire? Tulu and Kishi looked at each other. They only called Molly, but Mina came with them. As colleagues, they knew Mina's professional skills. She was stronger than ordinary people, but it was lucky she didn't cause any trouble. No one wanted to be Mina's partner, so the organization let her and Molly become partners. Mina was cute, but in the face of life, being cute was useless. Vampire hunters walked on the edge of a knife. Tulu and Kathy sized up Fei Rui. Fei Rui's aura and exquisite face made Tulu and Kathy question his identity. Fei Rui's face was very pale, and he looked like a vampire. But if he really was a vampire, why didn't he kill Mina, who was a blood hunter? Ningxu grabbed Mina's wrist and wanted to pull her aside to talk. He was really annoyed with Mina and Fei Rui. Ningxu calculated in his heart. His energy center was more abundant this time, and he could even draw talismans in the air for a while. Ningxu had just grabbed Mina's wrist when Fei Rui grabbed her hand. Fei Rui's hand was very cold, like a corpse without any warmth. And his grip was very strong, as if he wanted to crush her wrist bones. Mina's wrist was grabbed by Ningxu, and Ningxu's wrist was grabbed by Fei Rui. Ningxu turned to look at Fei Rui, and Fei Rui's eyes flashed red. It was only for a moment, and no one noticed it. "What?" Ningxu asked expressionlessly. "Let go of Mina," Fei Rui said condescendingly. Ningxu's hand was hurting from Fei Rui's grip, but her expression did not change. "What's wrong with me saying a few words to my partner? What right do you have to interfere with my relationship with Mina? Don't forget your status. Why are you following Mina around?" Ningxu asked Fei Rui coldly. Now he was acting like a flower protector, and it really made people speechless. How could the relationship between people be so strange? Mina saw that Ningxu's expression was unfriendly, and she was afraid that Ningxu would say that Fei Rui was a vampire. And the organization didn't allow blood hunters and vampires to interact with each other. "Let go of Molly first, I have something to talk to her about," Mina said to Fei Rui. Fei Rui was a little angry. "Are you ordering me?" But he still obediently let go of Ningxu's wrist. Ningxu looked at his wrist, and it was already turning blue. "Damn." Ningxu pulled Mina to the side and asked, "Do you know what our target is this time?" "It's a vampire who killed many girls. But now you have a vampire with you. Are you trying to kill all of us?" Ningxu was a little annoyed. "Do you know where you stand? If you want to be with the noble and mysterious vampires, then don't do any missions." Mina opened her mouth and said in an aggrieved tone, "Jasmine, you've changed. I only wanted to complete the mission with you. I don't know what to do now that you've abandoned me. I woke up to look for you. After I left the manor, it was Fei Rui who sent me here. He wouldn't leave even if I tried to chase him away." Ningxu furrowed his brows. "So he followed you and you couldn't chase him away? What are you feeling wronged for? What are you feeling wronged for?" Ningxu was speechless. "Since Fei Rui is following you, you shouldn't go. This vampire is very powerful. Even the 4 of us are no match for him. We're going to kill his own kind. Do you think he won't do anything?" If Fei Rui wasn't staring at them, Ningxu would have knocked on Mina's head. Mina said, I told Fei Rui that we're going to kill vampires. He wants to go with me. He said that vampires have rules and can't kill humans. Fei Rui will personally kill vampires who break the rules. Maybe we can rely on Fei Rui to complete the mission. Ningxu, the rules of the contract were only discussed when people were of the same status. None of the blood hunters present could defeat Fei Rui. Fei Rui would kill his own kind. Mina was so innocent and kind. Don't go on this mission. Ningxu said indifferently. Also, Dulu and Casey only invited me, not you. Don't follow us. Mina's eyes widened as she looked at Ningxu. Jasmine, do you have to say such harsh words? Harsh words? Ningxu said. I haven't said anything worse. Do you know the rules of the blood hunters? Your relationship with Fei Rui is very dangerous. You'll drag me down with you. If you want to die, fine. Why drag me down with you? What do I owe you? Mina took a deep breath and held back her tears. She picked up her suitcase and turned to leave. Mina walked to Fei Rui's side. Let's go back. They don't welcome us. Fei Rui smirked. I didn't agree with you killing vampires. It's dangerous. Fei Rui hugged Mina's waist and held on to the rope. The helicopter's propeller spun rapidly, and they slowly flew away. Casey was stunned. Ningxu asked, What are you and Mina playing at? Ningxu said indifferently, Mina is going to betray us. That man is a vampire. Ningxu said the truth directly. The more people saw it, the more Mina's crime would be confirmed. Casey and Dulu's expressions changed. Betrayal is a serious crime. And that vampire is a noble. He's Prince Fei Rui. Cold sweat appeared on Dulu's forehead. A prince? Thank goodness he didn't do anything. If he's a prince, why did he treat Mina like that? Casey asked. As a man, Casey could naturally sense the way the vampire looked at Mina. It was the way a man looked at a woman. It was full of interest and interest. Otherwise, a man wouldn't do anything for a woman. Ningxu said, Dulu, Casey, go back and write a report. Explain what happened between Fei Rui and Mina. Fei Rui is a prince. He has a lot of power in the blood race. If he uses Mina to mobilize the blood hunters will be caught off guard. Casey and Dulu looked at each other and nodded. After the mission is completed, we will write a report. After Mina left, Ningxu and the other two got in the car and went to the town where the vampires were causing trouble. Because many girls had died, there were very few people in the town. Even during the day, there was basically no one. The shops were all closed. It looked like an empty town. Dulu first went to the police station to understand the situation. Casey helped Ningxu with the dress. Ningxu was speechless. Why do I have to wear a dress? Trust me, a woman in a dress will attract more attention than a woman in pants. If you wear a dress, you can be sure you're a woman almost instantly. Since you're the bait, you have to be as conspicuous as possible. Ningxu was speechless. Ningxu resigned herself to her fate and put on the dress. Kathy then took a slightly curly blonde hair and put it on Ningxu's head. Casey rubbed his chin and looked at Ningxu. You're more feminine than before. Ningxu said, Don't covet my beauty. I don't do that. It's troublesome. Casey shrugged. Also, I have a feeling that if I really do something, I will be discounted by you. Ningxu put on the high heels and nodded. Your feeling is right. I will break your third leg. When night fell, Ningxu walked on the street coquettishly, waiting for the vampire to take the bait. Ningxu's legs hurt from wearing high heels. She walked around for a while, but the vampire didn't come out. Did he know she was the bait? However, strolling on the street seemed strange. Knowing that there were vampires here, but still daring to stroll on the street, one could tell that there was a problem at first glance. Ningxu walked to a corner, opened the door and entered the house. Then the lights turned on. Ningxu sat on the sofa, drinking water while watching TV, waiting for the other party to come. But the other party still didn't come. Xianxia wanted to release her spiritual force to check the surrounding situation. But vampires are very sensitive creatures. Last time, she only spied on Fei Rui a little, but Fei Rui found her. Suddenly, with a bang, the electricity in the house stopped. There was the sound of glass shattering, and Xianxia saw a dark figure flying towards her. Since the electricity stopped, Xianxia cast a spell and hit the vampire's body. The vampire screamed and fell to the ground. Fei Rui and Casey, who were hiding in the house, also rushed out. They used a crossbow smeared with holy water to shoot at the vampire. The vampire let out a blood-curdling scream. Tulu picked up a sharp wooden stake and stabbed it into the vampire's heart. The vampire hurriedly dodged, but Xianxia pinched a seal and froze the vampire. The vampire's expression froze. It wanted to move its body but couldn't. The sharp wooden stake pierced the vampire's heart. Casey held a shovel in her hand. She used the shovel to cut off the vampire's head. Next, at dawn, the vampire's body was burned to ashes and let the ashes flutter in the wind. The ashes scattered in all directions. The immobilizing talisman consumed a lot of Xianxia's spiritual force. Just 2 immobilizing talismans drained Xianxia's spiritual force. Casey threw away the shovel in her hand and let out a long breath. It went smoothly. Another sum of money came into the account. Tulu dragged the dead vampire to the courtyard, intending to burn it at dawn. Xianxia sat cross-legged on the sofa and began to cultivate. She must have enough spiritual force to support her to cast a spell. Xianxia just cultivated for a while, but her heart tightened and her muscles trembled. Danger! Xianxia opened her eyes and saw sharp blood-red claws coming towards her face. Another vampire. Xianxia quickly dodged, grabbed the crossbow, and shot an arrow at the vampire. The arrow pierced through the vampire's body, but it didn't cause any substantial damage. The recovery ability of vampires was simply unbelievable. Xianxia cast a spell towards the vampire. The spell hit the vampire's body and made a chi-chi sound, causing the vampire to roar in pain. Kathy and Tulu, who were outside, heard the commotion and hurried in with their tools. Xianxia clenched his teeth and cast a body-securing talisman, locking the vampire in place. The vampire's heart was pierced and his head was chopped off by a gravedigger. Xianxia's muscles were trembling. He leaned against the wall and said, "Is there more than one vampire here?" This town was relatively remote, so why would more than 2 vampires suddenly appear here? Moreover, they only absorbed O-type blood. What a joke. Since when did vampires drink different blood types? Did different blood types lead to different tastes? Type A was matcha flavored, while Type B was strawberry flavored. Kathy took out his cell phone and called the organization to report the situation here. He hoped the organization could send other blood hunters to investigate the situation. Tulu pulled the dead vampire out. The sky was starting to brighten. It was already dawn. Tulu poured gasoline on the corpse and set it on fire. The air rippled with a strange smell, mixed with the smell of oil. Xianxia was cultivating in her room. Kathy lit up one cigarette after another, causing the room to be filled with smoke. Xianxia opened his eyes. "Can you stop smoking?" Kathy put out the cigarette. "I have a bad feeling. This mission isn't that simple. The organization probably didn't expect this. But you can't smoke like that. It feels like we're in paradise," Xianxia said. "I'm going out. Call me if you need anything." When Kathy went out, Xianxia immediately cast a spell and set up a spirit gathering array to speed up his cultivation. Xianxia absorbed the spiritual energy around him. Kathy felt danger, and so did Xianxia. He felt that something was about to wake up and open his eyes. With the support of spiritual energy, Xianxia's emptied dantian gradually eased. It was already dawn. The vampires during the day wouldn't come out for the time being. Even if there were vampires who were not afraid of the sun, they rarely came out. After all, the sun was very uncomfortable. Tulu took some food from the car and gave some to Xianxia. Xianxia took the water and jerky. The jerky tasted good. It was chewy and fragrant. Xianxia tore into the jerky and asked, "Should we leave now and return to the organization or stay and wait for the people from the organization to come?" "Stay. I've already informed the organization. Kathy said, if we leave now and something happens, we'll be responsible. Ningxu nodded. I'll do as you say. Do you think the vampires are collecting blood? Otherwise, why would they kill so many people? Drinking blood once can last for at least a few days. It wasn't like they were eating 3 meals a day like humans. This kind of thing was beyond the plot, so it wasn't mentioned at all. Only the main plot was given, and other details were omitted. The original owner of this body also didn't participate in this mission. After all, he was always behind Mina and cleaning up the mess. We don't know when the people from the organization will come. We need to be vigilant. Tulu took a sip of wine. The sun was high in the sky, and it was extremely hot. The vampires probably wouldn't come out in this kind of weather. Ningxu increased his cultivation. If they waited until night time, the vampires might come out. Tulu and Fei Rui cleaned their tools and organized them so that they wouldn't be in a hurry. Humans weren't as talented as vampires, so they could only rely on tools. Tulu and Fei Rui were proficient in all kinds of grappling and fighting techniques. Suddenly, he felt that even if he couldn't be a blood hunter, he could still be a bodyguard. However, the salary and benefits couldn't be compared to that of a blood hunter. Once he stepped on this path, there was no turning back. With the blood of vampires on his hands, even if he retired, he would still be found and killed by the vampires. Ningxu and the other two waited until there was not a single person on the street. It looked very desolate. Either they ran away, or they hid in their homes and didn't come out. Occasionally, there would be a police car patrolling. Ningxu didn't stop cultivating for a moment. When he was almost done, he bit his finger and squeezed some blood to draw a talisman in the holy water to increase the yang energy of the holy water. Slowly, the sky darkened. Ningxu and the other two were on high alert. Ahem. Ningxu suddenly coughed. It was originally very quiet, but Ningxu's sudden cough made Tulu and Kathy's hearts skip a beat. Kathy looked back at Ningxu. What's wrong? What if the vampires know of our existence and don't come looking for us? Ningxu asked. Our top priority right now is to protect ourselves and wait for the organization to send reinforcements, Tulu said. Ningxu was just about to nod when she heard a shrill scream. It was a very short scream. It sounded like someone had been cut in half. All three of them stood up. Judging from the sound, it's a bit far from us. Casey couldn't help but scratch the golden hair on his head. It must be the vampires who kidnapped her. Should we go after them? Tulu was hesitant. If they went after them, they might be able to save someone. But if they went after them, the vampires would be at home at night. Human vision was limited. Besides, there was no telling how many vampires there were. Casey took out a scanner. This machine was able to locate vampires through abnormal magnetic fields. The magnetic field around vampires was different from that of humans. Ningxu leaned over and looked at the scanner. This scanner can only scan a small area. It could only scan a diameter of 200 meters at most. Ningxu felt that this thing was even worse than a compass. A compass could at least give him directions. Casey didn't find anything. He said to Tulu, let's go out tomorrow. The night is too dangerous for us. Blood hunters were humans too. If they were threatened, they would retreat strategically. Ningxu didn't have any objections. He could train for one more night and get stronger. Even if he couldn't win, he could still run faster. Casey and Tulu took turns to keep watch. They probably didn't want Ningxu to do so because Ningxu was a woman. The next morning, the three of them had breakfast and left with their suitcases. Casey held the scanner in his hand. The three of them wandered around the town in the car. Finally, when they passed by a church, something happened to the scanner. It seemed to have detected a vampire. Casey flipped his blonde hair and said handsomely, looks like we found it. Tulu looked at the small church. Don't tell me a vampire is in a church. That's suicidal. Weren't vampires afraid of crosses, but to the powerful vampires, these things were nothing but harmless things. Ningxu got out of the car and looked at the church. This church was a little desolate. It looked like an abandoned church. Tulu got out of the car and drew a cross in front of his chest. Are we going in or not? Ningxu asked. Casey said, "Of course. We've already found it." Ningxu nodded. The three of them entered the church together. As soon as they entered the church, the first thing they saw was Jesus nailed to the cross, a huge cross. There were rows of pews. These benches were supposed to be filled with people attending Mass, but for some reason, they were deserted. Ningxu held a crossbow in her hand, and the arrow had been smeared with holy water. Moreover, Ningxu had drawn a talisman on it. If it wasn't a particularly powerful vampire, she could kill one with a single arrow. The walls of the church were filled with black bats. When they sensed that someone had entered, they rushed over. Tulu shot at the bats with his gun. The bats squeaked. Casey was holding the electric baton, which was sizzling with electricity. With a sweep of the baton, a group of bats fell to the ground. There are so many bats in the church. There must be vampires here. Bats were usually associated with vampires. Ningxu felt the ground tremble. The bats stopped attacking Ningxu and his companions. Instead, they flew somewhere else. Ningxu hurried to chase after the bats. The bats swarmed into the basement. Ningxu didn't care about getting dirty and quickly jumped down. "Molly, wait." Seeing that Ningxu was running very fast, Kaishi said, "Be careful of any danger." Casey and Tulu jumped down. Ningxu smelled blood the moment he jumped down. It was so strong that he almost fainted. The path ahead suddenly widened, and Ningxu saw an exquisite coffin placed in the middle of a pentagonal array. In these grooves, there was fresh blood, which gathered towards the coffin. The coffin was covered with black bats. Vampires knelt around the coffin. The vampires ignored Ningxu and his companions. They lowered their bodies to the ground as if they were waiting for something powerful. Ningxu and his companions couldn't act rashly under these circumstances. The bats flapped their wings and slowly moved the coffin away. A powerful aura swept out from the coffin. Then, a pale hand reached out. It was as smooth as jade. No veins could be seen. Vampires came back to life. Casey and Tulu each grabbed one of Ningxu's arms and dragged Ningxu away. Ningxu's hair stood on end. He sensed great danger. Instead, he pulled Casey and Tulu even faster. After the three of them left the church, they quickly drove away. Ningxu looked back and saw a man in black floating above the church. He wore a black cloak and had bats flying around him. "Hurry up," Ningxu urged Tulu, who was driving. Casey was almost done with her golden fur. She said to Ningxu with red eyes, "Molly, we might have run into something big. It's very likely that the dormant third-generation vampires have woken up." Ningxu, F*ck, Adam and Eve's eldest son, Cain, was cursed by God for killing his brother. He was forced to drink blood for eternity. After meeting Lilith, who had betrayed the Garden of Eden, he was guided by her. He learned how to extract great power from blood. Cain was the origin of vampires and the beginning of this sinful bloodline. Driven by loneliness, Cain used animal organs and his own blood to create the second generation of vampires. There were 5 of the second generation of vampires. The third generation of vampires were the descendants of the second generation. They were the most powerful generation of vampires. They claimed to have the ability to stand shoulder to shoulder with gods. Therefore, they became the main leaders of the next few generations of vampires. They were known as the Blood Masters. The third generation of vampires established independent families, which were later known as the 13 families. Every third-generation vampire was the ancestor of their own family. The 13 Blood Masters fought fiercely and slaughtered creatures to increase the strength of themselves and their families. They discovered that the blood of vampires could make mortals immortal and enable vampires to become saints. Thus, the prelude to the inheritance of the vampire's sinful bloodline was unveiled. The 13 Blood Masters turned against each other in the end. They fought for years and spread their bloodline wantonly. The vampires called this war the 1,000-year Holy War. Most of the victims of the war were mortals. Later, although the flood caused by God didn't kill the third-generation vampires, it severely injured them and forced them to go into hibernation. That was why they were so unlucky to encounter such a thing. Also, there were 13 third-generation vampires. Now that one of them had woken up, Would the others wake up? If they woke up, would they start another holy war and slaughter mortals? Or turn mortals into vampires? He thought it would be a simple mission, but he never expected to run into a third-generation vampire who was said to be as strong as a god. That was terrifying. Ningshu's forehead was covered in cold sweat. He didn't dare to look back at the vampire. Tulu's body was so stiff that he couldn't even turn the steering wheel. Ningshu pulled Tulu away. "I'll drive." Ningshu stepped on the gas pedal, and the car sped off. He could only hope that the newly awakened vampire wouldn't pay attention to small fries like them. That was terrifying. Ningshu's forehead was covered in cold sweat. He didn't dare to look back at the vampire. Tulu's body was so stiff that he couldn't even turn the steering wheel. Ningshu pulled Tulu away. "I'll drive." Ningshu stepped on the gas pedal, and the car sped off. He could only hope that the newly awakened vampire wouldn't pay attention to small fries like them. The vampire must not have recovered his strength yet. Were all the people who died in the town sacrificed to awaken the third-generation vampire? Ningshu felt a prickling sensation in her back. Her muscles were so tense that they started to twitch uncontrollably. He didn't even dare to blink when sweat dripped into his eyes. Ningshu turned the steering wheel so fast that Tulu and Cassie felt dizzy from the sudden turn of the car. Ningshu didn't know how far he had driven, but he didn't care where he went as long as he could get rid of the people behind him. Ningshu's mind was muddled, and he could only rely on his body to respond. The difference in strength was too great. He couldn't even fight back. An ant versus a giant. Gradually, Ningshu's body relaxed. He didn't feel the danger anymore. His body would tell him when he was close to danger. Ningshu's hands that were gripping the steering wheel were trembling, and her legs were shaking uncontrollably. "I'll drive." Tulu took over the wheel. Ningshu sat next to Kathy. Kathy's voice was trembling. "I was so scared by the vampire that my blood vessels exploded, and I was so scared by your driving skills that I almost peed my pants." Ningshu shook his legs. "I'm not afraid." Casey was speechless. "Let's hurry back to the organization. We have to report this to the higher-ups." Casey said to Tulu. "The third-generation vampires have awakened. It's already incredible that even one of them has awakened. If the others awaken as well, the holy war will erupt again." Tulu stepped on the gas pedal, causing the car to jerk violently. Ningshu calmed down and pondered. Anyway, the powerful third-generation vampire had awakened. In other words, the strength of the vampires had increased. Perhaps Fei Rui was able to eliminate the vampire hunters so easily because the higher-ups of the vampire hunters had already been eliminated by the powerful vampires. It was entirely possible. Otherwise, the vampire hunters wouldn't have been so weak. Furthermore, there was the church above the vampire hunters. Were the vampire hunters that had stood tall for so long really going to be destroyed because of a woman, Mina? The third generation of vampires started a holy war, and every one of them was ambitious. The existence of the vampire hunters prevented the vampires from becoming saints, so they would definitely eliminate the vampire hunters. Ningshu wiped the cold sweat off his face with his sleeve. This wasn't just a simple hero saving the damsel in distress. "I feel like we're fish on the chopping board now." Ningshu sighed. The awakening of the third-generation vampires had basically put the humans at a disadvantage. Should they bombard them with an atomic bomb, it would be like using a cannon to kill a mosquito. Furthermore, the vampires could teleport. It would be a completely bad move. Ningshu rubbed his forehead. He felt that the sudden appearance of the plot was simply nonsense. It only gave him a simple romantic plot. As for the true nature of the plot, the original owner didn't know. Ningshu could only guess based on the cause and effect of the matter. The awakening of the third-generation vampires and the elimination of the vampire hunters followed. The two should be related. Ningshu's mouth was dry. He grabbed the bottle of water and gulped it down. "Leave some for me." Casey snatched the bottle from Ningshu's hand. After drinking, he even poured water on his head. Layers of goosebumps appeared on his face. Ningshu and the other two rushed day and night and finally arrived at the manor. The three of them practically rolled and crawled into the manor. Only after entering the manor did they feel a little safer. Ningxu heaved a long sigh of relief. Kishi scratched his golden hair and laughed. We've finally escaped death. Let's report this matter. Ningxu nodded and returned to his room. The room was empty. Mina wasn't there, and the box under the bed wasn't there either. It seemed like she had gone to do a mission. But with Mina's professional skills, the chances of her completing the mission weren't high. Unless someone helped Mina, she really couldn't do it alone. Ningxu didn't care where Mina went. After all, she had a protector. Ningxu turned on his computer and wrote a mission report, explaining the mission in detail. He talked about the coffin and the pentagram formation in detail. The vampires collected blood to increase the energy of the vampires in the coffin to revive. After talking about the third-generation vampires in detail, Ningxu also talked about what happened between Mina and Fei Rui. He didn't hide anything about Fei Rui sending Mina to do the mission. In the end, he directly concluded that Mina betrayed the organization. After finishing the report, Ningxu sent it to her superiors. Then he sat cross-legged on his bed to cultivate. He originally thought that Fei Rui was enough, but now there was a third-generation vampire. The third-generation vampires were the most powerful among all vampires. They gathered all the strengths of vampires. They killed the second-generation vampires and established the 13 clans. He felt even more urgent. If the third-generation vampires woke up one after another, this world would become a world of vampires again. Would the 13 clans start fighting again? In fact, it didn't matter if they were killed. The problem was that the unlucky ones were the mortals. They often pulled in mortals and turned them into vampires to join the battle. Ningxu was most worried about the vampire hunters. If the extinction of the vampire hunters was just the beginning, then the situation would be terrible. Generally speaking, when there was a war, the heavens wanted to clean up some things. Ningxu had to ensure that she would survive in this turmoil. She said that she was going to find Huang Ji and Zhu Sha, but she ran back in a hurry. Ningxu cast a spell and set up a spirit-gathering formation. Then, he began to cultivate. Not long after, Ningxu received a call from Tulu, asking him to come out quickly. The higher-ups wanted to talk to them. If the third-generation vampires really woke up, it would be the most important thing for the entire human race. The human race would be destroyed once again. Ningxu and the other two went to the garden of the manor and saw a woman sitting on a swing. She swung slowly on the swing. Ningxu, this was the leader of the vampire hunters, a beautiful woman. The three of them looked at each other and walked over. Hold on, raise your foot. You're stepping on my little baby. The woman on the swing pointed at Ningxu's foot. Ningxu raised his foot and saw a peanut-sized blue flower flattened under her foot. Ningxu looked apologetic and picked up the flattened flower. It's too small. Is it true that the third generation of vampires has awakened? The woman on the swing asked. She was wearing a red dress that swayed slightly, revealing her smooth calves. She was barefoot and her hair was loose. She was a stunning beauty. Kathy's eyes almost popped out of their sockets, and she almost couldn't regain her senses. Tulu nudged him with his elbow, and Casey immediately snapped out of his daze and said, "It's true." The woman in red glanced at Casey. "I don't talk to perverts." Casey was speechless. The woman in red looked at Ningxu. "Tell me what happened." Ningxu nodded and told her everything. The woman in red listened to Ningxu quietly and looked at Ningxu. "Then how can you be so sure that it's the third generation of vampires? You have to know that vampires have unlimited lifespans. Many of them are so bored that they seal themselves and go into hibernation. The third generation of vampires has been around for a long time. Although the common saying is that they were heavily injured and went into hibernation, most people think that they have disappeared." Ningxu rolled her eyes and pointed at Kathy. He was the one who said it. He said that the third generation vampire has awakened. Casey immediately straightened his clothes and planned to give a long speech to show off in front of the beauty. "Let's not talk about this for now. Tell me about your partner and the vampire prince." "I've read your report." Casey was speechless. The woman in red looked at Ningxu. "You have to know that she's your partner. You've gone through life and death with her. You're despicable and you don't love your partner by telling on her." Ningshu's expression didn't change. I've thought it through before reporting her. First of all, Fei Rui is a prince. Do you have any ulterior motives for getting close to Mina like this? Is it for the sake of the vampire hunt? Secondly, from the bottom of my heart, I don't like Mina. She's the kind of person who only cares about herself. She doesn't know how to be united and doesn't love her partner. She clearly knows that vampire hunters can't interact with vampires. I've advised her many times, but she still insists on doing things her own way. She even thinks that I'm being a busybody. My biggest reason is that I want the vampire hunters to remain standing. Only then will I have a foothold. Casey and Tulu witnessed it as well. Tulu and Kathy nodded. Compared to Mina, they were obviously on Ningshu's side. The woman in red glanced at Ningshu. You're quite honest. Let's go. Don't tell anyone about this. The woman in red waved at Ningshu and the other two. Casey looked at the woman in red reluctantly. The woman in red stared at Casey. If you keep looking at me with those asterisk eyes of yours, I'll gouge out both of your eyes. Kathy hurriedly turned around and left. When they were far away, Ningshu couldn't help but say, "You're really daring. You really dare to do anything." Tulu said, "I didn't expect the leader of the vampire hunters to be a woman. She's also a very flirtatious woman." Casey rubbed his chin. Ningshu rolled his eyes. He couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense with the two men. He returned to his room and prepared to cultivate. The higher-ups would definitely investigate the awakened vampire. Her goal was to stay alive and improve her strength. She didn't want to be killed by Fei Rui. She also wanted to make things difficult for the two of them. If a third-generation vampire really awakened, then she had to make sure that she didn't die in Fei Rui's hands. At least, she wouldn't be killed by Fei Rui while she was fighting back. If possible, it would be best if she could kill Fei Rui. Taking care of one would cause a pair of lovers to be separated by yin and yang. With this thought, Ningshu felt that he was really bad. Being separated by yin and yang wasn't a painful thing. Misunderstanding and hurting each other was the right way to go. Ningshu didn't want to take any more missions. He would stay in the organization and cultivate. Moreover, Ningshu felt that his luck wasn't too good. What if he took another mission and encountered another awakened vampire? He felt that the world was full of malice toward him. Ningshu steadily improved his strength, but he still couldn't find the yellow paper and cinnabar with the characteristics of the East. In this place, there was only the cross of holy water, and there was a limited amount of it. Ningshu could only use his own blood to draw talismans. Her blood contained spirit energy, so it was easy to succeed. The downside was that a woman's body was of the yin attribute, which would reduce the effectiveness of the talisman. To deal with otherworldly items like vampires, he had to use something with yang energy. However, it was better than nothing. For a while, Mina didn't come back. He didn't know where she had gone and forgot to come back. To be honest, following Prince Fei Rui was 10,000 times more comfortable than being a blood hunter. Fei Rui was rich and handsome. Wherever he went, he would be followed. Being in a relationship with such a person was very satisfying. Besides, being in a relationship was beautiful and relaxing. It felt like he wasn't going on a mission, but a vacation. He was so happy that he didn't want to go home. Ningshu's life seemed to be very leisurely, but it was actually very urgent. When he went to the restaurant to eat, he would occasionally bump into Tulu and Casey. Like Ningshu, the two of them were scared and hadn't come back to their senses yet. So, they didn't go on any missions for the time being. Ningshu ate 3 hamburgers in one meal, which scared Tulu and Casey. "Trust me, if you keep eating like this, you'll lose everything," Casey said to Ningshu. Ningshu gnawed on the hamburger. "It doesn't matter. I need energy." If he didn't have enough spirit energy, he could only use this method to replenish it. "Your partner hasn't come back yet?" Tulu asked. Ningshu shook his head and took a sip of yogurt. "It's up to her. I can't control her. If you don't have a partner, you can join me and Casey. We'll form a team together. We've worked together before, so we have some chemistry," Tulu said. Casey nodded. "That's good. Although it's not much to split a mission among 3 people, it's safer." Ningxu thought about it and nodded in agreement. At least these two people seemed reliable. Hey, did your partner elope with a vampire? Kathy joked. Ningxu shrugged. Maybe. However, Mina had yet to be completely disappointed in the vampire hunter organization as a hero saving a damsel in distress. She still had some concerns. On one hand, she was greedy for Fei Rui. On the other hand, she was wary of the blood hunters. She was afraid that she would be punished. The storyline still had to continue, so Ningxu felt that Mina would come back. She would walk right into the trap and wait for Fei Rui to save her. However, Ningxu always had a doubt in his heart. Was Fei Rui saving the damsel in distress the start of the Holy War? Did he use this title to destroy the vampire hunters? The more Ningxu thought about it, the more he felt that it must have been a third-generation vampire who had awakened. Otherwise, although humans and vampires were at odds with each other, this was all in private. The world still seemed to be dominated by humans. But how did vampires suddenly have the confidence to destroy the vampire hunters and break the balance? Ningxu finished the 3 oversized hamburgers without a change in expression and gulped down 2 bottles of yogurt. Kathy's eyes were wide open. I've seen so many women, but I've never seen someone like you, Kathy said, blinking her eyes. Ningxu burped. I'm so different. After eating, Ningxu went back to his room and rubbed his stomach. He felt that the food in his stomach had been digested and turned into energy that flowed to every part of his body. Finally, it gathered in his dantian. Ningxu opened the door and saw Mina sitting on his bed. She had clearly come back from a long journey, but her face was rosy and full of desire. Ningxu calculated with his fingers and knew that Mina was in for a romantic disaster. When Mina saw Ningxu, she didn't know what to say and felt a little awkward. But when she saw that Ningxu was ignoring her, she didn't even greet him. And the awkwardness in her heart disappeared. Instead, she became depressed. Mina felt a little short of breath when it came to Fei Rui. Her relationship with Fei Rui seemed to be developing in a strange direction. It had exceeded the boundary between vampire hunters and vampires. Mina felt very conflicted, even though Fei Rui had said countless times that he wanted to give her the embrace. But Mina insisted that she absolutely didn't agree. Molly, I've completed a few missions this time, Mina said to Ningxu. Oh, Ningxu replied indifferently. Mina was speechless. She had completed so many missions to impress Ningxu, but Ningxu's indifferent attitude almost made Mina vomit blood. Jasmine, what exactly do you mean? If you don't want to be my partner, just say it. Don't be so eccentric. I don't want to be your partner. Although Mina already had her suspicions, she still felt wronged when Ningxu said it out loud. He felt as if his heart had shattered into countless pieces. Ningxu saw that Mina was staring at him with a look that said, "How can you be so cruel and hurt me like this?" Ningxu enjoyed it very much. He had really hurt her. He was so happy. I know I might have been a little bad in the past. It's not just a little bad, it's very bad. Mina was on the verge of tears. She had never seen such a cold and heartless person. But I can complete missions on my own now, Mina said. Ningxu raised his eyebrows and asked in surprise, you hunted vampires? Mina immediately nodded. Yes. Ningxu said in surprise, Fei Rui actually killed his own kind for you. That's incredible. Mina was speechless. Mina's face was a myriad of colors, and she couldn't help but say, Jasmine, I feel uncomfortable if I don't mock you. Ningxu nodded. I feel uncomfortable if I don't mock you. Mina was so rebuffed by Ningxu that she didn't want to talk to Ningxu anymore. She tidied up her things. When Ningxu saw Mina like this, he knew that she was most likely right. With Mina's skills, killing a vampire on her own and even cremating it. She couldn't have done it on her own. At most, Fei Rui would have waved his hand, and the vampire would have been reduced to ashes. If Mina had been killed by him, he wouldn't have argued with her. Mina was someone who could argue with reason even if she didn't. Ningxu clicked his tongue. Mina put down the things in her hands in annoyance. Ningxu said, Jasmine, what right do you have to look down on me? What right do I need? Even I can look down on you. No stance, no skills. I think you want to become a vampire, to live forever and keep your face. Ningshu's words were very blunt. Mina stood up. Jasmine, it's easy for you to say that. I met the right person, and that person is just a vampire. I don't believe that you can still be so righteous when you meet love. Ningshu spread his hands. Why can't I be righteous? Even if a vampire likes me, I won't change my stance. I clearly know that vampire hunters and vampires are on opposite sides. Although I don't want to make myself sound so noble, vampire hunters are indeed the last line of defense for humans. Mina sneered, hypocrite, you sound so righteous. Ningshu also laughed disdainfully. Don't use your personal feelings to measure my feelings. You're so petty. Look at you. You're a vampire hunter, but you only think about vampires. You don't have your own principles and stance. What right do you have to laugh at me for being righteous? You grew up as a vampire hunter, but for a vampire, you want to abandon it. People like you should be thrown into the smelly ditch. What's the point of raising you? Mina's face turned red. She angrily said, you're so extreme. Don't make yourself sound so noble. Moreover, vampires and humans have signed a peace treaty. Naive. All alliances are built on the condition that both sides are evenly matched. When the weak can be slaughtered by others, who would care about alliances? You. You haven't met anyone you like, so you're saying it like that. You really think that one day, you'll know that you can't wait to destroy the heavens and earth to be with him. But for someone like you, no one will like you. Was this how women attacked other women? No man likes you. You're a loser. Ningshu didn't feel that he was pitiful at all. Begging for someone's love was pitiful, and he even used begging for love to show off. Ningshu liked the way gentlemen interacted with each other. Moreover, Ningshu knew that he was a selfish person. No one was more important than himself. Ningshu spread his hands. So, I don't have any worries in this regard. I won't destroy the heavens and earth just to be with one person. You. Mina was speechless. This person was really annoying. She remembered that Jasmine wasn't this annoying. Jasmine was clearly so understanding and magnanimous. But the current Jasmine was really difficult to deal with. Don't you know that your sharp tongue is really annoying? Ningshu said casually. I'm just saying what I want to say. That sharp tongue. I'm just saying it, but you've already done it. You've directly used your actions to prove how annoying you are. Mina was so angry that her cheeks puffed up. Jasmine, you're just jealous of me. Ningshu. Why would I be jealous of you? I'm jealous that you have nothing and still have vampire love. End of chapter 1384. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.